Okay, we're streaming. Barely. Okay, let me start the call. And thank you everyone for your patience. Let's see what we could do. Okay, we go to the Skype. There we are. Okay, right on the wire. So, how are you?
I am all right.
Okay, so what you've sent me, I just download this, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, excellent, wonderful. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much. That's
Sure.
Yeah, I can't wait to look at it. And so let me just press the download button, accept, and then so I press accept, and then okay, now it's starting to. So then I press the button again, and I don't know what happens after that, but we'll find out. It spins.
Right.
It spins.
It,
Then it says word, and then it says starting. Oh, okay. So probably it'll just take its own sweet time, processing and opening. And in the intro,
should be all right. Should be all
right. Okay, so what happens is
we'll figure it out.
Ooh, well, okay. So here's what happens. I'll do a screen share. So start sharing, and so this is what happens. It does this. That's what happens. So not quite sure. That's not Google Docs. It's Microsoft Editor and Word. Yeah. Is what that is.
It's all right. I mean, you got it. We'll figure out the
we'll do that later. So in the meantime, dear sir, see if you can bring everybody else on, and then give everybody your admonition for thumbs up, or do that first, whichever's
Yeah. Well, first, just most important to say, hit the thumbs up. Anybody who can hear this, hit the thumbs up on the video. We need that for the algorithm and to counter invisible thumbs down that are gonna screw our algorithm. So
yes, that are always
so
there.
Please do that, and might as well keep going. And make sure you're subscribed. Hit the subscribe button if you're not. Make sure the notification bell is on. And if you're feeling real ambitious, go into your account settings and create some extra channel profiles under your main account. No extra password needed. Just different channel identities, but each one can do its own uploading. So any questions about that, put them in the chat and we'll try to answer that.
Excellent. Getting people all ready, and anything else that comes to your mind while you're adding people on to mention to everyone?
Not particularly.
Okay. And I want everyone to be patient with me. I'm still decompressing. Really, one of those times when, you really don't want to come home. It's nothing to do with any of you listeners out there. It has everything to do with just enjoying where I was more. So, and I hope that's understandable for everyone. And in the meantime, everybody excuse me because I was just injecting, if you will, my steroids with what they call the irrigation bottle. And you might hear me blow my nose. In order to prevent that, I am going to go mute for just a few moments. And dear Aristides, see if there's something else you can say.
Okay. You do that, and you inject your steroids or whatever you did already. So you're going to be fucking pumped, man. You're going to be ripped from steroids.
I have to come back to laugh at that. Yeah, it's not the steroids.
Yeah. All right. We're just,
he knows that. He knows that. Yes.
I'm just, of course, I always kid around with Douglas. So going through the list here. Scan down. Who do we not get yet? No, not that guy. Not allowed that guy.
Yeah, there's at least one extra we've added on the not that guy.
Sorry, not that guy. Not to name any names.
Though I'm sure they'll rise organically anyway before we know it. Yes, we'll all get there. Jesus Christ, did I do my eye drops? I might have to go back and do my eye drops just for the sake of making it through the night. So we'll wait till we get other people on the show before I do that. Let's see who else joins us on the call. Jesus Christ, I mean, you would think they would jump right back on. Did they talk themselves out with you earlier?
What? What?
Oh, there they are. Thank goodness. Okay, there we are, Nemo. So welcome aboard, Nemo.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, well, quite a bit, and still a few things that I'll be happy to discuss with you privately. Not that I wouldn't share them in front of Aristides and the rest of Team Dietrich, Brandon Zogit, Aaron Tice, and the rest. Did you call Aaron Tice, by the way?
I don't know if I was seeing everybody, but I'm going to go back and swing back now on the computer. I have to initiate it from the phone because that is where I'm handling the call. But once I do that, we're missing like a couple of people.
Yeah, don't forget Crystal River. Crystal River and Aaron. Troy Bellamy. Yeah. He remembers the ladies mostly.
Aaron was on. Crystal was one of those where I have to add separately because it gives me some weird.
Until it gets used to it.
Troy.
Yeah. And George Knight, of course. Yeah. Samuel Romero. Yeah. Okay, so you added Crystal Rivers to the conversation. She got the honor of getting at it first before everyone else that appears. Nemo, wait. No, Nemo was on.
No, I added everyone else.
What?
Yeah. Oh, okay. We're just trying to puzzle out who's being added, and
Aaron Tice won't show up in my list either when I go to add people. Like, he's in my friends' contacts list, but it's not showing up.
Who? Aaron Tice?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. That's the way they're working it these days. He seems to be active. So and John Henry, thank you for adding him. And again, if you keep checking in after the call, Nemo, check in with him about that particular episode, and we'll see what happens. If any of you have found out anything else about it, that's fine. But now at least we have the URL, and
I contacted John about it, so I'm just waiting on a reply.
Understood. Wonderful. And so, of course, John operates on his own biorhythm, and it's...
That'd be so cool if he joined one day. I started listening to one of his older live stream shows he did. It fucking wasn't what I expected, and I started to enjoy it. I'm going to start listening to more of his older stuff. It's real good. Shitting on Alex Jones and Alan Watts and all those shills.
Yeah. I hope you're listening, John Warrington. I mean, you've always been appreciated, and you definitely have.
And he was well aware of all this stuff, like back in 2009 when he was a lot younger. So I was impressed. Good on him.
Yeah, he's and of course you're. Not that we want this to define his life or his identity, but you are aware, of course, of his tragic experience with his brother.
Yeah, you told me.
Sorry, that's horrible. I shouldn't laugh when I talk about it. Oh God, it's awful.
Best wishes to you, John Henry. Hope you're doing good.
Yes, John Henry McMills Warrington, or just John Henry Warrington. We're always you're always on our minds, and yes, hopefully you're back in the game and again downloading, and certainly we'd like to check in with you about a particular episode. And we have, of course, our own reasons for suspecting. We know why this one was attacked. It was because it was the one in which Peter Moon articulated at great length that he was going to pay me pretty much all of the royalties of this book that he was going to publish, which he had never any intention of publishing. And of course, if anybody has been subscribing to Skybooks, all of you should feel ripped off, because all of you would be are the ones who, many of you put in advance payments for that, which I'm sure none of you ever got back. So that we can count on. And if Aaron Tice comes on tonight, remind me to bring that subject up, because he's one of the few that we cover these things with concerning Peter Moon. And what was the other thing to come up to mind? Again, everybody forgive me, I'm decompressing, not really wanting to return to hosting tonight, still stuck in my estate mode, and it's a much more pleasant mode than coming back to the crypt and dealing with a lot of the responsibilities by which I earn my keep. And of course I couldn't do that without you, the listeners, and therefore I owe you all quite a bit. But the other thing to bring up about Peter Moon's subscribers to his newsletter, and people who were following him for quite some time and buying his books, most of those people would not be listening, because most of those people were addicted to the Radu Cinnabar books. And Radu Cinema was, of course, a charlatan and just a fraud who was pulling shit out of his ass and making unbelievable stuff up. And Peter Moon was attempting to meld his narrative with mine, quite unsuccessfully, and he prevented himself from doing so because he had this very particular and peculiar method of sales in which, or publishing and sales combined, in which it was all a one-man show. And his one-man show was to run it out of his own home and then basically take the books from his home. The publisher would send the books to his home, which he would then mail directly to people who ordered from him. And he felt that he would get repeat customers by casting a binding spell on every book that he sent out. So anybody who's purchased Peter Moon books, most of them would fall into the Radu Cinema camp, which would mean you're a fucking idiot and like to read the equivalent of ass wipe off of toilet paper. That's all that crap was. If you are into Radu Cinema, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be listening to me. You would have been stuck listening to Peter Moon all these past years and just tuning out after he left, after the opening hours. But the one thing that was common, that whenever we got questions for Peter Moon, it was always the same question: when's the next Radu Cinema book coming out? And this is because of the robotic nature of his clientele, which he bound, quite literally, with a quantum mechanical spellcasting that he would cast on every book that he sent out, which was overwhelmingly Radu Cinema books for about, half a decade, which were all translated by his wife, Paula, his child bride, who he never paid back and remunerated for her services. She was doing it for free for him as a wife. And so I'm drinking tea, so it's a different kind of caffeine intake from that of Coke, in case you hear me sipping, and get used to that.
Chamomile or green tea or...
Oh, it's green. It's Japanese green tea. It's loose leaf, of course. Loose leaf Japanese green tea. I haven't started yet on opening the ginseng tea bags sent by V, but I might very well do that when I go to get my eye drops, because I didn't put my eye drops in for tonight yet. So I'll be doing that in just a moment. I'll leave you two guys to talk because Brendan hasn't joined us yet. You did call Brendan, right, Aristides?
Oh, sure. He's usually at the top of the list because I guess we interact so much.
Okay, excellent. So hopefully he'll be joining us sometime soon. And obviously he helps to burn bandwidth, but I know you two have got this. Honestly, I might as well get the ginseng tea bag while this tea is hot, so I can add the ginseng into there, so that would replace the sugarization that came from the Coca-Cola. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go mute. I'll go into the chat first. We have some wonderful messages left by El Nemo and Eric Cradle. Welcome aboard, Eric Cradle. And we've got a good number of people now. So you guys can handle this, and we will recontinue with more current events that will be emphasized by all of this, I'm sure, when I return. I'm going to go mute for now, and I'll be right back. And welcome aboard to T-Tank Barry as well. I said hello to him in the chat, but I want people to know I'm saying hello to him verbally. And, of course, this wonderful individual has begun to communicate more directly with the rest of Team Dietrich through, of course, he's done that before. I brought him onto some past Skype calls. But we're going to stand as a united front through this ongoing siege that has impacted everyone within blast radius. And as I've explained to some other things that have been happening to people around Brooke Gibson, we can go into that if she decides to show up. I presume as well you called her. Right,
yeah.
Steve?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm still laughing over what she tried to pull. Nothing negative, just impish. But okay, I'm going to be right back. And thank you everybody for your patience. I'll refill my water thermos, the hot water thermos that boils my water for me for my tea and all that. So it may take me about 7 minutes. So about 7-8 minutes, I'll be back. All right, you guys have got this.
No
and
worries.
Take care. Thanks so much.
Yep.
All right. Hey, Nemo.
Have you been keeping tabs and track on the latest updates regarding the conflicts between Ukraine and Russia and now North Korea because they're sending them?
Not so much. I mean, I'm not like hooked on, yeah, I gotta get the daily update. You know, if I see something, if something's big enough, it just like wherever you are, even if you're not trying to look for it, if you're following any sorts of feeds or anything, you're gonna see it. So, and no, I don't know. Are there any major developments you know of? I know. North Korea got brought in a little bit, and I don't know I mean, who's winning? Like, we're not hearing, you know.
Yeah, well,
and Israel too. Like, you know, what's going on? I mean, we know what's going on there. They're just murdering people, but I mean, like, it's spilled over. You know, they're fighting Lebanon basically, or they're swearing they're like, well, we're not fighting you. We're just fighting these terrorist guys that happen to be in your country. You know, that's how they get around like actually declaring war. They're like, oh, I'm just this little pesky terrorist group over there. Don't mind us, or we bomb your country. Yeah. Anyway, what do you know?
Well, I've just been looking into like the latest missile strikes and shit being held all over the west of Russia. Like, they're using various types of missile strikes. These are provided by the Britain, France, and US, like the ATACMs, 160-kilometer range. Some have 300-kilometer range, and the GL5D OB 160-kilometer range, and there's a whole long list. Like, a lot of missiles provided towards Ukraine to use against Russia, and seems quite effective, and it's fucking them up pretty good. Even their North Korean soldiers are getting the shit blown out of them, and then they're not even equipped with proper equipment. One of the video footages I saw of a Korean soldier looked like he was probably struck by a fucking.
Oh, the guy was like bugging out. He was completely
shaking and shit.
Yeah, like completely shocked.
Explosion that hit him close by, and the shockwave fucked him up. And yeah, you see the shoes he's wearing. They're like fucking sneakers. They're not even proper military boots. Like, these North Koreans aren't even equipped properly to fight a war. They're fucked. They're just pawns ready to get slaughtered. So they're no better. They're worse than the Russian soldiers in this war. So it's very little resistance they're providing. So fuck them.
Yeah. Well, see, I feel like it's gonna take some kind of turn, you know, if old Trumpy gets in there. I might have saved something. I'll look for that.
Well, he's gonna support Russia. He's just gonna give money to Russia. And
well, he might not give money to him. I mean, something will change. Let's just put it that way. Hey, Brendan.
Yeah.
So you joined.
Hey,
he
Brendan.
can come off mute.
Wasn't there word that he was planning to actually start sending US troops to support Russia to fight against Ukraine? Did you hear anything about that?
I doubt that, because it's like there's just the whole precedent set of us helping Ukraine, and
I wouldn't put it past
NATO and all that. Like that, I mean, in theory, it could change a lot, but I don't see it all just changing with the wave of a magic wand, you know.
Oh yeah, it would take years probably if he was going to do something like that.
But
who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Something will change. That's a good.
I don't see any good coming from him.
Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you. How's it going?
Okay. Greetings.
Yeah, we're just talking a bit on the Russian-Ukraine conflict.
Oh, are we on air? Are we on air?
Oh yeah.
Ah, okay. Yes.
Yeah, so Russia's getting fucked up. Good thing that Britain's supporting
Apparently
Ukraine.
They authorized the ability to strike into the Russian territory, so that's not going to be good necessarily.
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, it is war. Yeah, there's always wars happening, unfortunately. It doesn't have to be, but there's just something going on here.
I mean, it's just the start. Like, they're planning on doing a full-scale attack. Like, they're just giving them a little taste. Wait till they start releasing all the fucking missile strikes and aircraft bombings and all that. Then they're going to get blown to fucking smithereens.
Yeah. Well, they're relying on the North Koreans, so it's pretty dismal, it sounds like, unfortunately. But yeah,
Yeah,
is
it's
Doug not here? Is Doug like?
Oh,
doing
he's
something?
just AFK, quickly applying some eye drops and getting tea.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, so there you go. But yeah, I saw those pendants also were cool that you sent me earlier.
Oh yeah, cool.
Like Slavic
What did you
pendant.
think of the first one? It had a lot of different sigils circling around the primary centered sigil.
Yeah, I thought it was cool. It had like a nice look to it.
Yeah.
But
And it
was
has a
just
swastika on it.
intense. Yeah, it has all
Alright.
of them. It has all of them.
Yeah, so I might buy that. But I gotta get more gold. I gotta get gold. I got silver. I don't want to buy more silver.
You can always buy more silver.
Oh yeah, it's just I need gold right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for what?
Spiritual purposes.
Okay. So there's okay, right? Because it is kind of easier to buy silver, but if you have a specific reason, then yeah, sure.
Yep. Once I get some gold, then I'll go back to buying more silver stuff.
Right.
But gold's so fucking expensive here. Like, I'm sure it is in the US too. Like, it's just keep going up and up.
Well,
so.
Yeah, the gold price is off the charts right now.
Yeah.
It should come down though soon if like things stabilize, but I don't know how much.
Overall, it's going to keep going up. There was a dip in the metals because they were getting up there, but then with the news about Trump, it's like generally people
calmed people down.
Right. Financially, at least it calmed people. Right. So they did go back down, but overall, I mean, it'll dip down, but overall the trend is they're always going up.
Yeah.
Until something massive changes, until something huge changes, but. Because if for no other reason, even if their actual value is relatively stable, the currency is just devaluating constantly. So the number that you see is going to go up.
Yeah, I'm getting some kind of crazy toll-free call, 1-800.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's fucking.
Knock them off. Yeah,
it's fucking funny. North Korea, they plan on deploying 100,000 troops to aid Russia, but they. What's 100,000 malnourished fucking North Koreans gonna do? That's just go out there and die. Just
Plus, it's more, it's mostly more of a technology war than throwing amount of bodies war.
They're using drones and shit. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Like so, it's like who's got the good drones, good missiles. So
Russia ain't got shit.
Yeah.
They even they're bringing back refurbished fucking Soviet Union era fucking tanks. It's so embarrassing and pathetic.
Yeah, it was a recall from Costco. So it must have been pretty bad. It must have been pretty bad if they had to call everyone that bought it.
All right.
Yeah. Apparently it was the carrots that I bought, but I already ate those, so obviously I didn't get whatever was wrong with them.
You're gonna get right.
What?
Hope you're gonna be all right.
Well, it was like months ago. They were like, "This is from September to August." And it's like
they always do that. They recall like a million pounds of a certain food because they found one sample of some bacteria, and
then they
throw out
return it if you still have it. It's like, who keeps carrots for 3 months? I mean, they're definitely bad now. I should just take an old bag, take the old bag and be like,
you
guys tried to poison me with these carrots.
Even if it's a few dollars, I'll take it. Take my money back. You got to learn from the Khazars. Take a note from them.
Oh yeah, penny pinching. But yeah, it's like, it's like, man, you have to, I mean, I get it, young children or old people, but if you if you get sick from carrots or something, that's pretty weak. But I get it, some people have issues, but that would suck to go out like that. What did you eat? And you're like,
a carrot killed me.
It was a carrot. That's sad. Well, I like pressure cook my stuff, so I don't think anything's gonna survive that. Bacteria wise.
Good cooking method.
Yeah.
Of course not.
Yeah, because it's quick and it retains a bit more of the nutrients. So it's decent.
Yeah,
And it
Asians
kills
are
it.
using it a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, Asia, India.
Yeah, people bitching that, Biden armed Ukraine with ATACMS missiles and all that, that's going to be used against Russia. I'm like, you should be praising him just from that, like giving them the missiles they need and all the armaments. Like, he done a little good, I guess, just by providing Ukraine. That's it.
Yeah, I'm more of an old school like pacifist though. I think they should just decommission all that shit. Why just be giving out weapons? Like, just defend your borders. I think that's more logical.
Yep.
Just border defense. You know?
Well, I mean, yeah, that would make sense.
That way you don't have any issues with, like giving people weapons to kill each other. Yeah, border defense should be the way to go.
Yep.
Like, you shouldn't project your power unless you have no choice, right?
Yeah. But just like Adolf Hitler, he had no fucking choice. If they just left him alone, they wouldn't have to worry about fucking him having the trains.
Well, the Russians straight up betrayed him, so there's nothing.
Yeah.
You can't really avoid stuff like that.
Okay, so I am returned. Yeah. Continue, please continue. Yes.
Yeah, it's funny how like they basically backed Germany and Japan into a corner, and then they said, "Look, they struck us first." You know, it's like the oldest trick in the book. Yeah.
Yes, disgusting. Oh, we're joined by Heather Holman. Hello, Heather. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Wonderful. I mean, you've been so helpful, and you're such a wonderful human being. Say hello to Vinny for us, and hopefully he's doing well.
Yeah, we're doing great.
Good. I just want you to know that thanks to you, pretty much I've made the rent. Of course, yes. I want everyone to know that really just to make rent, if I didn't spend a penny from this day forward till rent day, all I would need is $50 United States dollars, about $50 more than I would make rent. Of course, we want to be realistic here, so I put it at a code yellow. We're trying to raise $200, so about $150 for spending money for various things.
That's just a couple few donations. Yeah. A couple few people donate, then that'll be that.
That's right, and
it's better than worrying about it at the end of the month.
That's right. And our lovely Heather has already donated through her wonderful partner, Vinny. And they're such a lovely couple. We don't want to overtax them, so hopefully other people will join in the fund drive for tonight. And bless all of you who fiscally help us and all of you who morally support us as well. Yes, as a matter of fact, before we get into that letter that was written by that young lady to myself that I've shared with Team Dietrich, particularly Brendan Zoget, and we'll respond to her about her question concerning the cursed books. I did a status report from Heather Holman, a kind of situational update, while I enjoy my ginseng green tea. So what I'm doing to replace my Coca-Cola is the ginseng replaces the sugar, and the green tea supplies the caffeine. So it's green tea with these wild American ginseng crystals. It's kind of, and it's a crystallized form of the wild American ginseng extract. So it's an extract in crystallized form that you simply dissolve, and there we have that. Enjoying that right now, and in the interim, dear Heather, yes, status report, please, situational update. How are things going, health and otherwise?
Well, things are going good, the same as always with my health, but it's good. I can't complain. Today we just went through a bunch of stuff in the apartment and got rid of like half of a dumpster worth of junk.
Whoa.
Wow. Nice. And that's got to be exciting. Do you feel a lot lighter now?
Well, I do, but I think Vinny does even more because it was all computer stuff.
Wow. So he was quite the computer collector.
Well, he likes to build the computers, so we have just pieces and parts and wires and cords.
Oh, wow. Ooh, some of that
definitely build up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it causes a lot of mental anguish. It's just too much,
Yeah.
Yeah, it disrupts the chi. Like feng shui would say, it disrupts the chi. Like having old items in your house.
Oh,
stagnant.
Yeah, don't even get me started. When for people who just don't get it in my environment, I told everybody, oh, I'll be about 8 minutes. I'll put in some eye drops, add some other stuff to my tea. And of course, a bookshelf collapsed on my way to the kitchen, and I had to restructure that as best as I could. This all developed in a manner that I never wanted it to develop in. It comes from care provision for dying parents for over a decade, and what happens is you simply give up. This is what happens to people who become care providers. You are, of course, taking care of people, and probably the most offensive, just incredibly offensive thing. I don't understand how people can be this fucking stupid. And, I've used that word quite a bit tonight. I've, said earlier that people who were buying into the Radu Cinema stuff were fucking idiots. And brainwashed idiots at that, underneath a literal spellcast that just kept coming back like zombies for more of Peter Moon's Radu Zinamar books. And they're not even his, of course. They were translated by his wife for free, written by another person entirely. So it's like Peter didn't work for 10 fucking years. Throughout that entire run of Radu Cinamar books, he didn't translate, he didn't write, he just had a young child bride translating some other guy's works for him, and all he did was mail them in Moss and cast a binding spell on each one of them every time he mailed it out personally to keep people coming back. Disgusting.
Right. Oh. And we can assume she never got reimbursed for that, or / she had to pay him for freaking basically rent.
Well, she told me he never paid her for it, so that's a given. Yeah, that's But when it comes to the thing that would happen with me while I was taking care of my parents for over a decade was that I would call the ambulance, and I remember the stupid motherfucking ambulance, the paramedic drivers coming in, and it's always the same shit. You better clean up around here. Why don't you clean up around here? What are all these stacks of boxes? It's what they're referring to, of course, is material buildup. It's not dust or something that's filthy. It's just sheer amount of medical equipment and boxes packed up. And it's like, which part of I'm taking my parents to the hospital every day do you not fucking understand? You are the responders who are helping to take them to the hospital when I'm not taking them by my gangster friend Beaver, who I was paying at that time to be my chauffeur, essentially, being our transport. But whenever it was non-emergent, it was him. But whenever it was emergent, they were taking us often enough to the point where they knew us. How could they even say something so stupid knowing that there's not a moment's time to clean up when I'm responsible for 24-hour-a-day care for 2 separate people? And it's just the insanity of it. My landlady was the same way. I mean, her family before her, it was always the same shit. Oh, why don't you clean up? And it's like as if I didn't want to clean up, as if I had the chance or the opportunity. And of course, then once they were dead, it was too late. I mean, there's so much shit in the home now with all the packed up medical equipment that there's, the hospital bed, the oxygen machines, all the rest of that. It's just you'd have to pay somebody to take it away. And at that point, it's you're stuck. It's fuck it, I give up. And it's just, this is just a, But
would you ever clean it? Or is it kind of just you've just accepted your fate? Or
I've accepted. What would be the point? I mean, this is, again, something that my gang brother Beaver said the other day.
What if someone just was I'll clean it, or I'll pay someone to clean it? You would just be forget it. Just don't worry about it.
Well, Laura Lee Solomon had a fantasy when she first.
And for the record, I'm not offering.
Understood. Yeah. That's understood. No,
this is a hypothetical.
It would be a Heraclesian task, cleaning the stables of, the.
I guess my question is, has it gotten to a hoarder level where you would feel it would disrupt your home too much or something?
You don't understand. There's no point. It's to drive the point home, my idiot.
Let's say it was just a genie, and you just click your fingers and it's done.
There's no point. It's this is where my idiot gang brother Beaver, who knows the situation far more intimately than anybody who's listening right now, either on the call or in the listeners. He knows the situation much more, and he's still so fucking stupid. He'll say stupid things like, "Oh, if your place was was cleaned up, if you didn't live the way you do, if you didn't live the way you do, I mean, what a fucking comment from this piece of shit. He says, yeah, if you didn't live the way you do, you'd have your landlady by the balls because she's got, no plumbing, that's except in limited areas. She's got, everything goes through one pipe. And so the way that they had to drain my bathtub was through the sink. They couldn't drain the bathtub, so they had to drain it through the sink because it all goes through the same pipe. That time that they flooded the bathtub from upstairs, which has the same pipe that I have, it's a Terra, and there's no heat, and there was no fans in the kitchen for air ducts for taking the cooking heat away. All of this was completely illegal. There was no refrigerator provided. None of this when we moved in. The place is totally rented illegally. And here's this piece of shit. When I hired him at a time that I was trying, while my parents were still alive, to make the place
so it's definitely not
livable.
It's not up to code.
Yeah, it never was. And when I was trying to hire him to paint the place, he was the one who was saying, it's worthless because it's like putting lipstick on a pig. Why are you painting the back room? It's putting lipstick on a pig. So here's this individual who's been intimately involved with the dysfunction of the place's habitability. And then he'll still say something stupid like, if you didn't live the way you live. I mean, this is how fucking stupid he is. He really is, in his own right, a piece of shit, which I've always told him to his face, and he hates me as well. It's only the reason we've got so much professional history behind us that we even tolerate each other. But all such being said, he's a piece of shit. And when it comes to just people not getting it, there's no point in cleaning the place up because it's simply a storage facility. It's like, why don't you clean up your storage bin? What would you get out of it if you cleaned your storage bin? There's nothing there. There's no heat. There's no plumbing. There's no light. Everything is something you bring in yourself. You bring in, I'm using a fucking toaster oven to heat my meals on wheels. This is like, so people just don't get it. All this ever was a storage facility on Russian Hill that was illegally rented out.
Makes sense.
But all of these people, they just don't fucking get it. And all the good shit was left for the people upstairs, and they have nothing, comparatively speaking, to a normal person, a normal living facility. And so there you go with that. So that being explained, it is what it is. So I just leave it as it is and then try my best to move out. I've got to settle in with somebody else and just maintain this place as what it is, just a storage bin, because all the books are in here as well. And obviously the medical equipment isn't worth a shit, but I'm not going to pay anyone to carry it away. So there we go with that. And that's that now that I've vented that and catharted that. So with Heather Holman, I know how you feel. Glad that you guys are even able to have that option to clean that old junk out. And it's really sad. Way in the back, there's like leftover computers and shit that people were always trying to give me to get started into, the internet, get up to speed with the rest of society. And for decades, I had people giving me their used computers, and it was always like there was nothing I could do with them because there was no one to show me how to use them. And to give you an example of how bad it was while my parents were still alive, and then we got a computer that was given to us by some charity, and then the Roman Catholic Church sent some son of a bitch over who was supposed to train us how to use it, and the keyboard didn't work, so he couldn't show us how to use it. Damn. And he still got paid. He still collected his paycheck and said, oh yeah, if your keyboard did work, I could show you something, but I can't show you something right now because the keyboard doesn't work. And he still got paid. It's just outrageous. Just outrageous. It's like
it's terrible.
And then what makes it worse is, of course, then that parasite, Vinnie Barbaric, gets involved and says, wow, this is what he said to Aaron Tice, life really dealt Douglas Dietrich a shit sandwich. Yeah, he's been eating shit all his life because, life is a shit sandwich, and the more bread you have, the less shit you eat. So he told Aaron Tice, I got all the bread, and Doug's got all the shit. And that's what he told Aaron Tice. And then he says, I'll try and give Douglas a little bread. And then, of course, it was all a lie. And he told Aaron Tice that like 5 years ago. And then after that, he ran off with all the bread, of course. And, It's like, and people wonder why I basically refer to so many white people as white trash pieces of shit. So I find it interesting someone like Vinnie Barbaric would call, Brooke Gibson white trash when his behavior truly shows what the white trash is.
He's pure white trash. He's a traitor to the white race, and he should be put in a death camp.
Thank you. Yes, quite true. Quite so. Yeah, I mean, I guess to carry that sentiment to its worst extreme, there's a reason he lives on Long Island, right? I mean,
yes,
actually,
definitely.
that's an insult to all the Jews around him.
They're actually better than him.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, they actually, even though they're working as gold collar is what you'd call it. It's not white collar, that's for sure. It's gold collar. Even though they're working gold collar jobs, they're still putting more effort to try to maintain some kind of reputation than he does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so all such being vetted and cathartic.
Hopefully the Nazi bell in the Canary Islands goes off and wipes out the east coast of America.
Oh, that's too merciful. That's too merciful.
I don't know. If you see a fucking 1,000-foot tidal wave coming your way, you're going to experience a fear that you never felt before you die.
No, that's true. That's for people who are looking. For someone like him, he'd be lying in bed when it happens.
Yeah, he's slapping brain laying on the ground drooling. I'm drowning.
By the way, what was it somebody else said there? I think it was Aristides said something. Well, I didn't quite catch it. Aristides, yes. By the way, Victoria says...
talking about, this needs to be a big tidal wave, over the East Coast. I'm like, yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry about that.
That's pretty funny, Aristides. But are you near the coast? You're not near the coast, are you?
I'm fairly near. I mean, it's
near enough.
Depends on how bad it would be.
Right. True enough. Well, it's supposed to be pretty bad if it were to happen.
Oh,
yeah, it's supposed to be pretty bad. So yeah, it would reach inland pretty far, a lot farther than a lot of people think. By the way, shout out to Tad Ricketts, and then he says, "Hope your electric blanket is fully functioning." DDD. Thank you. Let's not jinx it. I noticed you asked me that last time, Tad Ricketts. You know what, Tad? If you could send me a Brookstone queen or king electric blanket. And that way, once this dies, I'll have that as a backup because it's getting really fucking cold. It is so cold. I probably should get another electric blanket anyway, just to have two on me. They always say, never pile up to your electric blankets. Don't ever do that. But, fuck them. They have these like bed warmers that are like go under the blanket. I mean, that's like you're between two electric blankets. So if you got one of the bed warmers on and you got an electric blanket on top of that, which I've done in the past, then
that's what we used to do. It's just you just put one on the bed and then put the other one on top like a sandwich.
Yeah, then you're basically turning yourself in. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, like you said, how much more dangerous could it be? I mean, it's just kind of.
Thank you. It's just bullshit where they're trying to refrain. They're trying to prevent any possible lawsuits, but
exactly.
Yeah,
they have to put those disclaimers.
Yeah, but honestly,
just like when you were gone, I got a call from Costco. Did you hear
tell
that?
us.
I don't think you were on.
No.
They were like, do not eat the carrots you bought between September and August. And I'm like, what? Well, first of all, I already ate them.
Yeah, thanks.
Second of all, like, why are you guys calling us this late? So like, this is ridiculous.
Covering their ass.
They were like, and if you have any issues, it was like, don't call us. They like gave the name of the farm. They were like, call them.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Talk about deflection. Covering your. It's all CYA. Yeah, CYA and deflection. And yes, it's honestly so I of course would take electric blankets and gladly turn myself into a burrito. And if anyone else doesn't want to do that, more power to you. Let's see, we got an incoming notification here, and all right, so Aaron Tice, I think I can read this out loud. doesn't seem very private. Thank you, Aaron. Hope everything's all well with you, and take care of yourself. And he says, hope it's a great transmission. I am getting to sleep early as the late nights limit my productivity during these busy days. Hope you are well, my friend. Okay, so hopefully he joins us in the near future, and obviously he has a lot of responsibilities, and he did the best he could at a pivotal time, and hopefully, he rejoins us more. But the days are getting dark early, so I can see that he's psychologically affected. As the days get darker early, then people tend to turn in earlier, especially people who get up early. So I don't envy them. At the same time, we've got, foghorns going on over here in San Francisco, and of course the fog and everything else. It's just a wet, damp, miserable fucking place to be. And yet all the homeless.
Foghorns?
What's that, honey?
What are foghorns?
Oh, well, foghorns.
So the ships know where the shore is, yeah.
So, also so they don't crash into each other. Yeah, believe it or not, ships blow foghorns so that they don't bump into each other in the dark, and theoretically there should be something blowing foghorns from the coast. But I guess lighthouses are supposed to kind of serve that function. These days they all have GPS, but you still hear the foghorns, and searchlights are still operating. So, it's the GPS.
I think it's a regulation. It's like they have to do it.
Thank you. It is. And there's good reason.
So is it like a siren, or does it go, ah?
No, it's like you've never heard of that sound? It's a very quintessential, like, wah.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
It's a very low, mournful sound. It's very Alicia.
The nautical people used to be really into it. Like, it would be like, like, very nostalgic for them, people that were sailors and stuff.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I still have a copy, probably a single copy, and there's probably very few around of any other copies of the Foghorn, which was the Presidio's little news magazine of the Presidio military base. I have the one that has my father's photograph in it, and so being treated at Letterman Army Medical Center. So there we have that, by the way.
Wow,
just
that's
again,
interesting.
just again to kind of like bring up the enemy, which is inescapable. The
it
enemy
almost makes SF sound charming. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you take a look at illustrations and photographs. San Francisco is photogenic. Yeah, it's very.
It always has been. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons, as I've explained, is the hills. It's a city built on hills. And so it's visually interesting as opposed to your average city, which is built on a flat plain and in linear, shall we say, because most cities are on a linear graph line as they develop, their appearance is less interesting. They can look good at night with all of the night lights, but generally speaking, in the daytime, they're not that photogenic. Especially the closer you get and the closer you get into the landscape of your average city. San Francisco, because it was built on hills and could not, they tried to assert a grid pattern over the hills, but it didn't really work. So on the hills it would break up and you'd have very curving roads, which San Francisco is infamous for. And yet it's still, how would I say it, because of that, very, very visually interesting, but it's generally speaking, unless you're wealthy, you wouldn't want to live there. It's just too cold. It's too damp. So unless you've got heat on all the time and you've got a climate controlled environment in a wealthy apartment or home, it's the place is generally just sadly not livable. I'll grab a few photographs in a moment to give an example to those of us who are on the call. Again, I'll try and find time with Aristides and play around with how we enable our listeners to be able to see photographs like this. But while I'm searching for that, everyone, please continue. You were speaking about, just before I came on, something of note. As a matter of fact, I did notice one thing. While I was, I withdrew from the call. I had called both Nemo and Aristides and Brendan earlier before the call. I told them I would withdraw because I had so much to do before the show. And while I was processing through all that, I was spending some time communicating with V about the incoming packages of vitamins and whether they're coming today or not. And and I noticed that the call went on for quite some time with all three of them. So you guys must have been talking about something important. Anything you'd care to share with our listeners, or was it just all like private affairs?
Oh, just stuff me and Brendan are just interested in talking about. We're talking about like Nardwuar. He we're speculating if he's Nardwuar, the quote unquote human Serviette, the Canadian dude who does interviews to mostly musicians and celebrities. He has his own bullshit channel. It's just he does all these interviews with them, and he pulls out the most like personal details that no one's supposed to know, like that are secretive too to these people, and they're gobsmacked and shocked and sometimes threaten him and attack him when he approaches them with these details, and speculating if he's getting assistance from entities that he's conjuring, or if he has powerful Edomite masters who are giving him these informations from the entities that using to get all the information from these people.
Right. Yeah. Well, so what did you feel about that, Brendan? Did you conclude to something?
Well, that's what he was telling me, and I was agreeing with him. It's either that, like he's getting assistance from unseen forces, or he's just connected with higher people who are doing that and relaying that info to him for his stupid interviews.
Why does anyone take an interview with him then?
Oh, because they get, it's like getting a plug, getting notoriety and stuff, getting known.
Good God.
You know, like going on the Howard Stern show in a way, or some bullshit like that, you know, just getting recognition, doing an interview. He's real popular. So if you do an interview, you're going to get notoriety, but you're going to have to put up with the bullshit he says, just like Howard Stern when he asks you all those stupid questions you have to go through just to plug yourself.
Well, Howard Stern's questions are just juvenile or even infantile.
Yeah.
It's
How old were you when you first masturbated and had sex? How old were you when you started growing pubes? He's just so fascinated with that shit.
That's disgusting.
He's fucked.
It is so disgusting.
And whenever he has a female porn star on, he's always going, "Oh, were you molested when you were a kid? How old were you when you were molested?"
Oh, well, of course he would, wouldn't he? That's like
he's a piece of shit.
That's awful.
Let's not dwell on that.
Oh my God! But this other guy, I never even heard of this son of a bitch.
Yeah, look him up in your free time. You'll actually have a laugh. They're entertaining, but yeah.
What was his name again?
Yeah, I was actually buying ginseng myself. I was inspired, so I'm here. I'm back now.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Nardwuar.
Yeah,
not to plug him.
Not Nardwuar. Ooh. Yeah. What kind of ginseng did you get? Oh, but you could talk about both.
I opted for the American ginseng.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it's easier if I have too much heat right now.
Yeah.
Like my pitta is high, so it helps with. It's more cooling than Panax ginseng, Asian ginseng. So.
Excellent. Yeah. Excellent. And so Nardwuar, Nemo was explaining this whole thing to me earlier, and I was saying, "Oh, what did Brendan say about it?" And he said, "Were you the one that brought it up, apparently, and you were telling Nemo about it, or Nemo already knew this?"
Yeah, I was asking Nemo. I was like, "Do you think this dude he's using entities or something?" But Nemo brought up a point that like it's probably just the higher ups that he works for, just telling him these details like through psychics or something. But he's like, he goes and interviews all these people with impunity, mind you. He can get into like any interview with anybody, mostly musical acts. But and then he brings up these like super discreet things about their past where they were like, you know, some of them even literally said there's no way you could know that because it was only me and my two other friends. And it was like one neighborhood in like some remote place in America. You know, it's like super obscure stuff that you would have to be there to know that. There's no other way other than magic or entities. So.
Wow.
Yeah, so that,
and he's Khazarian, Canadian Khazarian.
Of course.
Wow, that's incredible, and wow, and so like Nemo said, maybe I'll check into it for morbid entertainment, but I doubt I'll do it anytime soon. So just responding to our lovely Victoria here, and a shout out to Tad Ricketts. And again, he brought up the electric blanket issue. So yes, anybody willing to send myself a Brookstone electric blanket, king or queen size, go ahead. In the meantime, and in return, my dearest Victoria, and make certain I spell that so we get that there. As aside from that, let's see if I can give her the correct hand signal. And oh my God, they actually got the Spock's hand signal in there. The live long and prosper. I suppose is the correct name for that little hand symbol among the emojis, but such being said, I don't find the hand heart symbol here, and I guess that's okay. I'll just give her something else. And okay, so that being said, here's going on a screen share and hopefully providing somewhat of a example to Heather Holman in particular. And let's open up the files. So Heather Holman, can you see the screen? I'm doing a screen share?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is an
barely.
example of what we have in San Francisco that would be hard to find anywhere else. And it's a seaside home in San Francisco. And this has been empty for at least 30, 40 years. This home with this staircase. And this goes down.
It's dangerous.
It looks it, but it's not. It's only dangerous because of the dilapidation. But it's surrounded it's surrounded by people who actually live in their homes. These two homes are actually occupied around it, but the center home is unoccupied and has been unoccupied because nobody could afford to buy it. So it has been purchased by a law firm, and the law firm is going to destroy the staircase, which I think is absolutely a crime. And they're simply going to maintain it without anybody having, any of the clients or themselves having access down to the seaside. But this home has this staircase because they own privately a bit of the coastline. They have their own private beach. So their private beach is small, but it's a private beach. And they had their own little garden right here. This little triangle was their little garden, which shows you how viciously valuable fertile or arable land is in a city like San Francisco. But we'll go on to see if we can find a few more pictures of this home as I keep searching down, and obviously it's going to probably click through a number of examples of porn before I find the next available. Okay, there goes some of the Blood Boys. I'll for security reasons on their part and some of their privacy reasons, I'm going to turn off this screen share until I get down to further photographs of the home in question that is now being turned into a law office. But it gives you an idea of what San Francisco is like and what living in San Francisco can be like if you're wealthy. If you don't maintain the home, it will quickly dilapidate because of the salt air. And the salt air becomes very, it disintegrates computers. You replace your computers a lot. If you have the window open and you have a computer by the window and you live by the seaside, like that house would be an example of that, then what happens is that your computers will be replaced every year or every few years. It'll just eat through all of the wiring, all the sand that will get in there and corrode from the beach, all of the salt air. And so it's in general a high entropy area. Everything disintegrates here, so it becomes it's not a nice place to live unless you have money. And so I'm just barely hanging on by the fingernails here. And the only good thing about it is the convenience of everything. You don't have to drive everywhere. You basically take a cab, and half the time there's no garages. The garages you rent for as much as an apartment in San Francisco. If you're renting a garage in San Francisco, it's as much as an apartment. It's just awful. So
why would you rent a garage? Because you were adjacent to your apartment, or?
Yes, yeah. You need a garage adjacent to your home or within walking distance of your home, and garages are something from $1,500 to $3,000 a month for a garage. So
My word.
So people would be. I have no doubt that there are people who are living in their garages. I mean, good example of the kind of sentimentality about San Francisco. Here's a holiday painting of San Francisco, And you can see by this holiday painting of San Francisco, you would buy this painting, you would want to move into San Francisco and never leave. But look at the cost of living in one of these buildings. This is an actual scene in San Francisco. This is Alcatraz Island. So right out here is Alcatraz Island, and
It's a good view.
This is and this scene, by the way, is in walking distance from my home, and I mean like on the corner.
Right.
This is on the corner.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is like right there. I drove by.
Yeah. So my man Brendan can verify, can vouch for me. This is on the corner of my fucking home. I just walk up to the corner, look down the hill, or just walk up a little bit and then look down the hill. It's there. It's there.
Well, you have like that area is very famous. Like there's like Lombard Street, and then on the other side like Van Ness and stuff. Yeah, it's very nice.
Yes, with the cable cars going up and down, and and that, by the way, is the ship Balclutha. I'm going to take the cursor and point to it. That's the ship Balclutha. Yeah. I swam out and touched the hull of that ship and swam back. And that shows you what good shape I was once in. I almost died on the way back. Just didn't think I would make it back, swimming on the way back. It was just, but yeah, I swam all the way out to that ship and back. I would never do that again. Could never do that again. And the water is just so fucking cold. And in those days, I would feel just blood warm pools of something in the water, probably open raw sewage that was being pumped into the bay that I swam through, but the rest of it was as cold as the fucking Arctic. It's like you have to have like a thermal helmet.
That's concerning, the freaking warm.
The warm spots. Beyond which, there were men who were once out in the bay who swore that a giant centipedal-like creature rose out of the water. They were not lying. Those are called CONRIT. CON_RIT. You can look that up. CONRIT. They're from Vietnam. They're Vietnamese giant aquatic centipedes that are bigger than people. They're as big as like 6 people. You're talking about sea serpent-sized centipedes that are, longer than 6 to 8 people, and they basically cling onto the bottom hulls of ships. So they're brought into the bay of San Francisco from Vietnam, and they're loose out there in the bay. They capsized a boat of 2 fishermen once, who swore they were overturned by a giant centipede. That might have been that blood warm shit. I don't think so, but you can imagine something like that.
No, they were just dumping, like you said,
raw sewage,
random shit in there.
Oh my God. I mean, but anybody who looked
it was funny when I was there with Michael. We were right at that area where the Balclutha was. Right? Yeah. And we had to use the bathroom, so they set up porta potties there to make it look better because it was they kicked out all the homeless. Yeah. So we stopped over there in this free parking spot we found by some miracle, and then we walked down there, and then we were making fun of all the tourists. We were like, these kids are 3 years old and they're letting them swim in there. We were like, oh my God, that's fucking disgusting.
That's outrageous.
It's like we were questioning. We were like, should we tell them that you probably shouldn't be swimming in there or what?
Thank you.
It's not a good idea.
No, it's terrifying. I don't know how.
Because it was all brackish. It was like during certain tides, it's all brown and shit. It's why are they letting their kids swim in there? What the fuck?
It's cold. It's dirty. It's and people fish out of that. You see people fish out of there.
In the early morning, there's tons of freaking fishermen.
Even along the beaches, and there's it's like, who would eat anything that came out of there is beyond me.
Better cook that shit or you're getting parasites.
Oh my God, I would think so. Yes, I'd be scared to death, but it is what it is. It's amazing what human beings can digest. It's very frightening. But the San Francisco Bay, like I said, if you saw that one scene, you'd say, wow, I'd live there. I'd never leave. But it's only walking distance up from where I am, and I live in hell. It's like people just don't get it unless you've got that window view. You're not. There's nothing to enjoy in San Francisco. You're stuck in hell on earth, and you're just wishing you were someplace else. most of the time. But yeah, if I had money and were living in an apartment, yeah, life would be grand. So also, in terms of what else comes to your mind about the trip you had with your friend, and it's like I said, nowadays we've got the threat of these automated Waymo cars, and they test them here. They test run them here because it's hills. They want to see if they can run up and down the hills of San Francisco without killing people. Then they feel that they could be used anywhere. But the problem is. Right. Yeah, they're trying to kill some people.
If anyone from Waymo is listening, it's not working.
Yeah, thank you. It doesn't work. Tell them, for God's sake. It's.
It tried to honk at me. It tried to fucking honk at me.
No, it was trying to get you to.
While turning.
Yeah, it was trying to get you to drive into traffic.
Turning left.
Yeah.
Yes, and then it honked at me on a red light, and almost like if I was like not paying attention, like 90% of drivers, I would have just darted out into oncoming traffic, like people going 50 and 60 on First Street, like right off the freeway right there. So it was like, and then it followed us like super close, tailgating us for like miles, like a couple miles, and I had to shake it because it just kept honking and doing weird, bizarre stuff. And it's like, it was obviously glitching out or was sent out.
No, I think it was programmed to try and kill you.
Yeah. Yeah. And it had to do it in such a way where it was like plausibly deniable. So it was like waiting for us to be at a red light and just honking, like expecting us. The intent would be to like I would just dart into traffic and it would just drive away, like robot assassins and shit.
Yeah, yes, that's right.
And then when the insurance company asks you like, oh, why did you dart into traffic? You'd be like, it was a Waymo, I swear. And then they would just wipe the evidence,
Yeah, they would. They would on behalf of that. Who's running the Waymo? Is it Tesla?
No, people kept saying it was Tesla. I don't think it is. I think Tesla has their own stuff going.
That's what I thought.
Because they work in different ways. Like the Waymo is like it does tactile, where it has like a laser array on it, and it interacts directly. The Teslas, they have a little bit of that, but it's through cameras, and the rest of it is all based on their data collection. So they're like Teslas are basically running on GPS tracks. That's how they're able to navigate. And then the inputs just come in from the cameras. But the Waymo has to drive like a person, where it sees stuff in front of it and it can react like that. So it's like a slightly different system. But for it to work properly, it would have to be like a combination of the two systems. So I don't know what that has to do with anything,
Yeah. Well,
I think that the Teslas, they have Teslas now you could buy, and then when you're not driving them, they go out and give rides. So it's like you're sending your car to work.
Yeah, robo-taxi.
Huh?
No, but I think what Heather is suggesting is that it's like an Airbnb. It's kind of like you can own the Tesla and then have it make income for you when you're not using it by going out to pick up other people.
That's the program. The program is called Robotaxi. That's Tesla's name for
it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you sign a deal with them, and then the car works for you while you're gone. You don't have to pay for it or something.
But doesn't Tesla demand a cut?
Oh yeah, no doubt, of course.
So
that's no doubt. Yeah.
But you also get some cut out of this, so people would be paying to use.
It's like, so you would get a discount on your insurance, and like you'd only pay as much. It's like a rental agreement. Okay. It's like you use it to get to work, and then it works for Tesla while you're at work, and then you get to use it after that. So you just pay for the time you use it for.
Oh God.
It's like,
oh.
But then you're
pay
not,
to play. Yeah.
So you're not buying the car, right?
No, I don't think that's how it works. But they haven't released it yet. It's just a pilot program. I don't think it's.
Okay.
Let's see. I can find their stuff.
Weird shit, and but I'm glad that you brought that up, Heather. Thank you. Something else for us to be aware of, and so Nemo has brought up a speculative report suggests that Ayatollah Khamenei may now be seriously ill and has slipped into a coma in Iran. And that might help.
Thank God. Took
Dude, he always was in a coma. He was in a walking coma.
Right.
It's
like they live forever, these fuckers. Like, how long have they lived?
Yeah.
Well, you know what they said? It's like my late and sainted legal sire used to say, only the good die young.
Those fuckers are clinging on.
Yeah, it's
and Biden and Trump, like they're like clinging on like forever. And like Queen, what's her name? Queen Elizabeth. She's like, they all lingered.
Yeah. Yeah, well, what was it? I think it was, yes, Biden. He just finally gave the go-ahead for the Ukrainians to use long-distance artillery and missiles to deep strike into Russia, thank God.
I was just talking about that when you were AFK, but yeah, go and tell us what you know, all the stuff.
Oh, well, all I know is
good
that...
news.
It is good news. Of course, it's too little too late. He's just doing that to fuck over Trump so that the Ukrainians can get some strikes in and... draw some blood before Trump shows up and fucks up everybody, by saying, now we must make a peace deal. We must make a peace deal and shit. And that'll fuck up the Ukrainians 8 ways to Sunday. Yep. So.
And England and France is providing long-range missiles for Ukraine too, which is good.
Yes. So hopefully they start using them and take out fucking Moscow.
Yeah. Just fucking blast them in oblivion.
Yes, please, by all fucking means, before, Trump steps into power and tries to make peace desperately. Because that's going to be his trip. Let's make peace. I'm the peacemaker. And he's just going to try and give everything he can to the Russians. He's disgusting. Our entire world is going to collapse. I mean,
so I'm going to be AFK for a little bit as well.
I'll
return shortly.
Okay, well, let us know as soon as you're back. And so there's.
I shall.
Excellent.
I just have to get some food.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
I won't be a crisp crinkle. I'll try not to do. No more eating on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Of course, it never bothered me as much as it did We Know who made a big deal out of everything. It was hearing things that weren't even happening. Yeah, Vinnie Barbrick would hear things that never even fucking happened. So I'm still looking for some other photographs of that particular home in San Francisco, but I'll probably give up in a minute because I'm just too distracted by all the porn.
Yeah, that was the most offensive part, was the imaginary crinkles he would hear. And when I would actually try to be quiet or something.
Well, when you actually weren't doing anything. And I remember that one time that fucker said, "It sounds like you're chewing peanuts, Douglas." I said, "I'm not doing anything." It was like, he is so disgusting.
All in his head.
He used to get so mad whenever we put something in the text box.
Yes.
It would beep.
Yes. Yes. Sounds in the text box. Boom, the notification noise. Yeah, he'd scream about that. Don't send any notifications.
Because he doesn't know how to turn off the notification sound.
Well, beyond that, he just kept keyboarding himself whenever anybody else was talking, and doing it very loudly, very rudely, and just the rules applied only to him as far as he was so disgusting. There's no limits to the kind. He made me so sick. But at any rate, so that nightmare is over. And all right, let's see.
His nightmare just begun.
Yes, yeah, true. He is in hell. That is true. He's like he's definitely impacted. Tad Ricketts says, "I got my TTD belly laugh fixed. Thanks, Douglas." I guess that was due to my... Yeah, that's probably the part where I said you could always send an electric blanket since you're asking about them. And then he got his belly laugh. Yeah. Oh, well. Yeah, you try. So, all right. So, trying to get the same high or jolt out of this tea that I do out of the Coke. And, of course, it's not the same because it's not chemical. It doesn't have the chemical kind of bite. But, yeah, it does what it does.
It's better for your health if you don't drink it anymore.
Yeah, of course. And so, all such being said, a little tour de force of what we're in for, because I spoke of this with Brooke the other day. And when Brooke was asking me about what's going to happen now, as I said, this is the situation where we're at. We're at a situation where First off, when you remember what Clinton said, William Jefferson Clinton was infamous for a pithy comment, "It's the economy, stupid." I can't get his accent. I could never do it right. The person who actually did it perfectly and had it down was, of all people, Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity had William Jefferson Clinton's accent down, his mannerisms down. He could never have been a Clinton double, of course, because he didn't have any, he didn't look like him at all. There were Clinton doubles who did their best and succeeded fairly well and portrayed Clinton in a humorous manner. But Clinton, he basically said, "It's the economy, stupid." And that's become a cliche. But if that's the cliche that got Trump elected, because you hear that a lot, there's a lot of people saying that he won all 7 of the battleground states, he won the majority. All of this is apparently true. And I say apparently, of course, because if it happened with a Democrat, the Republicans would be screaming at the top of their lungs that none of it is true, that the system is fixed. Yet you notice that when the Republicans win, the Democrats demurely defer and say absolutely nothing. So they're obviously a politically broken party. They are truly politically broken, and as I said, are in for a radical change, or they won't survive as a party. But such being said, if it's the economy, the inflation, prices of food, etc., why people voted Trump in, it goes to show you how stupid people truly are, how self-destructive they truly are. And how nobody sees this is beyond me. When you have somebody who has promised to revoke the 14th Amendment, he has promised to mass deportation, he has promised to end immigration, he has basically promised to make abortion legal nationwide. All through, if not through his own mouth, then through his team, which has spoken on his behalf, and it is quite unlikely he is going to diverge from Plan 2025, or Agenda 2025 as they call it, their plan for overturning all of the United States as we know it. All of this is going to economically destroy the United States. And within 4 years, the United States is going to be at the level of Venezuela. We're going to have nothing left. Now, for instance, when we speak of this with Aristides is very skeptical about the constitutional amendment, the 14th Amendment, being overturned because it's constitutional. And Aristides is thinking in terms of basically acts of Congress that would require a majority, etc. None of that applies anymore. The legal abortion, safe and legal abortion for women as a national inalienable right, an inalienable right that their bodies were their own. This was something that was national, and it was a constitutional amendment. And they took that away overnight. They took that away within less than a second with the stroke of a pen, because Trump rules the judiciary. The judiciary is what rules the United States. So whatever is going on with the president, whatever's going on with Congress, all power lies with the Supreme Court justices. That is why it was so dangerous that they have no term limits and that someone could politically pack the courts. Now, nobody complained during World War II when Franklin Delano Roosevelt packed the courts. They complained before World War II. Now, what happened when he packed the courts? If anyone doesn't remember, these are the kind of lessons I have to teach my blood boys when I go through school lessons. If anyone doesn't remember, which of course the blood boys would immediately, because I indoctrinate them very thoroughly in remembering such facts, but your average American knows none of this. The Supreme Court justices enacted the executive order to in turn not only every single person of Japanese racial descent, but literally hundreds of thousands of Germans and Italians and other ethnicities that were deemed to be Axis enemy alien nations or nationalities in America were interned as well, and deprived of all of their rights, declared to be enemy aliens, and their children were sold out of Crystal City, Texas. Many of their children were trafficked. This is a fact. You can look it up. So the United States became a human child trafficking machine in World War II. Families were interned, they were separated. This was the precursor to families being separated at the border based on Executive Order 9066. So when the Japanese sued after World War II, the Supreme Court declared that what they did was constitutional, which then made it a precedent that your rights don't matter. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're at. You see, the Japanese were the test case, but many Germans and Italians and other nationalities were interned as well as Japanese, which Americans have no knowledge of. So remember that you could be white and it could apply to you back in World War II. And at this point in history, it means that no matter what your nationality is, it can apply to you as well, because the Supreme Court declared it constitutional that you can be interned anytime a president says, intern this group. That is now the law. How none of you understand that is beyond me. So when Trump packed the courts, and we now have an overwhelming majority of reactionary judges, there's only 2 judges in the minority. 3 at the most, one being a swing judge. But the rest, of course, are reactionary. And he's going to replace those remaining 3 with reactionary judges. So we'll be stuck with the reactionary court for generations. No term limits. Trump will give the order, revoke the 14th Amendment, just like they gave the order, revoke Roe versus Wade. And the Supreme Court, just like last time, will do it. So the 14th Amendment disappears this administration, if Trump keeps his promise. I see no reason why he would not, because his trip is that, well, rather his constituency's trip is anchor babies. That people who are born on the soil of the United States are instantly United States citizens. And therefore, you have anchor babies that are born, and then they bring the rest of their family over. That's the national myth. So as a result, his constituency wants to withdraw the 14th Amendment. He wants to withdraw the 14th Amendment personally because that's one of the factors which could have him arrested for his crimes because of its anti-sedition rules. Because he committed sedition with January 6th. So when he revokes the 14th Amendment, he will no longer be able to be prosecuted for January 6th. And therefore, we are entering a new age where if they revoke the 14th Amendment, which for those of you who don't remember, the 14th Amendment was installed by radicalized Republicans back during the Civil War period, where the Republicans felt, well, now that we've won the Civil War, let's make certain we stay in power forever by giving blacks the right to vote. And of course, blacks couldn't vote because they were not U.S. citizens. So the Republicans said, well, if we give the colored peoples the right to vote, we'll be in power forever. So they gave all the blacks the right to vote by saying, well, 14th Amendment is amended to the Constitution now, and you are all naturalized American citizens by dint of your being born on American soil. And the blacks did vote. The first thing that happened was the blacks voted in black governors, black mayors, black superintendents. The blacks conquered the South overnight. They voted themselves into power. So the whites were, of course, at this point on the verge of extinction, marginalized to the point where their culture and their, well, they would simply die out. So the Klan struck back, started hanging blacks, lynching blacks, burning down their homes, starting a wave of terror that ultimately defeated the U.S. government. And the U.S. government, because of that, decided the Great Compromise. Within less than a decade, they basically said, within maybe about 5 years after the Civil War, they said, we're moving out. No Reconstruction. It's the end of Reconstruction. The South is yours. They turned it over to the Klan, which was, of course, the party of the Democrats, was the Dixiecrats, the KKK, and then the whites reestablished themselves in power. And pretty much stayed in power until the Civil Rights era. And whatever anyone could say about the South losing the Civil War, they may have lost the war, but they most certainly won the peace. So, Brooke, don't text. Jump on the call. She says, are you doing this for Lola? You should add in the creation of prison system for her to get on board. So, dear Brooke, just jump on the fucking call. You don't need to sit there and text. Then you force me to do double work by... She says, also, can you add Brooke Gibson is amazing? Is she on the call, Aristides? Is she on the call? Call her again.
Sure.
If you would be so kind, call her again. Oh. After all, she claims she's being paid.
Right. Well, then she admitted it. She admitted it was a joke.
Is he talking about his salary and the fact that he thought I got paid?
Yeah.
Did he mention that yet?
Yes, he did.
Yeah,
tell me.
that's right.
I had him sold. He was sold. I was a hook, line, and sinker. I went on for a while with it, to the point of just like, you're not?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't get paid? Like, what? Like, it was my best acting for a while. And even Aristides with his, the only thing I need to say on this is, I shouldn't have ever done drugs like meth, amphetamines, because I don't need a upper. You know who does need an upper? Aristides.
Should I message my address? Or
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think you've helped me before. I think I may need to help you out. Like, I think.
Right.
Don't encourage him. He'll start forming his own clan. You give him that much energy.
I would take it. I would take it all day, every day over the fact that if he was getting paid, I would be 100% on board of, like, he was like, hey, yeah, well, I'm going to be going to bed. I did check on you. And then our conversation was great, except for at any point he ever acted energized about anything. Even when I did, my point is, Eric, you're funny because, like, even when I did fool you and you admit it, the highest voice you could get was, okay, yeah, you did. Okay, yeah, you did. Like, it is not a tone. There's never like a jump of excitement in his voice. And I think that's great for somebody like me who can, has way too much. But you're just, it's the opposite. And then I'm like, I was just annoying him. At the end, he was on and on. He's like, I'm going to hang up. And you guys know how I talk, and I tell stories too long. Eric, I don't know if you realize this, but at the very end, I was purposely just keeping you on the phone to see how long you would allow me to keep you on the phone. Like,
thanks. When I also just said getting tired.
After work.
I took my melatonin. I took my melatonin already.
Yeah, he told me that. He's already took my melatonin. I'm getting tired. At that point, I was like, oh yeah, I should probably let him go. And I'm like, let's see how far we can push this. Because I was like, maybe it'll make him mad. I wanted to see you mad. I just wanted you to be like, or I gotta hang up, or I'm gonna pretend like the call dropped. Like, I totally was pushing you to the point that I was like, okay, like, obviously he's not gonna do anything. He's just gonna keep talking. But yeah, that's when I kept going on and on, if you didn't notice.
Yeah, well, you must have been your best acting that you've ever had, because for someone who gets paid, you never show up. So if you convinced him you were getting paid
that's
for
what
never...
He was more mad about it. He knew because he said, you hadn't even been on the show a lot. That's what he knew was me. Because he said, but you weren't even on the show a lot. And I'm like, oh, I know. Well, no. I said, that's right. Like, I wasn't paid for a while, actually, after I said, but that was what I felt bad about, because they said those first few months when you should have, Aristides, I still got the check. And then like he and I wasn't even coming, and I felt bad, like I kind of owed him because like he was paying me and I wasn't even showing up. So like he like, trust me, when I want to sell something, I can sell it. So I'm telling you, if hook, line, and sinker, if you ever somebody believed I could get paid for this show, which but yeah, he is intelligent, and he does that intelligence, and he was not trying to buy it. Like, I still don't think probably, but there was enough. Anybody else would have bought it like 10 times over. I put a little
like who? Like Douglas going to be paying himself out of his pocket?
Well, that's what I said. I said because he would say, "Well, you mean because Douglas gets money donated?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, that's the line we sell. Like everything we sell. Okay, yeah, well, that's the line we sell on the air, right? Like that's what we sell. But yeah, of course. Like meaning like pretending like you're the guy driving the Maserati is what I was pretending without saying it. But like, yeah, we sell on the air. He needs money. You know, like yeah." That's right. I mean, but you're getting paid, right? I mean, you're really not getting paid, dude. There's no way you're not getting paid. Like, aren't you doing a lot of stuff for him? And he was just like, "What do you mean?" Like, he was buying it. He was getting free. I could feel there's, even though he doesn't show red, his version of red is still monotone. He was getting red.
Well, he might get red if he sees what you wrote in the chat room. She put a big heart, and then our dear Brooke said, "Don't pay Aristides full salary this week. He didn't earn it."
That's what I told him when he first went to hang up. Before I continued to go on and on, I said, "Oh, you're going to hang up your melatonin." I said, "Well, that's fine, but what good are you?" I said, "Because Douglas told you to take care of me, and I'm not ready. I'm not done talking." And then he said, "Well, I don't get paid." I don't know if he said I'm not get paid or whatever. But
he said to check in, not to humor your every fancy. All right?
Well, that's your version of it. I mean, I don't know. Like,
well. All I know
is what you need to do is take the rest of his salary and give it to Brendan, because Brendan was much more enjoyable after that. Brendan let me end the call. Like I had to end the call, and the call died 3 times, and Brendan could have not answered, and he did. Like he answered. I'm telling you right now, that Aristides was praying the goddamn call would drop, and it didn't. But it wasn't. You didn't hang up on me. Aristides, like that would have taken some action on your part. You didn't take the action to hang up on me. Yet, however, you did not want to be talking, and I knew that. So I love Aristides. I mean, like, no kid, Aristides, you do have very monotone. Like it is very the opposite of me. So he's the person you want to have the nuclear warhead button. Like I don't know if you want him or not. Like he's the one that, I don't know if you guys know this, right? I just watched this. Do you know that our president of the United States, I guess you know this, which will be Donald Trump again, has the arm to literally citizen to a nuclear war, which basically can end the world in like, I don't know, a few minutes. And, like within a few minutes, the 60% of the population will be dead. Because if they, but the point of that is, I was like, why? Because he doesn't have to get any approval. And now you've got somebody that literally wants a Diet Coke button to like has a nuclear head button with no approval, just can get mad. Like I don't give myself a gun. Okay. Like that is like giving me the nuclear button, but worse. Like he's worse. He's worse. Like I'm just mad. Fuck that. Did he say not to grab him by the pussy? Push that button. Send that. Like that's the person we've given power to destroy the whole world, and he doesn't even have to ask. There's no like you could literally. He can call the people that actually have to send it. When he calls them and they're like, "No, why are you doing that?" He said I couldn't have Diet Coke. Fuck it. I said send it now. Those guys have to legally send a nuclear arm for like that's it, and it doesn't matter why. He has no to ask for answer. Now the reason for that is why because a nuclear warhead, as you know, like probably like intercontinental ballistic missiles, how they like can basically reach here, like they could reach our continent within 30 minutes. So there's not a lot of time. So there's a reason they gave the president, because there's not a lot of time to be like, hey, I think maybe continent.
Well, I mean, I all of this is for a great comedy routine, but it's really something that, by the way, what Brooke Gibson says is true. Everything she says is the way it is supposed to work. Obviously, it's the most dysfunctional system you can imagine. But such being said, just to allay any fears, granted that unlike the last administration, this time Trump's Republican Party controls the House, the Senate, and the judiciary, as well as the executive. So he no longer has any adult supervision. He is entirely unrestrained. So there is that factor. That factor being articulated, the fact remains that the nuclear weapons, especially on the side of the enemy, simply do not work. The nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I was just saying I thought it was funny when she said that, like that. If you think about it, could you give it? It's almost like giving a nuclear warhead. To a toddler.
Oh yeah, like, no, I agree. Yeah.
So, but we've asked for this, and so I'm not. Yeah, but I think the Americans or people in general, whether they realize it or not, even the ones that we don't want Trump, we've asked for what's going to happen, and I want people to remember that. And I want the thing is we've asked for what is going to happen, and you're like, I would never ask for Trump, and I would never ask for that. And I would say, in general, your soul has asked for what's going to happen because we're in a broken system. And what I mean is sometimes, like I said, sometimes it gets worse before it gets better. Donald Trump is the worst. And I mean worse, and not he's the worst person in the world. I'm not going to go there. It's not my. What I mean is he is the only thing that can probably take it to the point of people are going to lose rights that they have probably. I mean, we don't really know what's going to happen.
No, well, not probably, honey, definitely, but go on.
Yeah, things are going to happen that are going to shock people that they didn't think were possible. Like that's what's going to happen, I believe, in the next, year. We're going to see things happen that we just didn't like. I didn't really think. The Republicans have voted him in. Well, probably, I didn't really think that would go here. As a matter of fact, I think the Republicans that voted him in, some of those will be the ones that end up hurting the worst at the end of it.
Yes, absolutely. No, you're quite correct. And it's, again, I don't know, you want me to continue with the 14th Amendment continue with the nukes?
Yeah, I'm not trying to just kill Aristides and keep talking. So.
Which, believe me, I don't mind. I don't mind. Honey, we're totally cool with that. It's fine. It's like...
Aristides was good when he talked and he was sweet, and I give everybody hell for what they are, and Aristides... You do have a very monotone. I'd be like, what did you do today? Because I'm just trying to go, this is what he says. Well, I got up and did some stuff. So what did you do? I said, I'm just trying to have her going, what'd you do? Well, I did stuff around the house. And again, stuff. Can you tell me what the stuff is? You walked the dogs, you jacked off and watched some porn. What is stuff?
It's like I said, with these guys, who was the other individual at the time? Was it, I can't remember who it was, but I think all of these guys are descriptively challenged. It's like, I don't remember who it was specifically, but I know that when it comes to the time that I left everyone alone, for instance, and it was with Amy Como, Aristides, Brendan Zoget.
You're not talking about the one when they talked about the condoms or the
Trappist Nicholson, the Mr. BadDragon.com dildo. Because I'll never forget the website because he drove it in. He drove the brand name into. He branded the brand name into all of our brains.
That one. That's a different one. I'm talking about. It was actually Ian West on the phone when Ian West went into what is that thing that condoms and the thing that keeps you from getting pregnant, and he went into a new...
Oh, that's right. Who was he talking to when he started trying to tell them? Was it Nemo? Was it you that he was trying to tell?
Me, and I was trying to be like, that is not... I don't even remember what it was. But I'm trying... The Nemo and him, whoever it was basically trying to tell me
I love the way Nemo responds. I love the way Nemo responds. What? What?
Is it me?
I'm just squinting my eyes, scratching my head. What?
I don't think
it was either you or someone else he was speaking to.
It may have been Joe Ty, actually. I don't even know.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It would have been,
it comes back in the Joe Ty days.
By the way, to Nemo's credit, he has never liked Ian West, and he's always been very verbal about it.
Yeah, I don't see Nemo jumping in on this bandwagon because it was him going, them telling me.
Maybe it was Real Tech Geek. Maybe it was Real Tech Geek.
It might have been. It would have been. Yeah, Real Tech Geek might have been on it. They were telling me basically how my own body works.
Right. Yes. They were. And what Ian West was saying something like, he was talking about IUDs, and he was talking about the either the spermicidal cream or condoms, but he was talking about women's bodies, like, oh, a woman's body. Yeah, I mean, you might.
Like, first of all, he's been with a woman, and we all know that's.
We all know that's not true. Yes, that's.
Yeah, that's a stretch to begin with. Plus, you're gonna just pretend like you actually know more than me about my own body. Like that's, at that point he's Trump. Like he's just like, I know more. But, like, you've never, like, we give you credit. You think like maybe someone, might have grabbed your wing out. Like that's it. Like. But anyway, he was going on, and I would have to go back and listen. I do not remember, but it was just, I was like, no. And when you came back, it was just like, this is what they're saying. Like, and it was so, number one, he's like, no, but it's a thing. And I read it. And of course, we now know when Ian West reads something, it's on his Facebook, that you, like anyone right now, just go type their most random and stupidest, worst, best, whatever you want to do, thing, okay?
Just type up anything that has to do with child rape and he'll believe it.
And yes, definitely he'll go with that one. But yeah, share it. If it's against women, it's for child rape. Disney World did something bad, and there are tunnels. I mean, he's gonna share it, and he's not even gonna look back twice. And it may say tunnels.
He never fact checks, yeah.
Yeah, and so he admitted that was funny. Remember one time he said, oh, I said, well, have you fact checked this, Ian? And he goes, I mean, no. But like he was
what a fucking retard.
Had shared it. And I said, so, and on air he goes, I said, so you just share stuff that you don't even take the time to see if it is true. Well, I mean, yeah. I do. Like, okay. I don't even know what to say. At that point, that's when he shut me up. What do you say to that? Like, he's admitting his own, yeah, I do. Like, what's wrong? Like, because the next question is like, he's thinking, what's wrong with that? And I didn't have a way to explain what is wrong.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, you know what the problem is.
Just don't dignify that with an answer. Just ignore him.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. Who was it that said it? It was Joe Tai that said it, of all people, which again is a sign that Joe Tai is completely faking his idiocy. That he's.
I think it's Daniel that said that. Or is it you? Maybe it was you. Even a stuck clock. Are you the stuck clock?
Yeah, I'm the stuck clock guy. I got that from my dad. Yes.
Yes, and yes, from your dad. I knew it was from somebody's dad. It was your dad too. It's even a stuck clock gets it right. Once, twice a day. So yeah, that's Joe Tai. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but what Joe Tai said was that, I think he was talking about Ian West, and he said Ian West, I think it was Ian West specifically, he said Ian West, because he called out a name, and said they're a example of the failure of the American educational system. That's Ian West. He's an example of the failure of the American educational system. If you had tried to tell him about fact-checking and all the rest of that, you would be attempting to basically accomplish what the American educational system failed to do. You would be replacing you would be taking the place and basically attempting to.
Yeah, I don't have. I'm sorry, I don't have 12 years to invest in him just for him to fail the GED. Okay, like I don't have.
Yes.
Well, basically, what we're saying is Brooke is better than the entire American educational system.
Oh my God, I love Nemo so much. I'm like in love with Nemo marry me. Oh, by the way, also Aristides, this goes back to Aristides. I talked to him and I brought up the whole math thing that Brendan and Nia got in. And I said, so what do you do again for a living? Apparently you do a lot of math because you're very much into promoting the trigonometry and why that's more important than, I don't know, emotional, like teaching our kids, like, I don't know, therapy. And like I said, emotional regulation and, things like emotional regulation and, like meditation. And because that's what I had said on air. I just had said, we need to teach things to our kids maybe that they could all use. And then, if you need to do trigonometry or something like that, that's something you would use maybe in that job you're going to do. Because most of us don't use, I don't know it. To be honest, I use trigonometry because I like the word, it's big. I don't know it's true. Maybe we all use it. But I'm saying, I addition, subtract, and I use percentages and all that bullshit. But most of us don't do complex math problems daily. But I could use some emotional regulation therapy. Here's what Aristides goes. He says, well, but how would you even teach that? You can't teach emotional regulation. And I was like, I don't know. I don't know if anybody else has an answer to that before I say my opinion on the fact that we shouldn't try to teach what emotional regulation even is and why, and you can teach it, but over trigonometry. But like Aristides said that, and I said, no, I think you could. I think you can. And he said no, but I will say, well, whatever teacher taught you Aristides is the teacher, because you are emotionally regulated. Because I have tried to piss you off, upset you, and I'm telling you, I've yet to hear that man yell. Has he ever yelled? Aristides, have you ever yelled? Have you screamed at someone?
Yes.
Like, I'm trying. When?
Does it matter?
Yes, you see how I'm pushing him? See, he doesn't even like pushing.
No, I'm not gonna go like find the story of when I yelled at somebody. It's like, it's not for you.
When's the last time you
to just reach in, pull out, like, tell me this random fact, tell me that random fact. And,
oh, I did. I was trying to push him, so you can tell I'm starting to get. I'm getting a little bit. I was telling him, I was like, tell me. Well, what is this? And he's like, what are you asking this for?
And all right, since you brought it up, I didn't mean to imply you can't, teach somebody about it at all, but it's not a clear cut factual thing to teach, and it could be different for different people, so it's a more complicated thing to even try to teach. But in the end, you got to do it for yourself, like,
oh my god,
you can't just have someone stand in front of the room and be like, all right, this is how you regulate your emotions, and you walk out and you're like, okay, I can do it.
No, and I think you're right, and I appreciate, like, actually you coming on and saying that. Like, I joke a lot, and I always assume that, people get my jokes, as far as, like, Aristides, you are so a wonderful person, and so you're so smart, and you're the best. Like, I've been just so blessed to have you in my life. Like, I'm giving you a hard time, but you're awesome, and I'm giving you a hard time, so I want to know that. Like, it sounds hard, but like, he was beautiful to me last night, and thank you for being there. But anyway, so
what a knight in shiny armor.
Yeah. Let's see what. Go on.
Plus, being called when I'm tired, I'm always, just being a boring shit. But like, what do you expect?
Well, the problem, Aristides, with me is I don't mind boring. I think when somebody won't answer a question, my go-to is when you say stuff. I did stuff. Now, your stuff may have actually been, I just took out the trash and laid here and watched TV and I did nothing. Now, that's fine. That's what I did. Like, that's basically my life. But when somebody's like, and I'm like, what do you mean by stuff? And they're like, no, just stuff. And I'm like, what do you mean stuff? I'm just like, this is secretive. He's got deep shit. I need to find out what this is. So the more elusive someone is, I'm just, even though they're maybe not wanting to tell me, I just continue to dig into him. Like, but please tell me. Come on. You got to tell me more. Tell me more about you, which I think probably annoyed him. But
which probably won't motivate me, but
my job, Douglas didn't send me a message to motivate you. The job was you just to keep me entertained, so I don't open the door to crazy ass. Which is what I was
I didn't read the full job description.
Yeah. Read the fine print, Aristides. Yeah.
He didn't tell you. There wasn't that clause where it says you may end up in a mental hospital, or if you try to commit suicide, it is not my fault. Like, you didn't read that part. Like, you couldn't hold him responsible if you tried to kill yourself after talking to him. Like, there was no. Yeah, you should probably read.
I'm not gonna. That's not gonna happen
to me. Okay, well, whatever. Peter Moon spells obviously make out to you.
Too emotionally regulated.
I
learned it all by myself.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, you should be the teacher. When I said that, you should be the teacher. You'd be like, oh yeah, they should teach that, because you would be the first. You'd be the president of emotional regulation. If that, I don't. Either you have no emotion, and here's the thing about you. Either you're so broken that you pretend like you feel nothing, right? And you're just like, I feel nothing, but you're dying inside. Or you're the most emotionally regulated person in the entire world, an example of what everyone should do. Like, there's no in between. You are just so awesomely good. And if you're that broken, I'm sorry for saying that. Tell everybody you're broken. I'm sorry. I hope that's not it. Don't send me some spells. Don't put shit in your freezer. Don't wrap your dick with a goddamn hot dog and put it in the freezer. But like, I have enough evil coming toward me from other people, and I'm sorry, but I don't think he is emotionally ready. I really actually do think he's very healthy as far as that goes, which scares me about my own self, because I was just like, yeah, like, why? When I hung up with him, I was like, he's still in his level state. Then I got Brendan on the phone, and thank God Brendan is level, but also was like, yeah, I'll let you push my buttons for a little bit. And Brendan did, and and it was enjoyable. I got really enjoyed talking to Brendan also. So thank you for leaving me two honorable men that were very nice to me and loved me and led me through my shit to keep me away from, allowing the door to be open to, whatever else I've got going on out there.
Yes. See, I think ahead. And yeah, definitely, honey. I appreciating what you were saying, of course. We can always, let's just put it this way. I think that the way our man Aristides deals with emotions is by suppressing a lot of them. That's what I would say. By the way, I think
because I'm not like just blurting all of them out, to the world.
Well, that's suppression,
and that's good.
That's privacy.
That's privacy. But the problem is, we were on air privately talking about the privacy. We talked about the kids. I haven't been eating private anymore because Douglas didn't warn me before I came home and gave my kids social security number.
Aspect to the first house.
But by the way, Heather asks, how does one put a hot dog around a dick? No, she means hot dog bun, I guess.
Actually, I was referring to the tape on.
The tape. Yeah, okay. So, what was going on, Heather? In case you didn't know, in case you've missed it all this time, which is not to say.
Don't say it out loud. I said he's gonna put another spell on me right now.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it. So, in case you missed it all this time, because you kind of tune in and out, Heather, because at times that you're on and times you're not. I don't know if you knew this, but I was explaining the fact that for hours at a time, I would talk to Peter Moon's wife on Skype, and this was on the old account, which is now it's like I'd have to say I forgot my password to get back into the old account. And on the old Skype account, I had both her and I had Marianne, who was the quote-unquote girlfriend of Peter Moon for a period of time where she was an older Italian lady, and she scooped Peter Moon like he was a pile of dog shit off of the sidewalk, put him into a pooper scooper.
He was mean to you, right? Is that the one that he was mean to you?
Yes. She took him home and cared for him, just like the Snake song, where you've got old Blue Eyes singing, hey, you knew I was a snake when you took me home, bitch. That was Frank Sinatra, I believe, who sang that song, among many other people who also sang that song. Yeah, but at any rate, Marianne took Peter Moon home, and he bit her like a snake and ran off with Paula. As soon as Paula showed up, after she had taken care of him for fucking years, took him literally off the streets because he had gotten kicked out of Stuart Sverdlow's home where he was couch surfing. And Stuart Sverdlow said, I can't stand your fucking ass. You get the hell out of here. And, so when she scooped him up, took him in the pooper scooper home, carried him back into health, and then he ran off with Paula, then you basically, he loved Paula in the sense that she had no tits, she had no ass, and he could always pretend she was a boy while he was fucking
a child boyish version of his daughter.
Yeah, and but in order to make it perfect, he had her strap on a sausage to her inner thigh, so that way he could truly pretend he was fucking a little boy. That was
with her pants on.
It was with her pants off, but it was she had to have interestingly enough. He wasn't creative enough where he made her put her pants back on, because that would have been at least creative. She could have walked around like that for a while as if she had a heart.
It would have been more realistic.
Yeah, but no, he had her do it with the pants off, the way she described it to me.
He needed a quick snack when he was done.
Yeah, there you go. That disgusting son of a bitch. Yeah, so there you go with Peter Moon. I mean, obviously, but when it comes to what we were speaking about earlier, with a totally different individual, Aristides, with emotional suppression, it's a form of emotional suppression, but that's fine. It's just the way Aristides has learned to deal with the world is he's taken the role of the classic male. The classic male role is not to
I think I'm being stereotyped, and I don't like the word suppression. It's like I'm like somehow denying something simply because I don't tell it to you or to Brooke.
Keep it up. We're doing right now. You know what's happening?
Somebody has good emotional.
I'm getting emotional. We are doing.
You guys cracked the egg.
He's getting emotional now. That's fine. No, but what I mean to say, Aristides, I understand what you're saying about stereotypes, but the classic. Yeah, I mean, this how men
Yeah,
are
no, but
raised, right?
A guy could be really quiet, and he could be really unhealthy emotionally, and he's just really stuffing it down and denying stuff and suppressing it, or he could be very healthy emotionally, and he just got under control, and he doesn't need to fucking, and he doesn't need to blab the book about it.
That's what I was saying, that I am the opposite. I'm the very opposite end, where I need a little of whatever you have that you are emotionally stuffing. Like I need that. I should do that. I don't. I know it, and I'm first aware that I need the emotional regulation class.
But one of the tropes, one of the mimetic complaints of the modern male is that women are always demanding that men emote to hell and back. And as a matter of fact, if you ever watch the X-Files, which I was literally forced to watch unwillingly, because it was in the background a lot, because my dad had a crush on Gillian Anderson. My biological father did not, but my legal father did. So my legal father...
Well, you're not, Dory. Don't tell me that. I wrote a report on this motherfucker, and you don't even know for sure if he did or not, or he wouldn't.
Well, thank you for that. Yes, good point. She wrote a report, by the way, on Hitler, not on my legal father, George Dietrich.
Yeah, I chose him of all people. It was pre-pressing my life. Like I was like, and I wrote it in 7th grade. For people that haven't heard this, I wrote this, and I wrote it stupidly because my parents didn't teach me about this bullshit. And I wrote it pro-Hitler, meaning he's not he was born this day, and and this is what he did. And I didn't go into anything bad. I just, at the end of it, she was just like, did you wait? Like, my point was never anything bad about Hitler is what I'm saying. That report was ended with like a C, not because of my writing style, but just because of probably the articulate of what I said. And I realize now that I left out things that would have been obviously should have been said, or she thought at least should have been said. And definitely I didn't. And I didn't do it because I was just I was trying to do the report the night before and just read through real shit. I know who the fuck Hitler was. And I just wrote the fucking report, a 5-page report on Hitler, and it never mentioned anything he did bad. Like nothing. There was not a bad thing I said about Hitler. And I was like, why did I get a C?
Cool. Yeah.
But I'm saying in this regard, like there are things now I would say that he did do bad. Like my point is, it was hilarious now to think that I did that. And that is, I was just going in puberty and writing Hitler. Yeah, well, you probably want to.
I used to be the same way about Charles Manson.
Tell us about that.
That's what
he wasn't a bad guy. I mean, everyone had him wrong,
I actually think people had him wrong. I'm like, I don't even know who the hell he is. Is what I was like. I don't know who the hell he is. Adolf Hitler.
No, you're so young.
Yeah, I was just, and my parents weren't like very much. I mean, like, let's be honest. I was raised very Southern Baptist Christian. It was not a pro-Jewish or pro-Catholic. Catholics were like, yeah, I have a friend that's Catholic. That was kind of like saying I have a gay friend. Like at that time, that was a bad thing to be like. Jewish, Catholic, or gay would have been like. Those were things you were just like, I'm friends with them anyway. They're Catholic. And I do not kid you. That is my grandmother who had a friend that was Catholic. And it was, and if I'm actually telling the truth, like that's basically what it was saying. I'm friends with her anyway because she's Catholic. Or, so Jewish wasn't even allowed. The only thing I ever knew about Jewish was, will they get a second chance? And I remember asking my mom, what do you mean a second? Well, everybody has to accept Jesus. And that's the only way to heaven. And if you don't accept Jesus, you don't get to heaven. Like you have to confess. But the Jews don't have to. And I said, why? And they said, well, that's who killed Jesus. And I said, well, that makes no sense.
Yeah, no shit.
And she said, well, yeah, I know. She didn't even know why. She's like, I've asked her now as an adult, and she's like, I don't know. That's what I was taught. But see, you got to remember, like, just like any religion or anything you're taught, when you're taught it by your parents, number one, you're like, okay, well, that's just what it is. That's what you're taught. And now we have all this access to getting on the internet and getting on our phone to be like, well, what's the truth? And now we search more for truths, and that's the whole world we're coming into. But at that time, like you didn't have, like, unless you want to go to the library and be like, are my parents wrong? Jews don't get a second chance, and why do they? Like it was because I said, why did they get a second chance? She's like, I don't. She's like, well, just because she didn't answer.
It's more than that. It's like 1,000 chances they've gotten.
She said the Jews get a second chance because Jesus was a Jew. Because she said even if they killed him because he chose to come in as a Jew form, then they will get a second chance. So even if they don't accept him, meaning what that to me says is this religion had somehow the Jewish Orthodox got into where it says, okay, your religion, we'll use that, the Constantine Christianity, to control the world, but we need you Jews to like not put us out. So yeah, we'll put in there, you guys get a second chance because y'all don't have to say Jesus was alive, and y'all are the only ones that don't, and you can still go to heaven. So basically, you guys can be good, and anyone that does our doctrine can be good, and anything else outside of that or question it is just like, you're going to hell, and you're gonna burn for eternity. So, like, what is your choice? Like, your choice, that's what I was raised with. Your choice was, I burn for eternity. I accept Jesus, and this I did. And I remember being baptized, and accepting Jesus. But that acceptance was, I remember the preacher sitting with me and saying, you had to stand in his office before he baptized you the day before. And he said, do you really accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior? Do you know he died for your sins? And I'm like, yeah. And it was such a big thing that he made it so important that I was thinking, this is what I actually in my head was thinking. I don't know what I think this is very serious. This is what I'm thinking. I think you just say yes. The point was, I just wanted to be baptized because my cousin had been baptized. I didn't know why. I didn't know. I didn't know what accepting Jesus meant or not, other than the whole time I never questioned if Jesus was real. What he was actually saying was, do you accept Jesus? Well, I've been raised with this my whole life. I never went, is Jesus real or not? What you're asking me is what I'll ask later in life. Is Jesus a real person? And did he really die for my sins? And all these things. At 11 years old, I'm sorry, I don't know. But as long as I said yes to those questions, I got to be baptized in that big pool of water in front of the church the next day. And I was.
Thank you.
That means I'm going to heaven, by the way, also.
Awesome. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So everybody join the hands.
Yes, Aristides, you know what? You can be mad all you want. I'm going to heaven. I don't know about you.
That's right, Ari.
Heaven's so overrated.
Oh my God. So that having been said, that having been articulated, when I was talking about the X-Files, that was. Notice the tangent? I was talking about the X-Files and Gillian Anderson.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to take away from the X-Files. We all love that show. Go ahead.
I hated that show. I
never watched it. I've never watched it at all.
You did not miss shit. You didn't miss shit. Even my dad, after a while, couldn't watch it for a period of time because it just got too stupid and fucked up and just plain, revolting. But it was, his crush
and
was...
Scully is just another term for giving head, so that's fucked.
Yeah, that's true. That was probably the intent of the writers when they wrote her in as a character. But my dad had a crush on Gillian Anderson, who portrayed the character of Dr. Scully, an actual MD, a medical doctor who was working with the FBI. I believe her full name was Dana Scully was the name of the character. I'm ashamed and embarrassed I even remembered these things. But like I said, it lasted for fucking ever. And because of my dad's general crush on Gillian Anderson, this is what I was stuck with. It was that in the background a lot of times.
I'm so proud that I didn't watch this show and have only seen shorts every now and then that come on YouTube, and I just literally cut by it because I'm also one of those people that's like, I can't admit I didn't watch this. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna try to learn it. I just pass it. I passed through it. When he said Scully, I'm proud that when not kidding you. When Nemo said Scully, and that's Scully. And he didn't say the sex of Scully. He just says, Scully's another term for giving head. I pictured some big black guy like Mr. T giving head to this Scully. And that's in my head until you said she. And then I was like, oh, Scully was the female. Oh, I think I heard that. But no, I'm picturing Mr. T giving head when he said Scully.
Yeah, there you go. And at any rate, so the male lead...
He serves as Ada my master as well.
When I say so is Peter Moon. So when we do have our birthday, it's the same. So I guess there's something. He's also picturing Mr. T giving him head.
They all got to do it.
Go ahead and send it to me, Peter. Go ahead and send whatever poison you're going to send. It's fine.
Yes, and so when it comes to her, how would you say it? Her foil. Her foil was, meaning her partner, and this is the oldest trick in the book, is, of course, all screenwriters ever write about as the basic trilogy, the basic triage, of what screenwriters write about. I've typified before. is doctors, lawyers, and cops. Those are the basic three. As a matter of fact, it is a old saying, a hackneyed cliche among screenwriters and script writers is, what's the name of your script? And they'll say a doctor, a lawyer, and a cop. That is because those three professions are the power professions. They're the drama professions, which you can write a continuous series about because of continuous encounters with different people that are part of their profession. In other words, a doctor's...
That's like a Jew and a Catholic and a Jew, a Catholic, and a Baptist walked in a bar.
Yeah.
Or a black, white, and a Jew walked in a bar. Yes. Like, these are the same trilogy of just putting three. But
with this three, it's different for writers, because with writers, you know, cops are always going to be encountering different people, as are doctors, as are attorneys. And that you know, for what it's worth, that's doctor is another profession you don't want to be lying to, if at all possible. Maybe about some social things you can get away with, but not really. Doctors, there was one good example of this was where this was in a drama that was a Latin American drama, and in this Latin American drama, the very young man was seeing a doctor. And he was also very promiscuous. A young promiscuous man was seeing a doctor in Latin America, and when the doctor asked him about, look, tell me what's really going on here, one of the ways that the doctor qualified himself was he said, understand that as a doctor, I hear more confessions in a day than a priest does in a year. So he was basically explaining the fact that nobody can hide their secrets from them because it's a matter of health. So, yeah, with doctors, they're another profession, along with judges and cops, that it's very difficult to lie to.
Okay, so you do hide your shit from cops, unless you're with Daniel Martinez, okay? Because they will try to tell you. And then at the end of the day, you don't hide it from the doctors, because that's when I said that's why I'm thankful for HIPAA, and I am thankful for laws, because when my blood pressure was 260, and until you're not 259 to 259 over... after medication, 259 over whatever it was, like 140 or something. And she's like, did you take something? Did you ingest? I'm like, if I tell you, does I go to the police? No, I can't legally. I'm like, meh, okay, I'll tell you. But I would say overall, if Dr. House had been on air, that is the only house anyone should have, because Dr. House would have already known. Like, I don't know if anybody's watched. That's the show we should be talking about, because it is House that is who should be president, or at least Douglas, like if you're running, he should be vice. Like, he's the House, was it Greg Laramie? Like, that person, and the actor, I want him to actually bring back the actual persona of Dr. House. That person is the perfect person in my mind. Like, if anyone wants to know, like, my perfect person is that person, because he's so broken, yet so smart, and yet so... like everything. Like, I don't know who's seen that show, if there's anyone here that has, but like that person.
I remember the name. I remember the name of the program, but very little else. So the Dr. House premise was what?
Well, so he basically was he's a genius. He's a genius doctor, and he's also a smart ass, negative. Like, he's just basically like, you know, looks at the world as like a piece of shit, and he's also on pain pills because what happened to him was, he was hurt or something happened to him. So he's addicted, and his addiction is very, like, he's addicted while he's the doctor, the number one doctor really in the country at this point.
Was this a drama, or more like a Dr. Phil show?
No, this is a drama that went on for years and years and years.
Oh, okay.
It's just called House. Just the word House. House MD or House, but just House. And so it's Greg. I think last name is Laramie, I believe it is. He's actually a British. While in this particular, the whole time he portrayed, and you never knew, a British accent. He actually has more of a King George accent. He's from Britain. Accent that, but he never portrays that in any of this show. He's very American and speaks that way. And he will, Douglas, you would love it. I'll just sit you shortly. He would, because he just called people out like you would. Like, he'd be like, oh, really? You're here for this? I think you're here because you know what you've been doing? You've been fucking. Like he was just, he knew what people did. He looked at the dichotomy, and he was able to understand, you know, obviously this is in a script, the way the script wrote it. So obviously this is, you know, somebody wouldn't know all of this and be able to actually do it. But what they were saying was, in an exaggerated way, he was able to look at the negative part of people and just assume they're lying. Like he assumed most people are liars.
Interesting. Okay.
Right?
Okay. That's
so
yeah.
And so what he did with that most people are liars is to find out what was going on with them, and usually he had it but he would have it in an idea of that they're lying, but he would either have to figure out why they would lie. Like, but that most people, if they're coming in medically and he doesn't know, and because he's brought in only in extreme cases, that there's some lie, whether it's a lie they're telling themselves or a lie that they just don't want to tell, right? Like that there's a lie there, like that there is a break, and I think that's what this is, a break in either them able to admit or them. So I would say that's going into deep psychology. The part of it is the show didn't make you have to go there. The show was just enjoyable because you're like, ha ha ha. If you ever hear Douglas's laugh and you smile with Douglas's laugh, then you would like this show. Because it was just, when Douglas laughed, it's the same damn thing when he would say something to somebody. It's just this immediate, to me, uplifting, like, I don't care. You know, like he may have should have said that. It was smart ass and it was wrong. Or when Douglas laughs, sometimes it's like, I probably shouldn't laugh at that. I'm going to get cursed right now. But like it's fun and it feels good. And you know, and kind of he's right in some like way, like, you know. So yeah. Anyway, anybody that hasn't seen that, or if someone has and can put in the comments, hey, I've seen that show and you're not crazy. Anyway, that's good.
Well, thank you. That's that's cool, and I'll check out that House series and see what I can derive from that. But I won't do it anytime soon.
I know you're not going to do it at all, and I will probably even send you links to watch, and you probably won't even watch those.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You didn't say that, but I know it because I sent you comedy links for Mr. What was that? Ian West did mention that. Oh God, I did mention that. He said something. Remember that when you were so mad at him, and it was the comedy. Remember that comedy guy that got on me?
We won't bring him up again. We won't let that come between us.
Okay. Yeah. But that anyway, yeah. So, but I did send you a link to like, please just watch him, and you're like, okay. You didn't. And you admitted later, I didn't. I'm not gonna watch it.
At any rate, honey, when they came to,
I love you guys. I've got to get off right now.
What?
I'll get off right now.
You'll be back.
Somebody's at my door. I'll be back.
Oh, okay. Now, hey, make certain it's not Daniel. Look through that peephole.
I will. Okay. I'll call you back.
All right. Bye. Okay. Well, there we are. What was that?
Just when Brooke says somebody's at my door.
Yeah, that's odd. Yeah, that's always alarming. And
she's got a gun, so don't worry.
No, she doesn't. And
doesn't she?
Yeah, we keep telling her to buy one. It's yeah.
I thought everyone was armed to the teeth in the South.
It's, you would think, yes. It's
I know I would be. I'd have landmines set up and everything. No cunts getting in my property.
Dude. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. The way things are down there, it's a
pack of Kangal dogs.
Yeah, but the way things are everywhere, holy shit. Well, at least guns are going to become a lot more available under this administration.
So there's a plus.
Yeah, for a while at least, there's a plus. They're going to
hopefully it's used against all the people who have the illegal guns.
Well, yeah, it depends. Every case is a case by case basis.
Just got to use tools correctly.
Yes. So, as I was saying about the typical stereotype that has been provided by media, when I was getting on to Gillian Anderson and my dad having a crush on her, and therefore I was forced to have X-Files in the background a lot, to the point where I was familiar with the series even though I did not want to be. And by the way, it's a horrible series, and it's just everything about it is negative. There are no redeeming features whatsoever as far as I'm concerned. So, but such being said, the foil that was presented by the male partner, not as a romance partner, although they were always supposed to have some sexual tension with each other, but rather the legal partner in terms of a law enforcement partner to Gillian Anderson was portrayed by David Duchovny, who was, of course, very Jewish. And he was someone who portrayed a character called Mulder, whose nickname originally was Spooky Mulder, but they quickly changed it to quote-unquote Fox Mulder because X-Files was a Fox channel staple. And as a result of his stardom, he just exploited that as a sex addict to the point where he destroyed his own career and had to actually turn himself in to rehabilitation as a sex addict. But that's not the point. The point being that what they portrayed in the X-Files for years was what was supposed to be, believe it or not, portrayed as kind of an ideal male-female relationship where the female was very subdued emotionally, very repressed, restrained, and the rational head, whereas the male emoted to hell and back. So this became one of the reasons why it was said that David Duchovny was considered a sex symbol, why he was so appealing to women, why he was such a bombshell, to the point where they made a song where one woman, her only hit, her single one-hit wonder was David Duchovny, Why Don't You Love Me? And that was, and it was all based on the fact that David Duchovny was this weak-ass male who just cried.
He's a fucking weasel.
Yeah. Oh, well, he's just a big-nosed Jewish,
Yep. But of course, they got to be held to the highest standard as a sex symbol.
Yeah, and he just, all he did was weep and cry and moan and gnash his teeth. And that was portrayed as...
Little beta male pussy, yeah.
Yeah, as what women wanted. So that was upheld as what women wanted for a long time. So this is the point of what it was supposed to be the opposite of what they were given for generations, which was the man who kept all his emotions to himself, maintained control, and maintained a very repressed and level-headed demeanor. So that's what, Brooke was saying. She was just trying to, because that's what she does when she's confronted with Aristides. She tries to crack that demeanor because that's like what she does. It's like...
it's her forte.
Or just her fetish or something.
She should be an interrogator for, the feds or something.
Oh God, yeah, she should be.
Here's the thing. She goes, she gets on a tear. She goes on and on, for like minutes, and then stops. She's like, "What do you think about that? Tell me all about that." I'm like, what?
Then she'll interrupt you as soon as you answer.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's like, how, if you really want to hear me talk, first of all, have a balanced conversation, talk about something I'm interested in talking in, things like that.
It's
like the side right.
Well, she would never find out what you're interested in talking about.
Right. But he tries. I mean.
Yes, it is what it is. Now, you two gentlemen, do me a favor. We're in the same position as we were when I left originally. I'm going to check out the door, see if the package has ever arrived. I'll be right back, but I'm going to go mute for a few minutes.
Hopefully no homeless person pissed on it.
Yeah. I'm far more concerned about people stealing.
Of course.
Yeah,
it's just like you have homeless people pissing on your front step sometimes.
Well, I don't personally. Normally, they have done. Believe me, there have been times where I open the door or basically look out the door and there's a homeless person sleeping right in front of the fucking door. It does happen. It does happen.
Get off my front porch, you fucking bum.
Oh, don't even get me started. It's...
I'll be setting them on fire.
I call the police. Because you don't want to get in trouble like that. You don't take that.
No one's going to give a shit about you killing homeless people.
Unfortunately, they do. Dude, you don't get it.
Really?
This is San Francisco.
Holy shit.
They've got homeless people up on a pedestal of
Godhood. It's like they're paying them to be that way,
Yeah. Homeless people are considered like demigods. They're like saints. They're considered innocent saints who can do no wrong.
You live in reverse life.
Yeah, it's so I mean, give you an example. Chinese. I gotta check out that door. I'll tell you the story about what happened to the Chinese poor son of a bitch when I get back.
No worries.
So I'll be right back. A few minutes here. I'll go mute, and you guys have got this. Heather Holman's away from the keyboard. Brooke is being, home invaded by whoever opened the door. And she opens the door, they break through, and Brendan's, God knows, he's on pause, so God knows what he's doing. He says he purchased ginseng. Yeah, he's been on pause for a while, so he says he purchased ginseng. I suspect he purchased some actual hard drugs. But go on.
I've never tried that stuff.
So it's you two that we're counting on. I'll be right back.
All right. Yep. Do you have many homeless people in your region?
Nah, not in this immediate area. No. There would be a
There's
few.
a lot of homeless people where I live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How bad is it where you are?
It's pretty bad. It's like you could just look out the window and there's somebody walking down the street, like looking around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you tell them to fuck off?
Usually, if they're in my swimming pool, I do. I tell them to get the fuck out.
Yeah. Good on you.
Yeah.
You don't have any big dogs to sick them on?
We're not allowed to have big dogs.
All right.
Yeah.
But by who?
The apartments. The
Oh,
apartment
right.
manager.
Okay. Yeah.
No big dogs.
Oh, you're back? All right. You're back, Brendan?
Yeah, am I audible?
Oh, yeah, you're cool. We can hear you.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah. So, where's Doug? Did he go?
Oh, he's just grabbing his package that was left at the front.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah. What did I miss? Anything interesting?
Just a bit of different things and stuff. We were just talking about homeless people and how I want to set them on fire.
Yeah. Yeah. Good luck with that. Are there many homeless people in Australia, or where you're at?
In the big city there. I don't live in the big city, but there have been more homeless people, just living in the streets in the main town area, primarily, because there's a lot of drug junkies in the town I'm in now, so they're just fucking throwing their lives away and just getting high all the time on fucking speed, meth, crack, and begging people for money.
Right on the street.
Yeah. I'm just thinking something's got to be done about this. It can't just keep going.
Yeah. What's the Nemo solution? Set them on fire.
Well, yeah. I don't want to say that too many times.
I'm being facetious, but yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm sick of them.
Yeah.
I used to have empathy for them, but now I don't care.
Yeah, you got to realize they don't want a place to live. They don't want rent. They don't want responsibility. They don't want anything overhead, that's going to take away from their nothingness, I guess.
Yeah, they don't want to be helped. Yeah, they just want money for drugs.
Right, because like I've seen where people try to give them food and they're like, no, I don't want that. Do you just have money?
Yeah, it happens all the time over here. Like I used to work at places where they would be like, oh, I'm going to buy this for the person outside. And then they would come back and have to get a refund because the guy would yelled at them or something. And it's like, yeah, fuck them. Fuck their panhandling bullshit.
Yeah.
And then there was one lady that would come in and she would actually buy something. And then we would give her a bunch of condiments and stuff just because she and drinks. We give her.
They call that a salad. If they get all of the salad off the condiment bar, they call it a salad.
Oh my god! Yeah. So, kids, I just got a package, so I have to tell V about it. I'll be gone for about 8 minutes. Yep. So please keep the conversation going. I'll be back.
Yeah. You were saying?
So that's just there were a few people that were honest homeless people that they were just down on their luck or on drugs or whatever. And then 90% of the others would just, they would bitch you out if you tried to give them food or something. It's I those people, those are the worst. And I had the one time I felt maybe I'll try to get, so someone was panhandling and I gave them maybe 75 cents or something, right? I was look, this is all I got. And the fucker was oh, this is it? It's not even $1 and all this. And I was I'm never doing that again. This is fucking piece of.
Yeah, fuck them.
Fuck them, exactly. Yeah, because
and they want to piss.
Yeah, and then do that. It's just, like what Heather was saying is they don't want help. If they wanted help, there's so many options. It's not.
Yeah, just hand
them. They
them
don't want any responsibilities or a place to live or kids or, their pets. I mean, most of them have pets. Actually, you see a lot of dogs on the street.
Yeah, and actual animal rescuers will come and rescue the animals, and the highways. No, that's my pet, but it's starving to death. You dumb fuck. Needs to be rescued.
And so are they.
Yeah.
And they're rubbing their feces all over a front store and just pissing and shitting everywhere. Fuck them.
Yeah, there's like that paradox though, like people like my father or like other people that were in that situation. It's like they took care of their dog like more than themselves. It's like it. So there's like those kind too, especially out in California where it's warmer. They're like, they don't have a problem. Wait, what the heck? Yeah, so they don't have a problem killing themselves, but they take care of the dog just fine, and that's like. Wait, so you can't go straight over here anymore? What the heck? They just. What is the point of that?
It's them not having to even deal with the responsibility of themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely right.
Yeah, it's like they rebuilt this intersection, but I think they put the wrong sign on it. Because it says you can only turn left or right, but it's like clearly you can go straight. So
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, because
American roads are fucked.
Yeah, it's so bad.
I was watching a video of a guy.
Why would they do this?
Yeah. I was watching a video of a guy just making a whole video of how fucked all the roads are, and they're like intentionally designed to cause accidents on the highways and all that shit.
Yeah. It definitely feels like it, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucking
They got to spread chaos any way they can.
Yeah. Do you guys have roundabouts like England, or is it more
Yeah. Yeah, we have roundabouts.
Yeah, so
they're not bad though.
Style roads.
We had one cunt fucking speeding his ass off, and he drove right through the middle of the roundabout and went flying and crashed.
And died, hopefully.
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, we get a lot of speeding cunts in where I am, and they end up dying, and fuck them.
Yeah.
And it's usually late at night too.
Holy shit.
Speed demon.
Yeah, like you guys have like a lot of drinking people that drink.
Oh fuck yeah, yes. All the young cunts drink and drive here, doing burnouts and fucking killing themselves with a carload of their friends.
Yeah. You've driven before, right, Nemo? Or you said you needed to
never driven. Never got my license. No.
Okay. Would you ever, or you like Douglas where you're like not feeling it?
I mean, I don't want to, but I'm gonna have to eventually.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I always thought it was fun, but I have like more of a Gemini. What happened to Brooke? Is Brooke not on here? She left?
Oh, she had to go do some things, I think. Yeah. She might be back, she said.
She didn't have like a blowout, like with another.
Oh no, she had to go answer her front door. Someone was
at her door.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah. I'm like, oh shit. Like.
Yeah. Hopefully it wasn't that prick, but anyway.
Yeah, that crackhead piece of shit.
Wait, she just put something in the chat a few minutes ago.
Retracted her messages in YouTube chat.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know, but I see she put something in the Skype chat, like so.
Something
that
house
imply that she
house.
Yeah, right. That would, I think, it was after she left.
Yeah, who is this doctor, Nemo? Like.
Oh, what? Doctor Who?
Doctor is like.
Oh, she just said Dr. House, so I just added that other word at the end when she said that.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, Brooke would be someone that watched House. That's funny.
I've never watched it, and I don't know.
Hey, you guys, I gotta go charge my phone for a little bit. Is that okay? Sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
All right.
Yeah, House was like, it's a British guy playing an American doctor. Like Hugh Laurie, he used to be on like Blackadder and stuff, if you guys have ever heard of that show.
Yeah, Blackadder, I love that show.
Yeah, so Hugh Laurie was like I think he was King George in Blackadder. And he's hilarious. But he's a really, like, he's actually a pretty talented actor. He was, accomplished enough to come here and do that show, the House show. And his American accent's great. Like, it's all spot on. But the character, he does the character so well. It's like the jaded doctor that has like an injury, so he's like popping pain pills. But he's like a savant. He can like heal and fix anybody. So it's like the whole hospital hates him, but he wants just a second, I have to take this call.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Over for a second.
Yeah, type of guy that uses unorthodox methods for treating and healing people and whatnot. Sounds like. You there, Aristides?
Yeah, I'm here because everybody else is finding other shit to do. So
Oh, they're getting distracted. You know how it goes.
Yeah, right.
When this show's going on.
Yeah, well, I got to do some stuff, but I'm kind of waiting for a couple people to come back. At least
Doug will be back any minute.
Yeah.
Do you watch that show, The Fucking House?
No. I don't even watch like regular TV for years.
Yeah, it's all bullshit, horseshit, stupid.
And when I did, that wouldn't have been. I mean, like, how many things can you fucking watch? You know, like there's so many. Everybody's into some show. I'm like, oh, hey, you watch this? I'm like, no.
It's brain rot. Yeah.
No, I would just watch like a lot of the shit that I don't know if you're familiar. Used to put on like Cartoon Network, like the Adult Swim, you know, and then they'd have some anime stuff on there and another
Robot Chicken.
Yeah, just kind of like funny, edgy stuff, and then maybe a couple sci-fi type shows, and that was it. Like most of these, like what would you call it? You know, family. You know, primetime dramas. Like what the fuck, I don't want to watch it.
You ever saw the Archie Bunker show? I think that's what it was called. It was very non-PC. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No, that was like, that was racy for the day. I mean, I don't think I did watch a lot of reruns of older shows when I was a kid, but I don't think I ever watched that one too much. Maybe a little bit.
Oh yeah, if that show got played now, it just you just get a lot of negative feedback from people who are just triggered and offended.
Oh, but it's funny how like stuff that was like, you know, that was like pushing the limit back in the day would be like fucking just completely boring now, you know?
Oh yeah.
You know, with like how just, you know, the society changes and, you know, the acceptable window changes, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I can't watch anything now, on mainstream, I can only just watch documentaries mostly and music videos that are good.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't do too much for just idle entertainment. There's too much out there to learn. I mean, you could spend every available moment of your day watching like really cool YouTubes on shit that you like easily.
Yeah. Well, that's what all the kids these days, they're just always on fucking YouTube, never mind TV. And the shit on YouTube's, you know, they watch is fucking more retarded than mainstream media.
Yeah, well, of course, from there, it's just what, you know.
Oh, watch Mr. Beast, watch fucking Logan Paul.
What you make of it, shit. You know. You know, we'd be watching some educational, you know, shit or some, but, you know, they're probably watching trash, a lot of people.
And all these famous YouTubers who are corrupting the minds and dumbing down the youth, they're being paid by the Pentagon and CIA to play those roles. They've been facilitated with all the funds to pull it off.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, they know, like, a lot of people have given up on TV. So if you're gonna like propagandize people, you need to be on the YouTube,
social media. Yep.
Yeah, social media and YouTube and shit. Yeah.
But fuck, how much are they getting paid to fucking do this role? I mean, is that worth it?
Right.
You're just exchanging like your authority, your life to a group of the fucking Edomite servants in the intelligence agencies, and it's not going to pay off in the end. You may get a little bit of rewards and that, but in the end, you're just going to get devoured. And
I mean, you can understand really high level people why they're doing what they're doing, because they've somehow got some kind of evil in them, or they have, you know, extreme power.
Oh, they think they're going to become immortal. That's why they're going to keep going.
Yeah, but like good question, like the low level people, like the low level shills, like how do they sell out so easy? And like, what do they, you know? I mean, is it just money, you know? And they're like, yeah, okay, you know.
They just fool themselves into thinking, this is my life and I'm only going to live once, so I might as well do all this and get all the rewards I can for being a fucking sellout.
Right. I guess for a paycheck, but I mean, like, if you know you're being a shill, like what, and that you're being deceptive for somebody's agenda, and yet you're only collecting a small paycheck or something, like, like just go get a regular job.
Yeah, you're better off. Yeah. But I don't want to work 9 to 5.
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, well, a lot of people out there, so fucking get used to it.
Right.
If I was going to be a fed, I'd just be targeting Trump tards.
Well, I mean, I'm sure some of them
killing on faggots like Ian West and shit.
Yeah, but in a way, maybe they want them following QAnon, you know?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, that's how they're targeting them.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I never fell down that rabbit hole.
Yeah,
I'm just too perceptive and wise to fall for that shit.
I mean, I can see a lot of people in the beginning, like when it was like early Trump and like before, you know, it seemed, wow, you know, like at least giving it like a chance, you know. But like I can understand a lot. I know a lot of people that, you know, gave, whether it's him or the Q stuff. Let's not talk about QAnon because that's just a cult that popped up. But like, remember when all like the Q posts were coming out and we're like, wow, is there really, you know, you for a minute you let yourself, is there really these white hats out there? Are they gonna really, you know, break up the whole game? You know?
They're gonna save us.
Yeah, I could see that in the beginning, like, and being like, all right, you know, let's hope for that, you know. But if you're still falling for the shit, like how many years later, you know, it's like,
oh yeah, there's no hope for them, so don't even bother trying to help them.
Still, like, you don't see it as much, but you know, you still see a whole lot. They got so many of these boomers roped into thinking like, you know, that there's just gonna these, you know, Trump and the Whites are gonna save the day. They still they'll die thinking that, you know. It's like
if you're 18 years old and think that way, I'll look the other way. But if you're middle aged like Ian West, still buying in that shit, you're fucking pathetic.
Yeah. Right.
Oh well.
Yeah.
You can't save everyone. That's probably, you know, why they put that message, the doctrine in the Bible, where it says, yeah, most of the people are going to end up in hell and only very few are going to escape to ascend to heaven. Because no one wants to fucking pull their head out of their ass and wake up.
Yeah.
So they're dooming themselves, yeah. Primary weapon of evil is ignorance. And if you don't know your enemy, evil, then you just stand no chance at defending or opposing against it. You're just going to be a victim the rest of your life, and you'll just probably end up in hell most likely.
Yeah. Right, but the fooling only works because they're fooling themselves. That's very, very true. Yeah.
Yeah, but things are going to change eventually. Shifts will come along, and hopefully for the better, things will change. I don't know if it's going to happen in my lifetime or whatever. I don't give a shit.
Something sure is going to happen. Could be getting worse before it gets better.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. America needs a rebirth, so you know what happens before a rebirth.
Yeah, right.
Just like the Earth. Yeah. I wonder how many rebirths our planet has had, like, throughout the fucking ages. When most life just gets wiped out and it starts again, fresh and new slate.
Well, either
I'm back. What were we talking about? Mass extinctions?
Just started.
We were just getting on that path.
Propaganda and, you know, evolving to, you know, social media and stuff like that, and Q-tards and why, you know, people believe in that shit.
Thank you. By the way, Jacob Waters. And still what? So.
No, like I was like, well, I could see some people when it was also new, you know, Trump was new on the scene, and then all the Q stuff. Forget the the cult that popped up, but like, you know, thinking, you know, this glimmer of hope, you know, like, oh, are there really these white hats there that are gonna end all this and you know, save us? And so you know, and you can forgive a lot of people when it was all new, but like if you're still believing that all these years later, like, Yeah. It's like, okay, they had their chance. They could have done a whole lot. They didn't do it.
Oh God,
now it's like, now he's back. Now he's back, and he's stuffing the cabinet full of the worst, types, and it's
never-ending kosher cocksucking.
Yeah, exactly. And they're still hoping. So, what are they? Either they don't realize what that means, or they're like, oh, it's like he's just got to play the game. He's going to turn on them in the end. Yeah.
So I'm reading what happened to Brooke. I don't know if anyone saw this in the chat. So she retracted her earlier 2 messages where she was funning around with Aristides and saying, "Oh, don't pay him his full salary. He didn't earn it." I mean, that was just a joke anyway. But she retracted it. Then she says, "I am going to rehab to get Daniel out. I need someone to watch a house clip and agree with true laughter." Now, meaning a Dr. House. Anyhow, now all I have to have is to go back and accept my need for approval is unhealthy. Need it. I am so sorry. What? Now, Brooke, if you're listening, you're doing the wrong thing. And, if you're going to damn yourself to this, to the cycle, we can't help you. That's, at any rate, she says, I'm going to rehab to get Daniel out. That's alone is just, she might as well just say, I'm going to blow my brains out. I need someone to watch a house clip, meaning the Dr. House comedy, and agree with true laughter. Now, all I have is to go back and accept my need for approval is unhealthy. Need it. I am so sorry. I thought that the need it was supposed to replace a word in the earlier paragraph. I guess not. Then Jacob Waters says, cheers, everyone. Hope life is treating you well. Well, we wasted a lot of time with Brooke on the weekend. That's for fucking sure. And wow, what a waste of time. I feel so exploited. And then he says, people need to stop trying to find a surveyor in human. Okay. This is just another example of why text is not to be used to express yourself. Yes, it's all right. Okay, so that was suitably disturbing. So she's gone, and Heather took off. Where did Heather say where she was going? What happened?
She's charging her phone.
She's charging her phone. Okay.
Yeah.
So then she says, someone watch first one and give me something. So I'm just hearting both those. If somebody wants to download those for watching later, go ahead. I'm totally demotivated from watching them with her going out. I told her not to answer the door if it's Daniel. But no, she's, she went out and okay, there we go. So Brendan Zogan is on pause. What did he say he's doing? What exactly is going on with him? With his pause, does anyone know?
What did he say?
I'm not sure what he's doing. Sometimes he just goes on pause and doesn't say.
Okay. Well,
but
good. Yeah, if you're listening, Brendan, let us know when you're coming back because I had some questions about the delivery. And other than that, always
is your package all good? Like no damage, all fine?
So far as I can ascertain, yes. Thank you for asking. Yeah, it seems to be fine. Always concerned about that. The wrapping seemed to have been tampered with. Could have just happened, in terms of the shipping, where just somebody almost opened it by accident, but it seemed to be a little ripped in the rip area where you're supposed to rip the package open, like somebody took it upon themselves to start to rip it open, meaning the package covering the box, not the box itself. Yeah, the box itself contains a bunch of packs of red Korean ginseng, which I was going to ask Brendan about, and so
awesome.
Yeah, but other than that, just demotivated and everything with her bullshit, so we'll just say at B, I don't know if this will bring her name up or I guess there's no point in saying anything to her. She's surrendered to her own stupidity.
Godspeed, bro.
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, I wash my hands of you if you're going back to this lifestyle of methamphetamine and with an individual who tried to kill you. Are you quite serious, Brooke, that you're doing this? If so, I have no respect for you.
I thought she was being facetious when I first read that. I thought that was just her way of being sarcastic or something, morbidly sarcastic.
I would hope so, but I take it as real. It's
no.
Yeah, and hopefully it is all just some stupid joke. Other than
or like maybe depending on she's picking him up. You said. Right? We're getting him.
I mean, what is Ollie? I'm not
getting
trying
him
to.
So like,
how do I say?
Is this?
Well, what do you? Wait a second.
Or is this
look in the chat room and tell me what you think it says. I mean, because maybe I'm reading it wrong. So look at the chat room.
All right, I have to go look because like if she's picking him up to bring him like 50 miles down a desolate road and leave him there, then okay.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, I only wish somebody would have. Yeah, if she did that. Then here we are. And so here we got as I said, the decision back on this already. So if you can see the screen share, I'm sharing back this decision with you. You can take a look at it, and it just basically doesn't impact, of course, anything else, but. We can't speak about this other than privately. We can only speak about this privately. We'll speak about it privately later.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's this is all automated. Everything they do is automated now.
Yeah.
And so, but I expected as much. But the important thing was we got what we needed, which was the URL. So going off that, going back to the call, Brendan Zoga is back with us. Okay, so Brendan, I'll share again. Nothing to read out loud, Brendan, but if you can see this, can you see the cursor moving in the screen share?
Yeah.
Okay, so as you can see, this is a decision has been reached. We won't talk about this publicly. We'll talk about it privately, but it was all as expected. Nothing came of it. The only important thing we got out of it was that link. So we will use that hopefully towards some constructive end. But other than that,
it just gave you the automatic confirmation. Let's call it.
It's just fully automated. But if you could read inside the chat box what Brooke said, what do you make of what she said? It sounds as if then she retracted
all her messages.
She retracted the message. Brooke, if you're fucking listening, get back on the call and get away from Daniel, you dumb bitch.
Yeah. She seems like she's doing all right.
No, she's not. She wrote on the message, "I'm going to pick Daniel up from rehab because I'm a fucking stupid cunt." That's what she wrote.
Oh shit! You saw it?
Yes.
Yeah, we saw it.
Yeah, the first two was when she was just funning around with Aristides. Everybody thought it was a joke when she was saying, "Oh, I'm going to rehab to pick up Daniel," but personally, I don't view that as a joke. I view it as nothing to joke about. She answered the door. I said, "Look through the peephole first. Make certain it's not Daniel." And then, after that, she entered this, "Sorry, must go. I am needed. Going to go pick up Daniel from rehab." And it's like, fine. Yeah, well, then she wasted all our time throughout the weekend. All that time she stole, just, parasitizing off of us, or juicing us for no goddamn good reason. So there you go. Sick. Just sick. And, okay. So, all such being said...
Can't make wine without the stepping on the grapes,
What wine? Jesus Christ, there's no wine here. It's all sour grapes, dude.
But it'll mature into wine,
Fuck, I guess. Whatever. I think that's a bit obtuse.
100 years.
Yeah, I think that's a bit obtuse. Yeah.
Pull out some roomy quotes, some rumination.
Yeah. I mean, she comes on, she drones, we allow her to drone, and then, she might as well have gone to marry Ian West. I mean, with his marriage proposal to her and shit. I mean, seriously, it's at least then she would have had a job. He was offering her, "I could get you a job down here that pays twice as much as what I make." So essentially she'd be the breadwinner and shit.
A waitress?
Yeah, as a waitress.
Yeah, you know what? Like, 40-year-old chicks don't want to be a waitress, right?
Of course not. It's hell on the fucking feet, but, you do see them. You've seen them all your life, old waitresses. They're out there. you know, and she's still young enough where she'd be getting the fucking tips, probably getting free drugs as well every once in a while, and as well as meeting a lot of other drug dealers that would juice her for all she's making. But it's like, there you go. What a...
I remember growing up, there was this one lady that was at this local diner over by and my dad would go constantly because he was like non-functional. So, you know, even when he was so-called functional, we just ate out every day because he didn't want to cook or whatever. Jeez. And so we were like regulars at this diner, and this chick, she was like probably an ex-junkie or something, but she would come and sit at our table, and she would make her daily coffee, and it was like super strong black coffee with like 40 sugars. I shit you not. It had like 40 sugars in it. And Jesus. This lady was like as skinny as like a rail. And she would be like, yeah, this is what I survive on as a waitress. And like it just, her life looked miserable. It was awful. But yeah, so that's how they operate.
Yeah. Yeah. And to think Brooke turned that down. Yeah, for something worse. Yeah. Yeah. She would have been better off with that than hanging out with Daniel, in which case she's, you know, not employed at all. It's like, wow, I guess she just surrendered to the siren song of that bent dick, and that she claims Daniel has. And I have no reason to doubt what she's saying. But there you go. It's addictive to her, and it's fucking pathetic. There you go. Well, we tried. We wash our hands of it to a degree. It's like, at any rate, we'll catch up on that. So with the red ginseng, so what I've received is a package of red ginseng Songhwa gin drink. I need you, Brendan, to tell me how to use this. It's Korean red ginseng. It's a product of Korea. These are packets that have absolutely no fucking English on them whatsoever, and I don't read Korean. So these what do I say? These things, what I don't get is it says 10 servings per container. Now, I don't understand how that's possible, because if you look at these packages do not, how does one get 10 servings out of a container when it's just one package with 100 milligrams of whatever this is, red ginseng syrup or juice or whatever. So can you look?
It's like a syrup, yeah.
Yeah, so can you look this up? Kwangdong Songhwa. This isn't the shit they were selling at Costco, was it?
No. How do you spell it? It's Kwang.
Oh, okay, because, yeah, this is spelled Choi's Original Herb Signature. Choi's Oriental Herb Signature. Choi's Oriental Herb Signature. Kwangdong Songhwa is with 2 S's. Everything else is spelled the way it sounds, except Songhwa is spelled with 2 S's, Ssanghwa. Songhwa. By the way, it's like, I still have the feeling it's like talking to some chick who decided, you know, after you were like nursing her through rehab, and then she says, I'm going now to shoot up a full dose of heroin. That's what I feel like.
That's actually happened to me.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I bet. So let me see if this is the same shit that V had shown me before this package. And so let me take a look at it. I'm taking a look at, we've had a lot. It looks kind of similar, but not.
Yeah, so it's got a gold top with a red stripe, yeah?
Yeah, it's different from the shit from Costco. That was Hong Samwan. I know Hong means red in Chinese, and Samwan is just like a brand name. So with this, it's
Hong Kwan Yang.
Kwangdong it's Choi's Oriental Herb Signature, Kwangdong Songhwa. Kwangdong, Kwangdong, and then Songhwa spelled SSANGHWA. So, and these are packets of 100 milliliters, and I don't see how that can be 10 servings each. How the fuck would you know when to stop pouring the liquid out? One of these.
There's
packets.
Probably a measurement on the back in Korean or something crazy.
Not that I can see. Anyhow, it says product name Red Ginseng Songhwa Gin Drink, Songhwa Gin Drink. So product name Kwangdong Red Ginseng Songhwa Gin Drink. And store at room temperature, away from light, of course. And 34 fluid ounces. That's 100 milliliters times 10 packs. 3.4. I mean fluid ounces. 3.4 fluid ounces.
There you go. So that's the dose. There you go.
So it's a full dose each pack.
Yeah.
So it says 10 servings per container. What it means, each pack is a single serving, and there's 10 packs in this container. 1,
That's right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. Okay, there we are. So there's only 10 doses in here. Got to be selective when I use them. Twice a week. Just use them on transmission days. And okay, and cool. Okay, so there we are. And I just pour them into a what, hot water or cold water? Do you know?
Either way, they'll dissolve. They're just crystals, like
no, this is juice. This is juice. So it's syrup, more like a syrup.
Yeah. So you can use either temperature, but I would use hot.
Okay.
As per Chinese medicine, it's always hot mixtures.
Okay.
Unless you have or something, yeah.
Unless you have what? Let's see.
A fever, unless you have a fever, but then you wouldn't be taking ginseng because it's a firmifuge, like it increases heat.
Right. Okay. All right. Good. Thank you. Then we got MK. I don't know if MK is a chick, but she acts like a chick, and so kisses to MK. She gives us a little female blowing cloud, female cloud blowing a little wind spout, and then we've got stars and we've got a heart. So shout out to MK. Welcome aboard. Jacob Waters, can you understand what he's saying in the chat box? He says people need to stop trying to find a surveyor in human. Doesn't make sense to me, but if you can make sense of that.
Yeah, who knows? It's probably Trampus or something.
No. Jacob Waters is showing a face. It's not Trampus. Trampus wouldn't show a face. Yeah. Yeah. And so, like I said, he came up with while Ian West was.
Yeah, we don't have, unless you want to. We don't have to call him out because that was so pathetic.
It's
let me back in.
Oh Jesus! It's like at least it's funny.
Yeah.
At least it's funny.
That's definitely
Yeah. Go on.
That's definitely not Trampus.
Yeah.
Got it.
And,
confirmed.
Yeah. Thank you. I didn't think so. And so when it comes to the MK just sent her kisses, but with Trampus Nicholson, yeah, it's not even calling him out. It's just relaying that while Ian West was proposing marriage to Brooke Gibson, Trampus Nicholson was proposing marriage to myself, essentially. So, yeah.
A fork, what is it called? A fork to salt?
Yeah, something like that. Yes, it's like, good Lord. I just still feel so shaken by that. She comes on the show. We let her drone, and then, the whole weekend we've let her drone. We've all let her drone throughout the weekend. All of us, except maybe Nemo. And then...
Well, we should let her back on to defend herself. I doubt she would do something like that.
You mean go back and pick this motherfucker up from his,
Yeah, she's not going to do that. She's not going to do that.
Okay, well, you have more faith in her than I do. And she's welcome to come on and kick my ass and spank me if that's the case. Call me, whatever name she wants. But I'm pretty fucking cynical. It's just like, maybe it's because I'm going through Coca-Cola withdrawals. Maybe it's that. Yeah, that.
It's bad? Is it like you could feel it?
It's bad enough where I do feel it. I do feel it. It's like I'll get over it.
What do they put in that stuff? My God.
Well, it's all the sugar and the caffeine and the high fructose corn syrup. It's all the chemicals are basically a very sweet poison that is obviously she's back. Oh, thank God. Were you lying about picking up? You were lying, right? About picking that motherfucker up for rehab?
Well, maybe I'm not going to be now because I heard you fucking just believed it and started talking bad about
Oh, man, I raked you over the coals. I said,
yeah, you did.
I said that dumb fucking cunt.
You both sell me out, and the people...
Hey, Brendan stood up for you. Brendan believed in you. Brendan believed it. Tell him, guys. Aristides Nemo defend Brendan.
I was still listening. I was still listening when you just called. I was still listening, trying to figure out who stood up for me, and I want to know who on this damn show stood up for me. And
Brendan
did
had
Brendan
faith
the only
in
one?
you.
Is Brendan the only one?
Brendan had faith. Aristides said you might be joking, right? Aristides, did you say that? Maybe.
Nah, did I?
I said when I said she was being sarcastic.
I said it depended on what she was going to do with him.
It came off as sarcastic.
I was hearing Aristides say that part, and I also heard Nemo say something along the lines of just like, I don't know. I mean, I think she's shit. Like,
No,
I don't know what you said.
I said when I read it, it came off sarcastic. I didn't think you were serious.
Okay, I didn't hear that part.
See, all these guys.
I can tell what sarcasm is.
Okay, Aristides, go on. Aristides.
No, I'm good.
Yeah,
no, he's good.
See, all these guys had faith in you. All these guys had faith in you.
Nemo had faith in me a little bit, even though Brendan may have had faith in me.
No, Brendan totally defended you. Brendan, tell her what you said.
She heard it. I said I don't think Brooke would do that, and I have faith in her.
Yeah.
Why did you do that? Is that a fake thing, Brendan? Are you trying to like be a Peter Moon?
No. He meant it.
No, I defended you. I said Brooke wouldn't do that. After all this, she wouldn't do that.
Yeah,
but you know why he knows that? Why does he know that, Douglas?
I don't know, because I gave up on you instantly. I gave up on you.
Yeah.
Why do you have to play these games with us?
Yeah, he just instantly had to do it.
As well, Aristides, what I'm trying to show is that I don't have emotional regulation, and I need it.
Yeah, we know that. We know that.
You weren't giving me attention, and so I was reaching out like a 3-year-old for attention, and say, "Look at me, watch a house episode. You will do that." And then, like that's just my whole like weakness of I need attention, and I don't have any emotional regulation or control. Aristides.
So well, I don't have time for that or your house episode. All right.
I know. You also don't have time for laughter, and you know what you could do. It's a little.
I'm going for a fucking walk.
I love you. Oh my god,
we love you, Ari.
Yeah,
I'll be here. I'll be here. But
the first time you've ever emotionally regulated on this show, and I did it. Like, tell me I'm not the queen of anything. I feel bad about it.
Well, he loves his dogs. Yeah, he loves his dogs. He's got to take the chihuahuas for some exercise. We love you, Ari. Yes. No, I threw you to the wolves, Brooke. I
Emotionally regulating you is easy. I mean, you go like it didn't surprise me as much. Like I was like, oh my god, it hurt me a little, and then I was like, but it's Douglas. Like he's literally the first time threw you off there. Like, let's get on here now. She's the enemy. Let's take their money back that you just donated for the tries to get it. And I was like crying.
I didn't say you were the enemy. I never said that. I just want to make sure you didn't take your money back.
First time. Yeah, whatever it was. And I was bawling, crying, and as I'm still bawling, crying as I'm listening to you talk, and then I hear the money thing, and I'm just like,
and she's still crying 10 years later.
I'm still crying. I'm still that emotionally regulated about it. Like it's not okay with me. Like I trust people, and when they betray my
you can learn a thing too from the sage. I almost called him Aquino. Aristides, sage Aristides.
You're being cut off, man. All we're hearing is every other word, Brendan. All we're hearing is like Blue Lotus. I'm high. What?
Am I audible?
Yes, I think. Try and say everything all over again, because we only caught every other word.
Oh, I said.
It sounded like suck, and then it went dick, and then it went Aristides. Like that's.
No, I said.
It's like 3 Aristides.
I said you're learning something from sage Aristides, but instead of Aristides, I said Aquino by accident.
I need to hear.
So that's why they cut me off.
And I was like, wait a minute, what are we doing?
I like how he said no. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't on purpose.
I'm sorry. Like I feel bad now. I mean, I feel
I'm
bad.
not like Ian. He isn't my hero. I'm like Ian. Yeah.
Oh. Did you hear what I said, Brick, about she'd be better off taking Ian up on his marriage proposal and going down and standing for hours as a waitress shaking her ass? She'd be getting more of an opportunity to buy drugs down there of a higher quality than the shit she gets from Daniel. And I said, what a dumb fucking cunt. You know, I went on and on about we let her drone, and she parasitizes us and then pulls this.
I'm sure you went on and on about me. It's fine. I've heard worse. I don't want to hear it. Like I've heard you say worse, so it's fine. I did drone on, and I did obviously, at the end of the day, you know what I did? I fooled you again, and you thought, and then you're like, oh, I'll let her back on.
But like Aristides says, why do you do this? What is where does this come from?
I was just like, hey, to be honest, I call myself out in what I may be doing.
Who was at the door? Who was at the door?
No one was at the door.
What?
Oh.
Why
not
did
a
you?
door.
What?
I hung up because I realized I was talking too much and I needed to shut up after the last call. And I was like, I'm just going to hang up.
I don't understand. Have you ever tried just shutting your mouth?
No, that's not possible. That's not saying. That's not gonna.
That's why she had to. That's why she had to make up a story.
Yeah, I know that's not gonna. I'm smart enough to know my own weakness. Like I know. Okay, God. You suck. You talk too much, but you can't shut up. So why don't you just hang up? Like that was what I had to do. I did that for you guys' benefit, so you didn't have to hear me continually take like.
But you missed my point about what I was saying about the stupid X-Files.
Yeah, well, that was also intentional because I don't have time to waste in my life. Yeah, like I could.
But you want us to watch episodes of Dr. House?
Yeah, well, because that's actually funny and hilarious. And your show, number one, was like you don't believe in aliens, and that's pretty much what it was promoting. That and a girl that's not even porn. That girl is not like go watch some porn if you want to watch like a sexy girl. That girl's not even doing porn.
Yeah.
Like, what is the point of that show?
Yeah. No, you're right on. Honey, you're striking all my marks. I mean, it's like I'm with you on everything you say. My dad.
When you go on break, I want you to click on what I sent. Okay, I need you to do this. This is the one thing you make up.
Well, okay. Tell you what. Send it to me in private messages, and I promise I'll look at it after the show.
You have to do it during the show because that's the only way. 20 seconds of it. 20 seconds while you're on break.
Oh, okay. Let me do that now. And
because if it doesn't get you, because you're the person that I see it getting more.
It's gonna come on. I'm gonna hear the voice probably. Let me see if I'll turn the voice on. And
we all experience it at some point.
First off, I'll wait till after the ad. I gotta skip the ad. Okay, so here he comes. Let's see.
Dr. House.
Yeah, I'm
not even a psychopath.
This is 15 fucking minutes.
It is, but I'm telling you in 20 seconds.
Are you kidding?
Whether you like
He's
it
not.
Or not.
Okay.
Are you saying I'm like Ted Bundy or something?
Psychopathy can get a bad rap.
So I'm listening
Doesn't necessarily mean you're violent. Just that you're completely without conscience. You lack any normal emotion. You manipulate everyone around you. You're promiscuous. You lie pathologically. Any of this ringing bells?
Is that why you were asking me all those weird questions?
She said, this is the one, if everybody does know, it's the one where there's a psychopath, and he's basically telling her she's a psychopath without, like, he's telling her, like, I know you're a psychopath.
Right. But by the way, I get it. So I get the appeal. I can see that right away. So there's Dr.
You realize that is, if you were a doctor, that is who you would be right there. That is you.
It is. I can actually accept that.
Dude's like popping pills like they're candy and shit.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck it. You can't take them because you're not a vampire, you're not Hitler, but I'll take them. And by the way, you're a sociopath, bitch, and I know it. It's the way he says stuff. Like, it is you to a T in some ways. Like, if you were a doctor, that's how they would write you.
Well,
like,
that's pretty much how I was responding when you fed us that line of shit about, I'm going out and pick up Daniel where I'm needed at the rehab. And that's what I said, man, I feel like we just gathered, taking this bitch through rehab. We've all nursed her in our arms. And then she says, now I'm going to go do a full dose of heroin. Thank you. Yeah.
I rewound that. That's where I clicked on it. When I clicked back on it, that's where I heard it.
And I said that
talking about me, he has to be talking about me. He is not falling for this. And so I rewound it again. I heard that 3 times, by the way, that particular part of you explaining, that I was, this bitch. I thought, is he talking about thee? Who is he talking about?
Did you hear how I said that you were addicted to bent dick? I said, man, I guess that bent dick is really addictive. And that's all it takes. Yeah. She says he's got one, and I have no reason to disbelieve her. Yeah. Did you hear that part?
I didn't hear that part. Actually, I did not hear that part. But I mean, he does have a bent dick, and it did hit the right spot. So I'm not gonna
there you go, guys. Find some way to bend your dicks, and you've got a chance with Brooke Gibson.
No, I'm good.
Okay, don't do that. First of all,
mine's thick enough, so I don't need to bend.
He says it's to the left, and here's the thing: I'm so don't pay attention to shit to this day when he says it's to the left. He calls himself Lefty Larry, and I'm like. Then that's even if I was to be like, I don't know if he means to his, does he mean to his left from his angle or from my angle? Like, which left does he mean? Because
not to mention,
I should have taken that out.
What were you going to say, Brendan? Say it, Brendan, because Brendan...
He doesn't have the ability to think outside of his own world, so he's not talking about anyone facing him.
Yes.
Brendan, I love Brendan because that's true. That would make sense. That would be his left. Yes, that's
his left.
Because I did also tell him. There were several times, and I'm not kidding you, that I said we need to go get that thing called Clone a Willy, because there's that thing where you can clone a dick. And I said I need that because before I kill you, I'm gonna need that done. Like I literally and I'm not kidding. Like I told him that.
Well, when I told Douglas privately, we were talking about it. Just why don't you just go on Tinder and say this is my specification, and there's like 99 people that will just hit you up and say these are my exact stats, and that's how people operate nowadays. It's like a fucking menu at a restaurant and shit.
Yeah. And
online
Aristides.
Yeah. Well, speaking of somebody just because they have a dick.
Wait, Brooke. Let's let Aristides give his sage advice.
Speaking of Willies, didn't Bill Clinton have a bent dick too? But that didn't mean you want to hang out with him.
Who did he say?
Exactly. Bill Clinton. But people love Bill Clinton. People wanted to hang out with Bill Clinton.
I sent a message to Maggie. I was like, hey, this is stuff I found. I just threw out of yours. By the way, this is what I kept. Was watching the picture. I said, well, not the because she had that. What's that foam stuff people play with, like foam? It's like Play-Doh almost. And I said, well, not that. It's as dry as me watching a Trump porn event, like Trump on a porn video. Like it's not gonna go there. Like it's so yeah. I get it. I get Aristides, and you're right. But what I'm more glad is that Aristides is back. And he's taken a breath, and he's had his emotional regulation time, and you're good. You're good, right?
So you stoke people into anger to get them to see the emotion. Is that what it?
I don't, but now that I can learn, that's maybe my superpower. That's what I'll go with. Like if I have,
not over me.
You're teaching. Yeah, you may be the one. I was like, I think I have some kind of power because God damn it, Peter Moon was mad enough to send me some bullshit. So I'm.
Oh yeah, she had enough power to make herself the center focus of Peter Moon's existence.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, his universe revolves around her.
Yeah, and now I've never heard you ever show emotion until tonight, and it's me talking. I mean, maybe that is my power. It's just to bring out.
I don't think Aristides showed that much emotion, honey.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's the most emotion he has ever shown, and I'm not gonna say
while you were listening.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, that's right. I get it. While she was listening, that's right. No, but when I was talking about you, Brooke, he didn't come up with anything very flaming. He was, he's not a very emotional person. He didn't flare up. He didn't flare up with anything.
That's not what I mean. Yeah. I don't mean that. I mean that anyway, it doesn't matter.
No, I get what you mean. I understand what you mean.
I love Aristides. There's nothing. If I come if it's even coming across that I'm like, but I am me, and I'm just.
No, I get it. It's like Aristides is a big, cuddly teddy bear, and you just keep poking him. I get it. It's
well,
like
when you got a little emotion when I ask you all day, what'd you do? I did stuff. That kind of stuff. Well, I mean, it's stuff around the house, and like I poked him all day. So tonight, when he was like finally came back a little bit, like, I don't say that, Douglas. I am not emotionally regulated. I was like, oh my god, he's showing emotional regulation right now by saying he's not emotionally regulated. Like that was the biggest response you've ever shown here. I'm just gonna say.
Do you feel better about yourself now?
Yeah.
Because that's all we want.
I don't know. I don't even know. Right. Actually, you're right. I don't know. I should know how I feel. I don't even know if I feel better or worse. Like
you admitted your need for validation, and
Yes. I guess the fact that I feel good enough, the fact that I admit, at least I can admit that I need validation and know my own problems.
You got me. You got me, bro. You got me. Just don't go pick up Daniel.
Yeah. See, Aristides is such a nice guy. He's such a nice guy. He's giving you this. He's giving you this, Brooke. It's like you honestly, Brooke, you are surrounded by men who are bending over backwards to help you out, and you still find a way to fuck us up the ass.
Can he bend it to the left is what I need to know. Can he bend it to the left?
I'm just agreeing with it, hoping it goes away.
Yeah, hey, Brendan, what did you originally say? If you can come off mute, there was something you originally said when I said, see, guys, just to get in good with Brooke, bend your dick to the left. You said, don't do that. And there was something you said afterwards that got stepped over with.
Oh, I said you're going to get sued because some idiot's going to, like, break their dick trying to do that.
Yeah, good point.
And there's going to be, like, 20 dudes, like, in court, like, Dietrich told me to bend my dick.
I bent it left. She said it. So it's on air. She said it. You must hold her accountable. That's
Believe it or not, it's possible to break your dick. That's real.
Oh shit! Well, yeah, don't do it, guys. Don't do it. And
yeah, but stupidity won't hold up in court as a defense. So.
You know what I love? That no one here went, "Hey, I've done that." So Douglas said, "Don't do it." You didn't go, "I've experienced it. I almost broke my dick." Nor did Aristides. Nor did me. No one went like, "Oh yeah, I was almost there. It was so great." So I don't know. I mean, Ian West at least could probably come up with that one. Yeah, I know. I almost did. Or it was broken last week. I was still going hard. None of y'all even tried for that joke, much less the truth, which would be I actually tried to break my dick.
Oh my God. But honey, imagine the porn. As a former pornographic writer, I can imagine someone with a bent dick, and it would be like hooking a fish. Imagine oral sex. It must have been like, that must be how he reeled you in. He must have reeled you in like a fish.
Yeah, well, you know what I can imagine? Sex with the prostitute that you said. Oh my God, Brooke, it's the one time I listened to you and I sexed them back.
That's right. I blame Brooke Gibson.
All over their pussy. Because when I lick pussy, I like to have a bunch of hair up in my mouth. That's what I like to pick my teeth and floss. Is I use it extra with their hair. Like you, so pro hair. I'm sorry.
It helps to have a healthy biome down there, young lady. It really does. And when I listen to you, then that's the only time I got a yeast infection was because my escort had to shave for her former client. And, usually they have a little hair down there. This one did not. She had to shave before
she... And he comes home and he has a yeast infection and tells me it's my fault.
I blame you. I blame you. You're the person who set me up for that. Yeah.
I've never had a yeast infection to my knowledge. If I did, I might have been 20 and thought I had one and went to the doctor just in case. Like, I mean, not to the doctor, the actual just Walmart, because that's where you get yeast infection shit, apparently. But I don't think I've ever had one. My point to that is, though, my nightmare, and this is actually true. I shouldn't share this, but I share everything else, so why not? True nightmare. This happened, and I do not know why. If anyone wants to read into it, I dreamed, and this is when I started dating Maggie, and I was dating women, and I just had a dream about a neighbor. And the neighbor is, first of all, someone I don't like. Secondly, she's everything that I would not find appealing in a woman, meaning she was fat and heavy and a bitch and gross and dark-headed and just nothing. And all I remember in the dream, and I woke up with this, was waking up and I'm going down on her, and then there is a huge amount of clustered hair. And it was just like, it was so gross. It was disgusting. And I wake up. And that is to this day, I still can't see that lady when she's walking in the neighborhood. Like, I'm like, oh, gross. But when you say, like, oh, I want that, like, I can't. That's why I'm so grossed out with it, because I'm like,
I said little hair down there, at least enough to maintain a healthy biome. It doesn't need to be that much.
I don't need a healthy biome.
Hood.
The healthy biome is like to hold on to enough germs to kill the other germs that are there. And I don't need a healthy biome because I don't need to hold on to germs to kill germs, because you know what I do? I shower.
Okay. Well, but thank you. I appreciate that.
That's a total lie. That's a total lie. I don't even shower. Like, I'm like, literally.
Well, you stopped because you were trying to dissuade meth head Larry from jumping your bones.
Yes. But, he would say he needed a shower every day. Like, he went very easy over. And I would be like, when I first met him, the first night he was like, I said, I'm going to shower. And remember, it was the night I'd been sick. You told me not to go get the car that day. And so I hadn't showered in like 2 or 3 days. So when I realized I might sleep with this guy. Who the hell knows? I hadn't sex in a year. So I was like, I'm going to shower. I mean, I just tell him that I'm going to shower. And he's like, I haven't showered in a few days. Like, I'm going to do that. And so that was his thing, as he would go to, hey, I would come home and he's like, hey, why don't you go get in the shower? Well, I'll feed the dogs. I'll sweep. That was the only time he did anything. I'd go shower. And so I would, when we did that, like, just, okay. But then I realized very quickly, oh, you're just going to then lay in the bed, cut on porn, which I told you is not, but you're going to not even cut on porn. You're going to flip through the first 4 seconds of every porn video there is. And just never even choose one of those.
He doom scrolls. He doom scrolls
porn.
Yeah.
And he lays there and then would expect, he would then get mad. He would suddenly get mad. And then I finally realized he's getting mad because the same thing I am obviously getting mad about. This is not turning me on. And I don't know, but he's getting mad that apparently he thought if he doom scrolled porn, I should be jumping on his dick and sucking it, is what he thought. And like, you haven't, and now I'm mad because you haven't. And so I said, I tried to tell him, hey, look, I don't care if you watch porn. I'm not one of those women. Go watch your porn if you want. I don't think it's probably for these reasons healthy, but do whatever you want. But it doesn't turn me on. And I didn't even tell him. I said, hey, this is this. Like, this is what turns me on. That does not. And then that motherfucker would say, okay, I know, okay. And the exact same time, he's wanting, I'm going to lay here and doom scroll porn. What? And then Matt, why are we not having sex? And I'm like, I don't know. Because now not only are you doing everything I told you turns me off, you're also turning me off by just not even listening to the fact that what I told you to do. Like, just don't doom scroll porn in front of me. Like, you could have literally cut on music. You could have just cut on some music. You could have kissed me. You could have done whatever. But to lay there, not touching me with your head under it, and just like, I'm watching this porn, and now I'm mad. I've watched it for 15 minutes, doom scrolling it, and you aren't sucking my dick. Like that, or like whatever, jumping on him, riding him, whatever you wanted. Like, the point was, it was just so I don't know that any of you, and I think you're all idiots, to be honest, but I don't think you are that big an idiot to do that. Like, that's the point. And like that, then that shows what an idiot I am, because I am actually was with this guy. So like, what does that say about me, right? So anyway, yeah.
Yes, well, thank you for sharing that. By the way, Jacob Waters in the chat room says he meant to say people need to stop trying to find a savior in humanity. So it was his speech to text that converted that to surveyor in human. Godcard says the common name ginseng derives from the Mandarin name for the plant Tenshen, which translates roughly as essence of the earth in the form of a man. A reference to the human-like shape, very similar to the mandrake root in that sense. Godcards then says, the human-like shape of some ginseng roots, the genus name Panax derives from the Greek panakes, or panacea, and sing, the term for a fleshy root that is used as a tonic, which will bring us back to Brooke and that bent root, that fleshy root that's used as a tonic.
You're my enemy. Like, do you realize what astrology tells me now? Like, because I went back on it and I want to be like, on to the other side. You are my, I don't know if you're my enemy, because this is what I finally realized. I was like, I don't know if it's him. He just brings forth every enemy. And this is why I believe, this is why I should do the sigils. This is why, because my 12th house is, guess what? The only person I know is Libra, is you. Like, that is you. And guess what my 12th house is? Libra. And I know you don't know what that means, but I even know now more than, because it is the house of enemies. It's the house of doom. It's the house of, you'll end up in a mental hospital, is what it says. Like, it is the house of Libra. And guess the only Libra that I have close to my life is you. So I don't know anyone else to take with that, but yeah, like, now it makes sense. Like, yeah, probably everything that's going on, Daniel included, and that bent dick. I mean, thank you for that little part that you gave me while you were singing.
Well, all such being said, we can continue, of course, with the 14th Amendment and talk about how much havoc that will cause if that is removed by Donald Trump, which he has promised his base that he would do. Actually, not in the mood for that yet. Going to build up towards my rage later in the show, but I think we're holding good now with the roundtable.
She was still up. You should call me earlier, and I could ask her what with that thing when she said, "You don't know policy," and I was like, and I finally stood up to her. I was like, "Yeah, I know policy," and she's like, "What is Nufaram Gashamam?" Like, what is? I'm actually going to message her.
For those of you who don't know, Lola was challenging Brooke about her knowledge of policy. Before we get back to that, what were you going to say, Brendan? You were mentioning something that this brought to mind about the round table.
I was going to say, take the red ginseng so you'll get fired up again.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I may yet do that. It is a transmission night. I'm rather afraid to tell you the truth, since I don't think I can OD. I mean, I put already the American wild ginseng bag inside this tea, and could follow it up with the other to fire myself up some more.
I ate over an 8-ball of methamphetamine. Okay, so I don't know. You're like, I don't know if I should take another ginseng pill.
And still, And still, after she almost dies, comes home and basically scours the house, finds some more meth left, imbibes it.
I didn't scour it. It was the way he had left off his in front of my mother. My mother goes to get in the car, and I said, I said, whoa. And there's that little salt. And she said, what are you doing? I said, that's that meth that fell off his shirt, apparently. There's some of it. And I put my finger on it, licked it. She said, what are you doing? I said, I don't have any Adderall, and unless you're buying me some, that's where I'm going. You know?
My God. To see a child, a mother, to see a child disintegrate.
She didn't even say, like, she didn't even try to stand up to me and be like, I don't even know that she processed what I said. But she knows how fast I talk, she can get. The rest of it is like, did my daughter just tell me she's eating methamphetamine in front of me? Like, to not sit down on the seat yet because I'm not blocked. Because I don't do cloth seats. It's the only car I've ever had cloth seats. That's the problem. It had cloth and it's black and there was white, obvious salt. Like, it was just there. I was like, oh shit, stop. And I realized, I was like, damn, because obviously, I mean, he did dump it on his shirt like an idiot, number one. Number two, well, why are you in the phone? I don't know, because I had to call my mommy. I could have probably just raked my shirt off and immediately seen it. And then maybe, like, he just tried to empty shit into a Coke can, and the rest of it had fallen on his shirt as he opened it. And instead of thinking, maybe I should break my shirt off, he said, then the next move I should make is call mom. And his mom was on the phone, and she says, as the officer telling the police, he says, hey, I just want to let you know, I'm getting pulled over. Brooke, it's getting pulled over. Which, by the way, that was a sign right there when he said, well,
there. Yeah. Yeah.
And then, and then he says that.
Yeah. It's kind of like that time that I assumed Aristides was still listening because I do have an espionage background. I always assume that no one is asleep and they're always listening. And after the show was over, Brendan and I made a few jokes about his having gone to the dentist.
Good save.
Yes, gone to the dentist. Yes, and we were talking. I was saying, yeah, man, I sure wish he'd share that shit he was on, that Novocaine and whatever he might have mixed it with. And then of course, Brendan of course threw in his bit. Yeah, it's more powerful than Blue Lotus. And then all I can say is that later on, Brendan writes me a note. He heard you, Douglas. He heard you. I like how Brendan extracted himself from being part of that conversation. Yeah, kind of like what our man Daniel did to you, Brooke.
I told Aristides. I said it was all Doug.
Yeah. See? Yeah.
It was mostly Doug. It really was. I mean, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah. Oh, see?
That's my espionage background. There you
go. Yeah. Hey, cover your ass. Yeah.
Okay, but you do realize that Brendan, after talking to him this weekend, he is part, like, he's got Middle Eastern blood. Did we know that? We've got somebody on the phone with some Middle Eastern blood.
Oh, that's right. And by the way, honey, he was crediting you with high EQ, emotional quota. So he was telling Aristides and Nemo and I, yeah, Brooke helped me. And we said, Brooke helped you? How the fuck did Brooke help you?
I don't know. I told him it was funny. I was like, well, I was going to make a joke first. It's like, why are you letting somebody, like, eat that blood? Because I thought we were German. I thought we were, like, anti-anything, not really white. Like me and Nemo. Like, we're just, like, bro.
Let's not bring up uncomfortable aspects about Nemo.
Joke, because I'm joking, okay? Now, back to that part.
What, do you think Nemo is offended? Do you honestly think Nemo is offended by your insinuation?
I don't even know what she said.
I just don't want to be assuming. Nemo, I'm already on a terrorist watch list, probably because of the show. I am on one.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was your dad that told you that.
My dad. Well, Daniel told me when we first met.
Oh, that's right, Daniel. That's right.
Daniel told me first, and so I assumed. But then I assumed he's still probably a liar. So I assumed it forever. Then when I went to jail months later, my dad, when I get off, my dad says, in this past year, says, you're on this one. You're on a terrorist watch list.
That's right.
And I said, what? And he ran because he was so worried when I was in jail. So he just put in my name and ran because he was scared I'd been charged with other things and didn't know. He didn't know what's going on. So he ran it. And it gave him, I was on the terrorist watch list. Not on a no-fly list, by the way, because no-fly list is different. But I'm on a terrorist watch list. And guess what? When I try to Google that, I don't know if anybody else knows how to do it, but you can't just go get a terrorist watch list. It's not possible. Like, I can't find, because I'm like, well, where am I on it? I want to see my name just to make me, to be honest, make me feel good. Again, they think it's going to feel bad. I'm like, oh, look at you. You're bad important enough to be on a terrorist watch.
Maybe not a terrorist watch list, just a general watch list.
No, she said, she said two people tell her. Yeah, it's a terrorist watch list. Also, Lola has kind of confirmed it. Lola said.
Yeah, Lola confirmed. Lola's the one that told me. She confirmed it.
To be fair, it's not that hard to get on the watch list. Just say you're pro-Hitler, then you're on the list.
Oh, sounds like he's a professional over there.
Yeah, Nemo's a pro.
Not hard to get on a list.
It's not.
It's not. I mean, I've been there. I mean, I tried to fight it a few times. I probably realized it wasn't worth it. It's fine. Once I'm missing Katy Perry's eyelashes.
Okay, this isn't Pokemon. We're not going to collect all the lists and shit.
Yeah, let's try not to.
Yeah.
That's the thing, though. People don't realize something. I just want to be on your list. Like, if you're sending me bad shit, and I just want to know this, because at this point, I can't hide my shit. So anybody listening to me that's going to send shit is going to send it. My point is, I just want you to know, at this point, whether your shit works or not, I'm thanking you for making me be important enough to send me some shit. Because that's all I needed, was just to know I'm important enough for you to be like, man, I'm going to put shit in the freezer. Maybe not be hateful. Like, I don't know, what's his name? I don't know, like, you know, like,
it's a good thing you purged his name. It's a good thing you purged it. That's a positive. Yeah.
So, but that's my point, is like, that's my thing, is to most people, if you even say your name, like, if people are like, and I don't mean that rudely, like, if I say your name and know your name, then in my circle, now that doesn't mean that I'm right, and it's not at all right, but the way my brain works, if I know your name and I actually say it, you're in a circle that is very few, because there are people that I actually love and care about that I've seen over and over. And I worked for a girl and went to the gym with her daily for months and months. Like, I worked with her for over a year. I went to the gym with her every day after work, after work, for like almost 6 months. And Lola would say, what's her name? And I said, what's her name? What's her name? And then I realized how bad it was, because Lola was out and she ran into her, like, we're out and I needed to introduce each other. And I said, hey, this is my daughter Lola, and this is, my gym girl, like, I couldn't say her name, because for whatever reason, I knew it. had not registered it. Like, I knew it if somebody said it, like, I knew that's her name is all, like, and now I know it. But I only registered in that moment. Later, I ended up registering it because I didn't want to be embarrassed. But I register things on an emotional response level. Meaning, if you didn't emotionally connect with me enough that I felt like some need to emotionally remember it, then I'm not going to most likely remember it. There's just no, it's not that I didn't hear your name 20 times. It's just like, what point is it? It's like Peter Moon. I was like, I feel like still Peter Moon to this day hated me in the beginning, because I was like, who are you? Because I didn't know who Douglas Dietrich was when I came on the show. And I sure as hell didn't know who Peter Moon was. And I still remember to this day, even after I've been on a few months, that Christopher Andrich, whatever. And he's like, oh, you mean Peter?
Michael Christopher Andrich, the Croatian guy in Australia. Yes, go on.
He was like, well, but Peter said that you spoke with Peter. And I said, yeah. And like he said, and I was like, what do you, and I remember being blown away in the fact that I was like, you spoke with Peter. And then it was just like, and we went into it, and I was like, who the fuck, who is that? What is Peter? Who is, like, Peter Moon? Oh, that guy, Peter Moon. Oh, okay. And then, and I realized now that was somebody to him. But my bigger point is, Peter didn't realize I wasn't trying to insult him. I didn't know who he was. I didn't give a shit who he was. And I probably shouldn't. And to this day, the only reason I know your name or shouldn't remember it now is because, number one, Peter, you tried to reach out and help me. We have the same birthday. I can remember it now. And number two, you tried to reach out and help me. But what did you ultimately do? You sold your own self out and your own soul trying to hurt me, if you did. Yes. And so where are you emotionally with that? Like, that's my point. You should have been on air, if you should be on air right now and say, if you did what you did to me, or you did anything toward me or Paul or anybody, you should be saying, hey, I did it, because that's who I am. That's what I own. I own what I do. And if you can't get on air and say what you do, who are you? That's the only thing I would tell Peter. Who are you? If at your age, you can't literally you can tell people how to live their life and whatever, but you can't get on there and say, well, I did this last night and I did it for this reason and I'm right and I don't care what anyone else says. That's why I did it. That's fine. I respect that. If you literally sent death to my door, I respect it. If you can get on there and say, this is why I did it, and I believe it, and it's what I'm doing. But if you can't own 100%, if you can be like, I kind of hate her, I'll probably send death to her. Like, that's the most you can do and say, but then you would do it. And again, I can't 100% say he sent anything or not. That's more on the belief side of you guys, and then the belief side of what I've experienced, maybe, yes, okay. But I just want, if Peter ever hears that, or anybody can send it to him, I want him to know that before he dies. I want him to know that at the end of the day, his biggest chance to be a person or a human, he wrote books, he had every opportunity, he could sell knowledge, he had access to knowledge, and he couldn't own, or at least to this day, unless he does, own what he will do and why he will do it. Whether you're like, I will sell Douglas out, or I never believed in Douglas, I was using him for money, or whatever your freaking reason for it is, Peter. Like, or, you know, but at the end of the day, none of those, you're not going to sell all of them being like, Douglas is a liar, I'm perfect. Brooke's a liar, I'm perfect. My parents, you know, they died in a wreck, but I'm lucky because, you know, I'm perfect and they didn't think I was perfect.
Thought he was going to get, you remember that episode?
He thought he was going to get what? Say that again, because you're being cut off.
He thought he was going to get a movie deal. He was like, I'm in talks with a producer. Remember that?
Yes. Oh, yes. Do you know who that guy was? It was always the same old motherfucker who was this very sick individual who was this Putin cultist who claimed he was a murderous Freemason, who was just this sick individual. I even have some photographs of this guy, and he looks like he's knocking on death's door. He obviously is in very poor mental and physical health. And this guy was always claiming that he's the ultimate virtual reality designer. And remember, Peter kept saying, oh, there's this virtual reality that we keep going to. And he said, oh, I took Paola to see it. And he would never describe what he's seeing in this virtual reality. Does anybody remember he kept talking about this virtual reality motherfucker? Any one of you guys? Yeah. And this was, he was going back to Langley, Virginia, because he lived right next door. You know, I don't know how I don't know how many people are familiar with the geography of Peter Moon going down to Washington, D.C., and how he could do this simply on a weekend whim where, you know, Paola would say, oh, I want to go see the cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C., which, of course, is a total lie. She never knew there were any fucking cherry blossoms in Washington, D.C. But he would go down to Washington, D.C. regularly for reprogramming, and he would say, I'm seeing all these, you know, VR, virtual reality, but he could never describe what he's seeing. Like, what did you see in your virtual reality, Peter? He would never describe what all this real shit he's seeing is virtual reality. He's just going down there for cascade memories and reprogramming. But that's the guy he was talking about, was this guy who was basically his handler. So that Peter Moon has a handler. I even knew the guy's name at one point, but I never really cared because this guy was so sick and was always claiming, you know, oh, if you don't worship Putin, you ain't shit. And basically would often claim, I'm not talking to you anymore, Peter, because you're not saying enough good things about Putin, and you let this guy say all these bad things about Putin. And so maybe it's somebody whose name I should have retained, but this was the guy who Peter since Peter was saying, oh, never bring him up publicly, you've got to hide his identity. And it was one of those things that I just, just dismissed because it wasn't important to my life. But it was his handler, and it was the individual he kept seeing for reprogramming.
That shows not manipulation right there. Because manipulation, that's what I learned with who I've been in a relationship with, is that person was taking in what I was saying, just like I know the enemy now, and like where Douglas should have a warning on the show. You can say things that you think are innocent, whether it's, a child's name, birth date, whatever. It's the reason Peter Moon on air did not want to give when I asked, did not say he didn't want to give his birth chart, yet he forgot he had sent me, which I have on email still.
That's right.
His birth chart, because he knew for somebody that's manipulative means someone that's going to say, wait a minute, that triggered her. And it was what Daniel did. That makes her mad. And where you would think a normal person would be like, that makes her mad, probably not going to do that. Or I'm going to ask why does that upset you? No, that makes her mad. I'm going to Rolodex that away. And when I need to make her mad, I will. Like, you do see what I'm saying? Like the difference, like there's a memory that someone will use that is manipulative. They remember.
You just dated yourself saying Rolodex, but it's okay.
Did you catch what he said? He said you dated yourself saying Rolodex, but that's okay.
Okay. Oh, okay. Whatever. I still can't believe me and Brendan. I know, no, that's a whole other thing. Do you know Brendan's like born like literally like I don't know. He's like a baby. He's like a kindergartner. Like I don't even know. Like I was like, tell me your year again. You got 10 years off at least, right? There's at least 10 years. They tell you're off. And like the
She
fact
thought
that
I was born in the 80s. She thought I was born in the 80s.
He said 90s, like that was like, and he thought that I was saying 90s. And when I told him I was born in the 70s, he was like, "What?" And that was like a glitch. And he was like, "Meh." And I'm like, I know, I look good for someone born in the 70s, and I do, especially for someone born in the 70s that's done meth over and on and off for a year and not drank water in like 4 years. Like, there's no, like so, like I'm
vitamin C.
okay.
Just stop doing drugs and take vitamin C and ginseng.
I know. My daughter says this. I don't know if I've told y'all this on here, but I will say this. And this is word for word what she said. She said, "Mom," and she looked at me and she said, "I'm going to take care of myself." She said, "Because look at you." She said, "You have done nothing and you look that good. So can you imagine?" She said, "You haven't taken care of yourself and you still look that good. So can you imagine how good I'm going to look if I just take care of myself?" And I was like, I didn't know. Like at that point, that's what, do you take it as an insult or a compliment? Like she's saying, you have gone to shit, like you take care of yourself like a piece of shit, and you still are okay. Imagine how great I'm gonna be. And I was just like, I literally would just. That's when the 2 times I got silent because I was like, is that an insult or a compliment? I mean, like, I look that good for not, but not, yeah. So, yeah, she swears by that. She's like, like if I take care of myself, and I didn't remind her. I chose to then be nice and not remind her. She has half her dad's DNA, so she doesn't get all this.
Yeah, good point. Oh, go on.
I don't mean it. She's probably get better. Like her dad's fine. Like that's fine. But it was funny when she said that. Like she said it like without even like we weren't joking. We weren't on air. It was just a literal comment to me. Like, Mom, you don't understand. Like you didn't take care of yourself. Like you have done nothing to take care of yourself. And look at you. She's like, do you imagine how good I'm gonna look if I take care of myself? And I was like, man, I don't know.
Oh well, there we have that, honey. Thank you. And
Sounds like something children would say.
Yeah, there you go. That's what children talk like. Yeah, they have no sense of boundaries. And speaking. I'm sorry. Wait, Brendan, finish your thought there before Brooke gets back on a tangent.
Well, I was just gonna say ginseng is good for skin, taking care of skin and rejuvenating your youth.
Excellent. See,
so are mullets and
maggots. Hey, Brendan. Hey, Brendan. Send me a ginseng. Send me a ginseng recommendation.
I heard you look like a completely new person if you let maggots like just eat all your body.
Yeah, by the way, what Brooke is referring to our listeners is, and by the way, the millets, but they turned into maggots for her. You can tell the horror story if you would be so kind, but yeah, Brooke.
That was
he just told me he was very helping me, and Brendan is helping me, and I'm sure what he says you should do. But my point is, apparently I'm in the South, and he had to help me find these millets in an Indian store he sent me to. And then in the Indian store, it took about him on the phone calling him and 3 other Indian men talking to him in it, like for them to find these millets because they were like in a back
in their native language. They had to talk to him in their native language.
Yeah, of a quarter because they didn't understand me. So like a back room of a corner of somewhere, they bring me out this bag of millets, which I go home and cook. And millets are they're in between rice and a grain. They're green. So you cook it. And I just remember cooking it and that night and taking one bite. And I was like, oh, I spit it out immediately. Like it was just, you think grains don't have any taste. Like as an American, like you would think, well, it's just pasta or white rice with no taste. But there was, whatever the taste was, there was enough that it's like, I just felt like I bit into like earthworm shit. Like an earthworm, like a diarrhea. That's what, like.
Well, you didn't cook it right.
Yeah. So then what I did was I didn't immediately dump it out because the pot was still hot. So I then sat it by the sink, and it sat there that night and the whole next day. Well, that evening I went to dump it into the garbage disposal in the sink, but I spilled it and was part of it. And when it spilled, they looked like little pieces of rice almost. And so there's pieces of the part that spilled on the floor. And I said, oh shit, I gotta clean that up. And when I went to clean it up, I was like, is that movie? The fuck?
Yeah.
And then I waited, and yes, I verified, like, this is not like there's nothing sent to me that I wasn't on drugs and I was like, I need it. They were moving. There were pieces, not all of them, but there were pieces I verified and made sure they're alive, they were maggots, they were moving. So within less than a 24-hour period, whatever was in that, became alive. And I don't think in the South, like, we can have flies. I don't remember if it was summer or not. Like, yeah, we can have flies, they can light, and you can get maggots. But I'm going to go with Brendan's probably right. Probably doesn't taste that bad. But the reason is because what they pulled out of that back room was probably like from the Ark of the Covenant.
No, from the days of the Noachic flood that you named your son after. Yes.
It was like, this is exactly why, we have these left from the flood. You mean that? That's what,
yeah, that's right. None of us eat this shit. Yeah, none of us eat this shit.
That's the way they gave it. They were like, what and why and who? And I guess they just thought Brendan, because he's on the phone just telling them, and he's very insistent. And they're like, I don't know. He must have a lot of money, and she's fucking him, or he has a good dick that goes to the left. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, just give her
there you go, Brent.
Give her the. And they finally gave me the grains, looking at me like, why? I mean, I still to this day know, Brendan. I remember it was like, you give me Coda. I don't know which one it was. Like
Kodo millet. Kodo.
It's Koda. Coda is one, but I don't even know if that's the one I cooked, because that was what's on there. It was what?
He's speaking.
This is what he did to them.
Yeah, that's all I told him. I said, hello, brother. Do you have Saridanya, which is the holy millet? And then he found that one. The only one they had was Kodo millet.
No, they gave me two. So Koda was the one I think I didn't cook. They gave me two. Koda. What was the other?
Barnyard. Most likely barnyard millet.
Yeah.
Foxtail.
Yeah, I think it was barnyard or foxtail. I'm pretty sure I cooked, because actually it could have been because either I got two of one. Because what I'm saying is I had a bag of Coda and a bag of barnyard in my pantry. Like, they were like doing a food drive donation, and I cleaned out my pantry.
You threw them out? Holy fuck.
No. I not even threw it out. What I'm saying is I was doing a food drive donation, seriously, and I was gonna donate it, and I said I'm not doing that, and threw it away so that they didn't have to go through what I went through. So, like, I actually threw the barnyard, and I'm not even kidding. I threw it away so they didn't even get it, because I was like, that, Brooke, like, you're not. It tastes bad, and they're homeless. Like, what do you want to do to them? Like,
oh my goodness! So that experience having been shared, well, you know what my legal sire used to say about health food? They call it health food because you got to be in peak physical condition to choke it down.
Real delicious. You can eat it. It's just a matter of taste,
Yeah. Well, thank God you're sounding better. Your quality of sound is improving, Brendan. So
yes.
Did you make it home? Are you home now, or what? What's going on?
No, I'm just chilling. I'm enjoying the weather.
Okay, enjoying the fucking weather. It's fucking freezing. Oh, how's it in Sacramento?
What is your temperature of freezing?
It's freezing to me.
Freezing?
Yeah.
It's 50 degrees.
Oh.
And it's a little and a little sprinkly. So it's cold, but I operate better in this kind of temperature, It's like,
okay.
I've done that as I've gotten older. I actually do. People like I used to hate winter, but I actually do operate better in it now than I used to. So I agree with that, but I wonder why that is. And I think it's partly because the more you get, like, for me, it's the fire in me, and I didn't like it, and then I'm like, okay, well, it's cold now.
What's that?
Yeah, like, what did you say?
Like, your chart is all fire signs. Like, you should be operating well in the cold.
Okay.
Yeah, so
that's so funny, because I intuitively thought that Brooke's element is fire.
Yeah,
it is. Oh, it definitely is. I mean,
earth and fire, mostly fire, but yeah.
It's all earth and fire. You're actually, it's surprising you got that. It's fire. It's mostly fire.
I just picked that up in my head. That's definitely who you are.
I have zero error in my chart, by the way. Zero error, which is why I say my 12th house is the air I have in my chart. My 12th house, which is house of enemies, and it is the only Libra I know. Again, the air, the heavy air. There we go.
Yeah, embrace it. Yeah.
You've all, I've had it intact since I met him. I mean, it's just like no warning. So maybe there shouldn't be a warning. Maybe Douglas I'm the person that Aquino sent you to get. Like, that's the whole, maybe Peter was right. It's just, you were supposed to get, she is the enemy. I don't know why, but like, you're like, it amazes me to think that I love you so much, but then also when I read that, like, my only person I know with any like heavy air, I mean, other than Maggie, and Maggie had air, and I mean, there's people I know, Brendan, like, there's people that air in their chart, but like a heavy air sign or a heavy air placement, it was either, you know, you, because Brendan's I would disagree with on certain things. Anyway, my point is, if I'm doing tropical versus mine, it's looking at you and Maggie, and Maggie's is their moon, and yours is your sun, and so meaning you would attack me via straight up, I'm just here to kill you. I don't know, like, I am your enemy, and Maggie's would have been like, I don't even know what I'm doing, but like emotionally, I may like hurt you. And if you think of that, emotionally she did, or emotionally hurt me, and you didn't attack me directly, but maybe you did, like just by letting me on the air talking right now. You're like, just let her keep talking. The more people will attack her.
By the way, God Cards in the chat room says Panax ginseng and ginsenosides have shown to prevent aging of skin. 2 separate clinical trials indicated that ginseng extract improved facial wrinkling. 103, 104. I don't know exactly what he's citing, but it's easy enough to believe. So thank you for that, God Cards, and appreciate your input.
Anything that anyone's ever read, because I just could name an ingredient right now. And I swear to God, if you just randomly just throw out something, I'd be like, I read that actually helps wrinkles or skin. Like, what I mean by that is, like, when he says ginseng, I don't doubt that. But then I was thinking everything, which was vitamin E back in the day, and then we got vitamin C, which does, and like everything from the now, like, I'm watching these, you know, I watch YouTube and I have to watch the stupid infomercial in the meantime. And today I got sold on some bullshit. It's like, you know, and he's that Tony guy. They're like, but then this muscle thing is and this, and you'll never age again.
Yeah, I think she's saying he's like Tony Robbins. Go on, honey. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, you won't even ever have to age again. You just need to keep watching this infomercial. And the problem was, I looked at myself and I was like, you're watching it, bro. Past the part, you can click past it. Like, when you're like, you can skip the infomercial, I'm still watching it going, I've seen this 50 times and I've clicked it past it. And this time I'm like, could it really help? Maybe. Like, what does he mean? You know, because you'd have to eat 100 eggs. And I can only eat 70. And he goes, I don't know about you guys, but I can only eat 75 eggs. Like a, you know, like a dad joke. I can only eat 70. So, in a city. So, you know, he's talking about leucine and what this one, and if you combine it with this other chemical, and then you're just going to grow muscle wherever muscle should be. The muscle will go, meaning your butt, your stomach. You don't have to work out. You don't have to do shit. There's no need to work out. You're just going, your body's going to grow muscle, and you could sit on your ass, drink beer, and talk Douglas Dietrich. And I was like, I don't know, but maybe, when I get $50, I should order this product. And it sounds good. Like, that's
Now, but by the way, you the enemy already knows everything about you. They already know what's going on with their attacks. I hope that things are going well in terms of the health of you know, Lola. Is everything going well in terms of health? Has there been positive developments in that area?
She texted me today. Yeah, she texted me today. She's good. She's like giving me, you know, TMI.
Oh, thank God, because I talked to our resident engineer Aristides about that, and Aristides said, Doug, I don't know, but most of the time young girls have really good working asses. As a matter of fact, I see nothing wrong with the asses on young girls most of the time, and I look at a lot of them. I work at school myself, and I grab all the young girls' ass I can, and, you know, none of them have problems like that, is what Aristides was telling me. So I guess he's the expert, man.
Why didn't you tell me that, Aristides?
Yeah, and he says that when they do have problems like that, I help them out. I help them out with cleaning.
Well, he helps them out by proving that's what he thinks. He helps them out by proving that their muscles work, because the first thing they can't finally spit out is got anything he gets near. I mean, it's like a like, oh shit, your ass does work because it ain't coming in.
Dude, Aristides, are you like fucking walking the Chihuahuas or something? Okay.
Done. I'm done. I'm done, and I've been so inspired by all this that I've started drinking. So God help you all.
I told you don't need a drink. You don't need downer. If anything, you need cocaine from the 90s if we can find it, and if not, I'll send you some methamphetamine.
Now, if that's a reason, like, I want to hope Anderson's time machine works out. That's it. I'm for it.
realized that damn thing about that Anderson time. What's so weird about Anderson thing is when he said he had that dream about me, the same week Douglas told me, I the only other time I'd heard this guy's name, and I went on the show. I heard the name separately and was researching this dude on my own. And then Douglas is like, hey, I haven't talked to you in a while. By the way, Peter hates you. And he said he had a dream. And it was about this guy named Peter. And when he tells me the name, this David Lewis Anderson, is about time travel. And I was like, wait a minute, what did you say? Time travel? And you said who? And I had to look the name up and be like, I was just on his site a few hours before Douglas called me.
Yes. For those of you who find it hard to follow Brooke's narrative, she was actually just through her own scrolling, she encountered Dr. David Lewis Anderson and his phony, fucked up time machine claims. And then I brought her up I brought up to her that Peter Moon dreamt about her in the sense that he dreamt that she was stealing all my love away from him. And he approached Dr. David Lewis Anderson as to how to solve this challenge. And he and Dr. David Lewis Anderson went back in their phony, fucked up time machine, and which I can imagine is kind of like the H.G. Wells machine, half a bicycle and shit.
Well, you didn't tell me love the stealing. I don't know if he told you that, but he did, because I knew. But you did tell me. You said he said you were the devil. Like, that's when you were telling me he said you're like the devil. Or the,
no, I said they went back in time to kill you. That was his dream. But I told you later.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tell me, we have to go back in time and kill her, but it's because he said something like she has a
glamour. He felt that Brooke has me under a glamour, that she has me under a spell where I'm like, just hypnotized to her, and but he publicly, Jesus, I hope Aristides is okay. He pressed the wrong button or something. He hung up. But there he is. He's back. Okay, good. Yeah.
Oh, wait a second. The girl that swallowed a fucking, what is it, an 8-ball of meth has you under a fucking spell.
My nose.
I love it. He's getting him. Let him do it. This is the best. Aristides is the best.
My nose. All the tea, ginseng and green tea went up my nose. Oh, fuck. Yeah. This 8-ball swallowing chick has me.
Why do you think I have him under a spell? I mean, it's not like, if you can't tell, he's like talked about men and women. But the only thing he cares about is how much drugs you got. And when he knew I had that much in my, like, that's Douglas.
What's that, Brendan? It always sounds like you're mumbling, Brendan.
I said, imagine how efficient that witch would be. She can cast 100 spells in like a week.
Yeah, cool. Yeah,
100 spells in a second.
Yeah, take it.
That if you imagine my brain on, like, I don't think y'all can imagine. Y'all experienced it. You've all experienced it. My brain is bad enough, and it's too fast, and y'all can't follow it. That's just normal 55 tabs up. Now you put it on meth, which is Adderall. What it's supposed to do is make me be able to focus on one of the tabs. The problem with methamphetamine is because actually, I don't know if anyone knows this, but legally, methamphetamine is legal. So there is a drug that methamphetamine, the drug methamphetamine versus amphetamine. Methamphetamine is also legal. It's very hard to get, but that drug is for the extremely either obese or extremely ADHD that doesn't work for. So my point to that is then to go, methamphetamine should at least be similar to amphetamine in the way that it works with the system. The problem is it needs to be controlled so much. If you do too much of it, it's just a complete blah, blah, blah. And also if you smoke it, which is smoking it, and then of course there are people that shoot it. I'm sure that's worse, I've heard, that it's an immediate dopamine, because people with ADHD have a low dopamine receptor. They have less dopamine than everybody else walking around. So the reason they are so dopamine, like, I just want to do it because it feels, it's not they don't do it because it feels good. It's because we don't know it feels good, because it didn't feel good until, because there's not sometimes you just drink a cup of coffee or a cup of hot chocolate when you're little and it feels good. Like, there is an extra boost needed to even get what you normally get. And so that's what ADHD means. So then can you self-medicate that? Well, so my point is, I thought, well, am I self-medicating this? And what I learned was yes and no. Like, it self-medicates to the point that I can be functional in a way that I can't be in a different way without the Adderall, without anything. But it also means it is very easy to be overboard, like you guys have heard, maybe on air. It's just like somebody having too many drinks. It's immediate. It can be immediately overboard. There's so much going on in my brain. These 50 tabs are open. I already am going to have trouble relaying them in the correct way, the way people do. But then it's an extreme dopamine rush to the point that I'm just happy. And I also will cuss people out and don't even know that you're mad at me and why, or I don't care. Like there's an extra, if the dopamine gets too high, like an immediate, so it has to be regulated. And so you can't do the illegal drug, something like that's regulating dopamine, and do it correctly and do it in a way, most likely, I mean, I guess you could, but you'd have to have like Douglas and Aristides with this, trigonometry. Like you need the trigonometry, right? And then like Brendan to come in with like, oh, but let me put this Vedic spell on it. And it was exactly right. But overall, you probably just need to be prescribed a drug that works. And that's not me also, by the way, saying that the medical industrial complex, which I think is pretty much as bad or worse, it's just legalized drugs at the end of the day. Like,
how do you feel about Robert F. Kennedy taking over the Department of Health or the Food and Drug Administration?
What do you think I feel?
Yeah, and then he's eating a fucking hamburger. What a fuck! I'm just.
I would say, what do you think I feel?
I'm disappointed.
But it is a point of.
I could take my vote back.
My point of contention is I told you well back when you told me there's no way Donald Trump would win. Who on air wants to pull back when I said Donald Trump will win in these cases? Like I told you Donald Trump would win. I did pull back I said maybe on this last, I said maybe Kamala could. I did say that.
You're not the only one who said he was going to win. I said the writings on the wall was clear that the Edomites were going to assign him as the new Goy boss.
That's right. And also...
not new, but continue to be a Goy boss.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Samuel Romero also predicted Trump winning. Many people did, but go on, honey. Yes.
What does goy box mean though? Like I want to know. Actually,
let's not get too offensive.
I didn't know.
I'll explain in the chat, or maybe Nemo can.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, sorry. I didn't know if it was just like. Okay, sorry. I didn't know. So anyway, I guess I'll just shut up on that. I really didn't know. I thought it was like a term like for Edomites. And I was like,
no. Goy actually means Gentiles. Goy is Gentiles, as opposed to people who are not Gentile.
But you mean like the Gentiles? Like I thought I was a Gentile.
Yeah, you're a Gentile.
You are.
Yes.
We are all Gentiles.
Yes.
But that's the Goya. He's saying that's our president.
Goy is a derogatory slur for Gentile. It means human cattle.
Yeah.
So all non-Gentiles.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, all Gentiles are human cattle to the Edomite rulers.
Right.
Well, I mean,
why do you want to use their terminology?
Because it's true. Humans became human cattle, and I'll never stop calling them that until they wake the fuck up and fight back.
That's what I was about to say. Like, if I'm speaking for just everyone on my street, I mean, at the end of the day, most of them, I'm the crazy one, but then most of them are the ones following, like, sheep to the slaughter. Like, right? So, like, and it doesn't really matter. And I told Lola, I don't care, because she's also, my son said this. She said, this is not my brother. When after the election, she messaged him, and she was so upset, and she messaged me a copy. She said, this is not my brother. You didn't raise him the way you raised me. And basically, what had happened was she had messaged him. She was so upset about the Trump thing. And he just messaged her back and said, okay, I don't know what you want. Can you quit crying and whining about Trump? I don't give a shit who's elected at the end of the day, because they're both the same. And he said exactly pretty much what I would say, and I haven't even talked to him about politics. He just said, I hear one side of this, and I don't care. They're the same thing. Get back to your life. Do what you can do in your life, is what he's telling her. He tells her that. This is my younger son. Tells her, do what you can do in your life, and quit giving energy and whining about the election. And that, I thought, this is not your son. Because, she thought he should be so upset about Trump winning. And I said, that's exactly my son. Because he's further, like, I became very liberal, and she's got that part of me. But then I also became, at this point, realizing I can be liberal, like, even as liberal as I can be, this part is not going to work. Because it's the same coin. It's not that we would be there. It's the same coin. People don't like that. Like, she's like, well, but abortion, and Douglas and I went through that. But like, yeah, then maybe there's going to be more this of abortion. Like, you can't have it. Like, that's bad. Like, and she's like, people can die, Mom, and this and that. And I'm like, I know. But at the end of the day, like it's just like Aristides. With Aristides, everybody heard it. I mean, to get him to emotionally respond, I had to trigger him. Like I had to make him mad. Like
you did not play me like some little fiddle. Shut up.
You have to get worse before you get better, right? So I had to
tell her, Harry.
He had to get worse. He had to get to the point where he would blow. And I think Trump is the one that, whether it was going to blow already or not, which it probably would either way. I think probably people set people Trump, to be honest, like, let's let it blow under him. He's obvious a blow. And I don't know how it's going to blow. I don't think there's not an astrologer or a person that, can tell that can say 100% like what's going to happen. No one does. And, Douglas knows more than anybody, but no one can know 100%. We can just go off, all the knowledge we have.
Thank you, honey. You're very kind. You're very gracious.
Yes. Did you, like, if anyone knows, like, it's you, like, I would trust you more than an astrologer. Like, you've got it. Like, I know that you can't say this is exactly what's going to happen, but this is what it leans to. And if anyone knows, you do. So my point is, at that point, whatever happens in the future, given the knowledge we have, the knowledge you have, anyone listening has ability to get, then all you can do, you can't. What is your point? He's going. It was to take us down, to build us up, and hopefully you care about your kids, your future grandpuppies and grand dogs, like whatever, and grand squirrels, like to say hopefully the world will be better than what we are now. But if you don't think you chose to be here and you're strong enough to be here, and every person I'm talking to on this call chose to be here because we're strong enough to be here, and it's going to get hell. It's going to be hell and high water. And we are the ones that should be strong to prepare, because if you're talking about this, and strong enough for whatever happens, whether it's a disease, a war, China coming in and invading our streets. I mean, I say that because I had a dream like that.
We could only hope. Oh, tell us about that dream. I want to hear that dream.
Oh God, that was like 3 years ago. It was the only dream I've ever had that had to do with war or anything, and it was scared the fuck out of me. I was in my same neighborhood, my same everything, and there was basically like what we would call martial law, but the martial law was China. Like, you went outside and it was China that was ruling the streets, and I just remember a complete, like, it was so, that's what's so weird. I don't understand why I had the dream, and it's weird, and I say it in a way that I actually just recently thought of it again and thought, because the dreams always stuck with me, because I'm not a big dreamer anyway, so I'm not like Peter Moon. It's like, I had a dream, let me call you. I'm not.
That piece of shit.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I just like, yeah, I'm gonna call you when I do.
He was so disgusting, and his dreams are so disgusting. And by the way, just to clarify again, he said he went back in time with David Lewis Anderson to kill you, but it was a separate episode that he went out and screamed that you're the devil and that you need to die out loud on an episode. The dream.
Well, I would say anybody listening to me, whether it's that stupid dream I just said, maybe it's just that one thing. And most people, if there's something that the enemy wants to get rid of me for, it's not because it's one thing. It's something little that could be something big. So if there's something I say that someone holds on to, maybe it's that dream, maybe it's saying, I don't know, you should get a lefty dick and then your life will be like, that's a joke. The point is,
but yeah, stay focused on the dream, maintain, stay on point.
My point is, like, I had that dream, and there's other things I say, whether about animals or what I just say.
Maybe there was no specifics about that dream other than the Chinese had us under martial law.
I came out and, like, it was at my house. I just, like, again, I can see it, and it was a complete fear. Like, it is complete shutdown. Like, they were tanks coming. Like, it was martial law. There were tanks coming, like, around, and I could see them, and, like, but it was China, and there was zero control. Mm-hmm. Like, I knew, like, we're fucked. Like it wasn't just, like, I wasn't even just like we're fucked suddenly, like that second. I was like, this is really happening.
Right. By zero control, what you mean is that there was no volition on the part of American citizens.
There weren't American troops out there fighting them. No, it was just you were taking over. Like, I knew they could come. What I remember is the fear, knowing that if they came in my house, kind of like what we hear about in, I guess, like in maybe, Ukraine or whatever, or like with the Russian troops come in, like if they wanted to come in, they could. Like, there was just enough, like, I knew they could come in and kill me, or like rape my daughter, kill my dogs. Like, there was zero anywhere you have American protection was gone.
Right.
And we were at the subject of what.
So the way to describe that is total subjugation. There was total subjugation. America was entirely repressed, and we had an unconditional surrender. That would be essentially unconditional surrender.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there was no Trump even. I didn't hear Trump in the background saying, "Oh shit, let me go hope that Trump guy. I'm not even Republican. IB's there." There was nobody to turn to.
Right.
Like it was.
And when was this dream again? How old were you? When did this happen?
This was like in the last, like it was like 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay, 2 or 3 years ago. Interesting. That's fascinating. And of course, I can reassure you, it's simply too much logistically for the Chinese to handle. They couldn't handle it logistically. Plus,
that's why I didn't tell you, because I knew when I mentioned anything, you would say anything. And I have had, I think since I've known you, I'm pretty sure it came in either right before I knew you or right after. But I had that dream. I don't have many dreams, and I'll just say that. Like I love it when I dream and wake up and I have a dream and I'm like, oh shit, let me try to hold on to that for a second before you forget it. Like I just don't have them. So when I had that dream, the reason, that's what I'm saying, that's why I've had it, because it's stuck there. Like it's very stuck. Like I remember a dream from childhood still. I just dream rarely. So I'm not saying like, but maybe that's why I would say to Douglas, and you would say, well, that's the word for it, and it's not like what I picture. And I've never gone, oh, I think I'm premonitionist and that's what's going to happen. Although I will say it was only today, oddly enough, that I was watching something just as about astrology, and China happens to have, and this is so weird that it comes up, China in somewhere, and we don't really know where, although there is with the Republic of China or whatever, there is something in the birth chart, but they have a very affinity with, like, if you guys about Aquarius, what I'm trying to say, Aquarius, they have an affinity, everything seems to be Aquarius, but if you look at their original birth chart, Aquarius isn't really there, but the public through I don't know, Brennan, or you would say like whatever's Republic, but in 1950, I want to believe something, they do have an Aquarius ascendant and Aquarius something. And so my point is, Aquarius.
You're talking about the communist Chinese, the revolution era government has its chart, and it's.
Yes.
Thank you.
And something in there apparently does promote, because there were two guys discussing it, and he said, no, well, this one, and he said, are you really? No, it's verifiable. It's everywhere. You can see it on video. He was like, so it was sometime in the 50s, I want to say, he said, and he said that does relate to Aquarius. And he said that's interesting. I'll look it up. But my point is, Pluto, again, let's go back to Peter Moon. We had to move for a reason. Maybe everybody gets something good and bad. Pluto is moving into Aquarius. So what I mean is, Aquarius is going to be heavy on we all know Aquarius is coming up very heavy. So if you have Aquarius in your chart heavily, you'll feel something over the next 20 years or 30. But bigger is always Pluto.
Saturn's been there as well recently, last 3 years.
Yes, there you go. So it all came before, because I had to do the Saturn thing and then the Pluto thing, and I'm just ready to be done with it. Like I'm like, I'll probably die. I swear to God, like it's literally leaving me like today or whatever, and it's like
it's not that.
But by the way, Nemo says I'm gonna
have to live through it, because I don't think you have.
Yeah, understood. Just for a minute here, Nemo says I'm gonna head off. I will say goodbye to the listeners and everyone. So Nemo, we're going to miss you tonight. Yep. Is there a reason why you're leaving us early?
Because I woke up at midnight.
You woke up at midnight. Oh, okay. You've
His
been up
sleeping pattern is
your sleeping pattern is so fucked up. What's that, Brooke? What's that?
Nemo, what time is it there?
Yeah, what time is it there, Nemo? It was high noon.
4:11.
4:11
p.m.
Okay, 4:11.
4:11 what? AM or PM?
PM. Yeah.
Okay, that's the perfect time. That's like when like I'm getting my best going. Like call me after lunch, and like that's the best time. Like I'm.
Well, is there a chance, Nemo, that you'll sleep a few hours, wake up? I mean, because your sleeping pattern is so erratic.
I'm going to bed for a good while.
Oh, okay. Well,
I don't do cat naps.
Okay.
If I leave right now, Nemo, will you come back? If I leave.
No.
He's got to sleep. Let the man sleep.
I'm tired.
But I know, but he said something nice about me tonight, and I needed Nemo. Like I was hoping he would come in, because he's something very nice.
Well,
I don't know what it was, but you gave me a compliment, Nemo, and
You're a sweetie.
Yeah.
All right.
I love
well,
you.
I'm going to say goodbye.
Birth chart, by the way. If you want to, anyway, call me.
I got Brendan to do that for me. Don't worry.
Oh well, you'll want Brooke to do it as well. Believe me, you'll want to cross-reference. Right.
Well, that's what Brendan and I are doing now, because we are like, I'm trying to understand more Vedic. There's two different. I'm pretty sure he gave you a Vedic. Did you give him a Vedic, Brendan?
Yeah.
But
you have his chart, Brooke. So just read it for him eventually.
Yes.
Anyway. All right, goodbye to
Good
the
luck.
listeners. Please support Douglas any way you can. Send donations towards him via PayPal. The links are in the YouTube chat. And goodbye to everyone else, and you take care and have a good one.
Yes, we love you
Hit
dearly.
email.
Best wishes
put
for
another
you all.
link there now.
Yeah.
I'm going to sleep. Please send those donations I meant to say to Bugsy Brooke Gibson. .com is what I would like you to send those to as well.
Anyhow, we love you dearly. Stay safe and be well, okay? All right. That's Nemo. And Nemo Albano. Okay, so sad to see him go. And it was good to have him here. And he does have a very fucked up biorhythm. And I don't think does he sleep the same on any given day, or it just kind of changes?
No.
Jesus.
No, he said it changes all the time.
Good God, that's
he's in this like purgatory or something.
He
of
is.
Sleep.
He is. Oh my God, it's like, and then he has these really intense fucking dreams that are the equivalent as if he's done magic mushrooms and shit. It's yeah, it just is what it is. All right.
Basically, what I'm saying is he probably was already attacked by either something spiritually before he ever met you, and your choice
No comment.
Like, you should continue to talk to me because it'll help you. Like that is for him. Just continue it on. Getting better. Your dad was great, and then now you have this new stepdad called Douglas Dietrich, and he's obviously working well for you.
Oh well.
I also think Douglas is like a god. Like, so it's anyway. I'm not gonna pretend to. I'm gonna stop defending myself. If anyone doesn't know me by now and knows I'm kidding, whatever. But stop.
Well, bless you, honey. I mean, that's profoundly appreciated. And so please continue with what you were saying, because I'm still gathering my thoughts for a monologue. And we're gonna actually wait for perhaps George Knight to jump on, and then maybe speak with him a little while before I go into monologue tonight. And usually takes him a while before he wakes up in the morning, but he's been...
I haven't talked to George in forever. Like, I'm so miss George, and I would love to hear his voice. I'm not even kidding. Like, I miss George, but yeah. I'm sure George is like, I'm not coming home until she hangs up.
Yeah, I was wondering if that I was wondering if that was his motivation the other day, because when you were on with us, no commentary against you. Nothing is made. This isn't meant to slight.
The last time I apologize for my listen. Like, I was not in the best space, so I apologize for part of that. I'm not going into detail right now, but yeah.
Well, I accept that, and I thank you for your grace in that regard. That's appreciated profoundly. I wouldn't say you were that bad. I certainly enjoyed the parts where you were very complimentary of myself. I was certainly flattered, and I accept that wholeheartedly. But...
You like that, and then I droned on and on about everything else. And what I would say is, if that girl's listening, what's her name?
Oh, Crystal Rivers. Crystal Rivers.
Yeah, if Crystal Rivers listening, I apologize. But here's the thing: I apologize not for what people think I should apologize for, which is because I said "fuck you, bitch" and came in that hard. Because what happened was I heard her come in, and she did come in passive aggressive, and I don't like passive aggressive. And I think, to be honest, that
his apology went sideways real quick.
It'll go backwards. It'll go backwards. The point is, if I had been her after I went back and listened to me, I wouldn't have just come in and said, "Hey, if the girl can be quiet," I told Douglas, I would have come in and said, "Oh my God, I won't even speak."
Well, to be fair, she came into a call where we were all yelling at the top of our lungs. Like, it was a valid question when she was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Right. So my point is, what I cussed her for was not appropriate in the fact that, it's appropriate. If I cussed her and she actually just thought the best she could come on with, it's kind of like, what do we say? What's the thing that's repressed? I don't like repressed emotions. So if I was going to be like, hey, probably what she should actually come on. She's a lot better than me, though. She's a better person, is one thing. She came, or not better person, but she didn't come on like, hey, this bitch needs to shut the fuck up. She's annoying the fuck out of all of us. Get her off the air. She just
Which
said,
is what you would have done, probably.
Right. So she just said she can get her quiet. And then, of course, I came back with fuck you, because if I'm not capable of realizing I'm annoying right then, or whatever reason, I'm going to cuss and tell her fuck you, bitch. The problem is everybody likes to hear fuck you, bitch, and somebody, and then that's the reason that they are like, you should apologize. And I just want to be, the reason I'm apologizing is for being annoying for the hour before that. Like, that's the apology, not for the fuck you, bitch. To be honest, like, at the end of the day, I don't apologize for saying fuck you, bitch, because I had no concept at that moment. You can only do the best with what you've got. And at that moment, I was going through enough. I did not have a concept that I would have been that annoying or why she was saying what she said, but she said something that was passive aggressive. And at that moment, I do think you should stand up because there's only two options you got. You can just sing it down, or I can say, fuck you, bitch. And what I chose, right or wrong, that's my choice. I apologize because I would have done worse. And I shouldn't have said fuck you. But what I'm saying is, yes, it's still, at the end of the day, I'm apologizing times 10 wrong. But I just want people to be clear that my apology is not for what people just love it. Well, if she just hadn't cussed and she hadn't said fuck you, bitch, that's all she's apologizing for. No, I'm apologizing not for that. I'm apologizing for the shit I made people listen to the hour before and why she even felt the need to say, can you keep this girl quiet for a minute? That's what I'm apologizing for.
Well, I want you to be friends. I know that I said that with Laura Lee Solomon and Judith Ager, and that proved out to be impossible. But look, I'm hoping you both, being Southern, both of you are Southern girls. I'm certain that you...
First of all, you said that we're Southern. I didn't even know she was Southern. And by the way, it's not Southern, because you do a lot of things that are right, and I'm like, I don't even know, but like your words, there's no Southern. It's Southern.
I appreciate your saying that. But let's look this up. I just want to show you something because I always am rather anachronistic. You know how I'm a product of the 20th century, which is the same as saying I'm a product of the 19th.
Trash. I'm gonna tell you right now. If you tell me it's anything other than Southern, we may have to I may have to fly out there and we have to go do what we do in the South, which is just, I don't know. We're just going to fight. Like, I'm just like, put your dukes up there.
Well, you're a naturally contrarian person. But it's something that I'm just bringing up because one of the things that the South did during the days of the Confederacy was they had a very established kind of identity. And they would use this term, which is spelled as I'm going to enter it into the text box, right here in the text box. I don't know if you can see the text. So when I enter this term, do you see that term?
Put it in the chat, because the people listening are the people like, you need to donate money. We're all broke. So like, you should include them instead of us. Like, you should stop putting it in the text box and put it in the chat.
Right. So this, as it's spelled, SUTHRON, is an actual legitimate term. It's Scottish. So remember that at the time of the Confederate States of America, when the South was...
I got all that. I knew that. My point is, what you're going to say is this. They said Southern.
Southern. It was like Southern by birth would be. You would actually see that in text. You would actually hear people saying that.
Those are my redneck ancestors were still being fake that I don't like. They were still trying to be like, let's hold on to the fact that we came from that Scotland and we weren't the best there, so we left. So we came here, and let's not let them know like we're still in trailer park trash. Like, I promote the people that are like, I'm trailer park trash and it's Southern. Like, there's no Southern. Like, that is still the people.
I think it sounds more poetic myself, so I prefer it.
It's everything else you say, which is also like, I will call you at high noon before the 3 o'clock hour of the U.S.
So I'm going to do a screen share. See the screen share, honey. Do you see the cursor moving, darling?
Yep.
Oh, excellent. So here we are. See, etymology of Southron by Line. There we are. Southron, noun, inhabitant of the southern part of the country, late 15th century variant, originally Scottish and Northern English of southern.
Peterman was in love with you right there. If anyone's doubting it, Peterman was in love with him. Went to the time travel guy and was like, make Southern a word. That is what he did. And then Peterman's like, can we take that Southern thing back? Like, it had to be created for you. Like, the whole thing is for, like, that is perfect up your alley. Go ahead, but it's up your alley. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, the point's been made. The point's been made. And I do feel that I honor the Southern, shall we say, culture. Yeah, Southern culture. Yes, thank you.
I'm Southern.
Yeah, that's right. I think it sounds neat. I think it sounds nice. I think it's poetic, and it disambiguates and distinguishes Southern people from their Northern counterparts. And it's
I would tell you, you get the New Yorkers down here, which I have one across the street, and I'm telling you right now, and that's a woman I actually have punched in the face, by the way. Like, imagine that. Like,
imagine that. Imagine Brooke punching someone in the face when she shares with us she has nightmares about her neighbors. She's either going down on them in her nightmares.
That was she lived on the other street. Yeah, the one across.
Or punching them in real life.
That would have been a fun pussy.
And as I said, the word fuck actually means strike in the ancient French. So she's either going to suck them or fuck them.
I was not sucking. I was eating them or fucking them because I wasn't sucking. The only dick I've sucked really at all ever was the one person that turned me into gel. So like at this point, I don't have anything within me.
You're telling me you've never had oral sex until Daniel?
I told every guy. I shouldn't, but why do I hide anything now? Why? It's for everybody. I told everybody, including my ex-husband. I was married to him for 16 years. Okay, I probably even pretended to try. And when I mean pretend to try is what you're about to get. I probably pretended to try less than 10 times. And in those 10 times, the reason less than 10, I would try and I go, oh, I'm sorry. I have an oral I'm not an oral fixation, a gag reflex.
Gag reflex, yes.
And I actually do have one. I truly do actually have a gag reflex. But it wasn't like that was never did I get to the point of the gag reflex being set off because I was like, man. Then I can't. Oh, God, I can't. Like, I can't do that. I'm sorry, I'll try again. Like a year later, I try. Oh, I can't. Because I just thought it was stupid. Like, no, you couldn't enjoy that as a woman. Like, what's the point? And so if I couldn't enjoy it, it's like everything else. Like, if I'm just doing it for him, I was very selfish in the fact that, well, I'm not going to do it if I can get out of it. And that's what I'm going to do is get out of it. And I did. And so everyone is like, you probably should take her house. I mean, maybe for that, like, you should. I don't even know. Like, like I look back now and I think, I didn't even know there are women that enjoy that and like enjoyed it. And like, even with Daniel just being like, okay, well, it's not like what I thought so horrible. And I did it. Like, it's not. But at that point in my life and even before that, I had the reason with him, he was my husband. I ended up pregnant. That's why he was my husband. But like before that, every single guy that if I did decide, which I have a number and my number is, I can say I still have hands, like it was not a lot, but that I had sex with, if I did even try to do that, it was only, and I mean, when I tell you I was a performer, I performed very well on what I did. I performed very well, and I would also then perform very well on the fact that I look like I'm trying, kind of like with Aristides. I think you're not getting paid. Really? You're not? Like, my God, like, no, Douglas, never mind. Get what I said. I was kidding. I was totally kidding Aristides. Like, nobody's getting paid, obviously. But, like, seriously, you're not getting paid? Like, dude, like, it was just, I would be like, I'm going to pretend to go down, and it's going to look like I'm really want to you. And then I would try, oh, my God, I'm sick. I can't. Like, I'm so sorry. And that was it. Like, that was just my extent of it. Like, there was no further need for verification because, everything else I did was so perfect and wonderful, apparently, that, they were wrapped if they needed to be. And then I thought that was what sex was. I also didn't enjoy sex, to be honest. Like, I didn't sex. I thought sex was like rap. Like, I thought sex in itself was like, the only thing I enjoyed about it was the performance of how do I imagine I look right now on that? Like, I probably look really hot to you. Like, I do. Like, that was the best I got out of sex. And I thought, yeah, but then they'll be wrapped. And what I mean by wrapped was just, I assumed I was very sex negative because that's the way I was raised. I thought that sex was just a way that what men used. And women use, like, okay, well, you want sex. Like, well, I need to go the credit card to go to the mall. Like, like it was just, and to the point where if you can only have to have sex once a month and you still get the credit card to go to the mall, you're good. Like that was my extent. And like, that's where I needed to be and wanted to be and was with men. And I realize now I feel bad. I mean, like I have 2 men that are dead, like I have 3 serious exes before Maggie and Daniel, and 2 of them are dead. Okay. So like, I feel bad. Like, I don't know. Maybe they died. Hopefully someone else sucked their dick before they died.
Well, now, okay, so
But one did come back and save me, and I have to say that one did come back and save me, and that's the only reason I'm alive right now.
Yes, okay. Now,
in jail just this past weekend, like when I went to jail, he's who came back and saved me, and I haven't told you that, but that was the spiritual nature of that. The point was he came back because I don't know why.
Your pug.
No, my ex-boyfriend
who
died. Died.
His spirit somehow. Do you care to share this?
Yeah, his spirit came back, and like I was in the holding cell, and I was just going into what I would call it a speed sleep, like meaning I was just about to give up. Like I was about to give up, trying to get them to realize I knew my blood pressure was shooting through the roof, and I had tried twice to get them as they went by the holding cell. Hey, I told her before she went in. My point is, I was just ready to go. Like, and what I mean is, I wasn't ready to die. It felt so good what I was about to go into. It felt good. And the best thing I could have done in feeling was continue where I was. And I felt the woman come by one more time, and they're talking this black lady. I just find anybody, there were people talking beside me. I don't know if y'all can imagine this, but there's a room of people. I'm in them. I have not spoken to a person. That is how, like, that's to the extent of how I wasn't talking. I was just like, I couldn't talk. Like, I was not going to talk. I didn't want to talk. I was internal, and at that point, and I looked up one more time. I felt the shadow coming by because I thought, but he sent that, and that's what I say. He died in the jail, and back at that point, when he died, and I heard he died, I was having Lola, and so we had been broke up about 4 years. When Lola was 6 years old, I called 911 from the Walmart because there was a guy jacking off in a parking lot. Mm-hmm. And so this had been at least 10 or 11 years since I dated him. And they had an officer call me back, and they said, hey, the officer called me back and said, what was your name again? What was going on? I tell him the guy's jacking off. He's in a truck. It's the middle of summer, middle of afternoon, and he's naked jacking off. That's why I had called 911, because I'm like, that shouldn't happen. Kids can see that. So that's why I called. But when he calls me back to find out why I called and, do I have a tag number or anything, he says, your name's Brooke Gibson? This is an officer, Greenville County Sheriff's Office. And I said, yes. And he goes, instead of being like, hey, you're calling about somebody jacking off, that's weird. Like, Walmart, let me get there fast. He goes, hey, can I ask you a question? Did you date Tracy Eakes? Are you the ex-girlfriend of Tracy Eakes? And I went, like, hadn't heard that name in 10 years. And I went, yes.
And that's the man's name. It's a man's name, just so people understand. Tracy's not a woman.
Tracy was a man, yes. So, and I said, yes. And he said, and then he immediately went, which sounds like an officer, actually, to be honest, when I think of it now, the way he did it. Not that he meant it to be this way, but he went, do you know what happened to him, right? You know what happened to him. You know he's dead. And I just went, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. And he said, do you know what happened? And I said, well, yeah, I heard, he died in court or something. He said, no, I was there. Like, it was like this man was reliving for whatever reason when he saw my name. And I guess maybe telling it makes sense, because if he saw someone die, it did hit him. And if you knew Tracy was one of those people. The only place closest for I can get to is like an Ian West, and I only mean Ian West in the sense that Ian can make you laugh. And with every officer he knew, they would arrest him. He had $300,000 card. When I say he had so much money, and they arrested him, and they knew what he was doing, and they hated him, but he would make them laugh. He would be laughing with them as they arrested him. He would be laughing. So his personality was it was just he had a weird brogue. The way he spoke is similar to like an Eminem. Like, he had a weird brogue. I say brogue, like, I guess Douglas knows what that means. Like, it's just the way my mom always used that. Like, he's always had this weird brogue, the way he speaks. And
you mean like brogue?
Yeah. The way he spoke, which is very unusual. Right. And because he was from the South, but he didn't have a Southern dialect. It was not Northern. It was just weird. But he can make you laugh. And every officer, or the majority, I wouldn't say everyone, because I'm sure, but more than not, the ones that would arrest him also were laughing with him, and ended up they liked him in some way. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, it was just like he had some kind of, thing. And it's, I should look at his chart and see. I know his birth date and everything at the time. But my point is, he came through. He said, you know how he died? And I said, I heard. And this is where it ended up saving me, because I've been to jail. Maybe Peter Moon saved me, because Peter Moon had sent me to jail enough or whatever I had been to jail in this year to know what actual bond court meant. And bond court just means you're in the jail and you go in this little room. It's not a court to me, in my mind. And it's a court. There's a judge behind glass, and that's when they set your bond. And then that's when somebody can bond you out of jail. Okay. But what I had heard, if I had not experienced this, being arrested before, and this is what goes through my head, is he died in bond court. And I always felt bond court, he died because of the bag. He swallowed drugs. He swallowed cocaine.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yes, go on.
It ruptured in his system. He swallowed the bag. And that's what, the guy was saying. I was there. So he went into bond court. And I always thought, God, they drove him over to the Greenwood, because I always thought court is like, it's not at the jail, it's like the big court down there. So it's like a few minutes away, and they must have drove him there and he went to court. And God, I don't know how long it takes a bag to rupture and what happened. And that's how I thought of it. But I had realized after being arrested, oh, wait a minute, he died in bond court. He just they left the cell. And then when he left the cell, he was standing there, and the officer had come in to give him, as he said, I came in to give him his warrant. And actually I only had one officer do that, which was the officer I had previously, which wasn't at court, but meaning sometimes officers will wait until after you're in the jail to actually deliver the warrant to you, meaning that you were arrested, but you're supposed to have a piece of paper saying why you're arrested. And so he said I was in there delivering, and he said, and he fell over and he died of a massive heart attack in there, and it ended up being because the cocaine bag had ruptured in his system. And, they were pretty, and I never got to say, but I never asked him, because I was just thrown that he asked that, but he seemed very like I knew, like he already knew he had swallowed it. And so then when I think back now, I was sitting in that cell, and I said, I don't want to open my eyes. I didn't want to that third time to say, hey, will you get me out? I was just like, oh, Brooke, you're good. Like, I felt good at this moment. And I said, I could just go into this, like that was where I wanted to be. Like, there was not, because I'm like, you can just get through this because you're going to be in jail till somebody bonds you out to court at 9:30 in the morning. So you might as well enjoy it. Like, just go into a sleep. And I said, and I remember thinking something came through, and it said, Tracy kept going, Tracy. And he goes, and it was like, no. And then I remembered, oh, bond court, and he died. And then I'm seeing myself, and it said, do you care enough about, and I remember picturing Braveheart, my squirrel, and my kids. I picture my kids. He said, you care enough to say, get me out of here one more time. And I like that. That was everything I did was to say, I barely could say it. Like, I barely went. And I don't mean that because I was so weak. I just meant I didn't really want to. Like, I was so in a state of just ready to go. And I didn't think die. I thought just feel good. But what he showed me was it may be your death. And it would have been. Because when she pulled me out, what I did, I said, can you please? And luckily, the black woman who wasn't speaking to me next to me, she goes, you need to get her out of here. So the lady takes me out. And, of course, at that time, my blood pressure was, when they first took it, was, 220 or 30 over, I don't know, whatever it was. And they give you this medication, which I've had before because I do have high blood pressure. And I've been on drugs before, so I knew, like, okay, it should bring it down, whatever. They wait 20 minutes to see. That happened a couple of times, multiple, they give you another dose. And by the end of it, my blood pressure was at 269, I don't know. It was up. It was continually going up. So my point is, that's with medication. Had I not come out of that, by the time they found me in that room, I would most likely have already died from a massive stroke or heart attack because my blood pressure was so high. It was 269, and that's after 2 doses of their strongest medication, their medication they give anyway for emergency, plus they already had on file my particular prescription and gave me 1 dose of losartan, which is mine, blood pressure medicine. So 3 doses of medication, and I was at 269. When she asked me, are you on something? Did you swallow something? And, and at that point, that's when, all hell broke loose and they shut down the jail. But, and it wasn't just because they were surprised I swallowed something. They knew I was about to die. Like, so I say when Tracy came through, when I say that, I just, I share that story, not because you or the enemy or anyone deserves it. I share it because hopefully somebody can get something from it. Because I can tell you, if somebody comes to you and you think it's just a memory, because it could have just been like, I'm thinking of him, because it wasn't just a memory. I thought of him. Why? I don't think I remember time. I thought of him because he was saying, is it worth it for you to speak up? Do you want your kids to not be alone, like to be alone? And it was that thought of like, you can die. And I still to this day am like, I didn't think I could. I didn't think I could. You don't think we can all say we could die, and you don't think you actually can until you're in the moments of doing it. And I'll tell you, when you're in the moments of doing it, it is the person that's the least afraid of dying. You can be least afraid, and I'm not afraid of dying. Death does not scare me. But what will scare you is realizing you're about to leave those you love.
Yes.
Because you now give up that control. I can't go and be like, Douglas, be okay. And my kid, like the squirrel is a squirrel. Is somebody there's just so much you give up. And it is that, to me. Now, that doesn't mean everybody's fear of death would be the same. But it is, I'm not afraid of dying. But in that moment when it goes to happen, you realize that is not what, there is a fear. And the fear is, this is my gift. This life is a gift. And take every second you have, use it, use the fucking knowledge you get, somebody says you might be dying, try it. Don't spend your life worrying about dying, because then you're wasting time. But if you maybe at that moment, do it. Like, tell somebody, because I wouldn't be here. And that's, I don't know, like, I don't want to share that, but that's the truth. That's all the truth.
Thank you. No, that's beautiful. And it's just so glad you had the courage to share that. And of course, I'm so glad you're still with us. Quite truly.
Eric, he did this, like, I'm kind of glad. I mean, he's like, I'm kind of glad. I mean, and don't exaggerate it, Douglas. Don't exaggerate, Douglas. We're kind of glad. Think of the jokes she could make if she was dead. Like,
the Arcane Observer has joined us in the chat. Can you call her? Do you have her contact number, Aristides? She says, my tech is down and I'll be in touch as soon as I can. So let's just make sure I give her the kisses that she deserves. We love you, Jennifer Hawkins. But nevertheless, I'll...
I didn't know that was Jennifer, Arcane Observer.
Yes. So, honey, Jennifer Hawkins, we love you dearly. We've missed you so much. And,
hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always try to... I have 2 profiles to add her on. There's 2 for some reason, and I always add them.
Yeah, excellent.
Do we need to know a new one, or?
Yeah, she says her tech is down. She might have to get a new one. But so call her again on both those. Yeah, but call her again on both those just to try. It doesn't hurt to try. She's likely not to answer because of what she said. But definitely.
Right.
We are so concerned about you. We're so worried about you.
Good news that Jen is all right.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And where are you now? You're driving around it's just to hell and back? What the fuck? So that I'm talking to our man Brendan Zoget here. Did my comment even enter? Did I enter that comment? Let's take a look if that's showing.
Yeah, I'm all right. Everything's good. It's good to hear from Jen. That's all I was saying.
Yes, thank you so much. And
I was asking about it earlier.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. By the way, you're not at work, correct? You're driving back and forth, just kind of around.
I did some walking. I was like walking around, then it started raining. So
okay, yeah. Thank you for sharing that with us. So the Arcane Observer,
just letting the ginseng activate. Yeah.
Got it. And you remember, it's an aphrodisiac. I don't know how you'll work that energy off, but
yeah. Well, right now I'm so tired from working.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It'll mellow out, I'm sure. I mean,
it will. It will. So Jen says, Douglas with the heart between the hands. She says, Mr. Dietrich, heart exclamation. Glad you are well. My tech is down and but I will be in touch as soon as I can. Flaming heart. Still listening. 3 flame bursts, fireballs, as always, sir. So, honey, we love you beyond expression. You're one of our heroes. You're a saint. I hope you've heard the positive things we've said about you, how concerned we are about you, and certainly you might be in the blast radius of all of this spell casting, so make certain that you get on with us so that we can provide you advice on what to do. She says, I'm just on a pawn shop Chromebook, but I started a new job as the felony clerk of my county, so I'm knee-deep in horrible things these days. Laugh out loud. Oh my God, you poor dear, but we love you. Hope it pays well. And George Knight, fucking join us, for God's sake. It's so.
The felony clerk, is she knee-deep in things like my name, or is she knee-deep in like the actual what's going on, which is just as equal, like the officers that are equally guilty of felonies?
Oh yeah, she stamped your file, Brooke.
Yeah. I didn't go with that one just because I know with her, but I'm just saying in general I could just make a joke out of it. But in general, like,
well, you didn't get a felony as far as we know, right?
I have, I didn't realize all my drug charges. And here's the thing: my drug charges, I had a drug, possession,
allegedly,
and now possession. So 3 possession charges I have. Allegedly. And when I went even for 2 to the lawyer to first price, he said, well, I'm going to charge you $15,000, and you got serious stuff, or you've got these drugs. And I said, I'm not worried about the drug charges; they'll be dropped. Like, I'm not worried. He said, what do you mean you're not worried? And I said, and I just, again, legal mind, and also what it is. I'm just like, first of all, I had mushrooms under my boob for a narcotic taker and was not even looking for it, and basically said, I don't care.
Imagine this lady walks in with mushrooms in her bra and a bunch of meth, and then says to the lawyer, I'm getting out of these charges. He probably was flabbergasted.
Oh, he was totally flabbergasted. I said, I'm not worried about those. He literally said, what do you mean? And I said, I'm not worried about the charges. Funny. And he said, you should be. And I will tell you right now, even with another one pending because of this, I am not worried at all.
And another one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, now because of Daniel, they charged me another possession, right? But did you know what I didn't realize? Even when I said that, that I have none. The only thing I have that is a pending felony is leaving the scene of an accident and what they call not stopping for blue lights.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
That's the only felony. Everything else is a misdemeanor anyway. So so when I told him I'm not worried about it, I went, to be honest, you could find me guilty of those and I'd be a misdemeanor, but I already knew you're not going to find me guilty of those for multiple legal reasons, just because I didn't get to be a lawyer, and I'm going to enjoy this shit because I'm going to enjoy arguing each one of these cases, and in each one, some have been stronger than others. To be honest, the least one I have the strength in is the mushrooms, because legally he found them on me. But the only reason I would say could argue that is because I don't think he didn't give a shit. You push that enough, it's like pushing out what's wrong.
Holy shit! What kind of state do you live in where mushrooms are illegal? Holy shit!
Well, that's what I'm saying, and so they're illegal. And so if I push it out long enough, and you have mushrooms on me, that one I'm not worried about. So then I've got 2.
I've dealt with a cop, and they saw our mushrooms, and they were they laughed at us.
Well, this is California. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But
the only reason he arrested me was because he had said over and over he thought, he was hoping or thought that I had methamphetamine on me or something, where he could then ask me, because what he wanted, he's a turn cop, so that's what he tried to do. When on the way there, he tried to say, I can help you out if do you have any names? That's what he was. They're the called the, I don't know, what is that? The drug task force.
Yeah. No, I think she's thinking more like a particular unit, like a vice unit.
It's a unit, so they're undercover, and they don't, to be honest, when I pull over and I have to say, I just took a left at this light with a green arrow, and I took it on green and everything legal, and then I get 2, not 1, but 2 cars pull me over at immediate blue lights, and I'm like, what did I do? And he's like, I think you didn't put your turn signal on. And this is the normal cop, because he's not unmarked, and he goes, I think you didn't. And I go, is that even a thing? And he goes, I think so. Yeah. I think it is.
Oh God! Yeah, he's such a piece of shit.
He didn't know. Legally, that way they use their laws they use to pull people for whatever reason. So he needed to pull me.
Yeah.
And they needed to search my car because they thought they thought probably I was doing a drug. What they thought is I own my own home.
Right. By the way, invite George on, because he's in the chat again. Harding, George, and he's not. It's very passive aggressive, George. We want you. Last time you just came in and did that, and I said jump on bandwidth, and you don't even respond. So George, what the hell is going on? Are you afraid to come on with Brooke Gibson, or don't want to come on with Brooke Gibson? I don't. Afraid is not necessarily a good term. But
good terms. Like
reluctant. The term I'm trying to look for is George and I. Are you reluctant to come on with Brooke Gibson? I mean, just you let us know.
Well, he's maybe passive aggressive and not admit it. Like meaning
he's probably in MS6 custody or something.
Something like that, or they're pretending they're him. By the way, Jennifer Hawkins says this. Jennifer Hawkins says, "I live in a small town, so the pay is not great for her being the felony clerk." She says the assistant manager of the dollar store in town makes more than I do. Laugh out loud. I mean, so what good is that? I mean, you're exposed to all this horrible shit, and you're not getting paid more than.
Jen, just move to California. You'll be like the best receptionist, and you'll get paid like $250,000 a year.
Yeah, come on, Jen. Okay. Like I wrote to her, I said we need to move you out of that boondock.
Well, first
we single wide too.
We got to get in touch on Skype, so she's got to send us like what the thing is.
Yeah. Send us your Skype contact.
It ain't working. I've been calling every time. It ain't working.
Okay, so Jen.
Well, she said that it's the technology's an issue.
No, but she's in the chat.
She also said.
Right.
Yeah, but okay, wait, you guys. The Chromebook is just like an iPad. Like it can't hold software. Okay. It's just like she's chatting. Like,
okay.
Yeah, but she also that Aristides scares her. So like.
But I'm sorry. What was that, Brooke?
It's awful.
Nothing. I didn't say it. Nothing.
What?
She's being mean.
Oh, okay. But I'm Jen. I don't understand. If she's got this Chromebook and she can interact in the chat, she has to establish a Skype account to get into the chat room, does she not?
No.
Mean. I was being triggering. I was trying to trigger Aristides.
Oh, okay.
You know?
No, a Chromebook is only good for literally just YouTube and whatever Google like.
Okay. No, I have a Chromebook. That's what I come online with. So on mine, I down because my other computer died. So you can come on.
Yeah, but your Skype was shitty on that. Like it barely worked.
Okay, yeah, I agree. It is but I'm saying, you still can come online. Like Skype is easily still come on.
All right.
To be honest, like I mean, you're the one talking to shitty when you're like, well.
Whatever.
You do glitch a lot in your technology when you're not in a good, cell or something. But yeah.
Well, they fried my phone because I'm talking to you all the time.
Fried your phone? They fried your computer. Tell everybody they fried your.
Yeah, well, the computer was first, but the phone now is just, it's like degrading. They're like doing something to degrade it. So it's just.
Oh my God.
I don't get good reception anywhere I go, and I've always paid for the bill and everything, and I have supposedly top-notch.
It's what it sounds like. It sounds like the occult attack, And Douglas.
Of course it is.
Well,
it's all Doug's fault.
Yeah, it is all. Yeah, it's all my fault to a degree, but blame the enemy, not me. I mean, after all, it's it's like
that's
say this. Only the Aristides gets hell and high water. Aristides is the king so far right now over YouTube because I don't know, Brendan. We've talked, but I just realized I couldn't go back and verify. We've talked on Skype. I don't have your number to verify that you have an iPhone, and I know Douglas doesn't. I know he doesn't, and his messages come up fucking green, and I hate green goddamn messages. And I will tell you, Aristides right now could be like, you know what, Brooke, I hate you. Fuck you. I'm gonna kill you. Right now, and I'm best friends with Peter Moon sending you curses. I'm like, but your messages are blue, dude.
Hell yeah. Okay, I got you there. Rich.
Y'all did it. I was like, dude, mad respect.
But by the way, Brendan Soget, what were you saying before Brooke stepped all over your transmission? Or do you even remember?
I wasn't saying much.
Well, here's what you could do. You could send me a text message right now, and you could prove that your message can come through blue as well, or you could just be.
Wait, so what exactly is the scandal?
It's a joke. She's just joking. About how. I don't have an iPhone, so I'm not top of the line in terms of technology.
It's I find it more pleasing to look at, but it's also among those people like a social status.
Yeah, it's a status.
right.
Like it is like a thing, and it's laughable now. Like it is like a thing. I didn't get it when I had a Android, and I would be like, as people would get mad at me. That was way back, and because I'm so old, and people would be like, yeah, we don't want to text you because you've got Android, and so now it is just it is like if you have an iPhone, it's just kind of like, I don't know, if somebody calls you with one ringer and another, it's like, I still love that person. It's not that big a deal now, but it is just enough annoying that you're like, why can't they just have a fucking iPhone? Like, why does it have to be
well, bear in mind, in my case, it's because I'm on Medicare and Medi-Cal, and I get this cellular unit for free, and I get what I pay for.
I get it. And with you, I'm honestly forgiven. That's why I was saying with Brendan, I don't know that I can give him the same forgiveness. Fucking 90s, and he doesn't. If he's choosing an Android, there's going to be less forgiveness. Like,
I guess you'll have to find out then.
But such being said, Brendan, I just noticed says.
And by the way, does anyone know what a Zune is? By the way, can anyone say what a Zune is? Is there anyone on this call that knows what a Zune is?
Yes, I'm old enough to know what a Zune is, but
okay, then he was raised Android. My ex-husband would not allow us to have iPhones. When I was married, my daughter was not allowed to get iPhone. We were not allowed iPhones because he said it's a compact monopoly bullshit. And you know what? So everybody that remembers what an iPod was, because that was a thing for music. There was a thing where it's iPod, which nobody remembers CDs before that, but like CDs and then iPod. Well, most people don't know what a Zune is because that was Microsoft's Bill Gates version of an iPod, and few people got that. But that's what we got. My daughter, she's like, I want an iPod. He's like, you won't get an iPod, but I'll give you the Zune. And I'm just saying, if you don't like, it's exactly what you say. It's like saying, I won't take you to ride the, Disney Fair, but I will take you to Disney World. It's kind of like his name. It was just.
So I'm writing back to our beloved Jennifer Hawkins. She says, I haven't set it up, and I'm just kind of listening as I go to bed because there are court cases in the morning. Though I would love to be able to come up and chat, but I need to get some sleep here eventually. Miss you all. So I let her know we miss her even more.
Yeah, and she should email you some contact info. Your email address is public, so she should email you when she gets it set up.
And if you want to send him direct contact information, that's what's going on.
No, but I mean, even if you lose contact, your email is public. It's
Yeah, I think Brooke inspired Aristides. He's a lot more
participatory. Participatory, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's appreciated.
He's activated him.
Yes, excellent.
Look, Aristides, I may have just been kept alive. Who knows? Just to get you to participate. Who knows? That would be my only.
I don't know. Yeah, she just kind of sneaks in and starts smacking you.
Yes. Well, Jennifer, we love you dearly, and for God's sakes, come back to us, and we pray for you. You're in our thoughts and prayers at all times. We never forget you. We speak of you often, always for the best. And if she is on Eastern Standard Time, then at this moment it is 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, about 2 a.m. in the morning, and she still hasn't gone to bed yet. Yes, by all means, you'd better get to bed. She says, Douglas, text anytime.
Sleep, according to last night, because Aristides was yawning 2 hours ago to me, going, I need to go to bed. He even told me that I don't stay up as late on non-transmission shows, Brooke. I take a pill.
Yeah, I save it all for Douglas. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I respectfully disrespected his acknowledgement of that. I just went on and said,
right.
So anyway, let me tell you another story, and went on for 4 hours.
There you go. You're such a lovely person, Brooke. You're always so kind to people. Okay, so she says, Douglas, I'm CST, Central Standard Time, so it's almost 1 for her. She's almost 1 in the morning. I shall be texting, and
I hung up with you, Aristides. It's because I love you, right? I loved you and let you go to bed.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
Or it's because Brendan was calling on the other line, and I finally just that's it. He's not giving me anything.
Yeah.
Good. Like, he's not going to admit, like, I just wanted you to go, Brooke, shut the fuck up. I'm going to bed. Like, that's all I wanted you to do. And you couldn't get it.
It's what, yeah, I mean, basically what I had to say.
Well,
His version of shut the fuck up, as everybody knows, is I took melatonin. And now I'm pregnant and tired. I'm going to go to bed. And then,
excuse me, I already took my melatonin.
didn't say excuse me, just went, yeah. So anyway, I'm going to go into bed soon because I'm tired. And I've taken my melatonin. And I disrespectfully went on, and I did. And my point was, I realized I was doing it. Like, I did actually have a question for him, but then I went on. And I said, oh, God, I need to shut up. And then I was like, let's just wait till he tells me something. Like, I need to go to bed. I was just waiting for you to say something like, let's stop this call. Because I knew you wanted it. And that's rude. But you have no emotional reaction at all until tonight. And I love you so much for having some. And maybe that's my life purpose. Like, I now just have to piss people off. That's what I did to Peter Moon. I mean, hey, I made Peter Moon do some death spells and maybe even send a hurricane once in a lifetime.
Yeah, there we are. He sent him a millennial hurricane, and that's it took the life out of him, sucked the life right out of him to do that, and so he destroyed himself to try and destroy you. Not to mention,
did you
George.
Stay on the air? I was on the phone with Ian West though last call when I hung up, and exactly when Brendan reached back out was the exact second that I hung up on Ian.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned that we and that was because I just told him to. I told him call Brooke, and so it just happened to be coincident. That was simply coincident.
But I love how you say that's coincident, but then you'll be like, but I just got a letter from the electrical people, and you know what? They are apparently having to redo the electricity. I'm going to take my electricity down for 2 days on a Sunday night of all time. Like Sundays, like who would do that? It is totally the enemy, and that's not coincident at all, Brooke.
No, it's not. That should be obvious.
She's being sarcastic.
Of course. Yeah, I would hope she is. But I'm just
she's saying the contrary. She's saying
Yeah, like it just happened to be at the exact second that I'm like, fuck you. I think maybe there's something wrong with what Ian's saying, and hang up on him. And then Brendan calls. But you're like, that's just coincident. But yeah, that electrical company, Sunday nights, they don't do that shit. I know, Brooke. I know most people, according to what you're saying, scientific literature would say that most people aren't working on Sunday nights. That would be the time for an electrical company.
Well, I mean, that's something we qualified with the professional expertise of George Knight, who works on that very.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
And suck my.
By the way, George and I, you drove him to the point where, remember, he said, "I'm going to take an executive decision. I'm going to enact an executive decision." You had him ready to say openly and formally that.
Executive decision is never coming back on air.
Yeah, with you on at least, not at the same time that you're on is basically what he was going to say.
I'm realizing my mission in life is to make people realize what they stand for. Well, like that's fine because that's what I said.
So that's maybe that's why he hasn't came on.
Like you should totally.
I thought I solved that problem. Honestly, I thought that I solved that problem between the two of them.
Because he and I are good because I just need somebody to stand for something, and he did, and we did. So I would if he came on, to be honest,
yeah, that sounds like
I would hang up just
someone
because
dying
I
back
respect him enough to let him talk. Like just like I told you sometimes at the door. Like I will hang up. Like if he would just come on. Like I would love to hear his voice.
Someone's having a hairball.
Somebody's sawing wood or something in the back.
That's a dog that is blind and deaf and literally goes outside and then comes inside right after shits and walks through it. And that is how loving a person I am, because I love this dog enough to be like, yeah, you're blind and you're deaf and I take you out. And yeah, that's what he does. And he's now having a hairball cough. Like, who knows? Like, the fuck knows? That's the only dog I have from 2012. In 2012, I did a lot of adoptions. I don't know what happened in 2012.
Is he going to survive? The guy survived for the past 200 years for a fucking dog. Go on.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, who the hell knows? Like, he's the one dog that, like, you could probably, everybody sent Peter Moon could do every ritual spell in the world, and this dog just, I don't know what you're saying. Like, I'm still going to be here. Like, when
my friend has a dog like that.
Yeah, he's just like, I don't even give a shit. I don't even know what you're saying.
She's like ancient, and he keeps saying every year he's like, she's close to death, and then it just like keeps surviving.
I look at him, and like my other dog died, and then my other dog I thought would. My first dog that died this year, and I told Daniel, and I do say this, he will die. because he will die in the next, few months, because I already know, like, I always lose in threes. And it's odd, they say death comes in threes, and I thought that was just a weird thing. But
I'm not trying to be mean, but it doesn't sound like it.
I have lost my pets in threes, always. Luckily, it's been pets. But what I'm saying is death comes to me in threes, and I don't know what it is about the three, but I've always, within 1 year, lost 3. And so I've lost Ford, and I didn't want to leave. Ford would have been like the one that you don't have favorites. It's like saying I don't have a favorite kid, but I'm not the favorite kid. And like she could, like Ford was my favorite. Like Ford, I just would not have. And then Roscoe, I didn't think would die, and that's the one that I accused Daniel of killing, and just recently died. But Hunter, I mean, I thought Hunter was on death door for like 5 years. I don't even know.
Wasn't that one old too?
He's old. He's they were guessing he was 5 when I got him in 2012. So it's a 5, and that could be 2 years up or down. But yeah, I mean, like 5 in 2012.
God damn, he's immortal.
Right.
Yeah. By the way,
the day I got his dog, let me tell you something. He had never been in a house because he's what you call he's a rabbit dog. He was a hunter's dog. That's why his name is Hunter.
Yeah.
He was a hunter's dog. Hunters here take their dogs out hunting. And for this particular dog, it was for like rabbit, like getting rabbit or whatever. And they would take them, and they take them in a pack. They're looked at as the way, to be honest, Douglas would look at an animal, to be honest. Like Douglas is so sweet, but they don't look at it as an animal. They are like, I love you. It is, they're treated as a thing. Like it's just like a thing that's in their back. Like they have some kennel or like something that they are, and they take them out. And then when they let them go to retrieve the rabbits or try to get them, when they go to leave the hunting destination, they do what they train as a recall. Whoever comes back within the amount of time before this guy needs to go get his next beer, that's who goes with them. And whoever doesn't come back, they're left. And so Hunter was a dog like that. He was left. And to the extent, and I've been taught that, I had to be taught that, like I didn't even understand it. I didn't sort of do that, but he was. And when I got him, besides all that he was sick with and was obvious, when I got him home, he was just, I'm gonna walk around. I'm like, you're a cute little dog. He looks kind of like a beagle. He's a beagle dog, but he's a hunting dog, so he's not beagle. It's actually mixed with like a what do you call that? The slow dog. Anyway, my point is, he looked at me and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna walk around. Basset hound, yes. He's like a basset hound, but a little smaller than a basset hound. Like basset hounds are actually pretty long and thick, and he's actually a little smaller, like a beagle size. So he's a beagle basset hound mix, and he would jump on my couch immediately when he needed to piss, and because he had never been in a home, he didn't know what a home was. He was so confused. And if you went to grab him, like when he did something, like let's just say, like I went to just pick him up because I didn't want him to go out the door, he would scream as a scream of like, because you're picking him up, just because, not hurting him, just you went to pick him up. And it was a horrible, like, I'm fearful scream. So obviously, and then he, like I said, he would jump on the couch. Like he was so confused. He would just jump on the couch to piss. Like I don't know where I'm at. Like, I don't know. Like he had never been home. He didn't know anything. And then the very end of it, just admitting that, it's kind of like y'all's ghost thing with me. And y'all said, I don't know how she could be in a ghost house and she used to hunt ghosts, but she doesn't admit what's going on. I was like, yeah, he does that. He's bad. Like, they obviously was abused. But I would take him for a walk, and I got him in February of 2012. And by spring, like April, I would just be walking him, and then suddenly this dog, who was only the size of a beagle, would just be out of the leash. No matter what strength I pulled, he was suddenly from sweetest little cutest, I'm smelling them, to gone. And I couldn't get him and have to chase him down. And it was because he was smelling, he would get a scent. And you would watch him, even there wouldn't be an animal around. But once he got that scent, because it was spring, of like a rabbit, or sometimes even a bird, I realized later in my yard, like the scent was, he's a scent dog. So he operates on scent the way, you guys operate on my dick gets hard because it's pussy. Like that's what he was doing.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, that's what he is. And so now he's just blind and deaf and only operates on scent. And that's what you're hearing. And that's the last breaths of what he has, which is his scent, but it's in his lungs, and I don't know what to do with that. There's nothing I really can't do. I mean, like, I can take him to the vet and say, oh, well, if they told me tomorrow he had lung cancer, he's like, at his age, what would I do? I've already operated on dogs with cancer before.
They're just going to charge you a bunch of money for nothing.
Right. Yeah. I'm not going to do any different.
So you just got to like let him live in peace and shit.
Yes, exactly. So I'm making sure as long as he's eating and he's happy, that is my job. And my job is also the second, like, I feel like he's not happy, is to be like I would do with Lord, is to say, okay, this is going to suck. And I'm going to have to be a bigger person to take them. And I do believe the only them take them. I do put them down. I wish humans did that for humans. And then don't, and then.
Well, they do. They do. But go on. Yes.
No, but I mean that they need to.
It's not as sweet when it's human.
It's not like, oh, well, she's.
I want the house. I need the house. We got to put him down.
Yeah, it's more like, yeah, exactly.
That's what it would turn into.
I need to put him down, all right? Yeah. Like that. Whereas then somebody like, Peter Moon is like droning on and is like, but nobody is like he didn't. Can you get his money? No. Can you get his money? No. Well, we'll just let him go on and on. I mean, nobody's willing to put it down. And I
not even
like,
Paula
again, knowing you're so Peter, but it's a joke.
Not even
as well.
Paula wanted to put him out of his misery.
I mean, do bear in mind, of course, letting him live and suffer has its own rewards, dear Brooke. And so basically,
what he does, and the biggest thing to me is, if you know you're my enemy, is this. And I told Daniel, I said, I'll never kill you. Because he's like, I said, and when I tell you I'll kill you, that's just me saying something out of anger. I could never kill you. And he thought it was because I was saying I couldn't kill you because I couldn't live with it. What I meant was I couldn't kill you because if you are worth killing, and I say this, I will say this on air just because at this point, who cares? Whoever, I don't care if it's Brendan Zoget fucks me, like Douglas, like, here's what's gonna happen. If y'all are looking for me, it's going to be in the middle of the woods somewhere. I'm going to have planned a cabin at least 6 months before the person goes missing. Okay. And then I'm going to be friends with them enough to get them at least enough where I have the person that I'm going to hire, which are going to be crackheads, just to get them to the cabin and make sure they are tied up and chained up enough with everything that I've proven they can't. And it'll be like misery. Because if you think you did something to my kids, or my animals or something, that I can then go and I'm just going to be like, oh yeah, let me kill you. Let me just send you on to figure out you fucked up. No, you're going to figure out you fucked up with me. Then eventually you may be hopeful that you go on to wherever the hell you're going on to. But like death is to be honest, like death is people that are afraid of death. Like I said, I was afraid when you die because you don't want to leave people, but you're also going to be afraid when you're in that misery movie, knowing with me, you're going to know you also aren't with your kids or your animals or answering Douglas's calls. Like the same thing. It's just that you're with me and you haven't even hit hell yet. Like this is just where you are. And so I do think that if people say like, I'll kill somebody, that's the worst you could do. That is nowhere near. You obviously have no Scorpionic mind. Like my mind can think of the worst of the worst of the worst. I just don't do it because I also have a soul that believes you don't. It's not my karma, but there are a few things that I do and would do it for. And they send me whatever you want, but there's a gift and a curse in that. Like I know the worst of the worst I could do, and I plan it. I told you that's when Aquino came through. Like Aquino, like I was in that meditation, so like giving me the worst of the worst, and I knew what was happening at that moment. But it is something that goes very dark and very deep, and I'm not that person. But when I do it. I already have it in my head of what to do. Like it's darker than I can ever tell you of what I would do to someone. So like that most people can imagine. Like if you think I'll kill somebody, like when I told Doug, I'll come kill you at your front door, when I was scared of my kids, that was me loving you. If I killed you and killed myself with a gun, that's love, because I can live myself and I can let you out. Like that was love. If I truly hate somebody, I'm going to stay long enough to fucking make sure there's every not possible way. Peter Moon with his, I bring him in with his little dick taped on, whatever. Like, there's nothing that I do to make someone suffer in every way.
He'd definitely be up for the strap, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, and I don't, but the thing is, I don't have that hate for Peter Moon. Like, he's not worth it to me, and that's where I say, how am I worth it to him? Like, I don't imagine I don't hate him. Like, even knowing what he may have done, what he did to me, I don't hate him. Because why would I give him that energy?
Yeah, I understand. Nevertheless, you must ward off his spells. That's and convince Lola to do the same.
She told me. I told you on that. She said, I don't know if I told you. She said, I don't want to know anything else Douglas said. I don't want to hear it. But send me the protection. What I need to do.
That's like
she didn't want to know why, what, or how, but send her what she needed to do, and that was it. She wasn't entertaining any more of this energy.
Whoa, what about, you mean if you send her instructions on what to do, will she follow them? Send her the instructions?
She meant like if she needed to draw something or do something, she's like, and I'm assuming, I'm not assuming, I know my daughter. What she meant was like, if I sent her, like Brendan sent me that thing, and I drew it, like if I just said, draw this, you'll be good one time, she'd do it maybe. But if I was like, well, you need to have your energy good, and you need to, and then that would have been it. She'd be like, I'm not fucking with this. I don't believe it. Fuck it. Not worth it. Fuck y'all all. And fuck you for going on that show ever, is what she says. And if you ever go on that show again, is what she told me. And if you ever go on that show again, I will never speak to you again. I'm cutting you off. By the way, that was the last thing she said to me the last time. And I'm on the show. So I guess I'm cut off from my daughter.
There you go. That's cute. So all that being...
Douglas is breaking homes over
here. And so here's what was said by our lovely Jennifer Hawkins. Basically, she said, have had some gruesome and still have some gruesome murder cases and sex trafficking crimes I'm working on. How does this go on in a small town? It can't be that small when they're doing murder and sex crimes.
Where state is she in? Like, or around what?
Sounds like Ian West territory.
I'm not trying to be like Aristides. I know Aristides like, don't let anybody know I'm in the northeast part of the Americas. Like that's like so secret.
Well, Aristides practically lives on fucking campus. As for this chick, she lives in.
I'm saying I'm not trying to give like. I'm not. What I'm asking is.
Yeah. Jennifer Hawkins lives in some bumfuck state that's out in the middle of fucking nowhere. I don't even remember the name.
I thought it was in the Midwest. Or
it was like Missouri or Minnesota. It was something way out.
It's like part of the state strictly by geography. It's like law. Yeah. It's like anyhow.
Like they drew the map to like there was like a diagonal line that like happened to go through a field. Or
happened to go through some fucking forest.
What do you mean though? If it's like part of Missouri by diagonal line, what does that mean? That it then be part of? I don't know, Arkansas, and that'd be better.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's worse than a swamp. It's some kind of like timberland. It's like it's like Bigfoot country. Seriously.
Unless it's a state Ian West is residing in. I mean, it can't be that bad.
I think Ian West has got better than her in terms of a living place because he's got like casinos and he's got like yacht clubs and he's got like he can chow down on buffet tables and shit.
Well, obviously you're the one that he should get to come be his little wife and hooker and whatever you because you're falling for his shit. I only mosquito territory, and I don't do mosquitoes. And he's like, they're not that big, and I'm like, dude, I'm from South Carolina. Your mosquitoes are like fucking.
Oh yeah, they'll eat you alive. They'll eat you alive. It's true. Fuck that shit. But anyhow, so like she says, not personally working on to commit these heinous crimes, but court cases to help prosecute. Just for your information, laugh out loud. And then she says, good night, y'all. Best wishes. Love you, Mr. Dietrich, and everyone. And she says, court, not course. Laugh out loud. See, too tired to even type. Kisses and hugs. And then she shows the hug and kissing emoji. And she says, good night with 2 hearts. So at any rate, when it comes...
Heart? She didn't give you 2 hearts? Did she?
Yeah, she gave me 2 hearts. Yeah.
Oh my God. That's like...
Yeah.
Anyway, I just can't believe like that's... Anyway, just make a note. Aristides, can you timestamp that 2 hearts, please? Because Douglas obviously like it's 2 hearts.
I'm a ladies' man, honey. I mean,
heard his voice go up.
I mean, you saw my eyes. You saw my eyes, and they looked right through your soul. Even though I was publicly trained and one of the few sons of bitches who knows I have to look at a camera directly, you took it personally, and look where you're at now. So I got the Dracula touch, babe.
I just had thrown myself into the gifts of. Maybe I'm listening to someone like, what's his name? What was his name?
Sean Bond. Sean Bond. The man who, if you look up, all you find is Sean Connery is James Bond. Yeah, but this guy ain't no Sean Connery, and he ain't no James Bond.
No. And by the way, I don't even know this, but I also used to say Sean Connery is the guy that could say "fuck you, bitch," and I'd be like, okay. And I said that like at 15 because I knew that Sean Connery looks like a white-headed man, and I don't know why. He just was sexy. He was the guy that I thought was sexy. I recently, and this is Wild Daniel, I said no. I told him that story, and he Googles him, and I looks him up, and he shows me a Sean Connery
as like 60 or 70.
Like no,
80s.
no,
Fucking guy's in his 90s, dude. He's not dead
yet.
yet.
That's fine. He's dead.
Yeah, he died.
That's the Sean Connery I love. What I'm saying is he showed me the Sean Connery when he was like 30. He's in this movie and he's like still got black hair. And I look and I'm like, oh my God, gross. Like that guy, that's who, like you can turn into that. And also that's like what I'm saying is like that same guy at 30, I was like gross. I wanted to be like, fuck you, bitch. And I would have been like, okay, whatever. Like
you're talking about the era when he was like,
yeah, it was some movie, and it was
in that movie with the lighthouse.
Yeah, well, not to mention the Brotherhood of the Rose when he was there with that like wife-beaten guy Christian Slater, who basically got his advice from Sean Connery, who said, "Sometimes with women, son, you just gotta slap them."
Yeah.
And but
it was not that. It was something so bad that even the movie, even Daniel didn't.
Zardoz.
Yeah, something like that. Some weird movie that didn't.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll show you. I'll fucking show you. Here we are.
I was trying to look it up so y'all could see it.
Gun is good. Gun is good.
I'll
he's
show you.
He's standing in the middle. What I only can remember is like he looks half naked and he's standing like.
Yeah. Here you go. I've got it. Do you see the screen share, honey? If you look at the screen share, here we go, baby. There we go, baby. That's your man.
Yes,
that's your man. 48. There you go. There you go. Look at that. That's go show him, Sean. Yeah, there he goes. He's dressed for the Folsom Street Fair.
That was my sexiest man alive.
Here he is in San Francisco. That's how he showed up in San Francisco. Yeah, and he said they love me.
Yeah, this is what I would imagine someone in SF walking around.
That's right. I mean, that hair alone, I could kill him by rubbing my fingers through his chest hair and generating enough static electricity where he would be jolted to death. That's like disgusting. I mean, he's got hair where monkeys don't.
If you had done that at that time, I don't know what year that was. What year was that movie?
Fuck, that's 74. 1974.
So if you had done that,
I mean, here's the trailer, baby. Here's a trailer. Let's see if we can play this trailer. And it's not playing. It's so vile I just saw that one picture you pulled. That was it. That's the picture. And look at his balding head. Look at that balding fucking head. Let's see if the image shows up.
This is the pinnacle of masculinity.
And that's before I'm born. And this is the same man I said was the sexiest man alive. Like that's how gross and sick I feel about myself.
Yeah, I mean, look at this picture. I can't get it larger than this. Maybe I can find it larger than this, but look at that.
I don't think we need to see more.
Look at that receding hairline.
Look at the girl with the green. Is that him with the girl in the green?
Yeah, that's him with the girl in the green. I can't get it larger than that. And but just this one does it all. That does it all. And then we can get a close up.
That one looks ridiculous.
Oh God, how about it's just hideous. It's just hideous.
What's the name of this movie?
Awful.
Zardoz.
It's right in front of you, bro.
Yeah.
I know. But I'm saying it for people, and just there's one person listening being like, she's crazy or whatever, or don't know. Like, I want people to see this. There's one, like, Z-A.
Just think, Z-A.
Did they stuff the leotard? That doesn't look natural. What the hell's going on there?
Oh, it says I'll be redirected to my article in seconds. It's like a porn site,
Yeah.
Where it's like a gay porn site where they've got this guy going.
How revolting it is. That's horrible.
5 seconds. They got to cut down. Oh, Bloodsucking Bastards is now what they're showing as another film. So here we are, honey. Look at this. Yeah, there we are. Here he is trying to work the controls. Yes, they've stuffed his leotard. It's like
ever wanted me to be like the one thing I couldn't have been like I can try to get all my problems out. I've admitted it was wrong, but even still, that's the one thing sin.
Do you think this is the pinnacle?
I want to kill myself.
It's the worst. She knows it's bad. She knows it's so bad. She's look at that, honey, with his gun. Yeah, I got a gun, baby.
Sexually experienced. Like they're so young. Like you wonder why I didn't want to suck dick. Like maybe that was why I was so broken.
Yeah, I think so.
Like that. And Douglas.
Well, look at that romantic image, baby. Look at that romantic image. Let's see if we can get that that larger at the gal store.
This would look good.
This is at the gal store. Look at that, baby. Look at that receding hairline.
Yeah. It's like a bad picture of Dr. Phil.
Yeah. Dr. Phil, I love it. Oh, holy shit.
It's awful.
No, it's
him in the 70s before I'm born.
No, this is Douglas Dietrich with Aquino eyebrows and a porno movie mustache. That's Douglas Dietrich with Aquino eyebrows and a porno movie mustache, and you get this.
Yeah, this is like you if you were in a kung fu film that was also a Western.
That's not Douglas, because like I've seen you maybe in like 10 years. Like that is not. Here's the thing. Sometimes you say you look younger than you do. Sometimes you're older. I'm just going to tell you right now, the closest you are to is the feminine female in that version. Like,
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah. But by the way, Brendan Zoget said, while I was gone, apparently he wrote me some messages. Your green light is on, Douglas. They fucking got into my Skype and started using...
Yeah, someone was lurking on your Skype, and I kept calling. And it would show that you're online, and then I would call. And I think does it show the missed calls?
It shows a few missed calls. Yeah, apparently you call at least
once.
I
would call. Yeah. I would call, and then the light would turn off, which normally it goes to like the gray one, right?
Yeah.
But it would just completely disappear.
Is also not real, and so that is obviously the occult salt. So let's just end it there.
No, it was just his that's his NSA agent just lurking.
Yeah, that's NSA shit, honey.
They would like log in from the back end.
What do you mean?
It would be like there's someone just searching through all his messages while he's gone. And So I tried to call it, and I basically caught him red-handed. I was like, Douglas, are you there? And I called, and then the light disappeared.
They are as if you were never
online.
They are such pieces of shit, honey.
Or maybe what I say to Douglas, because Douglas, if you told anybody how I
he turns his computer off.
I turn my computer off. I really do, honey. When I leave, I check out. When I leave,
but I've told Douglas that maybe he doesn't actually have a son, and that maybe when he's telling me he's going to this estate that
he doesn't.
It's just like I don't picture him. Either one of you. He's got this all great, and he's got this great life, and he's over there sucking blood from these gorgeous boys. Or the only other option.
She never saw the photos.
Oh, she never saw the photos. That's right.
No, I don't need to. What I'm saying is, it's fine. He can truth it either way because he can fake those photos. That's why I said it doesn't matter.
I don't have the energy to do that.
I just want everyone else to know the other option. It is that.
Just ask Nemo. He saw them.
Douglas is walking around in a room from then like what you would see as an 80s movie where they put a string, like the detective would be like, I think I figured it out, and they take a string and the string connects to over here.
That's Ian West. That's Ian West, baby.
His whole apartment, Douglas has got strings going, and he says dust, and he's just sitting there like, I'm going to my son's, and that's why the green came on, because he's sitting there and accidentally it came on while he was eating his peas and carrots out of the food drop.
By the way, what she's talking about is the home delivered meals from Meals on Wheels are dominated by peas and carrots. They are dominated
because it's cheap as fuck.
Yeah.
It's like, and they combine them. Like, I don't even know. Did anybody grow up on eating peas and carrots together? But like, for whatever reason, old people, that's what they're like. You know what? We'll save their life by peas and carrots. And I'm thinking, could you
eat your vegetables? And it was always like canned freaking peas.
Could you make someone more suicidal than be like, I just have another day? Yeah, I feel like there's a conspiracy with it. I honestly feel like it's like we really don't want to pay for old people, so we'll just keep giving peas and carrots so if they don't kill themselves. Maybe like the peas and carrots have much energy in it. Like I feel like the whole thing.
Pretty much.
There's no way you're like, I see that, and I mean, give the goddamn old person a chili cheeseburger, right? And like that make them they're at least happy. They're like, oh yeah, this feels good, or cotton candy, something. But you're like peas and carrots again. Oh, thank you, peas and carrots.
No, they should give them millets so they can live longer.
She's gonna hit back with that one. Go ahead and hit back with that, bro.
I agree with you. They should, because at least Douglas could come on here and be like, you know what they gave me? They gave me these millets, and I saw stuff moving, and we'd be all like, no, you didn't. You're just old.
You know what Brooke said? Brooke said, I'm gonna cultivate a bowl full of maggots, and then when Brendan visits, I'm gonna serve this to him. And then when he says, this bowl's full of maggots, all these maggots come out of his mouth and shit. She said she was gonna hide them in tamales and burritos. and say they were vegetarian for you. Like, here's some vegetarian burritos and tamales. And then while you chewed on, got a mouthful of maggots, then she'd say, that just proves how organic it is. Because that's what you told her. That's what you told her when she said,
that's not what. No, that I just want to see. Brendan, are you stupid? Do you believe what he's saying? Do you believe I even said? Because I can hear. Do you believe one word of what he's saying? That I said.
Yeah, I could see you saying that.
Okay, well, yeah, I can see me saying it too. Do you believe I said it?
Probably.
Okay, well, I didn't.
You were salty about that.
Here's why you're stupid.
You were salty
because
about
his
the military
version
years.
of if I wanted to get you back like that is so not even close to what I could come up with. Just while he said that.
By the way, George Knight has joined us.
Hello, Douglas.
Welcome
Hello,
aboard. So tell us, why have you been so passive-aggressive? What's with the hearting in the chat and then disappearing? Was it because of Brooke, or was it what else was going on?
No.
Of course it was Brooke.
Because he's eating that Haagen-Dazs, or what is that thing y'all have?
Huggies! It's a Huggies! Right? Huggies.
Oh, it's Huggies, something different. It's not Huggies. What is it?
What is it? Hedges. George?
Hello, Douglas.
Yeah, it's the meat in the intestine. What do you call it?
Haggis.
Haggis, yes. There eats haggis, and the name is. But my point is, haggis.
Oh, yeah, can you hear us, George? Yeah, well, let's see if he can hear us.
Yes, I'm just. Yes, I haven't been on because I've been working.
Oh my God, quit your job. Yeah, what are you doing working? Nobody else around me works. I mean, take a look at these sluggards.
There's none of the rest of us on this air that work, and somehow we're surviving. The only person that getting paid is Aristides.
Yeah, actually, the truth is, everybody on this show works except me and Brooke. And Nemo.
Yeah.
Which is half of us.
And Nemo.
I guess half a team Dietrich isn't working.
And Aristides, because he says he works at a university, which is hilariously funny.
Yeah, and Aaron Tice works. And that's the... And of course, T-Tank Barry works his ass off. So, yeah.
Is the only Aristides
and someone's got
responsible for me not getting married yet. Aristides Barry, call me please. He's got money.
Yeah.
I need a job. What I'm saying is he has a job, right? And I mean, Aristides says he has a job, but I do believe Brendan has a job, but I'm not so sure that T-Tank Barry is not well above that. Like you said, he had a car.
I mean, you guys have heard me doing it for a year.
Yeah,
I heard you do it. I heard you being yelled at, and I said, "Tell her to grab my."
Yeah, Brooke heard it.
Yeah. And people have told me that. I think Brooke said that there's this woman who was talking to Brendan like he was her, what would you call it? Kind of like a gelded boy that they used to have in the castle, like a slave, like a parlor
that's
slave.
What they talk to me like.
Yeah.
Hey, boy.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That was the athletic director.
I'm gonna say this is for comedy, but he's responding to her the way King George responds to you. Everything. Yes, I will. Oh, we restock that again. Oh, I will restock. Yes.
Now, honey, let's make King George welcome.
George, I said that was for a joke.
She's joking. She's joking, George. She's joking. I mean, please. It's like you know her. I mean, she actually set me off tonight. You should hear earlier in the show. She set me off tonight, and I really started swearing at her. I said, "That dumb fucking cunt." I said, "That dumb fucking cunt." We coddled her for days and days, and it's like pulling someone through rehab, and then she says, "Now I'm gonna juice up with a nice big shot of heroin." It was like that's what I compared it to. So she had me going there, and it was something you can review for Morbid Entertainment. None of the other guys believed her, but I actually believed her that she would be that self-destructive. I honestly thought that, I gave up on her immediately. I honestly just but such being said, George, welcome aboard. We've got a lot to catch you up on.
But such being said, as I say that I am the one person that will give up on someone that is promised to literally say, I don't even know that I believe you on the fact you're a vampire. I don't even know if I believe on a lot of you say, but I'm I will totally defend you to my death because I love you. And he immediately goes to, she just said this. She's the worst person ever. Let's kill her.
No, I didn't. I said you were a loser and a stupid cunt, but I didn't say you were the worst person ever. There's a difference.
No, because that would actually be giving me a gift. Because at least they'd be like, well, at least have something like the best of something. Like the worst would be like your worst.
Yeah, the worst is the best in some cases. That's true.
If you can't be first, you last.
Well, it's like what they say: if you can't do good, then do bad well. Yes. So, but now, such being said, George, how long are we gifted with your presence tonight?
Only a few minutes, Douglas. The reason for me coming on is just to say hello, and I'm still around, and I always will be around. Good. And I do apologize. I wish I didn't have to work so I can be on with you for 12 hours.
So when will that happy event take place? When do you have sometime this month?
Because unfortunately, because of daylight saving time, Douglas, because of this clock change, because of wartime, they've reduced our working Saturdays a year. So because of the daylight change, with the clock change, with the shorter days, they've taken away some of the Saturdays, which means I have to do Monday to Friday throughout the winter months. So unfortunately, I don't have any time within probably next year. I'll get a full day with you again. So it's just whenever I get 5-10 minutes to come on just to say hello, and I'm still around. I'm not going to disappear, go anywhere. So apologies for my absence and me not frequenting on the show, but doesn't mean I'm not going to, always love and support you. I'm always going to be around.
Well, that's deeply appreciated. Brooke disappeared. I hope she comes back. Yes. Because I called up the Blood Boys file because I was going to show her those photographs that she had asked for, and that before she took this dive and disappeared for weeks. But we have you for the moment, and for God's sakes, let's make the most of it. And tell us, what are you aware of? There's been a lot happening. I sent you some messages. Did you have a time to review those private messages I sent you? Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. It was funny because the link that you sent me about the Senate committee oversights, these hearings, these congressional hearings that have been taking place regarding UAP and UFOs. I actually shared that on Facebook on I think the same day you sent me the link. It was just it was so ironic that we both shared the same thing, the same article. It was from The Guardian. So yeah, I actually shared it. So just to explain to people, I shared it on my Facebook timeline. Just to explain to people, these are a waste of time. You're not learning anything. Every single person that is presented on that committee in front of the Senate are all ex-military men or ex-military women, and they're not telling you anything. I just said they're not telling you who they are. They're just saying that they're very real, and yes, there is a retrieval program. It's been going on for decades, and they're trying to reverse engineer these retrieved Third Reich craft. And but they're not telling you that, and so it's just a waste of time. And that's why people should avoid listening to these, charlatans and shills, just spewing propaganda, or they're just people who are just naive and they're just not aware of anything that's going on. They're not acquainted with the reality of what the United States government and the military and the governments around the world have been contending with this breakaway civilization. So I was just outlining, just, cathartic with my frustration that there's no point listening to these. It's a waste of time. And they're trying to call them they're trying to call them non-human bio. They're calling it biotics or non-human entities, and it's just it's just a load of crock. It's really just that extraterrestrial trope. But at any rate, so I emphasized my frustration, and I could overemphasize just telling people, and I didn't get much of a response, obviously. I only got one person that liked it. Yeah, so
well, that's because you're pushing the minority perspective, the minority report, so to speak. They all want to believe in ET, and we are not alone. Oh, see chat. What did she say in chat? Oh my God, I'm afraid to look. What did she say in chat? Jesus Christ. Says, I got off just in case. I love George. You are an asshole, and at least Daniel is loyal to police and mommy. Brooke, are you serious? Brooke.
Yeah, we're not crying wolf here. Come on.
Yeah.
What was that about me, Douglas?
No, it's about me. Oh God, no.
Oh, is that about you? Oh, you.
She says, I love George. You can see that in the chat. She says, I got off just in case.
I can't see it.
I love George. Yeah, and then she says to me, you are an asshole, and at least Daniel is loyal to police and mommy. And honey, oh my God. Hey, at least I'm fucking honest. Jesus Christ. I don't lie, Brooke. I thought you loved that. I don't do fake is Brooke's big, Brooke's big deal is I don't do fake. Yeah. And then when I'm real, this is what I get. So, okay, you can't win. So back.
Yeah, and Brooke being on the show has never discouraged me from coming on the show. I'm always happy to come on and speak to Brooke, as she knows that. Yeah, so yeah, it's, you know, I appreciate her questions. I love her questions. It's so, yeah, I enjoy that. That's the reason why I come on the show, Douglas, because not only am I speaking to you...
No need to try and sugarcoat her. She's not here to bother us right now, so let's make the most of it. Yes, that's right. I, for one, feel like there's a weight off my shoulder with Brooke not here. Yes, that's right. Yes, that might drag her on later. We'll see. At any rate, just to make certain that we're catching you all up. What do you know about what's been happening with Team Dietrich, aside from what's happening? Okay, geopolitically, of course, tell us what you think is important in England or across the Atlantic that you feel we should be paying attention to first.
Douglas, yeah, just to clarify and just let you know, I have been listening to like your segments, not the entirety, because of course I've been so busy. I've been so busy, unfortunately, and this is my frustration. I wish I didn't have a job, because then I could come on more often.
Yes, no, I understand.
I appreciate it. It's so frustrating because I'm envious of like Brendan and Aristides.
Well, they both work as well, but they're in a closer time zone. They're in a closer time zone.
Yes, exactly.
It's a time zone that's really sabotaging this. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm very envious of these individuals that can come on, you know, more frequent than I can. But yeah, there's been so much. But I appreciate it, Douglas. I appreciate you so much. And
believe me, you've been missed. You've been missed.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. Much appreciated. One of the turning points in conversations, because you know, regarding the presidential election in the United States, something, you know, I've been on to talk about it. But one thing that I have, you know, people have the basic knowledge, just the basic understanding about Trump and about Biden. They really do. And then what I've learned from yourself, and because they don't really portray it in the media so much in regards to the policies that he's imposing. And I wanted to just bring up the tariffs that he's imposing on foreign goods. So the tariffs.
By the way, see how much we can get done when Brooke is gone. Man, I feel so much better.
Hey, it's fine. I just want to say before you do the tariff thing, I just like to say, number one, you said you'd like me on because I have questions. And I do have one question. But before I even say the question, I'd like to say, number one, can you please not? Because, like, we've been through stuff, and I have so much respect for you. And you just said, I have so much respect for Brendan. I wish I was Brendan and Aristides. And I don't know what you're doing over there, but life must have gone a lot more hell in a handbasket than even we're going to get with Trump if you're, like, wishing you're Aristides. And Brendan, like, it is, like, I don't know what life you're wanting, but it must be really bad over there. Like,
no, it's not a life. I'm just envious of the time.
That they have.
Well, all you have to do is basically, you know, just choose to never be, you know, have sex with women and have sex with men, have sex with anyone, not be a dragon, obviously, and just stay in your bedroom and like cuddle, I don't know, like whatever stuffed animal you have when you're 3, and you'll have the time.
She's saying horrible things about Brendan and Aristides, and
I do it because I know one of them can take it, and the other one I'm trying to push out of the shell. So there's one that can take it, and I've learned, and one can maybe can take it. He does take it actually well too. Yeah. But the other, actually, I do have one question there. One question, and the only thing I have is like, why? Well, I guess it's not good anymore. Like, it's not a good question, but like, why did you originally, like, why do you? Because like, you agree with Douglas, and I've said all that. But like, why do you come on this show, right? And put up with like, you know, me, who's somebody's like, whatever. But like, literally, what is it about Douglas that is so special? Can you please give us your analogy?
Oh yeah. No. I think I have said it a few times before in the past. What I have always pursued for the last, I would say, 2 decades at least, is I've been on this course of trying to find out. I knew a lot of the things with the world around me doesn't make any sense, and it's to do with like how I was brought up, about, you know, regarding like World War II and just everything that's going on geopolitically. When I discovered Douglas, I realized I found the only person in this world that is explaining everything that makes perfect sense and makes rational, logical sense. And that is what I appreciate about Douglas. And not only that, what opened up my eyes more, I don't know, I can't find the right expressions to explain it, but it's when I realized, you know, with Douglas's background, when I very first discovered Douglas, it was that video, the 911.org YouTube channel that uploaded the 2-part Holocaust video and 9/11. And I was under the impression, listening to Douglas, that he must be a university lecturer. He must be a multi-millionaire. That was my first impression of him. And then once I listened to him more and more, not just repeatedly watching the same videos over and over again, when I started to learn more about his background and realize what he has gone through and his involvement with people like Michael Aquino, then it just opened up my eyes. It enlightened me. And so I realized everything he was saying was true. Not only did I already have prior knowledge and foreknowledge or intuitively knew what Douglas was saying was true. I could verify what he was saying was true. But when I started pursuing what he was saying, everything just became more and more apparent to me. And so I have never found any discrepancies with what he's ever said. Never, ever have I ever came across anything where he has been deliberately been misguiding anyone or deliberately misinforming. He is so consistent and he repeats everything. Over the years, everything has been so consistent. And that is why I really appreciate this person. I value him more than most people. I respect him and value him more than most people that I know. And so that's the reason why I value my time. This is why I'm envious, because my time is so precious. There's nothing more precious as well than time, because once that's gone, we would never get that back. Whereas other things, they are replaceable. And so, yeah, when I come on the show, I am literally living my element, in my element, because I'm talking to the person who I value the most. But not only that, one of the people, I can't say that because I've got children, you see, but you know what I mean. And
but by the way, want you to know, I've entered a link into your private chat that is a URL that I'm hoping you can ask our friend John Warrington if he's downloaded that episode and has it, in his storage.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, but do continue with what you're saying, by all means.
Yes, no, I appreciate it, Douglas. And so, yeah, because what my passion is, I've always been someone that wants to ascertain knowledge. And I always find that knowledge is very powerful. And it empowers me as someone who's very self-conscious, very doesn't have a lot of confidence in myself. And so this, like I've used the analogy when I was on steroids, I always felt like I was the most powerful person in the room, but even more so with knowledge. And so it's not because of me trying to be better than anybody else, but it's a useful tool to have, because I'm surrounded by these individuals that literally spew a lot of propaganda garbage around me, and that's why I pursued.
Rather, they regurgitate it. They regurgitate it.
They regurgitate it, and that is what my passion in this world is, gaining knowledge. And unfortunately, there's not very many places you know where to look. Thankfully, when you look for Douglas and you discover Douglas, that's when you find it. You find what you're looking for. And I'm not very good at expressing this. I hope it makes coherent sense. I hope I'm being comprehensible.
Yes.
I hope it makes
coherent.
Sense.
You're coherent. Yes, you're fine.
Yes, thank you. And so, yeah, this is the reason why I value. I'm never going to go anywhere. If I'm not on the show, it doesn't mean I'm severed or anything like that. I'm here forever.
Oh yeah, well, it's more. It was more like a concern that something might have happened. Is what we were concerned about. Like perhaps you had family responsibilities due to, we think something might have gone wrong.
Or that, I was scared. I didn't tell you, Douglas, but I was always scared. Like I'll say, like maybe Peter Moon or something, like some, like if there's cast, evil, like. I knew he's been such a good thing on your show. And like, if he tried to make me as evil, like there to be something like, I'm not evil, but I was just scared. Like, I just wanted you to be, like, I know you're more important to the show than me. And like, I don't know. Anyway, I just I just wanted to make sure and understand, because you've always educated me.
You're all important in your own ways. So understand this, Brooke, whereas George Knight is irreplaceable and indispensable as a records man in maintaining a lot of notes and records. You are obviously the one who, for whatever reason, threatens the enemy the most. They hate you with an unparalleled passion, to the point where they've sacrificed lives to take you out.
Thank you, Douglas. I'd like to thank you again for that, Douglas. I'd like to thank you again for that welcome into my life. I like to be hated.
Yeah, you're welcome, baby.
Yeah, bro.
If you think because I like to argue, George, I don't know if you're aware, but George, it may seem like I like to argue, but you know what I don't like is I don't know. Like to throw death or jail, a lot of other really bad things like dead animals around you.
That's so awful. That was awful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but and I would say until I had it was Brendan Zoget say it can she not get it? She's walking through a haunted house and the person is in there, man, and the lights are shaking, everything, and it's just obvious something's going on, and you're I just think that's electricity. That's electricity.
Yeah, and I apologize for downplaying it and dismissing it with what originally happened. But believe me, I was hoping it wouldn't be happening. But remember, there were two phases to this. As George Knight can remember by participating. Yeah, two separate things. Yeah, first there was the Aquino set of attacks, and now there's the barbaric set of attacks. Yeah,
those are the ones I denied because I was if I just discover I got Aquino out. I'm good.
Well, you could see Aquino. You actually saw a silhouette. So it was
I saw Aquino. Aquino. I got his name, and it's it was. Yeah. There's nothing I could deny on that because that happened for me.
Yeah.
So it was whereas I could tell you just like I tell Douglas, oh, I don't believe that about the electricity or whatever. There's no one that could tell me that didn't happen because I wouldn't have believed it.
But by the way, I do want to tell something to George in the few minutes he has with us. Is George, I want you to understand that you already read the notes I sent you that Ian West effectively proposed marriage to Brooke Gibson, but he also essentially you did read that, right?
I do know what I don't remember. I do apologize. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
I do apologize.
Then what happened was our latest episode. While Ian West continually tried to get on the show, he took a break only to call Brooke Gibson. And essentially, it was a very sinister call, and we could talk about it privately, but it was something that resulted in my blocking him. His marriage proposal was nothing more than comedic. That was something
And I want to say marriage proposal because I'm very honest. He didn't say, will you marry me? He said, hey, why don't you come down here and live with me and I can get you a job. There was no marriage proposal, but he did say you can come down here and live and I can get you a job working as a whatever cocktail waitress making something. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, this is the postmodern equivalent. That's the postmodern equivalent of a marriage proposal.
I just want to be because there is I'm just so honest. I want to be very clear. He's I didn't propose to you. No, he did not because he could. Daniel proposed to me also. He asked me to marry him too. And you know what ring I have to show for that? Not one. But I do have several jail charges. So I don't know. What is proposal?
Talk about wedlock. Yeah, that gives wedlock a whole new meaning. I think there's a ring. It's a cigar band that he left with you. I think that one fits.
It was the ring that I had on my foot, and this is the truth. When I woke up in the hospital, they did not have the
toe tag. Yeah, the toe tag in the morgue.
His shirt was slit. They cut my shirt all off. My shirt was completely cut off. It was ripped, cut. And then I went to see him get the bathroom and I was shower because I said, "Can I shower?" And I did because I didn't have any what do you call that on your hands when you're arrested, what do you call that, handcuffs?
Yeah.
And then I went to walk. No, my legs were handcuffed. That's what they do in a bed in a hospital. The person sitting there sleeping on the phone is the person watching you apparently in the jail guard if you're under legal arrest. And I don't know what happened those 30 hours. All I know is I woke up in a bed, and I did have, when I went to walk, they were on your legs. They weren't tight, but they were legs. I had literally.
Leg cuffs. They were leg cuffs.
Handcuffs.
Yeah.
Handcuffs on my
ankle
legs.
Ankle cuffs.
Yeah, I guess so in case I got out, then I wanted to run away. There wasn't going to be running. It was not going to happen.
Got it. Yeah. So again, thank you for sharing that with us. It's important. It's an important part of the narrative. But at any rate, George, in the few minutes we have with you, by all means, share with us also a situation or status report in general about your family, whatever you're willing to share. If things
that's all right, Douglas. No, everything's going well, thankfully. Yeah, that's all I can be grateful for and appreciative for is that everybody is safe and well. So everything's good my end, Douglas. Yeah, it's just because I've been busy lately. That's why I haven't been on the show. Hopefully, within the new year I'll be able to come on so we can have a few hours. I don't want to obviously ask you to go for the full 12 hours because
no, don't ever be afraid of that. Don't ever be afraid of that. I can always handle that with you.
Thank you. I do know how draining it is.
Oh no, don't worry about that. Don't think like that. Don't think like that. When you're on, I can handle it. It's not a problem.
I mean, we would love a full 12 hours if you have a full like somebody has like cuffs on their ankles, like here. It's like that would be a good story. But if you're not experiencing anything where you
honey, he knows some people. There's this uncle.
What I mean is interesting. Like, do you not know anybody?
Honey, oh man, we could go into it. Yeah, there's a certain uncle here. There's a certain love rat there.
Like in here, George in his British accent, like, let me tell you about handcuffs.
George, you've got stories that could beat Brooke Gibson, or at least compete with them. Tell her. I mean, what little you're willing to share.
Oh, yeah, no. I only have literally about a couple more minutes, but I did want to come on and say so because we've just had the Armistice Day that's coming past with us. Yes, and one thing that because a lot of the youngsters in the secondary schools, they're learning about obviously World War One, and it's all schools. Even my little daughter is learning about it in her school, and so I did have to relay what I learned from yourself very recently regarding obviously with the Battle of the Somme. It was one of the most deadliest wars during World War One. It was the British lost 58,000 troops or soldiers in a single day in the Battle of the Somme in France. But this is one of the things I learned from yourself, Douglas, very recently, is the reason why Adolfus Jacob Hitler implemented Lightning War, Blitzkrieg. It's because he was a decorative war veteran during World War One. He was awarded the Iron Cross, First Cross, and Honor Cross during World War One. And as I learned from yourself in the past, there was no concept or knowledge, I should say, or idea or terminology used to describe post-traumatic stress disorder. During World War One, it was called shell shock. And because he suffered heavily with a mustard gas attack, he then, during World War II, this is why he implemented Lightning War, so troops didn't have to suffer trench warfare. And I'm just briefly summarizing it, Douglas, putting in the most basic analogy or basic form of expression. This is the whole reason why World War II, there wasn't that concept of trench warfare. It eliminated that by conducting Lightning War. Yeah. And so nobody had to suffer what was termed back in, or coined back in World War One as shell shock. That was so when I was explaining the Battle of the Somme to people or anyone, the best way to describe it is during World War II, the man who innovated Lightning War, the idea of quick and I should say actual strategic strikes, as opposed to terror bombing or terror warfare. This was very effective on the enemy, and it was to get that whole concept away from that whole horrible environment of trench warfare.
Let me try and re-express this for you so that you can share it with others. It just as effectively, if not more so, is to explain to people that as a veteran of trench warfare who suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, before there were terms that would clinically contend with it in a manner as we do today. They were only beginning to comprehend the barest essentials about what they called shell shock back then. By the time of World War II, people were still getting post-traumatically stress disordered, but they called it combat fatigue. It was so combat fatigue, however, was different from the kind of shell shock suffered in World War I, in the sense that World War II was a very mobile war, and Adolf Hitler changed the nature of warfare itself because he was able to fight the next war rather than the last war. But the way to express it is...
I'd just like to say something I've never said on air before is the fact, I'm just going to say it really fast. I don't share this. I share everything else. Adolf Hitler and I, like, there's a love sign and there's a war sign in charts. I will not give the rest of what we share. But love sign is Venus, like, right? There's Venus. And Mars is the war sign, which I'm ruled by. Just in my chart. I have given that out, so I say it. We both have the exact same placements. Excellent. I have the exact same placements as him. So I love it. And the reason I say that is just because I feel like as you are all building up Adolf Hitler, what you're really saying is Brooke is awesome. And I just want to say that as you continue to do that, or say that he wasn't bad, like, it's just like Brooke isn't that bad for what she does. Like, that's what you're saying, right, George? Like, Brooke is kind of good.
I like that. That's cute and that's adorable. And later on, Brendan, when George has left, Brendan will explain my signs and how similar they are to Adolf Hitler as well, almost identical. So what Hitler saw during World War I was what many soldiers saw in Vietnam. In the Vietnam War, many Americans saw officers, both low and high officers, basically slapping each other on the backs and congratulating themselves for complete and total military catastrophes and designating them as victories. So when many thousands of men died on both sides of World War I, Adolf Hitler understood that the German officer corps, as flaunted as it was, as vaunted as it was, and both those terms are correct in application, flaunted and vaunted, that they were of a class consciousness and therefore very fossilized, ossified. They were too frozen in their class cognizance to conduct a reasonable, a war that would be successful, to pursue a war to a successful conclusion. And as a result, when he became the leader, when he became the Führer, and with all monopoly on power that he had, he hanged a few generals and he shot a few generals for crimes committed against their own men, in the sense of senselessly and needlessly expending their own men during World War I. This is why the officer corps followed Hitler so devotedly in World War II, because he proved who was in charge. He had to enforce that first with the hangings, with the shootings, and with the purging of his officer corps. It was a strategic purging, unlike Stalin's, which was a mass purging. He did not annihilate his officer corps. He took the incompetents out and saw that they were done to justice, that they were hanged and shot. And this set an example that other officers took seriously. And this is why Adolf Hitler maintained such loyalty throughout World War II, by proving his point. And then he instituted a mobile form of warfare which revolutionized warfare. He proved he was militarily competent. And so that's the important point to make in that regard. And as for other things, please continue speaking, and I'll come up with maybe something else to bring up that I wanted to share with you.
Thank you, Douglas. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much, profoundly. And I do have to disembark right now. I do apologise, but I will, hopefully be on again very soon. Hopefully this coming Wednesday's show.
Oh, please.
So thank you so much for having me on. Yes, even if it's for a few moments like today. But thank you so much, and it's been a pleasure. And it's nice speaking to you, Brooke, Aristides, and Brendan as well. Hope you're all well. And please look after yourself. And Douglas, I'll stay in touch. I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
Yeah, please do. And
thank you, George.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good night, gentlemen. Good night, ladies.
I'll try to send you a timestamp if we talk of something that I feel is relevant to you. I'll send you a link with a timestamp if we do.
Very much appreciate, Douglas. Thank you so much. Blessed day, and take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye for now. And that's George Knight. And thank you for coming back to us, Brooke. And so thank you for sharing what you did as well, Brooke. And that's appreciated. And if Brendan's still on with us, you can share again what you discovered in my chart in terms of the similarities to Adolf Hitler, and that would be that would be appreciated. Let's see if Brendan is still with us, and if he's not, we'll handle it because at some point soon I'll have to take a break and then try.
Well, for starters, there's the Libra/Sagittarius placements. Yeah, and then your Jupiter is also in Mula. And there's different
my Jupiter's in what? Please, you're
Mula,
coming in a little. Mula,
Sagittarius. It's one of the nakshatras in Sagittarius.
Ah, okay, thank you. Not Mula as in money. Yeah.
No, but that's where we get the word money from.
Interesting.
No, but he's just also wanting to be like, he just wanted you to say
Mula.
You said
Mula means root.
No, Mula.
In Sanskrit.
Because you wanted to first of all pronounce it correctly, and then also say no one else knows.
Well, it means root in Sanskrit, and you know the Christian saying money is the root of all evil.
Yeah.
So it's
the love of money. The love of
money.
Yes.
It's the love of money, not money.
Yeah.
That's
but it comes from.
Yeah, that is.
It comes
I love
from
it.
Mula.
Thank you, Brooke, and thank you, Brendan. Yeah, continue, Brendan, by all means. Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm pulling it up now, so just give me a second here.
Yes, excellent.
Yeah, and I I started saving. By the way, I didn't save chart, so I don't have your chart saved.
Yeah,
Douglas.
so here it is. Adolf Hitler's chart.
And Brendan's like, don't save it. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm saving everybody's now. I'm save your. So I don't have yours saved. I'm like, I'm not saving it.
Cool.
So I don't have yours saved, Douglas. I mean, I do know it, and I can go back and look because you're like me. You're like pretty public with your stuff. And I know your birthday. I just don't have the time exact. And I don't think I have the place, although I do believe it was Japan. Somewhere in Japan.
Oh, no. I was born in Taipei, Taiwan. Taiwan.
Okay.
Yeah, the capital of Taiwan. Yeah. That's but it was a part of Japan for almost over 100 years. So it's you're not wrong. You weren't wrong, Brooke. You weren't. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So it says here, Mula's fierceness relates to the fiery aspect of K2, which is one of the shadow planets. And it's also ruled by Jupiter because it's a fire sign.
That's Sagittarius. And I just want to clarify that again. When you say Mula, it is not a jurisdiction of Sag. It's just Sagittarius, which you're referring to.
Is it?
No, it is one nakshatra. So there's 2.5 nakshatras per sign.
So they're breaking it up that's what I want to be sure. Okay, so they're breaking up the part of Sagittarius it is. Okay, that's what I want to say.
Okay, we'll start from the beginning. Mula is the first among the last of the 9 asterisms. They consist of a bunch of 9 stars, which were seen by the ancients as forming a shape similar to the lion's tail. The 9 stars are known in modern astronomy as Lambda Scorpionis, which is called Shaula, Epsilon, Mu, Iota, Theta, Eta, Zeta, Kappa, and Upsilon Scorpius. All these stars lie in the end portion of the astronomical constellation of Scorpio, but astrologically they form a part of the star sign Sagittarius. Their location corresponds to the center of the Milky Way, which can be seen stretching across the white river of the night sky. Mula translates into root, center, or the innermost core. So that star sign is actually the center of the galaxy.
What are you saying he is in Mula? I'm just doing this. I have to ask. I know it's annoying, but what?
Well, if you let me finish, I would be able to say it.
But you haven't said what you've named him in Mula.
There was something.
Jupiter. I said Jupiter in Mula.
Okay, Jupiter in Mula.
All you're talking about is Jupiter. Okay, that's what I was confirming. I just wanted to see what part of him you're saying is in Mula, because there's. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. But the point is, it's a main chart. It's a main ruling force. So here it is. Adolf Hitler's chart is a glaring example of the negative ramifications. This is according to the authors.
Yeah, I like how they have to disclaim everything. Everything's a disclaimer in the most negative sense. Well, they filter it through.
Well, it's it'll explain it when I finish. Yeah. Negative ramifications of the combined functioning of Jupiter and K2. He is one of the few people to have a Jupiter K2 conjunction in Mula, which allows for a complete expression of the tremendous power inherent in the nakshatra. It is Jupiter's task to guide the K2 energy in a wise and beneficial way, and it's usually achieved when Jupiter and Saturn are harmonized as proper in a nativity. They're saying in Hitler's chart, it did not aspect the Jupiter K2 conjunction, which allowed for uninhibited expression of the darker energies of Mula. The Jupiter K2 conjunction carries a Mula energy. A well-placed Sun and Mars and Jupiter do well in Mula. So there you go.
Wow. So is that how do you receive that, Brooke?
I mean, so he's saying the Jupiter and K2. So what people mean is conjunction. What he means is, and he's doing Vedic, so just so people understand, conjunction means that they're side by side. To a close, that can be degrees, and the closer they are. But what it means in the same sign. So Jupiter and K2, which K2 is the moon, it is the node of the moon. K2 is what we call in Vedic astrology is the south or north node. Which one is it, Brendan? Of the moon.
South.
The south node. So the south node of the moon.
Rahu is the head and K2 is the tail.
Yeah. So it's a conjunction of that with Jupiter, meaning the same sign. They were both in the same sign, which in this part would be Sagittarius, is what he's saying, which is Mula, Sagittarius. So they're both in Sagittarius, and that's not uncommon.
So Doug has planets in Mula, but one of his main signs is
Doug's chart right now, because I can't give a full, like what I.
We're not giving a full thing. just doing aspects here.
I'm just saying aspecting. Like, I can look at my chart and Hitler's and I can be like, shit, I don't even want that much carbon. Like, our Mars, you know, like I'm ruled by Mars. Like, I'm at Mars and his are both like obviously aspected in the same house in the same.
Yeah, Brooke has a lot of fire signs.
Yeah.
Fire,
and we're both
fire,
yeah,
as you
Mars
can tell by the way she is.
Mars is fire, and then Mars is in Leo, and his Mars was in Leo, right? And his Venus was in Capricorn, and my Venus is in Capricorn.
I don't know. I've never looked at Hitler's chart personally.
Yeah, his Venus is in Capricorn, and my Venus is, and his Mars is in Leo, and my Mars is in Leo. So, meaning those are the god of war and the god of love. So if you were to say, well, that's what I didn't even realize that till just now. I was like, shit. And when I looked at it, I was like, damn it, he's got Capricorn in me. That's the god of war and love, and those are the two. I have Mars heavily in my chart, so there's more. There's a lot more.
Yeah. Also, he was a vegetarian, and so are you.
Yeah. Or maybe your very reason I did a report on him and was like, I don't know, he's born this day. But so I don't know, because I'm not at the fierce of whatever needs.
Even
I don't
through
know
all the
about
schooling,
Hitler.
I never
I'm
had
not
a
sitting here,
view
Hitler,
on.
listen to me right now. I'm not sitting here promoting him or saying anything good about him or anything bad. What I'm saying is, I don't know.
He cared about animals.
He's probably he's at least like me, that he'd be the one, if he was a female, to come on air and y'all would be like, oh my God, the annoying, but she's like powerful and talks too much. And Daniel would be like, why do you act like a man? And I'd be like, I'm not acting like a man. And like he's like, what? But you don't you keep arguing and you're mean, and like that's not a male thing. It's just the Mars rule of, I don't shut up because you just want your dick sucked, or because you just said, I don't know, I can flip porn. And like, my point is, there are people that literally I'd never understood think that a female is their only place is to like not argue, like the fact that, and I argue. And
I'll go into that later in monologue. One of the things that I do want us to cover while you're here, Brooke, was the letter that I had forwarded to yourself and to Brendan Zogit. So Brendan Zogit, if you can recover that letter from that lady asking about the curses from Peter Moon's books.
Yes, I can. Should I read it or something?
Please do. Please do, and then provide a response for this young lady who has written to us. And
let me find it first.
Yeah. And while he's recovering that, Brooke,
the Roswell book first advice.
Yes.
So she says, "Hi, Doug. Your show is truly incredible and remarkable, really unique, trustworthy source, and it's the best I've come across so far." And I'm going to paraphrase the rest.
Whoa, you don't need to paraphrase. Oh, is it private? Is she giving away private information?
No, I was just going to skip ahead.
Well, you don't need to do that. Let's hear the flattery. Well,
that was the most flattering part. Okay. The monologues are so informative, precise, and articulate. Been a fan for years. Yeah. The timing works well with Australia.
Excellent.
I asked for a signed copy.
I don't know why they don't call you God.
Hopefully that comes next.
I was just reading what I read. I don't know if you got that.
I asked for a signed copy by you when I purchased the Roswell Deception.
By the way, everybody did, and Peter was...
Many people, many people did, including myself.
Yeah.
Peter replied that due to your location, it was not possible, and sent me a signed copy sent by him instead at a discounted price, quote unquote, to compensate for high shipping costs.
Brendan, you asked for what? You said you asked for what?
That's another story. I'll get to that later. At the time, this is a different person. At the time, I thought it was very kind, but now I wonder, ... One day, the idea came for me out of the blue that this book may be cursed. So we didn't prompt this person. This is something that came to their mind naturally through intuition. Yeah. And this is not the only person that came to us.
It's not so much intuition as all the bad things that start happening in their lives.
So then she says, I now hear from your transmission that it may be the case. If so, would you be so kind to advise a procedure to cancel the curse? Also, do you have any info about the history of the architecture in USA and Australia you could share on the show?
Tell her no. You're not.
And then there's some personal information that I feel like.
If she had anything in your mind, like what happened to this woman? Did she tell you?
No. because that's
So we don't know if
She
he
just
can
said it. She got cursed by Pete's books.
Yeah, and so Brooke, you haven't seen this email? I forwarded the email to yourself.
Yeah, but like my point is, I briefly read it, and it's like your curse of like maybe because people can say they're cursed and like, oh, I stubbed my toe. Like
you
I don't
understand
These
this
are
woman.
heavy- these
Yeah,
are heavy
this woman intuited it before we even brought it up.
And there was someone else that had brought it up to us, and and he said.
There were several. I mean, one was a guy who said,
one dude just straight up said, like, I think these books are cursed. Can you tell me why? And then basically he came on air at the same time and said, oh, wow, you guys are already talking about it. Like, you know, it was just.
Do you know I threw out, and this is me having acknowledged myself, okay?
Douglas, you did the right thing.
No, he never sent me anything. He never, I wouldn't, even, because that would have been too obvious. Like, at that point, I knew he hated me, and y'all had said that, but I wasn't coming on air during that time, like, much. And I had just met Daniel, you know, within October, so it's November, December, January. And at this point, I'd say maybe it was February, March, right? It was right around the time, it could have been right before I got arrested, whatever. Like, shit's going bad. And I talked, you know, obviously on and off once or, you know, several times, but not like I used to Douglas. But I was like, shit's bad. And for whatever reason, even though I wasn't, because at that point there wasn't enough to say, y'all told me that it could be him and it was him and I believed it. But I said, I remember by myself saying, and even Daniel said, you need to get rid of that shit. And it was Douglas, what Douglas had sent me for Christmas. And what I'm saying is, I'm not saying what Douglas did anything to that. What I'm saying is there was enough for me going in my mind, something's going on. Like, that's what I look back now and go, something's going on. That's not right. And I just like remember thinking.
Yeah, that was part of Pete's curse. He was
calendars. You sent me those calendars, remember?
Yeah, no. Well, she's talking about the calendars I sent her.
Yeah, but the reason why you felt like throwing them away is because Peter was doing a severing spell.
Right.
He was like cutting. He was like tying a knot.
That's right. But by the way, just so people remember, I've gone into deep analysis before about the Japanese concept of the thread that comes from your little finger. It's believed that there's a thread that emerges from all of our little fingers that connects to the hearts of those in our lives, and that these are, of course, severed with great trauma, and that these, of course, will twine and intertwine and retwine depending on how our lives develop. And so there's always a sense that there's never wasted time, that you have these encounters, even with the most vile and evil and abusive encounters in your life, that there's a reason that the thread intertwined with their thread, that there's a kind of fate or a destiny that caused this to happen for a reason. But of course, that if one feels that the situation is completely negative, one definitely needs to sever. And of course, there are curses that cause these red strings to sever. So when it comes to the kokoro, the red string of the Japanese concept of life, when I was explaining this, Peter Moon had the sick audacity to say that his red string of fate was now intertwined to my heart, and that my red string was intertwined to his. He actually said this publicly. So that is on record that he said this, but he said he was going to sever yours. Yeah, you remember that? You remember that? Yes. Yeah. And he said he was going to. So two people who are connected in this way are bound together by fate itself, and basically the heart is connected to the pinky finger.
That's what he was doing. That's what it was wanting. Like, that's what I'm saying now. Yeah. I realize now, because when you say even red. Yeah. Just remember the calendar you sent me, like that was red there, and I just remember just going, fuck it. Maybe
it's called Akai Ito.
Yeah. And I just remember saying, fuck it, in case, like I hadn't talked to y'all. This is well before like any of y'all trying to talk me into, oh, there's something going on. Like that was what I didn't know you cursing. I didn't know anything, and I just said something, and then I just said, shit, I'm gonna throw these away. Like I remember, but here's when I did it. When I threw them away. I never, and that's why a cord wouldn't cut. If something wanted me to throw them away and cut that cord, maybe, but I couldn't. Like there was never a moment where I went, but I really think because I thought, I don't know, who knows? Do you know, maybe Douglas has got some craziness in him, and he saw me something like that. Who knows? Just throw it away. But like it was like a laughter to me, And like as soon as I talked to Doug, like there's never been a moment that I've talked to Douglas and not felt love. Like always love. So there was never a cutting of the cord. Like even when we've been on air and I've been the worst or he's said the worst about me, like when we talk, like there's just always like there's a cord there, which is what you would call it now. I guess you would say that. Like I have a cord with you that I'm now assuming he wanted cut, and that is why I didn't have no idea that he's sending this stuff going on, and I didn't know what I need to cut, and I just see, okay, you had sent me a gift, throw this away. And maybe that's what, because it was so weird for me now looking back going, I didn't really believe in that. But I'm like, for some reason, it was like, throw this away. And I threw it away. And obviously nothing got better. I got arrested 3 times after the next month. So like, obviously they didn't work.
Yeah, things got worse because those were protective amulets.
Yeah. So I threw what I threw away, it made it worse. Yes. Right, and I remember Daniel. And what's also weird is that Daniel, who doesn't know much, and I don't talk to him much about that stuff.
Yeah, he would constantly interfere with you getting any kind of protection.
He said one of the few times he's ever, besides I see something outside when he's hired, I'm like, I think someone's walking around, that kind of shit. He'd see in the house or he thought the house was on fire. He said, when I said, I don't remember if he saw me throw it away or what, and he said, you need to, he said, yeah. And I think he saw me throw it away. He goes, yeah, you should get rid of that shit. That's some negative shit. Like, it was
there you go. Like, he wanted you to get rid of your defenses. He wanted you to have your defenses.
I don't even know that he knows why. Like, I'm not giving him the credit of knowing why, but I do think in his head, he was just like, yeah, that's probably negative to him. And he could also just be jealousy of it. I mean, like, he was jealous.
He's jealous of your squirrels, for God's sake. It's
pathetic.
Yeah. So, and he wanted your defenses down because he felt that with those around, you're tied to someone else. And, so just understand that, as I've said before, this red thread of destiny to psychics that are trained to see it in Asia, the red thread of destiny goes from people's pinky fingers where marriage bands are placed because it connects from the pinky to the heart, and that vein is supposed to be direct to the heart through the pinky, and that it basically, again, trails. Psychics can see this, who are trained in this art, yeah.
It's a feeling. You can feel it.
Yes.
And you had not said that, like you. Yeah. This is so stupid online. Like I'm telling you right now, like the pinky, and maybe it's my. I don't want to say it, but like you can feel the energy. Like I'm a good filler of energy. Yeah. But I've never heard pinky, and as soon as you said it, like I can feel, like the warmth and the heat. It's so much heat coming out of the pinky right now. Like that's weird. I don't know. Maybe that's my brain. Maybe my brain's doing it, and that's just a thought. But
that's our mutual love for each other, Brooke.
No, I mean, I feel like it was Aristides, is what I was saying.
Oh, yeah, him too. She's joking. She's joking. Such being said, the point is that psychics who are raised with this particular talent and learn to cultivate it can see the red strings connecting people everywhere when they walk down the street. If they follow it long enough, they can see who their fates are intertwined with, who their red strings connect to. But those that are vampires, our strings appear as blue as opposed to red, just so you know. And people who are involved with a vampire, say my son, who's been inseminated by myself throughout her childhood when she was a girl, their strings appear as purple.
The word inseminated is so bad. Like, just say I fucked, cummed in. Like, inseminated is like the word, I don't know, glot, like wet, like I don't know, like the word is so gross. Inseminated.
I think you're being overly sensitive. But such being said, Brooke, I do respect what you have to say, and I'll try to find something else by which to express myself within your company. I'll do my best. I can't promise anything. But as I said, my son's threads, because of her, when he was a her, having been I don't know how to describe this. It filled full of my ejaculate repeatedly. His thread appears to.
I fucked him because he was a girl at the time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
You just say that's so much so much less gross.
Yeah. Okay. There we are. And anyhow, his thread and such people, their threads of fate and love appear as purple, a kind of combination of red and blue. But yes, my threads appear as blue. like my mother's did.
What do you mean? Wait, the purple. The purple is the person you ejaculated in. Is the purple? Purple?
Yeah, repeatedly if they have like
Come on,
some
it's
kind
basic color theory, Brooke.
Yeah, you know.
I get
yeah,
it.
red and
Now,
blue.
red, where you're red, and then he's blue, and then he ejaculates in somebody enough.
Yeah, makes it purple. Yeah, that's right. Someday you might be purple as well, Brooke. Just think of your thread. Someday might be purple. If you're lucky enough. If you're lucky enough.
Just remember, movie Misery. I might be. It'll be me. There we go.
Touche.
Oh my God.
Touche. Yes, back to Brandon. Yes.
Doug would be into that shit.
By the way, I think that what this lady says about, she says she observes architecture in Australia is this Tartarian in nature. The architecture that she's seeing in Australia being so similar to older cultures. Australia, of course, the whites have only been there for a less amount of time than they've been in North America. Really?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And she's saying that the dates they give are just absurd, where they said like, oh, look, we built this thing in 2 years or something.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, a lot of those buildings were, and the ones that they've seen all around the world have been there longer than they've claimed, and a lot of the dates on the service were also, like the Roman numerals and stuff, were also altered.
Yes.
But yeah, there is some. Yeah.
Explain this.
You know what also was altered? Vampires, because I thought they were sexy in Edward Cullen, and I would name my dog Cully for Cullen for Twilight movie, and now he's like, just you get purple, maybe. Like, that's the best I can give you. You're like, there's
we gotta work on that
sexy
delivery,
away
but,
from vampires, Douglas. Like, that's all I can tell you. Like, you're doing vampires a disservice.
You're gonna work on the delivery.
Edward Cullen, like that. I would like, you realize that was my dream life. Like, that was like, I will be Edward Cullen.
That was your dream life.
Yeah, oh my God.
Being in like a forest with a sparkly.
Edward Cullen. Oh my God. Yeah, I named my dog Cully. Cullen is his name, and I called him Cully because of Edward Cullen.
You
like, oh my God,
know the woman who wrote those books is a Mormon, and
I don't give a shit what she is. She fucking knew how to get a bitch like, oh my God, wet.
Yeah, I bet she did, because they're all repressed.
Yeah, they're all fucking enslaved, basically.
They're enslaved, but they're enslaved too. Here's the thing: that man, I'm telling you right now. Would you tell me what is wrong with Edward Cullen? You tell me.
Hey, let's just put it this way. Let's just put it this way. If Alucard encountered Mr. Sparkle Fairy, he would just laugh, that maniacal laugh that Alucard laughed.
I don't know who Alucard is. I don't know who any of these people are.
Alucard is Dracula spelled backwards as kind of a binding spell used on Dracula by the Helsing family within a certain franchise that the Japanese basically, shall we say, they plagiarized my life and my family's life and created a franchise that is a very popular media franchise that was a revolution in their popular
everything major
culture.
has to relate back to you. I got that. Like, so yeah, the biggest thing.
Well, but honey, I gave them the story through Telegraph USA, my life story, Teleport USA.
And then they also then Douglas Dietrich Gardelect and the Peacock Angel, and they took over, and while your sperm was coming out into like
no, Helsing was like overtly Dietrich,
like, and that's why
they took everything.
Because Douglas Dietrich's grandfather like coming into somebody's ear, and that's why we can have it.
Yeah, like, but by the way, they used to think that is what might make people immortal. There was this rumor going around that if someone's sperm got into a certain part of the body through a certain orifice, meaning they didn't know which part of the body or which orifice, but people just began to fuck each other in their ears and up their noses and shit, just trying to, ejaculate, so that they thought this might be a key to immortality. And the claim was the Nazis had discovered this. Imagine that bullshit. So talk about bullshit. But that was going on in the 60s psychedelic subculture at the time. Yeah, the Nazis discovered that, if you ejaculate, get sperm into some part of the body, we don't know which, but through some orifice somehow. So people were coming in each other's noses and ears and shit. It was just, people really will, they'll eat anything. And, and I don't mean just dick. So they'll basically eat shit that's fed to them. Okay, all that being said, there's my cynicism coming out. But with such having been said, yes, I shared my life story with Teleport USA. Teleport USA at the time. That was a front company for Japanese espionage.
There's a word for it, and I didn't know. I knew it, and I can't remember it now. Thank God. Like, it says I know Daniel, but like there's a word, and it's like, I guess, multiple men ejaculating on like a woman.
Yeah. Oh, bukkake. Bukkake.
Yes, that word. And I remember the word. I'm in my dad's house doing his computer the other day, and I'm literally trying to do it. Oh yeah. So I'm in my dad's house doing it. Like me and my dad have this thing where like we used to try to outgross each other. But the problem was I would mention that, but then I get his computer back because he's like, I'm like, it's locked out. He's like, I can't get in. The reason he can't get in because it's a porn site. He's logged on a porn site and it shows me the goddamn porn site. Yeah. And it's this bitch getting her face combed all the fuck over. And I was like, my mom's talking. My mom's in the room talking to me. I'm looking at this shit, watching it. And I just said, oh, I fixed it. Here's the problem. I hand it back to my dad. He looks at it and sees it. And it's like she's looking. She's just like going on and on. And I'm like, he's like, oh, I see. That's what it is. Like trying to not let her know, like, you know, like we're like waiting for whatever. So then I went to him and I just remembered that name that I used to bukkake. And I just said, have you ever heard of a bukkake? Because I didn't think he had. And I knew my mom wouldn't know. And he just, what? Because he didn't know. And so then I was like, I don't know. Maybe you should try this. And I put it in Google so that when I left, when he went to Google, that was the term. And yeah. So.
That's hysterical.
It was already in there? It was already in there?
Yeah, I just put it in there for him to just look it up. Because I actually spelled it wrong than how to spell it. So it was like, I spelled it twice. And I was like,
Google corrected you. Google corrected you, right? Google.
Yeah, yeah, whatever it was. Yeah. So there was two different ways.
Spell check. Spell check corrected her.
I just know if he didn't even search it, if he puts in the word B, it's one of the first things that's going to come up. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to enjoy that. Like, that's what, you know, like I know he'll find it or he will or he hasn't. So, and this is the second time that I've had to get his computer fixed for porn.
That is funny.
The other time I took it to the Best Buy after he had it. He says he's locked down. I take it. He's like, it won't even work. So I take it to the place. And this is when I first met Daniel. So I was like, really like the very beginning. And I was like thinking, you know, like, I don't know, like I wasn't really paying much attention. I was like, I'm going to help his computer. So I just take it. It just got me. I was like, you got to take it back to Best Buy. And the girl goes, so here, the problem is certain sites have, and then she just basically takes me and I just look and like the whole part, he wasn't locked down. What it was, it was a porn website. He was like, you know how porn website, and then it pops up over and over and it keeps telling you to click on this, and he thought he was locked. He wasn't even locked. Like my fault is I was too like caring about it. I wouldn't pay attention.
You were still naive. You were still.
I was just too like I didn't.
You were a porn virgin. You were a porn virgin.
Well, I was a porn virgin, but I also didn't think he was that stupid to call me to come all the way from right there to pick up his computer because it's locked out because he can't even figure out that is a block. He just clicked on a porn website and he can just exit out, but they're just going to keep popping the same thing over and over if he doesn't. So I didn't even look. I just took the computer there. She just looks at me at the thing and she's like, this is the problem. Like, he's just on a website, and it's just locked. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even do that. Like, it would have been very simple if I just powered it up and seen, like, oh, Dad, you're on a porn website, and it's telling you, over and over and over the same thing. Because you know how to, it does a repeat, like it's repeating.
It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for your average person.
Well, he just assumed, like something and locked him out, and he just calls me and said, Brooke, come get my goddamn computer right fucking now. I can't do any stock trades. And then fucking, I don't know what it is. Like, just give me a new computer if you have to, but get it out there to fucking Best Buy right now. And I'm still in this is like Daniel, like, I don't know. I just think I got fucked last night. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to come get it. And I just get it and I take it there. And then the girl, like, it's a female. Like, she literally was like, well, this is your father's computer. Like, she verified. She's like, this is your dad's. And I was like, it was so much. Like, I was like, she just had to, like, she didn't even want to tell me. She's like, yeah, well, the thing is, he can't. You know, websites will do this. And I was like, what do you mean? I know, like, and she's like, well, I'll just show you. And that's when we went to the computer. Like, she shows me my dad's computer with what's on it and what is happening. And you just have to act. And I'm like, oh, no, I know. Thank you. That's what he had up. Thank you. Like, that was it. Yeah. So when I left him with the bukkake, I don't feel guilty because, like, it's like, fuck you. Yeah. Get, like, back. Like, yeah. So, like, your daughter knows what a bukkake is. There you go. Like that. I don't even
I wouldn't have known that if it not been for Daniel, but like, yeah, I know what it is because obviously flipping porn 100 times, he's got bukkake up. I was like, can you pick a fetish? I was like, you know what I would like? I would like you to have a fetish. Is what I told him. I was like, what can you pick? Do you even have a fetish other than flipping through porn? Because it seems like you're not even cool enough to have a fetish. Like, there's nothing. Like, there's not a thing. Like, can you tell me what you're thinking? And he doesn't. I'm like, I can come with a lot of deep, dark shit. I got Scorpio on me. I can do some crazy shit if I want to. But you're just like, I don't even think you like any deep, dark shit. What you like is flipping through shit, hoping that somebody will start sucking your dick. Like, that's it. Like, that's your fetish. Is I just hope someone will come up to me, start rubbing my dick, give me hard and suck it. And like that, and I think the goal of that is, even though when a female next to me that's hot tells me porn not turn me on, I think if I just keep flipping through the porn, because like that's the other thing I can do when I'm not with her, is just jack off with the porn. And I started to get less. I told him, I started giving him that. I was like, you just jack off. Like, that's fine. And then that was his biggest problem. When he was mad at the end, I was like, I will not. And you know what I think is hilarious? He said, I'll just handle it myself. And I was like, you do that. And he couldn't handle it himself. Like, he would be like, did you finish? Are you finished yet? Did you do that? Did you handle it?
Oh my God. Well, thank you for sharing that. And so what I'd like to do...
I know. Brendan always says that I don't share enough. And I think Aristides was like, you don't share enough. I don't feel like you don't share enough of your details of your life. So I feel like, I just wanted to share a little like personal detail of my life.
There, thank you. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm cutting and pasting what are different...
Can you imagine what's going on that website where they talk about me? Where they're like, he's got the redneck bitch back on it. And she's talking about bukkakes.
Yeah, those fuckers, that's, of course they're scandalized because they're all a bunch of prudes and they're all stupid as fuck, even though they're all a bunch of pedophile perverts. Then they come off with this prudish outrage as if they were a bunch of Victorian madams or something. It's completely insane. So there you go.
I just see what they would say. Like, is it like, they wish they'd ever been a part of that, or like a bukkake, or like they don't even know what it is, or gonna pretend, or like, I don't know. Like, I was having a bukkake when those dogs were dying next door, and I told Brooke I was gonna take care of them. Like, I bukkake myself. Like, I don't know. Like, what part of, like, let's have a bukkake, like, all together, but not with a female, because that's what we do.
Yeah, well, they can't get any females. None of them can get any females. Yes, go on.
Yeah. So, I mean, they hate me enough, and I don't care. Like, at this point, like, it's not that when I told you all in the last one, it's not that I'm challenging someone to attack me. What I'm saying is, you didn't bore me. And so, obviously, I've been here enough. And if someone hates me and they want to attack me. There's not hiding information about me. There's nothing I can hide. So the only thing I can do is just be me. And if they want to attack me, they attack me. Like, I have to do, yes, there are things that you and Brendan, and those are things I have to do. But in addition, I'm not going to not be me. Or I'm not going to say, hey, like, hide something. Like, that was a story. That was true. That was what happened to my dad. And it's a fun story, and it's truthful. And if they were good people, they'd take a laugh with it, and that'd be it. But, they could use it against me or anything else. And just like Peter Moon did. Yes. And... I can't sit here. What am I going to do? Sit here and hide myself and be like, oh, well, now Peter Moon is the one that told me I should have never been on your show.
Yes, that's right.
When he was trying to get me off at the very beginning. Yeah. He said, you don't know. That's when he personally called me, and he told me that it was the night of your show. We weren't in good terms. It wasn't even, I don't know, it was right before or after he had that call with me that was like, okay. I want to say it was like, because there was like a week, and I want to say it's a very short-lived period where he called me and tried to get me to do this breathing exercises. But it was right before or after that, and just said, I said, I don't know, like, and he said, and I didn't know who to reach out to, because that was when something was going on with the keynote, that stuff. Yeah. And I didn't really tell him enough, but there was enough that I was like, who do I like? And he was the one that reached out about the breathing, so it was after. And so I'd already like decided but I reached out to him to say, what do I do? Because I or what? And so he said, why are you even on this show? You shouldn't be here. He was very adamant that I should have never been here. And that, you should have he did say, he said, you don't even know what you're in for. That's what he said.
You don't even know what
he knew what was going on with Aquino's attacks against you already.
He didn't even, but he didn't admit that.
No,
he just told me
but he knew.
I should have never been there, and I was stupid, is what he basically was saying. Like, again, I can do emotions. I can't do the exact words. But what he said was, are you stupid? Why you are stupid. Because you came onto a show. You didn't even know anything about him. You didn't think about this. You're here. Why are you here? You should never be here. Do you understand what you were in for? Like what you like are already. And so it was just like but you're stupid. Like it was the ultimate was talking down. Like it was an ultimate. You're stupid and you shouldn't be here.
It's this abusive patronization. He was patronizing,
saying, get out of here, don't be here. Like trying to give me that, but then also patronizing. It wouldn't even be like, hey, I'm for your benefit. Like just don't be here. Like you need it. No, it wasn't like that. It was, you're stupid. Why did you even come? But I'm protecting you. Like
in other words, this is like he's the bitch boy who acts as the errand gopher for Michael Aquino. Michael Aquino was conducting the assault, and in his spirit form, at that time, is Horcrux, as Brendan Zogit would express it. But Brendan Zogit, a bit of advice here on your own expression and delivery, like when he was referencing something from HP, and he wrote HP, and I just said, oh, that must be HPL. He forgot to put the HPL in there. It's just, thinking of Lovecraft in his first initial terms, almost like a first name basis, like, it's Howie, Howie Phillips for Lovecraft. But he really meant Harry Potter. But you got to understand, the moment you say Harry Potter, this dismisses it in the eyes of most people immediately and automatically. So what you need to say instead is, this is Harry Potter, and explain the fact that that the authoress was an Aquino acolyte who was trying to say the Son of God, Harry Potter, but instead, it's only anglicized or bastardized. Rather, it's bastardized and corrupted as Harry Potter. Harry Potter is just a corruption of Harry Potter.
That just by saying it that way would make people ask, well, why are you saying it that way? Or, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. And so what I'm doing is I'm downloading.
Yeah. So that is the truth, and that's where they got the word Harry Potter, or the name Harry Potter is Hari Putra, the eminence of God, which is Hari is the aspect of God in Vedic philosophy. Hari is like the lover aspect of God, the loving aspect.
Define God.
God, generator, operator, destroyer.
Cool. All right.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. Where did you go?
Yeah, where'd you get that?
From my guru. I mean, from the teaching, from divine.
Operator, destroyer, the original.
It's the Trimurti. It's the Trimurti.
The operator of the energy and the destroyer of the energy. That's perfect. I love it.
That's beautiful. So
as we're online, I'm getting spam text messages.
Oh, of course, that's part of the occult attack. That is part of the occult attack.
Yeah.
By the way,
and it's
if anybody's listening, their enemy, can you just say something about me? So if I look it up in a year from now, you're like Brooke sucks, and it'll make me feel good. I don't care what you say.
You don't want them. You don't want nothing from them. You want nothing from those motherfuckers.
No, that's your PTSD, and we're not going to go there. But yes, no, I do. I just want my name mentioned in life, period.
It is, and it's a waste.
Because if they're going to send me bullshit, at least say my name so I can see it before. I mean, it wasn't like Peter Moon.
Pete, you just said Pete called you directly and said you were an idiot. And it's like, what else? How much more do you need?
But that was before. That was at the very beginning. So my point is, then there was no, that was back when Douglas... When I told him about the Aquino attack after that, it was actually after that, right after that, I told him about the Aquino attack, and he said, that wasn't Aquino. If your daughter actually heard him, he didn't deny mine, but then right after something happened, and he said, that couldn't have been Aquino. If it was actually Aquino, your son be hanging from the ceiling fan right now.
Yeah, well, what I fell back on was... believe me, there is reason for why I did what I did. It was the wrong reason, but it was based on experience to that point. I remember that I had a lot of people.
It happened on Halloween night. That was the weirdest thing about it. Our Halloween or the day before Halloween night. It was something right at that. But Lola Neri, it was so weird. What happened was
definitely the veils are thinnest between the worlds at that time. And believe me, I was wrong. I apologize. I should have taken it seriously, told you about the gravity of the situation. I did just the opposite. But this was really because I had a lot of people approaching me over the years who were just really taking what was going on with themselves too seriously. And that was the case with a lot of people. One of them was when I was on Revolution Radio, there was a pair of parents who had a girl who had gone through enough occult experiences where she wound up ultimately on drugs and then went into a rehab. So while she was at this kind of, I guess you'd call it a rehabilitation center, but it was more, I think, more like St. Helena's. In other words, like an expensive compound where, or you know, it seemed to be a nice place, almost like a spa, because she was under a curfew, but then she snuck in a laptop and snuck out and talked to me for about an hour, and she was telling me her experiences because her parents were saying.
Talked to you for about an hour? Talked? Is that all you did? You talked?
I'm sorry?
You just talked. I just thought it was funny. You said I talked. I'm like, is that what you did? Talked? Because I thought that was like.
Well, I spoke with her. Oh, you mean the way I said it? Like
did she talk or did she put your mouth around her dick?
Oh no! It was virtual. It was virtual. We were online. Online. So it was through Skype. And what happened was that she I was explaining to her in about an hour or 2 hours, whatever time it took, that her experiences were, of course, alarming. I understand they were disturbing. Her dad had confessed to being a former Jehovah's Witness, and he regretted that. And to his credit, he had cleared out from the Jehovah's Witnesses curse, you know, the Jehovah's Witness cultism. But, you know, he had been strict to his daughter because of that. And so when he found her with a Ouija board, you know, she had the Ouija board in rebellion against her Jehovah's Witness dad. So he confessed at that time that he reacted far too strongly. In other words, he didn't beat her, but he was shouting at her, took the Ouija board and shattered it, you know, took it up. I'm sorry?
He's creating holes at that point. Like, he's creating holes if there is an entity there.
Yes. And he said that he reacted in such a way he felt he exacerbated the supernatural of the situation. I said, yes, you impacted the supernature of the situation. That's a correct term, by the way, the supernature of the situation, as opposed to the nature of the situation. And but I said, you're holding yourself responsible for it. That's great. And look, I explained to her because she had some instances where basically a sister who might have been dead or physically at least not present appeared at the foot of her bed, and then later on she would feel the weight on her bed of someone sitting down. Then she saw glowing eyes in the room, you know, various stuff like this. And I was telling her,
let me ask you before you finish this, I just want to ask to see if I'm going to go in the right direction. Did you guide her into the point of it was probably less than and not believing? Because I do think if you did, I'm not saying you did, but if you guided her into the point that it was maybe not all that, because some of it wasn't all that. That's the point. It is only the holes are there to get through, is what I'm saying. And if you believe, it's why Lola said, send me the wards, like she might do them, but I don't want to entertain any more of this, because the entertainment of it, meaning it that's a hole in itself, is a belief. So you can also block someone's hole up if you can get them to not believe in it to begin with.
No, it's the opposite.
It's the opposite. You've got to,
if you don't know about it, it leaves you vulnerable, wide open.
That's right. And also if you're in denial. Yes, but go on.
Doug, I'll tell you this.
Yeah. Well, then
wait, let Brendan finish before he loses the train.
Because Douglas
that's why
said,
last night when Brooke
I'll take responsibility.
She finally acknowledged it fully.
Yeah.
The curse fully lifted. She felt a physical reaction.
Yes.
To where, the pressure, she felt like a pressure reduction, like she was stepping out of like an airplane or something.
Yeah, it's like a decompression chamber.
Are you telling him what happened?
She felt it.
Like what actually happened?
Yeah, she felt it.
Yeah.
Like when I did the mirror spell. Yeah. Yes, I did the mirror spell, and I did it briefly. It was so brief. I didn't even do it very intently. I just saw the mirror and felt the need to do it, and I stopped in the room because it's the room past my bedroom. Like I saw the big mirror there, and I stopped and I did the mirror spell very briefly. And I immediately I just didn't think about it. I was like, I'm gonna do it. Like, bam, do it. You know, and it's a very brief thing. And it was like a lot of intent and a lot of pre-practice, words. But I did it, and I just immediately had what he said. But I just want to clarify, to the extreme, that I hadn't had that happen since I went to the mountains years ago. As a matter of fact, maybe last time would have been the mountains when Peter Moon called me, because that was the last time I was in the mountains. And when you go into the mountains, I don't know if people know, your pressure changes, and then eventually you have to pop your ears.
And notice how Peter Moon called you at that exact time, like you were in a very vulnerable spot, and he called you saying, "I'm in Chicago." Remember, yes. where yes. you yourself had a horrible experience, a panic attack.
Yes, it was a very bad experience. Yes.
Yeah, so.
Whereas Peter Moon, like what I'm saying is calling him back on the way back. That's the only reason I even remotely probably called him back, because I was like, that was like the better of the two. Like it wasn't so bad. Like it's not always like anything horrible. Like I wasn't hurt or anything. But I'm just saying it was bad, and I just like wanted to out of it, and I couldn't wait to get home. And when I saw Peter Moon call me that early that morning, I dialed him back on the way home. Like I think we had pulled at McDonald's or something like that. He returned his call, and let him know. And he said that's when he said, I was working on the gym and I had this dream and whatever.
Yeah, of course, what a piece of shit. But,
which made no sense, because number one, Peter Moon should have been calling me. Number one, like, why does he call me from Chicago? He doesn't call me, he doesn't talk to me. And he had only called me one other time, and that was on that video. Like when he did, and that was that call made sense, because not that it made sense, but you had said, oh, maybe you should reach out to bro. Maybe you're being nice, like he's doing his stupid. I do this, the breathing and whatever. And I'm like, maybe that would help me. That's great. Like, yeah, sure. Call me. So the next day he called me, and he said, cut your camera on. Like he called me on the phone, but he then wanted to video the call.
Yes.
And to see me.
And he told me he had video. He told me he had video recorded you breathing, not to look at your tits going up and down, but so that he could focus on your image to cast curses.
Yeah, you never told me that. I didn't know that. But like, yeah, and he did definitely made me cut the camera on. He wanted the camera on, and I assumed, just like men are, that he wanted it to see the breathing, because I'm like, okay, now he sees me breathing. And I did have like, a tank top on, so obviously like cleavage showing and all that. And I thought, well, why do you want that? No, probably because he's a weird perv. I don't know. That's what I thought.
Well, that too. Well, he is a weird perv.
Well, not actually. I wouldn't say weird perv. He is maybe a weird perv. I don't know. But actually, he's a normal man if he wanted that, because that would be normal.
No. What I'm saying is that would be a normal guy, but he's a weird perv who was not into that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying now. But I didn't know that. I said he's a weird perv, but actually, normal man is what I thought he was. Like, oh yeah, whatever. Just another guy that wants to.
You see your tits move up and down, when in reality he's using that focus, and he said he would play that video in a screen that was playing in front of burning candles, black candles that he was using to curse you.
You didn't tell me that. Why did you not tell me that? If that's the truth, why did you not tell me that?
I forgot.
We'll talk later.
Honey, wait. Hey, Brendan, Aristides, help me out here. Tell her about what happened to me on Halloween. Think about the shit that goes down in my life that I'm dealing with, all right?
Whatever. I don't have vampire protection. If that's the truth and everything is the goddamn truth, then I don't have vampire protection. I don't have shit.
You got it, baby. You got it. But it's just sometimes we're a little slow, but we get there. I mean, we're here now.
You know what being a vampire does? It doesn't make you less man, and you're a man, and you're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot.
Touche. Yeah, you do realize I don't take any offense. Hey, do a lot of drugs, all right? I'm like, too busy either whoring or drinking and drugging or sucking blood from young boys.
One of the biggest reasons, like, I love you, and I will never not, like, whatever, we have that little tie, like, I love you. But, like, one of the biggest gifts you've given me with all this was your mother gave it to me, because I had this experience with Lola. I had audible stuff. But it was you're just 2 times seeing your mom for the second, and it's such a brief second. It's a half a second, but that I know and I held on to, that was real. Like I saw her.
Yes.
And that she came through to like that. I can still remember on the end of that couch, which was later where I ended up finding the dead rabbit at the foot of that couch later. The same couch, like the same sofa, the same where she was sitting. That later, like it was below that, the rabbit ended up being dead, while I was, in the middle of the afternoon, so people know, like this was, 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and I sat down waiting on a call, and there was no dead rabbit, obviously, and I would know, you know, I've never had any rabbits don't run through the neighborhood. They do. Actually, I've had any rabbits. We do see occasionally, but they definitely do not run through my backyard because I have a completely fenced-in backyard. In addition, my dogs were all sound asleep when I sat down, and they were sound asleep when I woke up. So there was not like a dog running in. Like I just dropped a rabbit and I just found it like which you would think that had the only way that logically I would think the rabbit could get there. And it's this dead white like rabbit at the end of my foot at the end of the other end of the couch. Like there's me and there's one seat and there's another seat, which was where your mother had been. But that is also where the foot of that was where the rabbit was. And I wake up and there's a rabbit. I mean, it's just as dead as it can be. Nobody entered my house.
White rabbit, which is very important because that's MK Ultra. That's where the song White Rabbit comes from.
Little gray in it. It was white with a little gray in it, and it was just dead. And the dogs were sound asleep. And I would have woken up, number one, forward to my lap, or the dog next to me, the other dog's next to the lap. Like the dogs were sound asleep. There was not a dog that I'm not accounting for. They were all right there, and they were sound asleep. And there's a dead rabbit. Like they didn't even notice or know. And so nobody would have come to my house and could have brought it. They didn't, if they had gotten it, like it was 30 to 45 minutes from the time I had sat down waiting on a phone call, and just kind of like went on YouTube and was watching a YouTube video, but I was tired and I kind of just fell asleep. And then I woke up to the ringing. And when I'm talking on the phone, I answer the call and then I stand up to talk and I look and I'm like, that was where the rabbit was. And this is like, I'd just been in the house. Like I left the house, I'd come back. Like there was no rabbit that I missed. I'm not crazy. This is not even drugs or drunk. Where I would be like, I could have possibly walked by a rabbit in the middle of my living room and just not seen it dead. No, I mean, like it was there. And so those type things when they happen, and that ain't even my biggest, like the biggest thing is the one thing I can't ever tell anybody, like Douglas and he's like a keynote coming through. Like there's not a word that I can make somebody believe that, but it happened. And so I believed all that and I knew all that, but yet somehow I still didn't think I was vulnerable to anything else because I thought I handled all that, and I remember calling the worst one was I remember calling Brendan and saying, this just happened. And what do I do? And I bought so much goddamn salt. I just finished that last box of salt. Like I bought so much salt.
I'm so proud of Aristides. Aristides has sprayed salt all over his property, and good for him. So very proud of him that he did that.
Yeah, but the salt doesn't do it without intention. Because I did. I will say this: during all that time, there was one night, and it was right around the time I talked to Brendan. I think it was before that. During this talking about this last one where he heard him. I decided I knew I needed to do a cleansing. It had been bypassed. I couldn't, and I decided, and I was up that night. He was mad, and he wasn't wanting to get it, but I said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go ahead and just throw some salt everywhere because it's salt." So I threw salt everywhere, like through the house. The point is, and that's where I say, if you don't do it with intention, the salt did nothing. And also, what was the salt doing? Because if there's energy locked on me or in my house, I just threw salt to lock it in further. Like there needs to be. I didn't open a window. I didn't, there wasn't any intention with it other than that. And so it's not just salt. Yes, salt is cleansing, and that salt is amazing. But you have to also remember you are the power. Salt is a piece of the power, but you have to be the power with it. And so, whether knowledge that you've been given, like knowledge of like opening the window, because
the salt is the fulcrum.
Thank you.
It's like the attenuator.
Yes.
So in like radio world, it's called the rectifier. So there's a circuit called a rectification circuit.
Yeah. So but salt is what does that. Why if I threw that salt right before we talked or whatever, that nothing would have really changed, because I just threw salt in corners, valves, and everywhere. And I even threw it at windowsills, all of it. But I didn't open anything, and I didn't do any intention, or you know what I'm saying? Like there was nothing like I need to. It was just like shit's going bad. Let me throw some salt, because I had that salt like from what I had done before, and just thought, well, let's throw the salt. Nothing else we can do, because I had no physical or emotional energy to invest. But I think I was reaching out so badly to just throw it, like, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Well, you've got to have better faith than that, honey. And now I think you do. Beyond that,
I do, but when I'm asking Brendan, like, does he see why the salt wouldn't work if I, like, is that a point? Like, the salt wouldn't have worked because I didn't open windows or I didn't do intention, and it's just throwing of salt. Like, would that make sense?
Brendan? Let's see if he responds. He seems... Oh.
Yes. Yes. So it's not that it didn't work, it's that it amplified. It's like an amplification. So when you put the intention with it, it increases its power.
There we are. Yes.
Yeah, in a quantum way. It's like, you know, the quantum entanglement thing. It's like if you don't look at a particle, it splits or it disappears.
It's almost like the salt was an acknowledgement of you're here, that not I'm going to fight you.
Yes.
Like, I felt like that's what it was.
It's a line in the sand. You're drawing a line in the sand. Get it?
Like the sand's like, oh, you're
quite
here,
literally.
I know it, but then I never,
it's a boundary.
There was not enough to fight it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I didn't go to like, oh, it'd be like me saying, I know right now, you know, I'm going to head to toes and yeah, we'll fight. You can knock me out, because there was never I knew you were here was with salt. Is that what you're saying, Brendan? Like, is that what you mean? Like, I acknowledge them, but not.
Brendan? I'm drinking my tea. I'm going to take a break in a few minutes. I'm hoping you two can hold the conversation, Brendan.
We're not. This is how we hold conversation.
I'll be taking a break as soon as I'm finishing this tea, because I got to make another bowl of tea.
I'll just talk to George Knight, because he'll respond faster than Brendan is.
Yeah, what the fuck, Brendan? Are you fucking all right? Yeah, Brendan. Brendan, come off mute, man. Jesus Christ, Brendan,
yes,
I need you.
I'm here. Relax.
Thank God.
I need you so we depend on your
I need you to hold conversation with Brooke while I take a break in a few moments. So we're just curious as to why you keep going mute. Is there something going on? Are you okay?
You don't pay him enough. Number one, and you.
Okay. We don't care about the noise. We just need you on because I'll be taking a break in a moment to make some tea myself. But Brooke was looking for a response. Do you have one for her? Or do you? Yeah. Please.
Yeah. The historical accounts of the blessed salt's efficacy in repelling evil spirits and combating demonic influences are plentiful across cultures, religious traditions. Numerous stories and legends highlight the power of blessed salt in supernatural encounters. Medieval Europe, blessed salt was used as a powerful tool during exorcisms. Priests would sprinkle around possessed individuals or in an afflicted space.
That's why he was on pause. He was Googling.
Or an afflicted space. Well, no, I went to my notes. Relax. To create a barrier that that evil spirits cannot cross. The salt acted as a symbol of purity and divine protection, helping to banish malevolent forces. Similarly, in certain indigenous traditions, blessed salt is used to purify and cleanse individuals, spaces, or objects believed to be affected by negative energy or spiritual disturbance. The salt's sacred properties were trusted to repel malevolent entities and restore harmony.
Excellent. So demons, I'm going to go mute. I'll be right back in about 8 minutes. So you guys got this. Okay, you guys got it.
Really takes you 8 minutes to do your speed, like you jack off. Like I know jacking off only takes you like 2.5.
I'm brewing this new red Korean ginseng, baby. Yeah, that's right, baby. So legitimate. Okay, so I'll go mute now, and then when I come back, I'll finish the story I was telling about.
Don't hurt yourself. You take 2 of those. I hate for your blood pressure to get up to like 100.
Oh yeah. You should be safe, right, Brendan? That I had the one crystallized American ginseng, and then Okay.
Oh God, yeah. Like let's worry about the poor little vampire. He's like, oh my gosh, I take 2 ginseng, so nothing affects me. While I'm over here dying of fucking swallowing 8 balls. Like, okay.
Yeah, but you're stronger. But
apparently, that's barely why they initiate me. It's like, you know what? You're not a vampire. Who knows? Maybe I've got vampire and indocular in my blood. And the whole thing is, I never knew it. And Douglas is like sitting there saying it, and it's like, who knows? Maybe I'm your sister. Who knows, Douglas?
Oh, we don't want that.
That's like your mom showed up. She's like, I don't know.
An interesting plot twist.
Yeah. Well, my mom did show up to Brooke, and that means something. And that's And Peter Moon hated
twice.
that.
She did it twice, actually. She did my bedroom again. Like, she did my bedroom very briefly as well, but yeah, twice.
Cool.
Yeah, and Pete was jealous of that too.
Yeah, he hated you for that.
That's gift your mom gave me, though. I will tell you, I hold on to it because now it's one of those few things that I don't like. I also realize, like, Peter Moon has this, like, a Capricorn, what we're known for is very looking like long term, but Capricorn's weakness is knowing to doubt themselves. Yes. They're very much a doubter. Like, so that was my weakness. I didn't know that forever. Like, I do it. That's what I do, is doubt my own gifts or doubt anything. And so, but your mom is so strong. That one gift she gave me is that couch. And she's like, and I still can just moment just can get chilled because she came through and I don't know why and I don't know what. And I remember telling you like what I felt, but she was like, she still to this day let me know, don't doubt me.
Yes.
Like I came.
She knew Pete was evil.
Yes.
And so what she was letting me know though is like, don't doubt yourself if you're doubting me, if you doubt yourself.
That's right.
Like that's the point. Like if you just try to believe that, oh, you just thought you saw that, you imagined that, it was such a brief second. All those things that you tell yourself, like that I've done a million times with other. I mean, I've had people and things come through. I just would doubt them. I think in my mind, I just said that's not real. That didn't happen. And it was only Douglas's mom that has been real enough to go. Like I don't know what about her. Was just strong enough to go. That she's held on, or her spirit, or my thought of her, whatever it was, is held on to bit like, no, it was me. Like that wasn't like. There's just not something about it will not allow me to go. That wasn't real.
Thank you.
In the midst of all me telling you everything, I wasn't real. Like she's like, you're not gonna doubt me. That's the way I look at it now. Like I look at it from her. Like you're not gonna doubt me. Bitch, I showed you myself. I showed you myself. Or something like I gave you that whatever that energy they would have to take to show themselves even for a brief second. You're not going to doubt that.
I really appreciate that. And beyond that, what Brendan was referencing was the fact that when Peter Moon dreamt about my mother, he dreamt she was going to kill him. So that was Peter Moon's dream, was I got to wake up because Douglas's mother is going to kill me. And so we know that dream is real, that Peter Moon had.
Yeah.
Because
you said that?
Yeah. He said that multiple times on record.
And that's when I told Doug, I was like, that's how we know it was your
mom.
mom.
Now knowing that she shit herself to me, because all I know is that I have a positive feeling with her and almost laughable. Like,
and
I feel like
that's why he was scared to put her name in the book.
I feel like she was laughing when the almost like, because I feel like, to be honest, Doug was like, she was the virgin. She was like, just like like she's not going, oh, telling me's perfect. And it wasn't that. Like, she wasn't there to go, he's perfect. She was there to go, oh my God, I love him. And like, you love him like I love him. Like, meaning loving him in the way that he's not perfect and he's perfect.
Yes, which is very Japanese, by the way, is to love the imperfection.
Asian parents.
Yes. But beyond that, yes, contrast that to Peter Moon's dream, which he said multiple times on record and on air, was that when he dreamt of my mother, he was terrified and realized, I have to wake up or she's going to kill me. And that was, so we'll go more into that soon enough, but it will always be a part of us, these experiences. And that was a legitimate dream that Peter had, and certainly my mother instead felt much empathy and sympathy for you, and showed that and shared that. And thank you. That it goes to show which side she's on, and it goes to show which side is the right side. So I'll be back in a few minutes, give or take 10 minutes at the longest. If the
You just said right side, and I thought both. Oh my God! Yeah. If I was looking from my view, she was on the right side of my couch. Like I was used to my right then, and then at the bed. And when she came in my bedroom, I was like, "Why did she come in my bedroom?" I was trying to figure it out while we were talking. Like I wonder if there's a symbology of coming in the bedroom that last time. And she came, and I don't know what there is, but I was on the bed. I was at the right side of the bed, but she still came, even though I was at the right side of the bed. She showed herself to the right of me at my foot of the bed. Excellent. She was sitting there. And you say anyway. You said right. I don't know why that said that. Like I was like, oh my God, right. That's right.
That makes perfect sense, and I feel that's that it gives a sense of rightness. It gives a sense of rightness, and that's wonderful. And
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that for anything reason other than the only thing I just know is I can hold on to Douglas. Like I don't give it to for you. That's not a gift to you. If she gave me a gift.
Yes.
Because the only gift I have is she gave me. I know whether is something to say. Don't doubt yourself. That's what that woman is giving me.
Thank you.
Don't doubt yourself.
And I truly appreciate the fact
that. And I still doubt, but like she's like, if anybody's like, don't doubt yourself on these things you can't prove, or like,
or whatever it is, or you're just a feeling or a knowledge, or like, you know, whatever people get in their, like that if there's anyone that's giving that to me for whatever reason, your mom came through, and even if it's like, you know, I die and then I'm like, yeah, Douglas is a piece of shit and the only gift you got was from me. I did it because I felt bad. I birthed it. I don't even know. Like, what I'm saying is that'd be the worst. Like, what I'm saying is that could be the worst case scenario, right? Like, she's just like, I don't know, you have to deal with him, but I'll give you this.
Yeah, I hear that. Which, by the way, would also be very much like my mother. Yes. So, okay, and if a conversation peters out, remember to answer that woman's question and disambiguate from the Tartarian conspiracy, but point out that what she says about the architecture may well be true. You know, but I'm sure you guys can handle this before even turning towards that subject. So I'll be back in about 8 minutes, approximately. You know, maybe you know, between 9 to 10. You know, but I'll be back. I'm going mute right now, and you guys have got this. Everybody listening, we got good numbers. You're all in the best of hands with Brooke Elizabeth Gibson and Brendan Zogit.
And your mom's just shaking her head. I just feel like, I don't know. Like, just right and left. Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Hello? Are we still online?
All right.
Hello?
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't even know what you said. Tartarian.
Yeah.
What did you tell me to look at this woman's question?
Let's finish the salt thing first. I mean, you could go to that, but
I don't know what the question was. The salt thing is, can you say, did I do it wrong? Like, I know I did wrong. But what I'm saying
you didn't do it wrong. Let me finish this diatribe.
All you're doing is reading a diatribe of Google, and we all can read that.
It's not Google. Demons' aversion to salt. Demons as malevolent entities associated with darkness and evil exhibit a strong aversion to salt. This aversion has deep and symbolic roots that contribute to the belief in salt's efficacy as a protective tool against the supernatural beings. The symbol and spiritual reason behind demons' aversion to salt is traced to its multifaceted symbolism. Salt is regarded as a symbol of purity, incorruptibility, and preservation. Its ability to ward off decay and spoilage in the physical world translates into a spiritual context where it represents the power to repel impurities and malevolence. Moreover, salt has been associated with offerings and covenants in religious and cultural practices. It signifies a sacred bond and divine protection. Demons being entities rooted in darkness. What?
Well, just in our, like, even in our body, like we have water, like
yeah, it's necessary to live.
We have to have it, yeah.
It signifies a sacred bond and divine protections. Demons being entities rooted in darkness and malevolence stand in opposition to the purity and sanctity represented by the salt. Their aversion to salt can be seen as a reaction to its potent symbol of light and divine presence. Salt possesses unique properties that enable it to disrupt negative energies and weaken the influence of negative entities. It is hygroscopic, meaning it can absorb moisture from the surroundings. This property is believed to extend to metaphysical realms where salt can draw in and trap negative energies. Additionally, salt is known for its ability to create an energetic barrier. When strategically placed or sprinkled in spaces, salt forms a protective shield that repels and hinders the movement of malevolent force. This barrier disrupts the flow of negative energies and weakens the influence of evil entities, making it more difficult for them to manifest or exert their power. The combination of salt's symbolic significance and metaphysical properties contributes to demons' aversion to this mineral. It represents a powerful tool that purifies and fortifies individuals and spaces, effectively countering their malevolent influence. Within the context of religious rituals and exorcisms, salt holds a significant role as a symbol of purification, sanctification, and spiritual protection. Churches have utilized salt in various forms to create a sacred environment, combat the influence of evil spirits. Churches incorporate salt into their ceremonies, including performed during exorcisms, a common practice which involves the blessing and consecration of salt by priests or clergy. This act elevates the spiritual properties and imbues it with divine energy. So there you go, bro. You can activate salt.
You can or you can't is what you said.
You can activate it and imbue it with divine energy, which elevates the salt's spiritual property. During exorcisms, priests may sprinkle blessed salt in afflicted spaces or directly on the individual undergoing the psychic spiritual battle. The salt acts as a physical representation of purity and serves as a symbol of spiritual protection. By invoking...
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
I wanted to tell you something, but go ahead.
By invoking the sacred properties of the salt, priests aim to create a fortified environment that repels evil influences and supports the expulsion of the malevolent entities. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah. Like, so one person had said something earlier of what I said, but I love this one because it's so funny because it says, this guy says that he's a vegetarian. This is just people's opinions, so this is not factual when I read this. But he says vegetarian, leftist, he's a Mac nerd, stays crunchy in milk. Like, this is somebody's opinion on something.
Yeah.
And it comes up, he says, and for whatever reason, this one came up to me, like, to stand out to say when you're talking. It said, why is salt so powerful in getting rid of evil and witchcraft? It isn't. Witchcraft, like all religious or spiritual practices, seems true enough to its adherents because they want witchcraft to be true. If you have a personal or a group practice honoring the change of seasons and you find some important symbolic meaning in those changes and your practices, fine. I don't think the spiritual or supernatural, and this is his fault, of those particular practices are real. But pagans
these are
don't
skeptics.
particularly care.
These are skeptics.
What I think, and nor should they. But if you think you're the victim of a hex or some kind of evil magic, you'll have no trouble at all fitting coincidence into that narrative because you want to.
Okay, this is beyond
you want to
coincidence.
Believe that magic doesn't exist.
What we're dealing with is beyond coincidence.
Well, no, that's what he says. You'll want to believe that magic doesn't exist, and that you're just being you'll want to believe you're not being targeted by someone using it to some nefarious end.
Right.
He thought drawn symbols are various other hex breakers, and they and so basically he's talking about the salt, and at the end of the day, what it basically is saying is to coincide there, so what you said earlier, the salt has power. But if you don't have any belief in the salt, then it has as little belief as what you're putting out. And so I feel like when I
the salt has its inherent properties, whether you believe it or not.
I threw it out, I'm not sure like it did anything. Like if I go throw salt on Daniel, does it like cleanse him and just like get away from me? Or like, I don't know, demon. Like I watched enough, like I've done enough. I did like,
Well, just because someone's an idiot doesn't mean they're demonic.
Well, what I'm saying is I did ghost hunting. Like I did that. Like I was so into just the supernatural.
Yeah.
Like I was just so like I don't even care. Like I just want to see a super. I didn't care. Like it was evil. I didn't think about evil.
Yeah, that's the eighth house. Like eighth sign.
I drew that, and I did draw something in. That's why the only thing that stopped me, and because of it happened. And I didn't have to use salt then, but thankfully I stopped. But my point is, there are things that are there. And there are energies that can happen. And my point is, if I have holes, obviously someone with magic with sending hex spells could do that. I now realize, even with me thinking I'm invincible because I'm Brooke and Brooke's awesome, right? Whatever. Like I've got holes. I don't have holes barred. Everybody knows I'm not. I mean, I know y'all all think I'm perfect, but like there's a little not perfect in me. So my point is, like, yeah, they can get through. So at that point, they're getting through, and then I salt my house. I just throw some salt out around every corner of my house. How the heck is that? If they're in, like whether it's an energy, a magic, a spell, I've yet to do a mirror spell or spin anything back. And Daniel's seen it, and I'm just like, here's some salt in the corners. Like I'm not sure that is like what I'm saying is I'm trying to make sure people know. Like that didn't solve my problem. Now, did it help? Maybe it did help. Maybe it made me
definitely did help
now today that I can do more. But
and
it may have very well been. But what I'm saying is it didn't do what it could have done, which is if I'd been strong enough to actually do what I needed to do. And I wasn't able to. I mean, you heard that. You were on the phone one night when I was trying. Like it there was no way. Like it continued it was like that.
Yeah. So let me read this again. When strategically placed or sprinkled in spaces, salt forms a protective shield that repels and hinders the movement of malevolent forces. This barrier disrupts the flow of negative energies and weakens the influence of evil entities, making it more difficult for them to manifest or exert their power.
That may have finally weakened it when I did that. Like at least had it.
Yes. So even if you just do it like a little bit, it can lower its ability to manifest.
And then that's why it was so big. Like it was so big when I heard that popping in my ear. Like it was so big when you told me, because I just didn't put two and two together. I was like, isn't this weird? Did that heard popping in my ear? That I mean, and you're like, yeah. You're like, just duh. It's releasing pressure. And I'm like, what? And like I didn't even consider it like releasing like obviously popping your ear. I thought about it. I was like, yeah, you go to the mountains and it releases pressure, but I wasn't sure if that. Like I just like didn't even think. I just thought, oh, you go to the mountains. And I never thought, is it though when you go up, it's the popping of the ear, is the gaining the pressure or releasing? I never had really a reason to think of it. But anyway, for whatever reason, my ear started popping immediately when doing that mirror spell. And you said, it makes sense, Brooke. Like, and I was like, why? And you're like, because you just release pressure out of your body, like the pressure of like
the pressure of someone cursing. And the incantation. Is that what you're saying you did? I didn't even do that incantation. That's what I'm saying. I did not do the exact incantation that you had, like, right? But I had already. Yeah, but you can make it your own. There's nothing wrong with people making their own. Like, it's actually better to make your own. Yeah. Right. So that's what I'm saying. I knew that when you sent me that, I did like that incantation. But my point is, I already knew, because before that I had done a mirror spell during another time. Like I knew mirror spell. Like I knew what mirror meant. Like, and you can do it in different ways, but like just, for me it was picturing an energy of light being in front of a mirror, picturing that, and then sending back what was sent. And I sent it in love and light and peace. Like that's my thing. And so and then I had read yours and I hadn't done it, and I was so determined, and y'all were thinking I was avoiding it. And I walked up the steps, and for whatever reason I stopped and I saw the mirror, and I just said, I didn't feel like I had the energy to do everything perfect like I need to. I was of your spell, and I didn't have like exactly that's what I thought. Like maybe I just need to repeat what he says. Maybe mine isn't good enough. And I just stopped and I looked in the mirror and I walked in. I made myself walk in the room just very briefly, very brief. Look in the mirror and just do what I've done before, but just kind of picture that light around me and sending it back. Yeah. And in that, and then the ears, and then I just was done. And then the ears just start popping. The left ear just started popping. So I don't know. I mean, but I believe that there's, you could sit there and make it into coincidences, and maybe it is. But I have had an ear pop since I've been to the mountains, and it's been And that's actually what I don't know what Douglas was talking. I was like, actually, the last time I was in the mountains was when Peter Moon got me. That's when he started the spell. That's when the spell started. That's why it had to change, All right. Are you still there?
Trying to hold it. We don't hear it.
Okay, something happened. I can't hear you, but yeah, anyways.
Okay.
Hello?
Baby. There's a baby boy.
Okay, I think she's doing it.
If Douglas can go over there and do his kick or whatever he's doing, I can pee on the phone and try to hold it.
Okay, no problem. Salt's role as a spiritual barrier. Salt can possess purifying properties that can cleanse the space of negative energies. It acts as a metaphysical sponge, absorbing and neutralizing malevolent influences, thereby creating a more positive and harmonious atmosphere. Salt disrupts the flow of negative energies, making it difficult for evil spirits and malevolent entities to traverse through a space. It acts as an energetic obstacle, impeding their movements and weakening their influence. Salt carries a symbolic significance representing purity, incorruptibility, and divine protection. By placing salt strategically, individuals can create a physical symbol of spiritual defense, fortifying their homes against malevolent forces. A guide on strategic placement of salt. doorways and windows. Sprinkle a line of salt along doorways and windowsills to prevent negative energies from entering the home. Focus on entry points that are believed to be more vulnerable to spiritual intrusion.
But am I locking them in? I'm like, that's my concern.
No, you're not locking them in. Place a small
I don't want to lock it. If I go and I do this cleansing, like I did, that's what I was thinking. Do I put it on the window and door? And then I always put it as a barrier. But if there's negative energy inside, and I'll just ask this because I'm stupid enough to ask it. So maybe there's one other person at the question. When I put the salt and I do, like, I was always just fearful that I'm locking it inside with me if I don't get it out first. Like,
no, think of it like a wire, like an electric wire. If you disrupt the wire, like if you cut the wire, then the electricity can't come in anymore.
Okay,
so
it's like
the line cuts it.
Power completely.
The salt,
okay, that makes sense. I like that.
Yeah, it's not like locking anything in with you.
Yeah, it's not like I'm putting a gate.
This isn't
like
ghost
no
hunting.
Energy, bad energy can cross in, but they can't cross out, and that's what I thought. Like,
yeah, no, the salt will absorb it. If there's any energy left, the salt will absorb it. That's why it was saying here. That is a metaphysical sponge.
Think, like, do you think that? I think that's amazing to think about. I know we're energy, and I think of energy, and we can't see things that are in front of us that are there.
Yeah.
Like most of the light spectrum, we can't. But that salt has some power, and I don't know what it is.
Yes, that's right.
But it has a power that we just like water. Like I started doing this water ritual. It was funny. I actually started doing it right after I go to jail.
Yeah, all the elements. So all 5 elements. Like
yeah, but the water I started doing. I put my water for my squirrel goes in a copper pot because I learned from the Vedic, I believe. The putting the water in copper is like more of a thankfulness to the water, right?
It charges the water.
And so I do that. I don't drink water out of the copper pot. I'm not good enough yet. I only have 1 small copper pot, and it goes for my squirrel.
You're telling me you only do it you give it to the squirrel?
I give it to the squirrel. Yeah, she gets her.
And you don't drink it?
I don't drink it. I give it to the squirrel. Sometimes a dog because it's like a medium copper pot, so he'll drink out of it some. But it's right. I'm looking at it. And so the 2 squirrels and
the inside of it is copper, right? It's not lined with anything, or
no? It's actually the outside's copper, it's the inside copper, and then it's got silver in the inside. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it's like, well, it's still good. Yeah,
it was the closest I could get because when I read about this, I was so determined. It was during this time, and I had
If you go to vintage shops, you can find like the old school stuff.
I was so like, I guess this shows how the difference. Like when Dana wasn't here, like I read about this and I was just talking about water, and I was like, and I immediately knew the water and the energy and all that was true. And so I still do like a thankfulness thing in the shower, like where I just thank the water every time I shower. Like at the very end, I'll do like a little bit cold water at the very end, because obviously like I learned about water and its happiness, and flowing down is the best for water. And obviously water preferred to be cold versus heated. Like it would, or at least that's, but my point is I do a cold water anyway, because that's a good dopamine thing. So I'll turn it to cold at the very end, and I will just do like a spin around the shower like 3 times in the cold and just thank the water. Like, thank you, water. Like, thank you. Like, it's just like, it's like thanking Brendan, or it's thanking Douglas. It is the water alive, and acknowledging it. And just doing that, like, is so, I don't know what to tell anybody. Like, it's just amazing.
Acknowledging the elements, acknowledging the 5 elements.
Yes. Yeah, it's so amazing. Like, I am so thankful to be able to even know that I, like, people that aren't thinking the water, and like, if you're not, like, just do it, because it is alive, and it is so much more like it. I don't think it anywhere near enough that I should, and I don't drink enough. And like he's just like, I'm not taking care of myself the way I should with the water. But just knowing, I'm blessed to know, compared to so many people, that the water is alive, and that I should be thankful, like thankful for it.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, it's as alive as your mom, it's as alive as your dad, it's as alive as you, and we leave it alone. Like, we just forget, and so much else is like everything else. Like, but like all, I also talk about astrology. I always say this: astrology people are like, oh, the moon, a full moon, and I always say, well, first of all, nurses will also say they don't believe in astrology, but they will still say a full moon will do something. But you are 90-something% water, and we admit that the moon, we already know affects the ocean. Like, that's a scientific fact. You know it. You'll be like, yeah, but I don't believe in astrology. Okay, well, if it's you're 90-something% water, but it doesn't affect you. Like, so your body is, and you don't think the moon, that energy that God created, is somehow can have an effect on you or people around you. Yes, you are the ocean. If it's affecting the ocean, you are you're just the ocean with some extra salt and a different spirit that you've created or we've created. Like, it is not to say that, I don't know. I just think the energy is so amazing. Like, it's like, oh man, I'm gonna shut up. No, that just, I don't know. The things we don't
carry on. Carry on. Yeah, you're saying.
So salt. It can combine stuff, and that's amazing too. Like, to know that salt can, and also that I can, eat it.
Well, it's all the elements are important. All the elements. So there's five elements, or the four physical elements. Fire, starting with first sign. Second sign is earth. Third sign is air. Fourth is water, and then it repeats. Fire, earth, air, water, fire, earth, air, water. So those elements, and then there's the fifth element, which is ether. Ether, space, the sky element. So that's, in Sanskrit, it's called the Panch
That's the scary element to me. That's the scariest element. I think,
not scary. It's actually the best. They all come from, all the elements come out of the fifth element.
But like, so if you were to pick out of the four, just the four, which would be the scariest to you? Like, and I say scariest meaning, like, I know
they all can be fierce. They all can be fierce. Like,
but like, if there was one death that you're like, oh my God, like, I just have some version of me dying this way.
They're all bad. Like fire, you get burned, right?
But no, if there's just one, you're like, that's my one. I won't go that way.
You
like, I can tell you right now, I won't want to be burned alive. Like, I can tell you that, and that's the truth. Yeah. But like, if you had an immediate reaction, if I had a reaction to one of the signs of how I will not go, it's probably, and I don't think it should be because my chart has no air. So you would think, okay, well, air is what she's avoiding. But
no, every chart has all five. You have to have all five to survive.
I have air in my chart, but no planets or anything in air. But I'll tell you, like, my immediate.
Yeah, but the aspect.
Like water, do not, because it takes away air, and it takes away fire, because it takes away light. And like, there's just like something in me, like, to the deepest core of me, like, I shouldn't say that, but like, I guess I'm like, don't ever, like, that would be the worst, like drowning. Mm-hmm. Like I'm like the person.
All the elements are scary. Shipped off, it's like getting buried alive.
Put a weight to their plane, and you sink to the end of the ocean. Like, that is what, like, that is my ultimate fear. Like, that would be my ultimate death. Like, I'd rather burn alive than, like, you put something and I'm sinking in this water and just going further away where I can't breathe air, and I also am losing light. Like, it is taking me away from all elements.
Yeah.
That I,
In that sense, they're all scary because they can all do that. And you have to, or beings, like myself included, have to be appreciative of all the elements, because you can't survive without any of them.
No, and that's where I say I'm thankful for water.
Like, the body.
Don't underplay. I think that's maybe my point in life is, like, at this point, like, maybe I died in my past life of water, and I'm thankful for water now, and I appreciate that. But
the
water,
thing is that these are intelligent forces. Like the elements they're alive. They're not just static. They're alive. They're living elements.
Right. And I think if somebody drowned me in a past life, I would say in this life, I would say, if they drown me again, I would talk to the water and say, hey, I'm going down in you. Like, at least die with the water. What I'm saying is, water is so powerful that it could take you over. It's not a way I would want to go. Or at least that's it. It seems to be that, like, there's some past fear in me of just, like, being, like, from the time I was a baby, my mom would say, when you would see the ocean, you would scream and cry. And I love the ocean. I love the water. I love the beach. Mm-hmm. But I would have a fear of when she would touch me on the beach of the ocean, I would scream and cry. And I go with that now because she said that. But
well, the ocean is scary. I mean,
yes, it is. But I don't know if there's some past life where I just feel like I was, like, probably some crazy pirate that they just threw off the boat you know,
Probably.
like you would.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, with some like thing attached to my ankle, or the Titanic, like that ultimate, or like that guy, those people that died on that. Remember, they were really rich and they went down to see the Titanic, and we just had that happen and they exploded.
Yeah.
Okay, I was immediate when they just said they went and did it. They didn't know what they were looking around. I was immediately like nauseous, like nauseously sick.
Yeah.
Like, and I wasn't nauseously sick just because they were missing. I was nauseously sick when they explained that these people voluntarily paid to go. You couldn't, when they're telling me what they paid, I was like, you couldn't have paid me what they paid. You couldn't have paid me 5 times what they paid to go down and do what they did. Like, that's how nauseous, like, it's just an immediate, like, so internal, deep in my solar plexus. Like, I am just immediately,
it's gross,
I can't do it. And so I'm thinking, like,
claustrophobia to the max. Like,
like, so when they were like, are they dead? I was like, I hope to God they're dead. Because that's the worst probably, like when they told me they were dead and they exploded in a second, I was like, okay. Like, when they finally said that, like, best case scenario at this point, because in my mind would be worse is like waiting down there at the bottoms of the ocean to die. Like, you were gonna, like, I don't know. I mean, I feel sorry for the kids and I feel sorry for everybody that died, but it just is so, I can't even explain it. Like, it is such the deepest fear in me, is the only reason I go to maybe there's some past life trauma there, because it is so, it doesn't make sense. Like, when I hear it, I can watch a movie, anything with the depths of the ocean is just, there's something just like so intrinsically gross. Like, I'm just like, I want to, like, more than being a woman, Jimmy go to jail. Like, there's nothing more fearful.
Yeah, it could be some. Yeah, it could be some past life stuff.
Oh.
So, like,
Okay,
anyway,
here I am. I'm back, and I'm sure I've been.
Thank God.
Fuck you, and fuck you. He's saying thank God because we're gonna go off air and have some, like, I don't know, like, phone sex. So we needed you to come back so we could do that.
What? What?
That's why he said thank God. Because he's not saying thank God because I'm annoying. Like, that's not one.
By the way, I'm clicking on what else he's provided, and I'm going to also relay this forward. In the interim, young lady, what were we speaking about while I was gone?
Yeah, Brooke, what were we speaking about?
Apparently, you drowned me in a past
life. She had so much ADHD, she, like, went to a whole different topic.
Here's what we talked about. We talked about, this is a very general, I can do it very fast. Salt.
I was on, like, a specific topic, but yeah, anyway.
I talked about salt. I should salt. Salt's great. We don't spirit salt, just salt, Brooke. And then
I would answer the question, and then she would be like, so what kind of powers does salt have? It's like, I just said that. Like, just
I did not. I want you to replay that. I did not ever say what kind of powers does salt have. I said, hey, if you do a line of salt, I always thought it was a boundary, which is what you just read in your Googling bullshit. You said it's a line you draw, and I said, what does that mean?
I specifically said it absorbs negative energy.
The spirit in. I mean, I didn't want to log into my house with Peter Moon if he was already in here. His spirit. So I want to be sure if I drew the line, it wasn't a lock in reverses out like a wall. Like, I didn't need to send it out and then lock it.
It's like if you cut an electric wire, it's like no electricity will come from it.
And he said that, and that's fine, and it's explanation, and that's what he did. But instead, he tried to be funny and saying, I asked stupid questions. No, I just asked that. And he's like, he explained it as an electrical wire. That's fine. That's where we are. And I'm like, okay, well, also, that's pretty much it. We were just bored. And I said, well, don't ever drown me in the bottom of the ocean. Like, I don't know. Gave him my worst fear because I thought no one else on the air needed there's anything else you don't know about me. Like, if you want to send me anything worse, just send me to the bottom of the ocean. That's my probably best life worst fear. I gave it a little more comedical, I think, or in depth than I am now, but probably more in depth than I should. And that's it. That's what we did. Salt and water is what we talked about. We were the ocean. We're talking salt water.
Yeah,
ocean.
And then it turned to the ocean. Yes, that's right.
And then he started talking about, I don't know, but, like, do you think Douglas has a big dick? And I was like, and like, we know he does, but, like, why are you asking? And then he's like, no, I mean, like, you know, but I'm just saying, like, comparably, because, like, his hand size. And I was like, okay. And then you came back.
Oh, thank you. Very, very good. So,
I'm not even going to humor that with anything, but there's more to the salt thing, but that would be helpful for viewers or listeners.
Well, unleash it now, please, by all means.
Yeah,
please.
Yeah. So, this is in regards to the strategic placement of salt. So we went through doorways and windows.
Does it need to be in big hands or small hands?
Now, honey.
Doorways and windows.
Yes.
Corners of rooms, place a small dish or container of salt in the corners of rooms to create a protective energy grid. It helps form a barrier that encircles the entire space, preventing the intrusion of evil entities. Thresholds, you may scatter salt near thresholds such as an entrance to a room or a hallway to create a spiritual boundary that restricts the passage of malevolent spirits. And if you have an altar, a meditation corner, or any designated space, sprinkle salt around it to amplify its protective energy and maintain its sanctity. And then this is where it gets more important here, in my opinion. Mirrors and reflective surfaces. Mirrors are believed to be portals for spirits. Place a small amount of salt in front of mirrors or reflective surfaces to prevent any potential spiritual intrusions. Personal items. For additional protection, sprinkle salt, a pinch of salt on personal items that hold significant value or are prone to negative influences such as jewelry, keepsakes, or sacred objects. Remember, intention and belief are essential when working with salt as a spiritual barrier. As you sprinkle it, visualize the negative energies being repelled and replaced by a purified and protected space. And regularly replenish it to maintain its efficacy. There you go.
Excellent. That was the two things. Number one, you just said that everything I said the whole time was like, is intention important? And it says, remember, intention is important. And the last thing I was going to ask, if it said anything, was, well, where's the timeline there? Because I can know where I went around and I've done salt before. Like, where, at what point is, like, because if it was permanent, obviously there wouldn't be anything happen. You know, like, I've done that before with intention. So there has to be
eternal vigilance is the price of freedom.
And I understand what it is. I don't even have to know. I already can tell anybody. I don't need to read it. The weakening is your intention. So when you go back and you put salt out again, you're doing it, and you're doing it with intention. It's your intention that is stronger than anything. The salt, though, is symbolic, and then also not symbolic, just symbolic. It can take form because it is energy itself. So it can help take on those negative energies. But if without the intention, as your intention weakens, it's just like if the salt is your, like, I don't know, baby, and you're the one having to give it the breast milk, and that's your energy of intention. Like, every time, like, I would put it out, but how long is that salt going to stay alive if my intention isn't staying there too? Meaning my intention is not, and I forget, and I'm just living my life and whatever, then the salt becomes, its efficacy will become less. And I just answered my own question, which is what I do. Hopefully that helps one minute. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, great. Well, if you have a response to that, otherwise I will read the question from Matthew Bush in our chat room. And Matthew Bush, who has before asked us about Peter the Goon and his books and the curses, returns. Matthew Bush says, can you use salt pellets that one uses for a water softener?
You need salt.
Yes. Yes, but it would be that would be like more of a practical issue. Like, they're quite large, but any salt. Yeah. Just be careful not to like put it on stuff that'll damage your floors or something.
Salt, kind of salt, but yes, I'm just saying on knowledge now, like from knowing it, like, and what Brendan's given me. I would say like kosher. I don't know that word. I don't like it. So, but salt in general is good regardless, and it's going to help. It is a barrier with energy because it's a cleanser. It's your cleansing. But if you don't have the intent, it is your energy, because it's just energy. Salt is the energy. Water is energy, and that energy you're putting out can cleanse the energy. But your energy must also be. It's those two things together. Your energy with that salt energy is what's making the barrier, or what's sending out, or what's protecting you. And the second that the less energy you have, as you forget about it, your wall, it doesn't matter. the less your wall will be there with the salt, even if you can still see the salt. So when you go and you put out another, like when I do another barrier of salt, that salt, okay, well, that's energy because I am suddenly putting so much energy back into it, right? But that's my energy. That is the same as an electricity coming through a wire. It is my energy putting it in that will truly electrify that. And the second that you could have all the salt line you could draw, and I put no energy, which is what happened when I threw it, the salt has its own power, but it had very little power comparatively because I didn't electrify it with my own as well when I threw it. It was just like, I hope this helps. Maybe it helped. Maybe it was a barrier. Maybe that's part of the reason that at least, I was able to do something to get to the point where I could do something else. But I would also say the energy that you put out is what's going to electrify that salt.
Paramount.
So
Paramount. The intent.
It's very much like you don't worry about the kind of salt you're putting out, and just worry about your energy and whatever salt you can grab. I mean, like I wouldn't do pepper, but like I'm saying, if it says it's salt, I don't care.
No, pepper is actually a good vanishing herb as well, but I can get into that another time.
Yeah, that's like advanced work.
Yeah, it's more advanced. It's not like super advanced.
Yeah,
more advanced.
More advanced.
Pepper is also a way to like get dogs that are trying to track you down, like
And yes, I just looked it up. Yeah, so the water softening salt is sodium chloride, evaporated pellets, so it can be used. Just maybe crush it up or something. And also you can like leave some of it in the sun, the one that you want to use, charge it in the sun or the moonlight, and kind of just give it a little more oomph than like the factory salt, because the more natural salt the better it's going to be. So that's just my opinion on that.
Speaking of charging crystals, like I charge crystals, and there's something about charging the crystals that is also dangerous. Like you have to be careful. Are you familiar with that? Like when you charge crystals in the moonlight, or the energy is there. So don't just throw it out to energy, I guess is what I'm saying, because there was something, and I don't know what it was, where when I was charging crystals, where it is, if you're throwing out like, okay, well, I'm just going to put these crystals out, which is what I did, like throw these crystals out into, I think it's a full moon the next few days. And like, let's just throw it out there, and hopefully not just for the intent, because that wasn't a lot of energy I was putting toward it. Like I hope, like I'll leave mine for 2 days, and I did it obviously with intent, but then to leave them. There is something about charging of the crystals that can be negative as well. Like, are you familiar with that?
I mean, there's such a thing as energy imbalance. You could overcharge it. You could also damage some crystals. Certain types of crystals can either lose their color or be damaged permanently. And then it can also.
It was about the energy of them. Like it was the absorption of energy. Like
not
a full moon has so much
energy. Not every stone is going to be compatible with that energy.
Yeah, I think that may be it. Like certain crystals you put out in a full moon, but it's not all crystals.
So crystals, like if you look at like a crystal.
But by the way, both of you keep talking. I have to put some eye drops in because I developed a eyelash in my eye. I must take care of.
I know, because you know what the best way to do, I found out crystal meth is to put it at eye drops, because you just put it right to your eye. I should try that. I haven't tried it yet. But
Okay, Jimi Hendrix.
Back to the serious. Back to the serious. Continue, Brendan, with what you were saying about the crystal that Brooke asked you the question about, charging crystals. Yes.
Did it burn? I feel like it would burn my eye though.
It would burn, baby. That would fucking burn.
Yeah. I had a teacher. So I had a teacher back in the day, and he said he went to a Jimi Hendrix concert. And do you remember, or maybe people don't know about this, but they used to put acid, LSD, on these gel tabs, like these little gelatin like things that look like little Tic Tacs. They're like gelatin sheets of gelatin.
They're blue.
Oh yeah, Brooke knows apparently what they are. But yeah, he claims, and I don't.
We did ours at sugar, and they were sugar.
I don't really believe. No, that was the old school way, the sugar cubes. But there were like the gel tabs of acid, and apparently Hendrix put one in his eye while he was playing a gig. And I don't know why. I never really believed this guy, but I mean, that sounds pretty bonkers to me. Like, you don't, like, especially with LSD, you don't need to just like eat it. I mean, sorry, you don't need to put it in your eye. You can just eat it.
You don't just need to eat it. You don't need to put it in your eye.
Like, there's no reason. Like, it's too strong to even waste your time doing that. So.
I mean, literally, I just thought of, did I have any, like, is there somewhere I can go at the car? Like, is there salt that I could get into water form to try to drop it to my eye? I'm literally thinking, would it burn? Could I do it? Is that, because I still want to shoot up, but I'm like, I might try it in my eye if it would wake me up tomorrow morning. Like, that is the point of, was he crazy enough to do it? He was probably already fucked up as hell. And he's like, I mean, he's probably already tripping. And he was like, who knows? Put it in his eye.
Yeah. He was probably already tripping. If that story is true, right? Yeah. But anyways, so Brooke's like an old school drug user.
I didn't know. I actually never experienced the gels. I only experienced sugar cubes. And this was like, when sugar cubes were an intermediate trip of, I just felt guilty of, I should be doing this. And then but it was a lot. And then there was a good trip, and then there was the bad trip. And I still may be on the bad trip. Who knows?
Yeah, then it probably wasn't LSD. Anyways.
The bad trip, the two bad trips, the bad trip I had, I mean, were the ones that, you get the little thing, and it's a shape of, it looks like I always say it looks like those tattoos that you get, like you take a tattoo on yourself, but it's just tiny, it's a square. Obviously, you put it on your tongue, or two of them on your tongue, or whatever you're going to do. Which I did multiples on my tongue because I thought, if a guy can do it too, then I do too. Like, that was just always me. Like, you're doing too, I do.
Yeah.
And the bad thing was on the third trip I ever did, because I did 3, I put it on my tongue, and so did my friend, and I've done multiples. And all I know is she never tripped. She was as sober as the clouds and was poured by me. And I tripped in my ass off. And you don't want to trip by yourself. That's a very bad thing. And she eventually had to take me home, and I had to go home, and then I was like, I'm tripping by myself still. Like, I'm never coming off this. Like, it had already been all night. Like, I had already pumped gas out of a gas spigot because I thought there's no gas coming out of this, because I couldn't feel it because of the strychnine. And I had squeezed it. Like, there's no gas coming out. And she comes running from the gas station where she was paying for the gas. And she says, stop. And I'm like, what? There's nothing coming out. But no, I was spraying gas. Where you would call and you'd be like, there's someone's, but I couldn't see it, the gas. And because I didn't feel it. So it was like, if you push a gas pump and it's like, there's nothing there. So it just felt empty. So I was like, there's nothing coming out. It was coming out. So that would be like the example of how the whole trip went. Like, yeah, I was not well. She was annoyed. And then eventually, I had to take me home. Like, anyone else would be annoyed by me. Imagine me tripping acid. And I'm like, I don't think this is good. Like, I can't. And you don't understand what's going through my brain. And there's too much. And she's just sober as she can be and mad. Because she's really the one who wanted to trip. She's the one that didn't want to trip. And she's not tripping at all. She's like, I don't know. But I'm.
Wait, so what? I don't. I lost you. You lost me. This is so just off topic. What is going on?
No, it was just my tripping acid. It was I was 19, 18, and the last time I tripped, but I just came home, and to that moment, I still thought I was still to this day. I can't 100% sure.
Yeah, you're still tripping on it.
100% sure I was never going to stop tripping acid. I thought.
Yeah, you never did. Look what's going on. You're tripping.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, I may still be on a trip. That's what I'm saying. If you look at this life right now.
Definitely.
I mean, you're part of my acid trip. I mean, right this moment.
I am Richard. Continue talking about your acid trip, honey. Yes.
I got lost. She was tripping so hard, I got
lost. It was so complicated.
Let me see if I'm still on. Let me see if I'm still okay. So I'm still online. That's weird because my temperature was not not my body temperature. The external temperature is not coming up on my stupid weather. When I was turning on the weather, the weather's not showing up. Then my forecast, the window for my forecast. I have a forecast screen. Yeah, it's
did
just.
You keep up with that, Brendan? Have you kept up with his temperature thing? Did you keep up with that?
Yeah, one time it was set to Washington D.C. Yeah.
Oh, not one time. Not one time. That was happening constantly.
But Brooke would say we're just being paranoid.
Oh no! She wouldn't say that anymore. So I definitely but you guys are doing so well. Let's take a look at the numbers, and we're going to just get me going in a few minutes here. And I want to thank you for answering.
There's -4 people. There are 4 people that are out there voting. I mean, like, we're not listening, and we don't even want to listen. Like, shut people up. All because Brendan didn't like my story. Like, we were good, and then Brendan was like, "Fuck you."
Well, without retelling your story in detail, what exactly?
There was no detail.
There was no detail. That's a problem.
It wasn't
you
coherent.
just gave more detail and could have lost him
My
just
story
in your
made more
temperature
sense.
bullshit. But he goes, "I don't understand." And all I said was I had a
Basically, what
bad
happened
trip
was-
when I was younger. Girl said, "I don't know, it was bad. I never thought I was coming off, Brendan." And the only other detail I gave was, because like I was pumping gas, for instance, and how strychnine goes through your body, I thought there was no gas coming out of the pump. That was the most detail I gave. And I said, no gas coming out of the pump because, I couldn't feel it, when you pump gas and there's nothing coming out because you haven't paid or whatever, it cuts off. There's just no pressure coming back, no pressure. So I was saying, I told her, hey, there's nothing working. And she comes running out of the gas station because she was in there paying and goes, hey, stop, and grabs me. And if you'd seen this on the news, it would have looked like I was just shooting gas everywhere. I didn't see the gas because I didn't feel the pressure, and I was also tripping. I had no idea the pressure. But I also wasn't looking. Apparently, the gas was shooting throughout the parking lot of people.
Oh, right. It's that scene from Zoolander. That's
That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, just shooting gas everywhere, but I don't see the gas, and I'm telling her, see, it's not working. Something's wrong. And she's like running towards me. Like, no, because I don't see the gas, or I don't feel the pressure, which I know is now because of strychnine goes through your body. They put that in there. So the pressure of my muscles could not feel the pressure coming back. And for whatever reason, I could not see the gas that I'm shooting toward people and toward the car, and could have thank God there was a
Could have blown up the whole place.
And she's running toward me. I'm like, what is it? She's like, no, stop. Yeah.
Holy shit. Yes. And the film Zoolander, by the way, was a film that what's his name? Donald Trump was in.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Somebody said something about Zoolander, and then it's something about me. What does Zoolander do? He does that look. Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah.
Daniel always said that. He said, you do that stupid look every time you look in the mirror. And he very much, and I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you do it every damn time. And then he compared it to Zoolander. I've never watched Zoolander, but he's like, you purge your lips. And I don't realize I do it. I don't mean to do it, but apparently I do it enough. Like I do it not even noticing, but if I look in the mirror and I was to take a picture, there is a certain purse to the lip that I do that I don't realize. And he's like, you're like that Zoolander guy. And pursing your lip, or I don't know, it's trying, he's like, you're trying to look pretty. You're trying, he's like, you're trying. And I'm like, I'm not. But then I realize, because you always want to judge myself, and I'm like, okay, I do that. Not to the extent of what he's saying, but there is a certain purse that when I look in the mirror, there is my lips come together, and and so that's what he was saying. And he was, obviously critical of me because I don't know.
Well, he's basically an asshole, and you should forget everything about him as soon as you can. Now I'm going to be
take another round of acid if you have to.
I will, as soon as you come here with it and you take it first. We'll just do that together.
I can handle it. Some other people wouldn't trust with it.
Yeah, there you go. And I, for instance, would not want to do it. It's nothing I'd be interested in doing.
I never do it again, and I would just tell Brendan I was going to do it, and I let him go.
I have a feeling you'd be fine, Douglas.
What did he?
I said I have a feeling he would be fine.
Yeah, he said with that real weary voice. His voice is really weary. He says, "I have a feeling you'd be fine, Douglas." It was just the tone.
That sounds like what's his name? The guy with the porn Dick. What was his name? The guy that was last on Lizard Dick or whatever.
Oh, real Dick Geek.
No. No, one Real Dick is Real Tech Geek, but then the other one, the guy that took us to the lizard porn. He's like, I feel a feeling he'd be fine.
Lizard porn. Lizard porn. Who did the lizard porn? Somebody did. I remember.
It's the one that was the fake. They took us to the website. They had all the porn. Not porn, but like the fake. What do you call those? Like
fake lizard people. I mean,
fake dicks. No.
Oh, you mean Trappist Nicholson with his baddragon.com.
Krampus Nicholson. That sounds like
Krampus. Yeah, Krampus Nicholson. She called him Krampus Nicholson.
That's pretty accurate.
Yes. Yeah. It's a better name than what his parents gave him. So at any rate,
yeah, and then he's like, "You doxed me, Douglas."
Yeah. Yeah. Everything we did, Trampus, was
all that. Yeah, all that stuff was like public record.
Yeah, that's all public record, Trampus. You're a fucking felon, you know.
I just see him handing you like a thing of like acid that he knows is very strong, and like he's like, just take it, Douglas. I don't think it's that much at all, like or whatever. Like you'll be fine, Douglas. And like while he's waiting on it to take effect, he's just hoping. Yeah. And he's pulling up his lizard dick porn shit, and like what he's going to hopefully be able to do to you. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you'll be fine, Douglas.
Yeah, it's terrifying. No, I get it. Terrifying vision. By the way, the tragedy of his life, not that, he's at the point, of course, where tragedy no longer counts. In other words, he's an adult. He's responsible for his actions. You can't allow his sad story of a childhood to let him get away with murder, which is, it's a serial killer defense. What's the serial killer defense? Like what I always had to pull out for Laura Lee Solomon when I was talking to that idiot, Mike Ringley, and had to assuage him after Laura Lee Solomon threw him into a tantrum. Because she said, it's all blather anyway about his stupid website redesign, which it all was. But to him, that was like the focus of his miserable, wretched, pathetic life at that time. And he thought that this was like the rebuilding the Great Pyramids and shit. So when, he basically blocked her from the fucking... her responsibilities, and I had to allow her back into some semblance of production. I had to talk to him and tell him, she had a really unhappy childhood, and I realized, of course, even as I was saying it, that's a defense for serial killers, he had a really unhappy childhood. It's all, yeah.
Daniel had a really unhappy childhood. Oh, he didn't, except he was a spoiled rotten brat.
That's right, and that was his fucking problem. But with Trampus Nicholson, what happened was his mother was in charge of caring for kids. This is all MK Ultra shit. His mother was running a child daycare center out of her home, and apparently had a state license to do this. And what happened was his own brother slipped him a tab of acid and slipped his mother a tab of acid. So when she was on this acid, I mean like a very strong tab of powerful, potent acid, and his mother wound up like taking the kids on field trips across the highway and shit. And then the parents, got hold of...
His brother did this?
Yeah, his brother did this to him and
his brother. Yeah. Bring his brother on the air. This guy I want to meet. Like, this is a cool guy.
If you say so, yeah.
No, you don't.
I mean, when I say is, I don't know, but I have the feeling he's one of two things. He's either completely like so... just a completely horrible person that he was
met
like,
him.
Whatever. No.
Yeah, you met him. His name is Daniel. Yeah, Daniel Larry Martinez.
No, but you have to have zero empathy for anyone and hate them. Like you're already so sociopathic. There's no hope. And then at that point, well, yeah, that's fine. Bring him on. Just don't let me get close because sociopathic. That's hilarious. Like he's just no problem. He should be fine. But at the end of the day, I doubt that's what it was. I mean, the guy his mom probably was a piece of shit anyway. He was smart enough.
But what about risking the lives of all those children?
Fucking acid in her head.
Whoa! What about risking the lives of all those kids?
Yeah, I don't know. He's a kid. He wasn't supposed to figure that out. His mom didn't take care of him.
No. His older brother, who was much older. You're talking about his older brother was over 18.
Older brothers are more responsible, and that's the best she could do. That's your Virgo. That's your responsible one. That's the one that said, "Hey, you suck as a mother."
Yeah,
and you know what? The best you could do was me. I'm gonna fucking I just want to kill you. What I'm saying is, even Ben he was raised with no empathy, but she's responsible in some way, is what I'm putting on the mother. And so therefore, he didn't think about the kids.
I think he was tripping and he just thought it's such a good idea.
I just want to say, if you are that and your mom raised you that way and you're not gonna have empathy, that is kind of somebody that
No, I understand what you're both saying. What Brooke is saying is that maybe because the mother raised him and into such a miscreant, the mother herself must be deserving of the karma of having that done to her. Is what Brooke is saying.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think that maybe there's
when it involves
that's quite a presumption.
But Brooke, even though that presumption is granted, it's a presumption, but it's likely true. But such being said, she's got all these kids she's responsible for, and he's endangering the lives of all those kids.
Right.
So we're talking about at least 250 children that
you don't like children. You told a friend of yours that became a father and changed on you. You're like, what's wrong with you? Because you're a dad. Quit acting like you would be sad if every one of those kids had been like, meh, hit. Like, it's just less fucking people to fucking take up oxygen.
Now, Brooke, that's just unfair. You're misrepresenting myself. Why, I think of myself as a, look, I really don't like kids in general, but, like, I'm not that bad a guy. It's not like I seek their destruction, as a thing. Just so you know.
Let me ask you right now. If you could, let's just pretend, like, let's just go Peter Moon, for instance. You could be like, hey, I threw some acid into Peter Moon's drink, and it's going to be hilariously funny. He may make a fool of himself, and he also might die. But the only
I think he does that naturally. The acid would be redundant.
If you were told the side effect,
if anything, it would calm him down with a paradox. You might start making sense.
If you didn't have to admit it, and the side effect might be, but 10 kids will be in jeopardy. I mean, they could die. They might just be like feel like bad memories the rest of their life. Who knows? Probably bad memories. No for hell live. Are you gonna tell me right now? You'd be like, yeah, there's hell no. I'd never heard that, Peter, because the risk of those kids.
Yeah. Of course not. If kids were, if Peter would somehow, what the fuck is that? That sounds like it's coming from Brendan's side.
That sounds like a bear.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, that was coming from your side, Brendan. He's a weird bear. There you go. Brendan the werebear.
A werebear?
A werebear.
I'm surprised you know about a werebear.
Yeah. I know about weird bears. Yes, of course.
Care Bear. I know bears.
They're different from Care Bears. I know that much.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
What the fuck was that?
I don't know. I wasn't doing anything.
You didn't hear it? It was like a breathing into the phone, but it was like...
Yeah, it wasn't coming from Brooke. Wasn't one of Brooke's dogs.
Wasn't coming from me.
Yeah, wow, holy shit. Well, there you go. It's our Edomites listening. And either that or Aristides, he turns... Yeah. What's that?
The werebears are nice. I mean, nothing against them.
I don't know what a werebears are.
It's a weird... Instead of a werewolf, it's a weird bear. Different cultures have different weird people, and so... werebears and werewolves are both Viking, so that's why people are more familiar with werebears. Also, probably Native Americans have werebears, but then, in Africa they have weird hyenas, and, Native Americans have weird coyotes.
Lola's favorite animal is a hyena.
Okay, cool. That puts her... Yeah,
that's interesting.
That's cool for her. Of course, Jameson Reese loved hyenas too, and that was because Jameson Reese is a sick piece of shit. I don't mind hyenas, but bear in mind I had to deal with them in Africa, and they're no fucking fun. And believe me, you need steel-toe boots. That's where I got in the habit of steel-toe boots, was hyenas. Hyenas will bite your fucking toes off, and they'll just swallow them whole and shit them out the other end with their stomach acids having digested holes all through your toe bones.
Aren't the females the stronger one? Like, the females are the one that come up with them?
I don't care which one is the stronger one. I just don't want them biting my toes off. I've been in a position where I was sitting up in a bush and kicking their teeth in with my steel toes.
Really?
They are fucking, they will not.
They're vicious. They're vicious.
Oh, they're horrible.
Relentless.
Oh, they're horrible. Yeah. You know what they say? They say, they say, there was this one TV series where there was this, you know how every spy series and every adventure series in the 80s, because Japan was such a competitor, had to have an Oriental episode? And, it started off actually in the 60s with Mission Impossible, where they had the IMF, the Impossible Missions Force, go Oriental. And these weren't, I never really took offense at these things. But hopefully Brendan comes back. He left. But, just to give you an example, there was one spy show. I can't remember the name of it, but I think it was Robert Stack. No, it wasn't Robert Stack. It was the other tough guy, kind of little short, kind of tough guy. wasn't Robert Culp either. Wasn't Robert Stack or Robert Culp, but one of these tough guys from before. He was like older, and
Are you sure it was a guy?
Yeah, it was a guy. He was in this. Why do you say that?
I remember that spy cartoon, like, you know, the spy one, like with the girls. As I was like, I don't know.
Spy one with the girls. You mean like some spy girl series?
Yeah, like Kim Impossible.
Oh, Kim Possible. Well, that's an animated series. I'm talking about like live action. But there was this one episode where it actually delivered the message quite well. It's an Oriental episode, and at one point a kabuki actor attacks the main character. And when he takes out the kabuki actor, then the kabuki actor's makeup is the makeup of a lion, complete with mane. So when the kabuki actor attacks him
Look at the word I gave my dad, by the way. Is that what you mean?
I'm sorry, what?
Because you just said there, took out like the makeup on kabuki. Is that the same word I gave my dad?
Oh, no. That's bukkake. Bukkake. That's bukkake. No, kabuki is a kind of theater. So the kabuki actor was dressed with a long mane, which was reminiscent of a lion's mane, which some samurai helmets had. Some samurai helmets would have a lion's mane type headdress. So this kabuki actor had that and the makeup on that made him look leonine to an extent. Really wasn't meant to look like a lion, but to Westerners, the only interpretation they have is, leonine, meaning lion-like. So when the kabuki actor attacked him and then he killed him, and then he's wiping off the makeup to identify him, he said, "The lion does the jackal's work." So the interesting thing is the lion may do the kill, but the jackals or the hyenas, they harvest the majority of the meat. And in other words, they can compete with lions in the veldt.
There's a group of them too. I've seen them with lions. Like they can come up and want to take the lion's food, even the lion killed it, because then they can take it over. Because there's a group of them. They also hunt with groups. It's not just like one hyena.
Yeah, and besides their dogs taking on a cat. There are a bunch of dogs taking on a cat, basically.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. Like one of them versus one lion, no problem.
Yeah. And but at any rate, I dealt with enough of them when I was in Africa, and they're very, they're just, you just let's put it this way. I can appreciate the fact that people appreciate them and what they do for the environment, which is, of course, they act as carrion feeders and like vultures, cleaning up the environment, but they're not animals you really normally want to deal with. And certainly I would not do so by choice. And neither would I do so with most monkeys. Monkeys are just horrible, and had my bad experiences with them in Africa as well. Now,
at the end of the day, I will die, and I will either be one of two ways. I'll be like, hey, monkeys love you, hyenas love you, but you sucked, or you're great, go ahead. But you just, here's the thing with what you just said. Either they didn't do their job and kill you because you're like the worst thing that ever happened to me, which is what you said, or you're a gift from God, right? And so I'm so thankful you're alive. And I'd be like, no. But if just for instance, on the hypothetical, my life has gone to hell since I met you, I'd say hyenas, fuck you. Douglas is right, but not because that you don't work well enough. His feet are right there. What the fuck did you do? And he went, because he was a vampire. And vampires, by the way, shouldn't y'all be also carrions, killing? What are you doing? You're not doing well, Douglas. You're not cleaning up the bullshit.
I'll relate some of those stories sometime during the opening hours. The point is when I'd really appreciate your jumping in as soon as we start the program. Then I'll do what I promised to do. I had some photographs gathered of the Blood Boys. I'd be happy to share them with you, which is what you wanted. But I really want to do that when the other guys are around because Aristides also wanted to see them. And
I'll go, oh my God, look how hot they are, and they're gay stuck. You need somebody. You need a male. You need a gay male or a closeted gay male. Is what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
And Nemo was saying, "Hey, I saw a picture of a nun. It was just flashing by. It was just I was going through the file, and the photograph of myself in drag as a nun just flashed by, and he was like, "Hey, I saw a nun. Like he has a fetish." And I said, "That's me." And so I rolled back up to it, and he said, "Nice." But there's a whole story about that and the interaction with the Blood Boys that it really takes Brendan to be around to describe in his manner that's rather droll, dry, and world-weary that actually lends the sense of humor to it that we otherwise would not have.
I need to get that alien comment. Like, I'm going to have to hang up. And it was that video with the alien thing.
Wait, why are you going to have to hang up? Why are you having...
Remember that video with you and you were at the alien you were at the alien convention and you were in leather?
Yeah. What about it?
Yeah. So it's just like that. I don't know. I just like to watch that video before I go to sleep.
Cool. I mean, that's cute. That's adorable. And
you're so cute. You're so hot. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he saw you as a nun and he thought you were hot. Yeah. That's like, I just would rather see you in the leather. Like, you're so cute and so hot. And I could use, the only toy that Daniel has not. By the way, every toy I had, he stabbed them and cut them with knives.
Yeah, he's so insecure. That is so.
Like, he didn't want me to have them, so he cut them and stabbed them. Like, like they all were ruined.
Yeah.
The only one I have is like a friend just like gave me. She's like, she was like, she saw her husband. I was like, oh my god, he did that. And she's like, here, she gave me something. She's like, yeah, like he did not want me to even have, a vibrator, a dildo, anything that remotely could have, like, anything I might look to if he wasn't here or whatever. And that was months ago. Like, he did that months ago.
Mm-hmm.
I would find them in like the drawer, like where I had it, and it'd just be like stabbed or like cut like through to the wire.
He's so awful. Let me do something to see if I can do this without spilling anything. I'm reaching for my liquid ginseng here, my ginseng little formula, if you will, that I'm going to put into my tea. I don't want to put it in just yet until I have enough room for it, because I don't want the tea to overflow. But I also want to grab this cell phone, and I'm going to do exactly what I did with you to Brendan and send him messages on both the cell phone and in private messages to jump back on bandwidth. So give me a second here to do that, and do keep talking, Brooke. I mean, I'm here with you. I can multitask to a little extent, somewhat.
Brendan's texting me. I was just seeing what
he's texting. What is he saying? He's saying this I gotta hear. No.
What I was saying, like, hold on. Oh shoot, hold on. He's calling on my private line. Let me see what the hell.
Okay, go. You take that while I talk. Yeah, jump back on bandwidth. Bren. There we are. EN. And then if not, I'll be forced to start monologuing sooner. If he comes back on, I'll be willing to pull some humor. And if that's not the case, of course, actually we should have Aristides awake for that. And so let's, because he did want to see the Blood Boys, as did Nemo, actually. So jump back on, and even though they've both seen them before, they're always into it. Jump back on bandwidth, and so let's do that Wednesday. You'll be back Wednesday, most hopefully, and just jump in at the opening hours, honey. And other than that, of course, there we go. She left. She left the call to talk with Brendan. Wonderful. I hope they elope with each other. I hope they find happiness together. Yes, this is like, okay, well, there you go with that. Looks like I'm going in a monologue. So, all right, everybody, let's dive into it. And we'll start with, of course, the fact that I want to make a statement here concerning the fact that this is where I'm going to timestamp it. This is where I timestamp the episode will be 8:12. Let me write that down. So I'm going to reach for the pen here, and we're going to make it 8:13. Okay, 8:13 is when I start talking into monologue, and we'll just go with that. And okay, 8:13, and I want everyone to understand that my prediction in terms of international affairs is that because of the incredible commitment of Great Britain and Germany to the war in Ukraine and the defense of Ukrainian sovereignty from Russian aggression, that this is where the true break comes with the Trump administration, where most certainly England is going to alienate itself from America as America alienates itself from Great Britain. Now, during the American Civil War between the states for rights, that conflict led the Deep South, the Solid South of the Confederate States of America, to attempt to gain recognition, what's known as diplomatic international recognition, from the British Empire. And if the British Empire had recognized the Confederate States of America, that would have been an enormous catastrophic blow to the United States. When it comes to Great Britain today, Great Britain will probably be presented with an opportunity where elements of America may very well realign with the British Crown again due to America's Civil War. That Civil War will be caused, of course, by the Trump administration and all of the great misfortune that comes with the establishment of this administration and their enforcement of their lunatic programs, their desire to create a situation where only the rich can live, the elimination of the middle class. I mean, this is something that is, just to put into perspective for you, all of their economic policies are completely self-destructive, and for that reason will bring us to civil war. This will lead, of course, to some elements of the United States severing and being recognized this time by foreign powers. And that would mean a good part of the South and the Northeast, other parts of America, such as, Hollywood, California, or the environs of Greater Los Angeles, being recognized by the Greater British Empire in its reborn form as they reestablish themselves in, shall I say, a state of greatness, or what would normally be defined as such, in imperial recourse from their recessional. They have been through a recessional, and of necessity they must expand again, or they will simply starve to death. All of that being said, part of their commitment to expansion is through their commitment to helping the Ukraine defend its sovereignty and fighting the Russian aggression. The Americans under Trump will cease to do that. Indeed, will go into the course of appeasement, and Britain will, in a very real sense, stand alone, and America and Britain will truly become ever further an ocean apart. So this is where we begin with the separation of the British and the Americans, where they're no longer united by a common language. It all begins here. This is something I can tell you for certain. As for what happens in America economically, I can tell you that right off the bat, is that America is going to disintegrate under new economic policies that will essentially, let me take a look at the number of current viewers. Okay, we're holding pretty good, going along well enough. Whoever wants me to continue, because we've done a solid 8 hours, I can start into a monologue for tonight, or do you think I should continue this on Wednesday? I just wish I had some of the people around with me to vote. I'll need some feedback from the listeners. So tell me, do you want me to continue this on Wednesday, go into a great deep monologue on Wednesday concerning international affairs, everything where I'm starting off right now? Or do you want me to go into it now and talk for a number of hours about it? It's really up to you. That way I could, in a sense, save my ginseng, so to speak, but I figure I might as well continue. All right, then. So now that I've expressed that about international affairs to a degree, this side of the Atlantic, think of the logical things that will happen with a Trump domestic policy based on lunatic ideas. First off, if they start with massive deportation, the entire idea is insane because we're dependent on illegal immigrants, these illegal migrants, to do all of our fruit picking, our food picking. They work the fields, and the men in brown are those that can stand the hours in the sun. You're not going to tell me that some white man is going to come onto the field and push these guys away and say, "Make way, Mex man, I'm picking this lettuce. I'm gonna do these scut jobs. They're doing all the jobs no white man wants to do. So once they're all deported en masse, then no one's gonna pick the fruit. It'll rot in the fields, and the expenses of food will go up astronomically. When it comes to freezing illegal immigration, is one thing that's already catastrophic in the manner that I've articulated. Imagine the shutting down of immigration that's legal, which is what Trump wants to do. Remember that when it comes to STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, all of these are dominated by Asian immigrants. Very few European immigrants, almost exclusively Asian immigrants, because Europeans tend to stay at home, who are engineers, mathematicians, scientists, and technologists. Whereas when it comes to Asia, many people want to live out the American dream. They come to America, and we used to have an enormous amount of Chinese who were part of that community. Since the conflict started with China, the Cold War, the conflict in which many Chinese were essentially asked to leave, considered to be security risks, then all of that has essentially died down to the point where we have only Asian Indians that are now dominating the technology software industry. And without them, of course, your economy collapses. You no longer have people who are capable of doing this. And if you're going to argue, Americans can do this just as well as Asians, don't be racist, they've proven that that's not the case, unfortunately. The Americans are not going into engineering. They simply aren't. They're going into things like arts and entertainment, or they're not going into anything at all. You just do not have, quote unquote, Americans. What is an American? That brings us back to the 14th Amendment. So when it comes to the 14th Amendment, the horror of the situation that we're in is that Trump wants to do away with the 14th Amendment. As I said, if he does away with that, then who is a United States citizen? If he says that, and all the Republicans say, and basically they constitutionally alter our way of life through the Supreme Court by basically removing the 14th Amendment from the Constitution, then remember what that stated. Anyone born on the soil of the United States is an American citizen. And this is automatically what made blacks U.S. citizens. This is where Brooke came in and interrupted me last time. Now, forgive me for a second while I continue working with this ginseng here to prepare myself for going on through the rest of the night and continuing with the monologue. But again, I'm going to have to hear from listeners as to if anyone wants to hear this. Should I go on with this? Are you all going to be listening? How are we going to hold the numbers? Let's find out before I go on. So I do want a response in the chat and want to hear some votes, okay? Because when I put my all into this, I enter a kind of trance. So you'll hear me slurping this ginseng every once in a while. And that's excellent. Wish I had done this in a more controlled environment, but such is the way of things. And you'll hear me do this every once in a while, where I move closer, put the teapot near me, then move aside from the teapot, away from the teapot. And right now, all I'm doing is trying to pick up enough of the, just a few drops of the spilled ginseng here. And I value this like gold, so I don't want to drop any of this if at all possible. But it teaches me a lesson about opening these packets. They are very chock full of juice. Don't want to waste any of it. All right, so such being said, when it comes to immigration, if we stop accepting the Chinese as we have, so many of them have been considered a security threat, that's left your STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics dominated by Asian Indians and Pakistanis in particular. Asian Indians and Pakistanis. And if Trump stops immigration, then you no longer have that. Your technology will go for a nosedive. All this while he's trying to reinvigorate the microchip industry. It's a self-defeating task. He is your armored divisions of your war on technological backwardness are your Asian immigrants. You're going to do away with them. You're going to do away with everything in terms of your technology, period. It's going to collapse. Your economy will collapse in terms of the food picking because of the illegal immigrants being barred, which would also be any number of other scut jobs from custodial to any other low-class work you can imagine, such as refilling vending machines. And when it comes to high technology jobs, the high education is all Pakistanis, Asian Indians, and if they're all gone, your technology dies. So then you're going to impose women out of the workplace by nationally banning abortion. So the Republicans are going to put a national ban on abortion, which means women are going to have to be celibate to go through a career, get their tubes tied. Out of their way, they're going to have to go way out of their way to try and avoid having children. So your population is going to crash, despite the fact that everyone wants the population to grow who's a Republican who institutes these anti-abortion laws. You will accomplish the opposite of what you're trying to achieve. And with the population crashing, again, the economy crashes. Now, how long does it take a population to crash? Well, just think of 4 years. 4 years in which women who have babies are then relegated to poverty because they can't get an abortion. They're forced to carry a baby to term. The husband abandons them. So all we're going to have is all these single mothers who need help. But you've cut off all of the welfare, which is what the Republicans intend to do. So if you cut off the welfare while women are forced to have children, well, they can't go to work while having children as single mothers. It's simply impossible. It can't be done. So the end result is that's another economy collapser factor. Then with all of that happening, all the women having babies, all of them unable to go to work, all of the techno immigrants not being allowed in legally anymore, and then the 14th Amendment factor kicks in, where basically, as I said, it was made legal, amended to our Constitution so blacks could vote, so the Republicans could stay in power, and it took the Klan to dethrone the practical effects of the 14th Amendment by terrorizing the blacks into submission so they would not vote. But if the 14th Amendment is removed, does that retroactively automatically affect blacks? Meaning that since it was put into effect after the Civil War, because the Civil War was won by the Republican Union, the defenders of the constitutional republic as they defined it, does that mean that all blacks who were made citizen at that time, simply because they had been born on U.S. soil, does that retroactively decitizen them? Does that retroactively take away their citizenship? Because they did that with the Japanese, plus many Germans and Italians during World War II, as well as other minorities they considered aligned with the Axis. So since they basically took out those citizens, and it was declared to be constitutional by the Supreme Court to do so, if the 14th Amendment is removed, then the 14th Amendment, well, is no longer in effect, and it was declared essentially suspended for all intents and purposes during World War II. Well, the Supreme Court then renders it probably retroactive, meaning that blacks, if they're no longer citizens, well, in World War II, what happened to those whose citizenship was revoked? The Japanese, the Germans, Italians, and other Axis nationalities, they were all considered enemy aliens. In this case, if the American Civil War is what brought the 14th Amendment about, that means that if the 14th Amendment is removed, then blacks are essentially reinstituted into slavery. They're no longer citizens. They're 14th Amendment citizens, so that means the 14th Amendment being revoked means blacks are no longer citizens. They're essentially slaves. It means slavery is back in effect. Technically, at least. Certainly, what it will mean otherwise is that they're illegal aliens or invaders on American soil. Now, the Republicans can claim they're not going to pursue that and simply tolerate black presence. But anytime they point out that they were brought here as opposed to being born here generations ago, well, you understand the logic and where it's going to go. So if they leave the blacks alone, you're still dealing with disenfranchised women no longer in control of their bodies. And to put that into some perspective for you men out there, what was the big fear Republicans were pushing about Affordable Care Act, the ACA, which the Republicans plan to devastate? And let me try and stir this ginseng into the tea more thoroughly. And while I'm doing that, stirring it counterclockwise, the way my father taught me in the Northern Hemisphere. Stir it clockwise in the Southern Hemisphere, I believe. What it brings us back to is the destruction of the American middle class. You're going to have all of these kids, they're not forgiving their student loans. You're going to have basically all of these kids trying to get a job in an economy where there's no legal immigrants coming in to support the technology they need to work with. There's no illegal immigrants who are taking the scut jobs, meaning all that's going to be left for these kids is the scut jobs, picking fruit, replacing vending machine commodities, custodial work, not to mention, everything else. They won't be able to continue to afford going to school, so they're just going to have to work. And perhaps the Republicans feel they'll fill in the gaps of all the illegal immigrants. Well, that destroys the middle class. And as for all the women becoming, barefoot and pregnant, just retreating into, and this is what a man needs to understand. All the Republican fear porn about the Affordable Care Act, the ACA, which became known as Obamacare, even though it should be known as Clinton Care, because it was actually promoted by Hillary Clinton and really put into effect and passed under the Clinton administration. Obama simply inherited it. The big fear was, it'll be like car insurance. You remember, that was the propaganda against it. That meant that, you understand, of course, as the majority of you are automobile owners and the majority of you drive, you are legally required to have automobile insurance. If you're uninsured, well, you're a lawbreaker. You're breaking the law. And therefore, you're required by law, if you own a car, to expend an enormous, astronomical sum on automotive insurance. This is something that forces a lot of people to take the risk and not have it. Well, that was the propaganda against the Affordable Care Act. The propaganda was the Affordable Care Act means that you must, by law, have insurance, medical insurance. And that if you do not have medical insurance, you'd be breaking the law. Now, what is it that the Republicans were threatening with this? They were saying the fear porn that they propagandized was that since the car requires that you insure it, technically the car is never really yours. Technically, the car really belongs to the insurance company. This is technically true. Technically, you do not really own your car. You're driving about a automobile that the insurance company actually technically owns. You're like in another person's body. With Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, the propagandists of the Republicans were claiming that it would be required by law that you would have to have medical insurance, and therefore your body really wasn't your own. That by law, it really belongs to the government, which is enforcing you to medically insure your own body. That you no longer have a choice, quote unquote. By the way, so fucking what? You need to survive and you need medical care to survive at some point. So you're going to want to be insured, and the Affordable Care Act ensures that, and it has not become legally required that you must have medical insurance. Most people have gotten it as they got older through a kind of Medicare program combined with whatever kind of program they have going in their state. But as for young people, it could potentially be a lifesaver. At any rate, if they do away with it and you have no medical insurance, And their claim was that if you did have it, that would mean your body doesn't technically belong to you. It belongs to the insurance companies. There are technical realities to this that a person could argue are true, but nevertheless, think about they're taking it away and how much worse it will be. If affordable care is taken away, your medical insurance now will be something that you privately pursue, and then if you don't have the capacity to pay for it, why, you don't get medical care. And that means your life is destroyed and you're financially wiped out if something happens, like you break an arm or a leg or just some kind of accident. It's a nightmare scenario. And the tariffs. The Republican Party was once the party of free trade. Now they're in love with tariffs. And tariffs are what helped to start the Second World War, because they create a system of autarkies, or semi-independent trade blocs, that are separated from each other's supply chains as much as possible in order to render the main core or hegemon of that trade bloc as independent as possible from competitors and rivals. It is not necessarily the most effective of economies. Globalization has its faults, and of course, I always felt we would be heading towards trade blocs anyway, but Trump will make it a reality with extraordinarily impositive, meaning tariffs that impose much imposition, to use a kind of redundant phrase there. He's going to impose impositions. It's actually not grammatically incorrect, but it's rather awkward to say that. He's going to impose impositions on other people's trade with what he claims can go up to 600% tariffs, or even beyond. That is ridiculous. He may never come up to that level, but he's certainly going to start with 10, 20% tariffs. What he's going to be doing is bad enough. If he imposes these tariffs on China, as he most certainly will, starting within at least the 10 to 20% range, you're going to be imposed upon with higher and higher prices, because China, everything is made in China. Yes, we've been trying to change that. Everybody's been trying to change that. COVID forced everyone to recognize that China should not be the world's factory floor. Everybody was too hyper-dependent on a single source. This was bad. The alternative is to relocate your supply chains, and that's why now things are also being made in Malaysia, Indonesia, Mexico, Vietnam. Those are the big ones. Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Mexico, a few other places, but very few others. And as the supply chain relocation continues, there hasn't been enough time to really adapt the economy to supply chain alternatives. So it's like a second COVID, except, well, worse. So it's like he's going to generate a new economic COVID. I guess we could call it e-COVID or econo-COVID. And this will force everything you're buying that's made in China, which is still goddamn near everything. American military uniforms, government-issued shoes to our soldiers, the American flags that you wave, toys that you buy, everything, generally speaking, is made in China. So if it goes with 10, 20% tariffs, and further up as the trade war heats up because of technology, because of the communist Chinese rivalry with America in terms of microchip and high technology production, well, what's going to happen is everything you buy will increase in cost astronomically. So with tariffs on China, your costs go up on material goods. With the end of illegal immigration, your cost on food goes up astronomically. With the end of illegal immigration, your cost of technology goes up astronomically. Not to mention, it goes back to the Dark Ages. you'll become more dependent on Taiwan than ever. How are you going to mobilize to produce a domestic industry in microchips when you've taken away all the people who could make it happen? An incoming flux of Asian Indians and Pakistanis, all the South Asians who make your technology work. It's the end of your fucking world, people. Everything is going to become astronomically expensive while your techno structure collapses. It is madness. You are in for apocalypse. That will also be the end of the middle class, with all women becoming barefoot and pregnant because they've outlawed abortion nationally. This is your nightmare reality. It's not a scenario. This is your Republican agenda that they will be able to enforce because they now control the House, the judiciary, the Senate, and the entire government. So your government will resort to democide. That's what this is. Democide is the government killing its own people. They don't even need to pull out the big guns. They don't need to roll tanks down the street. They don't need the army to do anything. They're doing it all by ending the Affordable Care Act, ending legal abortion on a national level, ending legal and illegal immigration, tariffs against the communist Chinese empire, which are not undeserved in the sense that something has to be done to draw lines with the communist Chinese empire. But there are better ways to do it, more effective ways to do that, such as military buildup. Where are you going to get the money for the military buildup now? With your entire economy and high technology being sabotaged by the Republican agenda. The end result is a nightmare scenario where the middle class is eliminated. Do you know what it brings us back to? The vision of the 1990s cyberpunk. And one of the first things you'll notice is how stuck we are in cyberpunk. Science fiction cannot get beyond it. And there's a reason for it. We are making it a reality. And I'll tell you the stupidest thing about our broken science fiction and cyberpunk. In the 90s, what was so glaringly obvious about the insanity of cyberpunk and why cyberpunk just didn't make any fucking sense was the fact that all you saw in all of the 90s films of the near future was this kind of pseudo-apocalyptic, it's supposedly post-apocalyptic landscape in which massive megacorporations, the supercorporations, ran the world, and they had these incredible economies that were simply impossible, where they're in skyscrapers, they're in a fortress headquarters, and everybody else was on the streets living savagely in some Mad Max existence, making all of their vehicles run with ad hocery and basically killing each other to the point of cannibalism often being portrayed. So if you got this situation in the science fiction films, what was it about that scenario that did not work? We'll turn towards our student, Brooke Gibson. Brooke Gibson, tell us.
I would like to give you a phone number to dial because I've got somebody calling me nonstop that is obviously checked themselves out of recovery and is adamant that he doesn't know why he did what he did, but he, I know myself a little bit more, thankfully now, and please, let me in your life again. Like nonstop, have hung up a million times. I'm just calling you to try to get off the phone.
Cool. That's all right by me. And so that means.
I just mean like that's what was happening when I didn't know what the number was coming up, and then it was him, and it's like.
Oh, so it wasn't Brendan. Brendan wasn't calling.
No, it wasn't Brendan. It was him, and it ended up being him. I thought it was. Okay. He's calling right now again. I don't know where he is. He checked himself out of recovery because they put him on medication that I already told him that medication he needed to be on, and he's like, oh, but on top of it, he's like, so he's good apparently because he had a hard day today when he thought of me and had to deal with his
Oh,
what
that poor son of a bitch.
You to stay in recovery in this group therapy or whatever. I couldn't handle it. And like, yeah. So I'm supposed to at some point feel sorry that he's checked himself out is somewhere up the street on some road that then he goes, I can't handle being so close to you because you've seen the recovery's close. And I said, again, I don't know what you mean, because what do you mean close to me? Because if you're close to me, I don't know how close I was when I almost died. But again, both of them physically, I was close to you in the fact when you made me almost die. Also close to you in the fact when I was in the jail and they shut it down because I almost died. And also, what the fuck does it matter? Because I am not going to be any further away from you in the fact of what you did to me. If you go to the moon, you could go to the moon, and I'm telling you what you did to me. If you actually face it without your drugs and your numbing, it's what you did. I will never be any further away than that.
Thank you. I mean, well said. And if you're out there listening, Daniel Larry Martinez, understand it's over. I'm sorry, it's over. And in fact, sorry, not sorry. It should be over. And it's you didn't do right by my girl. You did not do right by her. You're just a bad apple for her. You're not good for her. So it's time that you understand that you sever and that you accept that severance and leave her alone. She's suffered enough, and
enough. Like, she didn't need any more craziness to begin with. Like, I'm crazy enough. Like, I didn't need him to add crazy to my life. Like, but yeah, I didn't need you to. I need you to add negativity and your craziness, and then to add this one on top of it. Like I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe I'm right. Like, maybe I do just attract in. Maybe my only gift is just to, I don't know, come into people's lives to be like, let me push it to the point of breaking myself. And then through the worst of like breaking, and maybe he heals. Because, it's funny, Maggie calls me and she's like, I'm sober and I'm good. I've been sober for 4 years now. Like, she's great. She's like perfect. And she's so like wanting me back in her life. And I'm like, I'm going to do that. And I'm like, I'm broken with her. Like, she was good. And I'm like, oh, good. You did exactly what I told you to do from the night I met you. But until I was already broken. And then you did it. And it's the same thing with him. Like, maybe he'll get fixed and maybe that, and that's great. Like, that's what I want. I want him to heal. But like, he ain't even there yet. And I'm like, I am done breaking myself. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm so tired of breaking myself for somebody else to fucking heal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I end up in their own shit. Like, I end up in their shit. Like, if you look at it, actually, like, I wasn't drinking when I didn't even drink. Like, I could literally leave a drink standing. And what happened then to Maggie? She's fucking alcoholic, drinking a liter of vodka a day. What happened? When she got off, that is what I had taken over, was drinking. I had to get out of that. And so then even during that, and that's when Eric using mushrooms. And then what happens? I meet him and had never even thought I'd ever done meth, do meth. And then I had to now get through that, right? Saying, okay, well, I'm going to get back on my Adderall, but like, I will eat it and not smoke it and all this bullshit that I'm doing just to keep myself stable. And why is that in my life? Because of you. Why did I almost die? Because of you. And at what point does it say, do I say, like, why is that like some scorpionic bullshit that I'm like, oh, wow, like Phoenix Rising, like, let me almost die for you to rise again. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's almost like I've seen this over and over in my life. Like, it is a repeated pattern. Like, I almost die, and then I am fine. I do come out okay eventually. But the point is, these people, I end up healing, and I'm actually always happy. Like there's never, I have no negative bone in my body toward Maggie or anything as far as like, I'm so glad, and like, she's good, and that's good. And like, there's not, what my point is, at this point, I'm starting to realize, I think you're just killing yourself over and over.
Yeah.
To help other people heal.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And it's like the giving tree. That was a child story about a tree that gave everything it had to the point where they chopped it down, turned it into a Christmas tree, and it was supposed to be a mother-like figure, turned the tree a her. It was sexualized as a her, And then after she had given all to everyone, then they threw her out. But she had given and given, and she gave and gave until she died. It's definitely, this is the nightmare of that they indoctrinate women into is, well, give until you die, because that's what women are supposed to do. It's disgusting. Yeah, you don't need to do that to yourself. You don't need to suffer that at all. It's you've done enough. You've given enough. You've given too much. By all means, I'm so glad you've come to that realization. And go on.
Just women, and then I don't think men. I think it's not just a woman thing. Although women probably are more because of the nature of, as you come in, if you're feminine, you come in and you're more on the emotional giving side, like the receiving, like it is the, you're not the doer, you're the receiver, you're the emotional part. But so that maybe overall, yes, I believe that. But in general, I'm not saying I'm putting a man versus woman thing even. Like it is just truly like, something. And I think like I have a lesson I have to learn. Like at what point do you stop? Because it's not that they throw me. I'm not even the one that they throw out. Mm-hmm. Like I can't even be like the victim that's like, oh, somebody threw me away and I'm so hurt. Like it's like I end up killing myself over and over, and then still see people, and then like I did like, oh, but like if he's good, if he's better, if she is, and if he is, and like he was, and like, oh, even like an ex, like it passed, but it was like, but he got this, and that's where you told him like he had to do this, and like it's so symbolic of like just everything I've ever done has always been, to the end of the day, I'm like sound like the worst person on here, but I continually give it, and I think what I'm saying is I think that what I'm scared of is it's my karma. Like I'm scared more. What I'm trying to actually say in this is it's not that I realize it and I'm like know how to fix it. I'm scared right now that is my life story and that's all I'm going to ever live.
Well, we all have those concerns. It's just definitely don't think like that. There's plenty of times I think like that too. Like we all are concerned that we have wasted our lives, and we're all concerned that we're going to continue wasting our lives. But since you're cognizant of it, that's not going to happen. You're not going to do this anymore. You've learned your lesson.
I would say, I don't know. Like I just like, and I guess that's the biggest lesson. Like I told him, I was like, when he called, I said, you don't, and that's finally just like, you don't know yourself. You don't know why you did what you did. And I asked him again, like the reason I harp on that one thing is because because you can get lost in a million things of what he's done, right? Or why I shouldn't be with him. So it's very easy for me, or not easy. I realized focus on, don't lose track. So when he's trying to get you back, I say, focus on, then give me the answer. Why did you do what you did? I almost died. I said, do you understand? Like I didn't almost die. Like I almost truly died. Like my parents almost buried their daughter. Like why did you do what you did? And he can't answer. And so the point is I go, know yourself. Like you don't know. You're sitting there saying you don't know. And then it's like, then he told me to tell him why. Well, you tell me, why did I do it? And he's called, why did I do it? I said, I already told you. You told me. But then I tell him why he did what he did, which is operating out of fear. He doesn't know himself. He doesn't stand for anything. There's no conviction. And so even though he, thought, or he thinks, oh, I'll protect you or whatever, the minute that you saw that you were fearful because you don't want to go back to prison, and you were so scared in fear, you threw me, somebody you supposedly care about and love, to the wolves, to the sharks immediately. It's with 1% or really 0% chance of saving yourself, hoping maybe, like what I said, like maybe the off chance, maybe it would help you because you were operating out of fear, because you didn't know what you stood for. Because at least I knew when I stood there with them, I would never do that. And that's what he said. And then he would get mad. He would say, I know, because I said, I wouldn't do that to any, I know, like, and I said, I wouldn't do that to Morrison to me. Like, it's like, he doesn't even want to hear me say it. He can't even operate on the fact that I know I got repetitive and people on here can say, but the point is he can't even handle hearing the fact of the truth, which is I wouldn't do that to more than me. And he can't understand why he did what he did. And if he doesn't know, then it's just like what you said, know yourself. Like, if you know yourself, maybe it is. Maybe I knew myself, and maybe I'm going to grow out of this, and that's what I fucking hope. But, like, God, I mean, like, I thought I knew myself, and you always think you know yourself, and then more happens. And then it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm grateful to know myself, but, like, it's what you said is also the exact reason I said, I can't talk to you, because the thing is, he said he wants me to see him. He wants me to see him. And I said, I won't see you because I am too weak to see you. I am not strong enough to see you, because at the end of the day, and as he said, you can see him. I said, what would it change if I saw you? About you. It changes nothing about you. What you're hoping is that if I see you, I will be weak enough to whatever, you physically see me in the eyes or whatever it is, or something, I allow you, just get you a little closer, where you can get a little bit closer to me, till then you're in a little more, until you're in. And I said, I can't forgive you. And I said, you don't have to forgive me. I don't forgive you. If I let you back right now in my life, I don't forgive you. And so even if I fell for your bullshit, I don't forgive you. And that's what I'm saying. It would be so much worse, because I would let him in for a second of idiocy, like whatever it would be, like, oh, he got here and then he got into the house, and then, oh, well, like, pretty sweet. For a moment, I wanted to believe it, or it felt good, or it felt easier than when I'm going through the pain. And then I hate him because I don't forgive him. Because the ultimate thing, I have to forgive him, or I will. I don't have to. I will. But if I can't forgive him right now, then certainly it will be so much worse to have him in my life, because I will hate him 10 times worse being there while I'm not forgiving him. There's not the only answer to forgive him would be him. The only answer to forgive him ever is ultimately for me, because there's not an answer, there's not a reason, but would be, I forgive him. I will forgive him based on for myself. But the only answer for him, as I said, if I decide to forgive you, that doesn't mean you'll ever be in my life. The forgiveness and him being in my life, or like even a part, like a friend, like anything, would be forgiving him and then saying, I think he knows himself enough to say, I sold you out. I did the worst thing possible.
Yeah.
There is no excuse. And I know that. And I have worked on myself enough to, like, I don't even know how you could talk to me right now. Like, that would be, those things, like to act and to believe that, not just to say it. Like, for me, for him to actually have been in that work. And I said, you're not even capable of working on yourself to that depth right now. Like, you don't even know. Do you understand working on yourself, a dark night of the soul? Like, that is the worst journey you go on.
Yeah.
Like, knowing yourself and having to go through the darkest parts of yourself, and then say, this is who I am. These are the dark parts of me. And then to love yourself through it, embrace yourself, but that doesn't mean excuse yourself. Like, to know I still love myself, and I accept, and I did this, and I can stop hating myself so I can actually heal it and stop doing it. That is a dark night of the soul. And he has no he has no comprehension of what that is.
Of course not.
He still thinks it's me that will, if I just was to pick him up, if he was just here, that would fix everything. And it's just somebody else will fix it. It's just if he had this. And that's the truest thing anybody can do, is the only thing that will fix you is going deep internally. And he's not capable of even getting that. Like, I don't even know. Like, and I'm like, why did I end up with somebody so stupid? Like, he's so stupid.
Yes, that poor bastard. Yeah, I mean, look, this venting and catharting is healthy. It's healthy and it's necessary, and I appreciate you're doing it.
Yeah. I went and did it. Like, I wouldn't have called back. Like, it's just, I didn't know what to do. Like, I was scared. Like, he's still calling throughout this whole call.
Well, hey, look, you need company right now. We're here to support you. And let's put it this way. For those of you who don't get it out there, who wonder what Our Lady Brooke Gibson is doing on this program, why I basically almost encourage her to go on long tears, as my dad would call it. Somebody talking for a period of time on a subject, he'd call it they're on a tear, T-E-A-R, like they're tearing along. And the reason why is the enemy hates Brooke Gibson. Brooke Gibson absolutely drives the enemy nuts. They are, so anything that drives them nuts, that's a good thing. Brooke Gibson is a good person. She's otherwise the enemy wouldn't hate her.
He's nuts because he just like pretended to be asleep and he just zoned out on the call.
Who, me?
No, Aristides. He pretends to be asleep on every call at this time.
He dropped off the call.
He just dropped off.
Yeah.
When you said the enemy hates her, he literally dropped off.
Oh, what happens is he keeps his cell phone on the charger, and then he's on all night with it, and then he'll roll over in his sleep, seriously, and then bump off and turn the cell phone off. So at some point he wakes up, realizes he's turned the cell phone off, and he jumps back on, unless he like really, fuck, what happened just now? So something happened with the call right now. Can you hear me? Holy shit. The call just ended or something, or I got knocked off the call. What? Well, they may have ended the call there, well, that's a bummer, isn't it? Let's check make certain that we're still streaming, and then we'll restart the call as best as I can. So we're live streaming here. Got a good number of people. Let's see if we can restart the call. Jump back on bandwidth. Damn, that call ended. Holy fucking shit. How did that happen? They didn't knock me offline, so, well, let's call Brooke back and tell her to reestablish the call. Or call Aristides, and hate to wake him up when he falls asleep like that. So let's see what Brooke says. She's giving me an image now on the phone. Let's swipe this up, see if we can unlock that. And, okay, so here we are. Brooke Elizabeth Gibson. She's sending me an image of Shark 8 Sky. What the fuck? Oh, is that what she got? Your app's taking a dive deep into the oceans. Maybe it'll surface later, but for now it's chum. Better luck next swim. Skype blocked 2 times today. Blocked by session morning. Holy shit. Well, they've really fucked her up on Skype. So let me see if she can call me back. Let me answer that. They really did something to her. Can you try calling on Skype? Calling on Skype. Hate to leave her alone with a maniac out there, tempting her to come out into the darkness. Can you try calling on Skype? No. Okay. Spell this out right. Skype. Okay, there we are. Again. Anyway. Anyway. Okay. Brooke. There we are. There we are. Okay. And then give a question mark. Here we are. Okay, so hopefully she gets that. And, damn, that is, whoa, they're hitting us. So, all such being said, obviously, maybe they want me to go into monologue. I feel better, of course, having a little, yeah, so let's see, Brooke Gibson started a call. Okay, cool, let's jump on that call, join call. Okay, join call. Okay, here we are. Answer Brooke Gibson. There we are. Oh my fucking god, I saw that screenshot. Oh man, send that to me in Skype so I can download that shit and then share that with people. Holy fucking shit. Yeah.
It's a shark.
Yeah, they really fucking fucked you. Tell the people it's a fucking shark. It's like I described it. Yeah, they showed her a picture of a shark, a graphic image of a shark. And said, yeah, we fucked you over twice and now you're chum. Yeah, you're fish chum and shit. I mean, yeah.
I don't even think they did. Here's what I think. I downloaded an app to kick off my screen time because it was like, it was like, how much screen time do you spend? I think it was the app because then it also went like this. So I want to be in the very, like, I'd love to be like, it was the enemy. And that, but it is the enemy because this app, I just want to let you know, it's called what was it called? It's called Opal, I believe. Or was it? Yeah, it's OPAL. And it says, you know, you're going to spend like, how much average do you spend on the screen? What do you think? And then you put in like little hours and time. And then it says, you're probably going to waste 19 years of your life. You continue at this rate online. So it says like, will you allow us to, you know, we'll help you get a little back. So it's supposed to limit your screen time. And I'm assuming the more
That's crazy. That's fucking crazy.
So bad about it. It not only cuts you off, it cut me off, and I'm assuming that's what it did because I think it's it. We'll have to back verify, but I'm pretty sure it's it because the reason I took that screenshot and sent it to you, but then immediately I went in to try to do something else, and then it told me, like, I went to Google, and it gave me another weird message. It went like a shark, but it was something else like, oh, you want Google? Ha ha. Like this app is so good. It is an app, like when you say, I want to get on, and you just go on your phone when it's working, and I like want to go to YouTube, pictures, photo, whatever, it will literally just be like, haha, when you're not going there sometime. And then you try to go there, and then you're like, no. And so you have to then go find that one app in your settings. So you go to that app, then you click on it. And then when you click on it, you have to go into it, find another place where it's like, okay, it's time, which I never set a timer up. It did an automatic thing. I guess you don't set it up. It did an automatic, like, well, this is what we think normal people should do. So, like, this should be your time frame. And so then you have to click on that time frame, and then they'll say, take a breath. And it counts down. You can either hit cancel, or it says you can take a breath. That's the only two options. And then you have, like, it's supposed, what it says is breathe in. And it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It counts down, and then breathe out. And then if you wait through those 10 seconds, which seems forever, then you get to the part where it says, would you like to take a break, or would you like to end early? Meaning end your session of not. So if you hit end early, which means ending it, because I used to do take a break, which then says, would you like 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 6 minutes, before we lock you back out of your shit. But because I would hit it just to take a break, right? Because that was the easiest thing to do. You'll find out why. Because you hit a break, and after you hit the timer, which sounds like still two things you have to click, at least it just allows you to do that, right? If you hit end early, it's like, are you sure? Are you sure? It, like, you have to jump through fucking hoops to get your own phone to work on this app, which I have to say in its defense, if you're actually trying to limit your screen time, it's pretty good for that. Because it's like, I don't know, how hard do you really want to work? How hard do you want to learn about Douglas? How hard do you really want to go on YouTube? How hard do you want to use that, take a photo? Because we're pretty sure you don't need to. We're pretty sure you're, like, you know, but if you want to take a break, we'll give you a 15-minute break max. Because it's max 15-minute break. Like, that's the max you can do as a break is 15 minutes. Oh, and it'll allow you to do that very, like, pretty simply, like, you hit break. But if you want to end early, I've hit end early a couple of times. I need to delete that. But I've hit end early before, and I thought it was ended. And still, somehow, I can't get back on my phone later. People can't call me. Like, messages, texts don't come through. Everything's silent. It's just like, it's saying, you know, we're trying to give you your life back. Like, you should be in nature. And, you know, and we like that. And it's like, I guess that's great. It works really hard to do that. But it's almost like having, like, it is like somebody there going like, no, we know you, Brooke. You're bad. And you're not. Like, I'm fighting with an app. Like, literally, it is an app. That's AI, that's is arguing with me to get my own phone back. I'm like, no, I downloaded you, motherfucking ass. Stop it. And I'm trying to get my phone back. And it's like, no, you don't. You didn't really want your phone back. Like, come on, bro. Like, you're so, you know.
I mean, with all the other challenges and problems you have in life, this is the last thing you fucking need.
Well, I thought it was healthy. I thought it would be a healthy thing because it would take, like, oh, you know, and it told me, like, how much time are you going to spend on your, you know, and, you know, like, I was like, oh.
It's just another form of harassment.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even know the enemy can't even get this good. Like, I'm saying, like, this is better than, like, it is. It's so, like, I hate it. I cuss it. And here's the problem, because I have ADHD, I need to delete it. But I'm pretty sure it's smart enough to know that she's so frustrated, just like I am right now, by the time she gets out of us, like, to get to whatever she's wanting to get to, like, call Douglas or get it back on YouTube, she just, like, immediately, oh, God, yes. and then she doesn't delete us, and we take back over in 5 minutes. You know, like that's what it does. Like I have yet to. I could just delete the app. That's what I probably should stay on the phone with you, and you should be like, bro, delete the app.
Yeah, delete the fucking app.
But yeah, like I don't. Like every time, like I'm gonna delete that fucking app. Fuck it. Let me call this person first. Or let me, yes, whatever it is. And then the app is taken over again. So I'm pretty sure I'm not giving that to the enemy. I'm pretty sure like they're not smart enough to do that or cute enough to do a shark. I think that was the thing, saying shark took, because I thought it was that, because it was like shark took over. Sorry, shark took over. And then when that's when I tried to go to Google, it was like, sorry, you don't even deserve Google. You're a piece of shit. Just like everything I clicked on, I was like, no, not doing it. You're not allowed. Like apparently, it's wake up time, and I should be working or doing meditation or whatever, but not on the phone. Is what it's saying. And so yeah, I'm just letting you know. If anyone wants to attempt to download that app, I would try it. I would say, someone prove me right. I'm like, it's Opal. It's good. It is very good if you want to be annoyed and
driven insane. Oh my fucking God.
No, I don't know about Brooke. She, like, I wish I could be a little bit more like her, like crazy. Like, just download Opal, because, like, I can't tell you that it will be as crazy as me, but you will at least, it will drive you crazy. Like, the ad, like, it's so argumentative with you. Like, it's the first app I've ever had that just argues with you. Like, take a breath. You know, like, you can't even get to the bypass screen until you go to because all it gives you the option is take a breath, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, breathe deep, or cancel. Your only other option is to cancel. And by cancel, what that means is don't take a breath and don't even try to get any of your shit. Like, that's the only, like, there's not a cancel the breath. You either have to breathe with the damn thing, or you don't even get the option to then take a break. Like, you got to go, okay, let's breathe, because I know Daniel Douglas is calling, and I know I just hung up on him, and I'm pretty sure what's going on. Okay, I'm breathing with you. I'm breathing.
That reminds me of Peter Moon. It's almost like an extension of the Curse of Peter Moon, remember? Breathe, Brooke.
Breathe.
Yeah.
Breathe.
Yeah. It would tell people about that, about his breathing drip and shit. Yes.
Peter Moon, like, I don't think anything's wrong with what he said with breathing. I think we do take for granted breathing. I think we all do. Air is the thing, right? So like oxygen, like we have to have it. And so he had something.
Yeah, he's full of hot air. But go on.
Well, yeah. But what I'm pointing, that's the point, is because his breathing while he had that down, and got some of it as far as I do think that's good. We should focus on breath. Breath work is good. He didn't ever get the fact that you can do all the breath work in the world and water work, and I don't know, you can be like, I don't know, remember you talk about wood floors and he'd stand upside down, and I don't know what the fuck he was doing, like with his wood stuff. I had my wood guy that wood floor, and he did this tiki thing, and I upside down, what the fuck board yet? Like, he was just all break. You can know it all. My point is, and at the end of the day, you can really have the access to intelligence and have money, and maybe whether you killed your parents or not, like you had a bit. Maybe it was just like,
yes, go on.
I'm not saying he did. Like, I'm just saying, like,
no, I say he did. Yeah.
He didn't. Regardless, it didn't matter, because my point is, it isn't. You got a gift of money. You had a gift of, like, life had every opportunity for you. And the one thing he didn't do is know thyself.
Yes.
Like, he knew everything to tell everyone else. Yeah. But he never went to, that's the one thing I told Brendan. I said, the one thing about Peter Moon, or maybe it was Aristides, I said, the one thing about him, I was Aristides, because I was trying to ask Aristides questions, and he said he came on because of Peter Moon, like he would originally. And I said, well, what do you think about him? Like, did he ever, like, my thing is, he never went, like he could tell you how to fix yourself. Like, it's easy for anyone to do, immediately, like, but he never went to, this is my problems. This is my issues. Or I had these issues, like, truly, like, talking about, not like a problem like he had in life and I overcome. Like, he'd love to tell a story like that, but he's like, because I stepped in. This is how you don't step in deep, because I know. Like, never did he just go, you know what I could be? Like, I can sometimes be a piece of shit, like, in whatever way.
I never heard that. I never heard humility. I guess humility is
never.
That I never heard in his voice.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
no. Yeah. He had no sense of humility whatsoever, and no sense of ever admitting his wrongs. He's just human garbage. Human garbage. And
like you told me forever, but Brooke, you know, just don't say too much because he's the greatest. Because I gotta try and get this book out.
I didn't say he's the greatest. I said he's the worst. You know that, Brooke. Be honest.
Okay, he did. He didn't say. So he just like, okay, but he's the worst. But he's like the only one, Brooke. I just gotta get this book out. Like I just gotta get this book out. And I was like, I remember telling you at one point. I was like, of course, that was before like I had taken the Daniel tour of like. I probably can't help you now, right at this moment. Like I was like, dude, what are you talking about? I can get your fucking book out. Like what is he doing for your book? Like literally, it's like he's Sky Books. What the fuck is that? Like, you know, like and that point was.
Well, you know now, it's Sky Books is named after his daughter, just to try and.
Monkey goes monkey see, we should monkey see, monkey do. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't. There's a picture of the two of them in a monkey suit.
Oh, that's right, the love monkeys. Oh my God, that hideous picture of the love monkeys.
Yes, it's him and his daughter.
Yeah, she imposed the face of herself, Sky Barbaric, and her father, Vinny Barbaric, and they're hugging these stuffed monkeys, hugging each other, and they're of the same age. These stuffed monkeys are the same size, so presumably. I'm sorry, go on. No.
Yeah, it was just weird. It was weird. Like, if anybody sees it, it's weird.
Oh yeah.
There's not
Yeah, just beyond weird. Repulsive, weird.
Because he's an old man in the picture, and it's like her face is like a child face.
Yes.
And it's like,
yes.
The picture is, in a way, it's not like two monkeys, like a father and daughter monkey. It's almost like a.
No, they're lover monkeys. They're lover monkeys.
Looks like it's like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just remember being weirded out by it. Like even when me, I'm always like the skeptic, but I'm like, that's gross. Sure, like that was weird. Like we looked at it online and I was like, oh my God. Like that was, yeah. So that was well before anything I knew he had done to me, or even before I had a reason to not like him. Like there was not. It was just that's weird. So that's always stuck with me.
Yeah.
In a very truth. I'm always like, Douglas doesn't necessarily exaggerate. Sometimes he can. He's a great story. Like if he's going to tell a story, you'd rather him tell it than me, right? Because it's better. But on that one, like, there's just no way, like, you couldn't have said, like, sometimes I'm like, I don't know. I mean, really, are you the peacock angel? Also the Sunny Killer, also a vampire. Also, everybody's trying to kill you. Also, somehow you just threaten my life. Like everything's going on. Like not you threaten, but people are.
Yeah, no, I get it. Just by being me, yeah.
Is that even real? Like, how do I even? And people are like, "What podcast are you on?" And I'm like, "Well, let me tell you. That's easy to say. What's it? Who is it? What's it about? What's it is about? What is it? There's just not. You realize like that's even just that. I do not curse my life. Just the fact that I can't tell people. Yeah, I was up late last night. I was on a podcast. Well, really? What is it about? What are you talking about? Well, like I don't know. There's a lot of like world, like history, like politics, like World War and stuff. Okay, cool. Like who is it? Like what is it? Well, his name's Douglas Dietrich. Okay, I heard him. He's like, what is it about? Tell us about him. Like like how'd you get there? Well, like. Do you understand? Like these are people that literally just are like, if you go to church and you get baptized, you're going to heaven, and I don't know, and like a casserole solves all problems. Somebody's aunt died, take them a casserole. It's Christmas, take them a casserole, and then I'm gonna say, so let me tell you, because I thought the wildest thing before that I had to explain to them was I think animals do go to heaven. But now, no. Then it's like yeah.
Oh Lord!
I would love on this show that's been on this show or deserted to ever say how did they? I've asked people. I'm like, how do you? I don't know who I've asked. I didn't ask I didn't ask Aristides because you're not going to answer him anyway. They're like. Maybe Brendan and it was somebody else. I guess it may have even been Ian or something. But I even said, how do you tell people? Like, how do you say? Well, like, do you start out with peacock? Do you start out with
Do you start out Adolf Hitler? Like, how do we start the conversation on this one? And do you and maybe you, Douglas, should maybe you should learn to be me and just you be a Southern girl and be like, this is here, this is you tell me the lines I'm supposed to say that are supposed to be like, yeah, you should listen to this show, donate money to this guy, and here's why. Like, this is you. What podcast am I on? This is him. Like, how do I introduce you, Douglas? Like, what are the first words?
I leave it up to you, honey. There's no way I could express it better than yourself. You've done so well already. Honestly, you could just tell people, there are you. How much time do you have? That would be a good.
There you go. And then knowing me, they'd probably just be like, you know what? Why don't you just text me? Because I know she can talk for a while. Like, that's probably the best answer I could get. How much time do you have?
Yes, it's definitely it's a conundrum. It's a challenge. I get it. It's so in terms of shall we say other things that you'd like to share with us, I'm ready to dive back in, but I'm glad that you're with us, and
I'd like to text you in the chat. I would like to or call. I would like to just call Daniel's number, whatever number he keeps calling from, on the phone, and then you just, I don't know, just embarrass him or say whatever and be like, I don't know, dude, what are you doing? Where are you at? Are you on drugs? Like, why are you off? Why do you think she's gonna take your call? That would be hilariously funny.
Oh, yeah. Go on.
I'm not that's just mean, but like I feel like I don't know, like I feel like we couldn't go any lower in ratings probably. So ratings wise, it would probably be better just to hear some idiot on the phone like, oh, hey, will you please? Like, she'll take me back, right? Like right now, I think if you just, it's your fault, Douglas. It's you. You're probably here right now. You're a rich guy in a Porsche, or you're next door, as he says. Like, you're not. I heard you. You sound local because your voice is too clear. Like that, remember that? Like, he was like, he is not in California. I can tell by his voice.
Well, he was fantasizing that I was some very wealthy individual who lived in your area. Is your area even have wealthy individuals in Greensville?
Fuck you. Yes, we do. Okay, we know.
Oh, honey, I didn't mean it to come out wrong. Are you there? Hopefully you haven't hung up. Yeah.
Basically, insult you. Like, you didn't send me to the police, but you basically sent me to the not emotional, the intelligence police. Like, you intelligently insulted me almost as bad as he did. Like, just overall. Like, you're like, do you even have? Like, do you even know what wealthy is? Do you even know what money is? I mean, do y'all count there?
That's not how I meant it to sound. Oh my God! Honestly, honey, please have mercy. In the meantime, remember that I am multitasking, so everything I'm saying is not really coming out as I would like it to.
I don't. Yeah, it's like multi is more than. Is that more than one thing?
Yeah, I'm doing more than one thing at once. Yes, and
I'm full on, so I didn't know. I was just wanting to confirm multi because I don't hear more than one often. Because I'm southern. Is it southern? What am I?
Oh, and so our numbers, by the way, are good. So I'm going to show you that. Let me give you a little tour here of my studio. So give me a second here, and what I'm going to okay, I'm going to do a screen share. Give me a second here in live stream. Matter of fact, I'll have to go to studio to do that. So let me open the studio up, and there we are. Hopefully this works, and hopefully things connect. Go on, honey.
Make him stop calling. Like, I swear to God, you stop. Stop.
At any rate, here's what I'm going to show you. Can you see? I'm screen sharing. Can you see the cursor moving?
Your face. Yeah, I see the cursor.
I'm sorry. What?
I see your porn channel. Yeah, go ahead.
No. I mean, can you see the cursor moving, honey?
Yes, I see that.
Okay, good. All right. So here we are. This is my studio. This is the channel dashboard. We have basically I'm sorry?
Whatever you did, immediately it went away. Okay, there, it's back. Okay, never mind.
Okay. So, by the way, this is a picture of my son when she was transitioning from a girl to a boy. And this was the picture that a pervert named Pavel Edward, who was once working as my producer, was using to friend young boys all over Europe. Isn't that
the blonde one? The blonde right there.
Yeah, well, it's really white-haired and with red hair dye on the other side. But you can see the shall we say, the Kawasaki syndrome, which G contracted from myself. It's G really, because she's a boy now, but really kind of prefers the gender-neutral pronouns. But
I take it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Say what?
I just like a fucker.
That's cute. Well, I mean, actually, if you take a look at, say, on my live channel, and we scroll all the way back up to maybe the latest episode, it was actually the latest episode that I used this photograph. And so if we just click on that and show you the latest episode, that gives a better photograph of it. And and you can clearly see the so-called Kawasaki syndrome that was contracted from myself. Normally it's congenital, but because I have nano bots throughout my system, I actually spread it. So if I fucked you enough, theoretically, this could happen to you.
Okay. Like, this is the best you can give me, Edward Cullen. That's what you're saying. Like, the best thing I'm going to get out of the vampire. You can't bite me. You can't make me a vampire. Like, I might get red eyes. Like, you can't even make me, like, red eyes and anti-wrinkled, or, like, like,
well, her aging seems to have been retarded to a degree. That there is that. So
yeah, but there's in her, and you're like the Asian, and I don't mean you were in her Asian. Like, she already had Asian, and I'm like
a little. She's mostly Armenian. But this is a photograph that I used for tonight's program of myself, and you can clearly see the Kawasaki syndrome. That was to emphasize, of course, the connection between myself and...
That's you, and that's also not you without some, like, photoshopping, okay? That's like me.
It's not photoshopping, it's makeup, honey. And also a little bit of facial prosthetics. Just a mild amount of facial prosthetics.
Yes, your nose is not that tiny, first of all. I know it because...
Yes, but the eyes are quite real. And it's called Kawasaki syndrome, which people can look up.
Kawasaki syndrome, I do know it. It's also a bad thing to get if you're at a Daytona, like, back rally for Harley Week, because you don't want a Kawasaki.
But this, of course, would be concurrent viewers. These are good numbers, and they're orders of magnitude lower than what the numbers actually are. This is why I'm taking you to the studio to show you that. So here we are back at the channel, and take a look at the channel analytics, and you'll see our subscriptions. 3,405.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the number of subscribers that I have. And beyond that, if you take a look at the summary of the last 28 days, here's the view for the last 28 days. It says 5,600, but it says your typical range is between 5,400 to 7,000 views.
Yeah, we've never that show. It always doesn't say those numbers at all. And I don't know what we're doing at this point. Like, you're right. I should just have like, if there's even 400, what the fuck? These people. Maybe Daniel's right. Maybe you are rich and you're just faking this, and you are paying. Maybe what I told Aristides, he's gonna realize you are paying me daily, and he's just not getting paid because you're like, you're that rich, and everyone is just donating money to you because you're living here and we're driving a nice car together.
Well,
it's so funny to hear that. That's the way you have it. Like,
well, honey.
So why would YouTube undercut it? Is what I'm saying. Why did they?
Yes, they undercut it because this is and remember, basically they undercut it just to fuck you over. In case you're monetizing the channel, you would get much less money. That's basically why they do it. Does that make sense?
Time frame. So they're undercutting it originally in the very short term, because you get the numbers, they give them to you, but they're cutting it it seems to be the first day, 24 hours or 12 hours. They want to cut that shortly, and then it seems to I'll I've noticed I'll go on your channel, I'll be like, oh, many people are watching. I'm like, there were 30 people, and then the next thing I go on there a few hours later and it's 500 people watch. So I know it didn't jump from in that few hours from 30 people to 500 people, but it continually does that.
And so when you divide this 7,000 in approximately a month to 5,400 in approximately a month, and they're saying the views we're getting right now is 5,600. Obviously, we're getting on average something like 6,000 views an episode. So all of that is disastrously undercut by orders of magnitude in order to avoid paying me money in case I was monetized. So and again, as for the subscribers, 3,405. Yeah. So
you purposely didn't monetize for a reason, correct? Like, because if you monetize, there's another thing. Like,
yeah, there's no point in monetizing. Look at what they do. I mean, it's just a big fucking ripoff, and it makes things. Yeah.
It's not like you can just click I monetize. There's also something else you have to do. Like, I think you have to adhere. Like, isn't there, if you do click monetize, like there's something else, or like
you mean like community standards I would need to follow, something like that?
Or I just thought there was extra rules or something like with monetizing.
Well, I see no advantages to it unless you have a wildly large audience. That would be like, some of these people get that, then they monetize. And but it's like really they keep telling people to go to Patreon anyway, so it's like they're expecting YouTube to cut off. Nobody could make a living being a YouTuber anymore. In the past, before YouTube pulled its criminal act of really fucking everybody over with the whole monetization trip, people used to be able to make a living as YouTubers, and one of them was this Iranian chick. She was of Persian descent, and her family had escaped from Iran. And this poor Persian woman, I mean poor in the sense of, you know, what happened to her. She was actually from a wealthy family. Many of the Iranians who came over to the United States were quite rich. But she was autistic, extreme end spectrum autistic to the point of dysfunctional. And she was just this, I think it wasn't healthy for her to be a rabid vegan. She was like a very radicalized vegan. And this poor dear, made her living off YouTube. And then what happened when they demonetized YouTube, and basically she could no longer make a living. I mean, this was her living, literally was her living. And she was not alone. There were thousands and thousands of them. And so she went on a shooting spree. Now, she drove down to the YouTube campus right here in San Bruno, right here in the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region. And she, wherever she was from, she drove to California and drove here. And they knew people were going to respond by shooting them up. So they had the whole place on lockdown before she even showed up. And they told all of their employees, you eat outside at your own risk. So the only people she could kill were the people who were eating outside. She did kill some YouTube employees, those that risked eating lunch outside in the sun. And then she tried to get in but couldn't break in, and then killed herself. So this is how they knew they had fucked everyone over. They knew they had fucked everyone over so bad they knew they were going to get a mass shooting in response, and so they went on lockdown. I mean, this is this is YouTube, and so they're owned by Google, and there you go with that. So now you're kind of caught up on that kind of gossip, but there's no point in monetizing. After that, you realize, wow, they're just it's better off doing what I'm doing and just asking directly from my listeners.
The monetizing, I forget the other part of that, which, because I always paid, because YouTube, I had paid, not until recently, I haven't, but obviously, because, I don't do what I've done, like data meth had, he has no money, and don't have, there's been a point where I did stop, I paid $20 a month for YouTube, like when I met you. That's why on Sean Bond, it was no big deal, like things would pop up because that was my TV, so I paid it for no ads. But I forget about the ads until now. I do have ads. And what you're saying is I forget when I do come on and watch your channel, that's when I don't get ads on it.
Yeah.
Like everybody, like I'll watch it for like 3 minutes or 4 minutes, and then you have to click skip ad. You have to wait 20, it's kind of like that ad, that app I have just now. I was like, are you sure? Are you sure you want to keep watching Douglas? Because right now, this is a supplement.
So it's amazing I still get viewers. Considering that, right?
I think I don't have it on yours because you don't monetize.
Okay, good point. Good point.
That's the point. You don't monetize, because if it's not, it would have popped up, and it's never once popped up that I remember ever said, hey, stop watching Douglas for a minute and watch this video on how you should order this supplement, or like, I don't know, like, Leucine 75 egg thing I told you, or like whatever it is. Like, it's all the time with my other videos that, like, most of my other subscribers. But now that I think about it, like obviously I'm on the show some, but like I'll go back and watch, and I've especially this week like clicked on stuff. It doesn't ever stop me, I don't think, to say, hey, you've been watching Douglas for, you've been listening to Brooke drone on for 10 minutes. You really want to keep that up? You got to watch our video on Allstate for 30 seconds, And so that may make people people can click off because they just don't watch the video, but also it's like that you get the click of, they watched the Allstate video and they watched the whole because it will start the first time it puts a video on and it'll put on for 5 seconds or 10, right? But then if I'm still watching Douglas, and it's like, it's figured out she must really like Douglas. She's been watching him for 20 minutes. So then the next one comes up and it's like, you got to watch 45 seconds, bitch, or like a minute of this video. Like the next commercial is that long before you can click skip. And here's the thing. If you don't click skip, and that sounds stupid because like, you're like, wait, for 10 seconds you're waiting, you're skipping. But like if it's like a 45 second or minute, sometimes video, and then you're like, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And then you forget and you don't hit skip. Well, oh yeah. I don't know how much they're getting. And I don't know if they get any more. They probably don't even know. But you're now watching commercial after commercial after commercial because you're not hitting skip. So like I'll hear things playing in the background for 45 minutes. And they're just like, and so have you bought this yet? Because we've been selling it to you for a while. You're still here. Like, it's just some commercial bullshit. But yeah, it'll continue to play it. You have to hit skip on the actual YouTube. You have to hit skip. It will do it the first time, like 10 seconds, 15 is very short. But by the next time, it's like you got about almost a minute commercial, usually at least 45 seconds. And so then you hit, you can, after 45 seconds, you can hit skip again, or not even alone, that commercial will continue. It'll just start another commercial. Like it'll start a whole like, well, you didn't buy this. Well, how about this? Like, it's just, the commercials will continue until you hit skip, but it will not allow you to hit skip until, like that app, take a deep breath. We may allow you to have access back to your phone. It will depend. I mean, I don't know. Like, just breathe, okay? Or you can hit cancel. You can hit cancel now, Brooke. You don't even have to breathe. But if you might want us to think about giving you access to your phone, just continue to breathe. And in a minute.
Oh my God, Brooke, you're beautiful.
All AI, it's the bullshit's taking over the world. Like, if you actually think about it, like what I'm saying is the actual truth. And that is our life. And I'm telling you, I downloaded this app, but if you don't think very soon, our whole lives are going to be like that. Because what it's doing is, I may have downloaded that because I thought, this. Well, sooner it'll be like, well, download this app because you hear too much. Do you hear too much of people droning on and on, like Brooke Elizabeth Gibson? Well, download this app. And then you'll download it because you'll be like, she's annoying me. And then this app will be like, you can't hear her anymore. Also, you're not allowed to hear your children. And you're like pug or whatever breathing until it's controlling. It's like the whole computer system is like, I thought that would help me, but it's not. It's not helping me. I mean, it's helping me. Like, I don't hear Brooke as much. I also don't ever hear my children's voice. I'm not even sure if they're alive. I'm not even allowed to call them until Thanksgiving. Like, it's just like, you shouldn't. You use the phone too much. Have you been outside today? Have you gardened? Have you planted a tree? Like, that's what I feel like the whole thing is just going. Like, it's smarter than us. It's better than us. And maybe that's good in some ways. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Well, I mean, like, I don't even know if I'll ever really use your phone again. Like, it's just, it would be good. I mean, or maybe it would be bad, depending on the AI. Like, it's just, I don't know. And because I'm seeing AI, I've never noticed AI videos now on YouTube that are not geared toward, there are people that right now I know are listening that have not used AI. I don't know how much you've used it. But AI, just in itself, like I'm just talking about chatbots, something like that, like these things, I could right now just be like, hey, give me a good argument for why Douglas should have me on his show or not. Like, it's gonna, in 20 seconds, it's gonna just give me some bullshit. Like, it's just unbelievable on what they're coming up with. And every day it's smarter. Like, if I go out the next day, it's gonna be like, it's already figured out. We listened to you and Brendan, so now it's like even more like. And don't forget that you had an argument with Brendan, and that's why whatever it would be. Like, it's so smart. Now that's AI. My point is, if people haven't used it or have used it, there are so many people that have not used it or don't even understand how huge it is. Because now the advertisements on YouTube are not for, hey, use AI. It's, hey, let us help you on how to make your systems, your computer systems, where they are intelligently using AI to basically, where it's saying like the data like that I have in my computer, let's just say even personally, that it would use your data, that it's like, oh yeah, I can see all your data. You talk to, Douglas for this many minutes. You talk these words. You talked to Brendan about this. You mentioned you Googled Tostitos because you were looking for Mexican food one day on Thursday. It seems on Thursdays you really crave Mexican. Like every possible data outlet that it can get inside a company. And all these companies are now gearing toward help you gear toward using your AI best. Okay. So my point is, and then that data that they're already trying to outsell, like saying, it's not even about is the AI going to take over. It's now them trying to outgear themselves on let us be the best AI bot to tell you how to use it or like what to do with that data. But the data's there. You're not getting away from it. You're not gonna keep your job because AI is not gonna take it. Like if it's going to, like, it is so beyond. I don't think people understand what AI actually, like the amount of.
Well, true enough. By the way, I do want you to know that you've been gone for so long, involved with that dickhead, that you probably don't know what happened to me in the surgery. So I'm going to take you on a little tour. And this will help explain something to you about my physical appearance. So can you see the cursor moving?
Yes.
Okay. So let's take you on a little tour here over what's been happening. And basically, going back to just a little bit more down. Let's see now. Here we are. This image was the last image before my surgery. Now, you do know I went in for surgery, correct?
Yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, and do you know what it was for?
Yes, you're basically because you do too much cocaine.
You have such a way of phrasing things. You really ought to write restaurant menus for franchises or something. Yeah, it's like slaughtered lamb, the name of a meal on the menu, something like that. Yeah.
People know. I think they should know.
Screaming piglets, dying ducks. Yeah,
I think people know. Yeah, the cow that's screaming for his life while his mom's watching him die, like her die. Yes. Like while we're cutting her up. Like, yeah, I think it should be there. I think we should tell the truth.
So, I'm
sorry, deviated septum is what you wanted.
Yes, thank you. I had a deviated septum and also inflamed tissue throughout my right sinus cavity. So my right sinus cavity. I'm sorry.
Imagine what would inflame your sinus cavity, or cut a hole through your nose. Like, what did they tell you what that would cause?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that again?
I can't imagine. I just can't imagine what would cause like that inflammation, of your nasal cavity. And then, did they tell you what caused it? And then, like maybe
they've taken blood tests. Ironically enough,
the septum because they ate a hole through your hole. So, like, did they tell you what could have possibly caused that?
Well, let me explain. But thank you for repeating it, because sometimes we do need you to repeat yourself, because you say it the first time so fast and you slur your words. They all blend into each other in a kind of slurry. So thank you.
I talk fast anyway, but I slur my words now because I'm number one tired, and number two, what does it matter? I've been talking to an idiot the last fucking year, and everything I said, it didn't matter anyway. I might as well goddamn talk to a damn fly in a wall.
Right. No. Hey, I get it. I get it. You could take, if you're out there, Daniel, Larry, Martinez, they could take they could take your brains out. As a matter of fact, they held a booger picking contest, and you picked the biggest booger out, and your forehead collapsed.
That's the stupidest shit. That makes me want to run to him. Like, that joke, that was like the worst thing. I don't even know is that funny?
Yeah. Then they took your brains and they could fit them in a gnat's navel, and they still have room to roll around. How's that?
Okay, you're done. Okay. Still, you did a dad joke. Like, that's why I used to have, like, that's a lame dad joke. Like, whatever.
So what happened was I had a deviated septum, and what caused all the inflamed tissue in my right sinus cavity they feel was dust mites. They've taken blood tests, and they have tested my blood for all kinds of allergic responses.
I found more when sniffing. I mean, I'm more right. I delineate. Have you ever noticed like there's certain ways like you're right-handed and say like you'll be like, I don't know, if you had to sniff something up your nose, you would go to the right and not the left. Like, are you?
I'm sorry, right nosed? You mean like am I right nasaled and that's why it all went there? Yeah, because they're glitching you out a lot.
Like, are you right-handed?
I'm right-handed. Yes.
Yeah. So then you're probably right nasal. I mean, like, not that you would be like remember that guy that saved his life because somebody put something to his nose because.
Oh yeah, that idiot. Yeah. But at any rate, yeah, I get it. Yeah, probably right nasaled as well. So that makes sense. But all that being said, what they're going to do is we can take a look at my calendar here for a second. And in December 3rd, what happened was they had to postpone it because the nurse who mixes the serum got sick. So she won't be back till December 3rd. So on December 3rd, I began my immunobooster injections every week for the next 3 to 5 years.
And you're getting, don't you get paid for doing that, or like it's an experiment, like it's an experimental drug, right?
No, it's not experimental. No, they've perfected this, and the immunobooster injection will be administered once a week for the next 3 to 5 years, and it's all crushed up dust mites and dust mite shit. Because what really makes you sneeze is dust mite shit. So they're giving me an injection of dust mites and dust mite shit into my bloodstream directly, so I build up an immunity to it, and then will no longer be allergic. What do you say?
Wow. Yeah. I do remember telling me this, and I now remember. Yeah. I actually thought it was like a test, like that they were trusting to see if they could like get you not allergic to dust mites.
Oh no! They found out I'm allergic to dust mites, so this is what they're going to do. And
so the answer was like they looked at you and they were like, okay, well here's your two answers. Like we can give him shots for like 5 years, and give them, or we could send a maid and we could clean his house. Like it was like
that's impossible because of what I've explained earlier. That the home is.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. Like I know you're not like. Trust me, I'm the one living like crazy. Like I'm a clean freak, but at the same time, I'm not doing well right now. Just like lately.
No worries. But to get you into
I have a lot of dust in the way the stuff you've got there. Number one, and number two, like you've got a lot of things. You have to clean things out. And to get dust out of things, you really have to. It's amazing.
It's past recovery at this point. But here we are. So I had the surgery. This was the next episode after the surgery. And my Chinese gangster friends, my Tong brothers, actually bought me Chinese funeral flowers. These are funeral flowers. You can see the Chinese characters here amongst the funeral flowers. And I collapsed to the floor because my nose was covered post-surgery. And as soon as I collapsed to the floor, all of this became blood red. And I was bleeding profusely. And that bleeding did not stop.
What?
No. And
I know I remember having the swelling, but I don't remember the bleeding after.
It was. Did you also know my nose was broken?
No. So I told you like that night. I told you a friend of mine had that, and that you would probably feel swelling. It would get worse before it got better. Like I told you.
Well, after the surgery, my nose was broken. It was a Z. That's why it's behind a mask. It was shaped like a Z. It is actually bandaged and shaped like a Z, and it was bleeding profusely, and the bleeding would not stop. So it was a nightmare experience. And such being articulated, Peter Moon was expecting me to die, and he was very disappointed I did not die. At any rate, so it was shortly after that, believe it or not, with my broken nose and all, we had Marina Saren come on. And so she came on the show, and that's when Peter Moon basically assaulted her basically raped her on air, saying, "Oh, you're hypersexualized. Oh, that must be because you were raped as a child. And don't worry, Douglas was raped as a child too." And, kept talking to her about orgies and orgasms and telling her to get colonics.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
He did not say that. And you allowed him to say that? You allowed him to say that?
She handled it quite well, but you don't take my word for it. You can listen to the episode. It's on record. It's right there, and you can hear him after she left. He went into this long, nostalgic discussion, basically telling us a story of one of his experiences where he was joining a bunch of other guys in a yacht club or a golf club where they took a developmentally disabled young man who was working at bussing the tables, and they made him pull his pants down and shoved a cucumber up his ass using peanut butter as lube. He related this story in that same episode. That's all on record.
Okay, I believe that's on record. I do believe you. I believe 100%.
Yeah, you can just listen to the opening hours of that episode. You know where to look. And you'll hear him making passes at Marina and saying, I sent overnight my entire book collection to you. Did you get it? And she said, yes, it just arrived. Did you open it? Are you reading it? No, it just arrived. And, he keeps pressing her about that. And then, you got to get colonics, baby. Colonics are where it's at, baby. I'll take you, baby. Yeah. And then, orgies, baby. Orgasms, baby. Going into that. Then when she leaves, goes into... Then there was this retard, and we made him pull his pants down, and we all laughed at the dinner table. They were, in a boat club, yacht club, eating when they had the developmentally disabled child who was busting the tables, pull his pants down, then they shoved a cucumber up his ass using peanut butter as lube, and he's bragging about this as one of the happiest events in his life on air.
I was wondering, at what point, I got the ear buzzing when it was supposed to stop. I said, at what point did you hear me say, I believe all of it, but are you saying this? You're saying all this again. You're bragging again, and I just want to be sure.
But this is...
Are you not getting the fact that what I'm about to say is you allowed him to do this?
You have to listen to it to understand why. You have to listen to it.
I do know, because you allowed this man to talk to a female that way on air, and then still let him on your podcast, all because he might publish a book.
He brought up the retarded child assault after she left.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it was after she left he brought up that. But while she was there, he was demanding she open his books, which just got there, and he spent $5,000 to overnight them to Spain. $5,000. And so he was trying to impress, and he cursed all those books, and since then her life's been miserable, and she's called me asking for help. I could actually show you that in the text.
I've got their dogs are going crazy. Like, I've got something, like, he's trying to get in the house.
Oh fuck. Well, call the police. Get off our line and call the police. They call me. Huh?
He messaged and said, hey, it's me. I was just calling to let you know I'm looking all that shit around. I don't know what that means. Looking.
Call the police and have them take him away.
Off coming by to drop some shit off.
Call the police. Call the police. Get off the call. Call me back after you've called the police to pick him up. Call the police to pick him up. Yeah, call 911.
Yeah. Goddamn doors opening. Fuck.
Yeah, call 911.
Do not come out of my mouth.
Call 911. Call 911. Fuck, hopefully she calls 911. He got in. Well, there you go. And Greensville, shit, should I call? Greensville, oh yeah, Aristides, let's see now. He had her address up there before. So let's see now. Greensville Police Department. And I'll probably have to end the call to call them. Let's take a look at Greensville. Okay, and what's her address again? Let's see if I can call Aristides to get that. See if he gave that to me before. This is taking far too long. Alright, Aristides did give me her address before, so I just need to scroll up. And I know, maybe if I press this, it'll work. Greensville. Okay, it says 0. Greenville. Okay, Greenville. Alright, not coming up. Oh, South Carolina. South Carolina. Carolina. Okay. And Carolina. Am I misspelling that? Come on now. All right, South Carolina. Let's take a look at this when it comes to her address. See if I can find her address so I can get the police there again. Well, let's see if I can call Aristides. Okay, last seen several minutes ago. And see if that works. I scroll back up. Oh, that's too loud. Hit that. Skype fucking sucks, that's for sure, and nothing that it does seems to work well in a manner that's conducive to my getting anything done. And for those of you who are listening right now, there's a bit of drama going on where I'm trying to find her address so I can call the police to go to her home. And in the meantime, we obviously don't have that much time left in the show anyway, so we'll be talking again on Wednesday, and hopefully she survives the night. So everybody keep her in your thoughts and prayers, and let's see now what we can do. Going to fuck. Okay, rush to make. Here we are. Again, it just stops after a while. It stops scrolling. Okay, so let's see if that goes back up here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is end the live stream in a moment, but it'll probably take, I'm just trying to find this address first, and then I'll end the live stream, because then I'll have the address up, and I will be making a call at that time. So we did get a little further up. Let's see if this is going to get us the address, and I really needed to have her address in my phone, should have had it there. But of course, whoever thinks you're going to be dealing with this, and never really think about it. You really hope people can take care of themselves, but in reality, of course, they really cannot. So everybody who's following this, it may not sound like it makes much sense, but basically, let me call him on his cell phone, and then I'll probably help. Okay, so let's call him on his cell phone, and while I do that, we're going to. It says he's active now, which of course he's not. Let's see if we can untangle the headphones here. And okay, then we're going to see if we can make that call to Aristides. Here we are. Aristides. Okay, come on now, Aristides. Come on down to, here we are. He should be one of the first that's listed here. There we go. And let's see if we can call him. All right. And in the interim, we are going to end stream.